Xiaoxi sighed deeply, raising her gaze to the sun in the sky to reaffirm that she was not ensnared in a dream, before lowering her head once more to hastily gather the red fruits resembling diminutive peanuts. However, the individual she had warned neglected her counsel and soon returned to the construction site, resulting in a secondary injury that left his leg bone slightly misaligned. His family approached her, claiming that she was responsible and demanding compensation of 1 million. Amidst the ensuing turmoil, she was tragically pushed by the mother of the injured worker, resulting in her fatal fall upon a marble coffee table. Upon regaining consciousness, she resigned herself to the harsh reality of surviving in this place of scarcity. Once she regained her strength and could walk, Xiaohua informed her that she would henceforth need to fend for herself. This was due to the fact that in the realm of the beastmen, beyond family and partners, one bore no obligation to anyone else. The kindness in saving Xiaoxi and providing her sustenance stemmed from Xiaohua and her beastly husband's benevolence. Beastmen were never known for their subtlety in speech, and now that she had recovered, Xiaohua naturally stated that she must take responsibility for her own nourishment. Xiaoxi felt no discontent with this arrangement, as she believed that one must always be accountable for oneself, regardless of the circumstances. Thus, as soon as she was able to stand and walk, she requested Xiaohua to guide her in discovering edible resources in this unfamiliar land. In recent days, Xiaohua had taken her to the mountains, where they harvested the red fruits suitable for culinary use. The exterior of the red fruit was hard, and when cracked open, it revealed an interior akin to modern wheat flour, both in flavor and culinary application. Upon contemplating these thoughts, Xiaoxi let out a sigh, gazing at the slumbering Xiaohua nestled in the shade, reflecting on how she truly was a female Dudu Beast, renowned for her remarkable reproductive capabilities, much adored by male orcs. She lifted her hand to wipe the perspiration from her forehead, exclaiming, "What a disparity in fate among females." Xiaoxi glanced at her hands, which were scraped and oozing with blood, resolutely deciding to continue her labor, for she was a female without the support of a male. Stopping upon noticing her basket brimming with red fruit, she sought refuge in the cool shade, pausing to wipe her brow. Observing the meager amount of red fruit in Xiaohua's basket, which she had woven from twigs, she approached and generously poured more than half of her own into it. After all, she could hardly consume it all by herself, and Xiaohua had a larger family to share with. As a creature fond of slumber, Xiaohua rolled over, continuing her nap while muttering, "If you males dare disturb me again, you'll have to sleep alone tonight." At hearing Xiaohua's murmurs, Xiaoxi's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Could it be that Xiaohua shared her nights with her 5 beast husbands? Xiaoxi shook her head, for the image was too enchanting for her to fathom. "Awake, our lovely Xiaohua. If you do not rise soon, all the delicacies will be devoured by others," Xiaoxi urged, giving her a gentle nudge. Upon hearing the mention of food, Xiaohua finally opened her eyes, albeit groggily, and declared, "Where is the delectable fare? No one shall take it from me." Gazing at Little Flower, her chubby face lit up with delight upon hearing of delectable treats, revealing an adorably greedy expression. Xiaoxi, unable to contain herself, burst into a mischievous laugh. He, you're such a nuisance. Xiaoxi, you tricked me again." As Little Flower regained consciousness and realized they were still atop the mountain, she feigned anger, pouting her full, alluring lips a sight that made Xiaoxi yearn to plant a kiss upon them. It was no surprise that the 5 beastly husbands of Little Flower lavished her with love and affection. "Little Flower, if you continue to tempt me like this, I might just have to kiss you again." No sooner had Xiaoxi uttered these words than Little Flower sprang to her feet in alarm. "You rogue, if you dare to kiss me like you did last time, I'll have my male partner teach you a lesson. I am utterly wronged. I've told you countless times that was not a kiss. Who told you to wash a crispy fruit by the riverbank and nearly fall in and drown? That was artificial respiration. Do you understand?" As they strolled past the riverbank, The little glutton suddenly recalled the crispy fruits nestled in her basket. She declared her intention to take a break and wash a few fruits to eat. Initially, Xiaoxi intended to wash the fruits by the river herself, but Little Flower insisted on going instead, seeing her friend drenched in sweat. With a disdainful glance, she remarked, "The rabbit beast is so weak after walking the short distance and carrying a little weight. You're already drenched in sweat." At that moment, Xiaoxi was so incensed she contemplated giving Little Flower a kick. The rabbit beast, inherently frail, was acknowledged across the Beastman continent for her delicate constitution. What could she do about it? Suddenly, a resounding splash echoed from the riverbank nearby, reminiscent of a heavy object plunging into the water. Xiaoxi was instantly reminded of Xiaohua, who had been washing crisp fruits by the river. In a hurry, she dashed toward the riverbank, only to find that Xiaohua had fallen into the water. Without hesitation, Xiaoxi leaped in, exerting considerable effort to rescue the plump Xiaohua and bring her back to shore. She thought to herself how fortunate it was that she had learned to swim in modern times. Otherwise, she would have been in dire straits. Recalling this incident brought a smile to Xiaoxi's face. She then made her way toward the cave where she resided on the opposite side. Chapter 2. Xiaohua's family goes to the grand market. On the following morning, Xiaoxi was roused from her slumber by Xiaohua's boisterous calls. Groggily, she rose, rubbing her dry eyes, and stepped out of the cave to gaze down at Xiaohua. "So early, why aren't you beside your mighty beast, and instead come here to make such a racket? Do you not realize you've disturbed my beauty sleep? Your mother beast Xiaoxi. Today we are heading to the grand market to exchange for some supplies needed for the snowy season. Is there anything you wish to bring?" Xiaohua retorted, scolding Xiaoxi's mother beast. Unfazed, Xiaoxi shrugged it off, as she had no knowledge of this rabbit beast's mother. Previously, Xiaohua had mentioned that the grand market was quite distant, requiring a day and a half of travel in beast form. How could she possibly make the journey? Therefore, Xiaoxi called down to Xiaohua, "Yes, indeed. Just a moment, I shall fetch a few items." With that, she turned and entered the cave. After surveying her surroundings, she realized there was little left to barter with. Worrying that Xiaohua might grow impatient, she hurriedly exited the cave. Upon emerging, her eye caught sight of several woven baskets, crafted during her leisure time, placed around the corner. She noted that Xiaohua's family had not possessed such baskets before. Perhaps they were uncommon in this Beastman continent. Seizing the opportunity, she took one with her. Xiaoxi fastened the basket with vine, placing within it a rolled-up beast skin backpack and some flour, before carefully lowering it down the cliff's edge. Below, Xiaohua, spotting the lowered items, approached and untied the knot of the vine. Xiaoxi then retrieved the vine and descended the wooden ladder. "I am uncertain what these items can be exchanged for," Xiaoxi remarked. She had never visited the grand market and was unfamiliar with what goods might be of necessity to her. "Do you think these items can be traded for salt? If so, let us exchange them all for salt." Beyond that, she was at a loss regarding what else could be bartered. "Very well. These items should yield a considerable amount of salt, although some of the beastmen could craft leather bags. The leather backpack you fashioned would be more convenient and aesthetically pleasing for the females to carry while gathering. I believe many would find it appealing. As for the woven basket, its practicality cannot be overstated. The fingers of the beastmen here lack the dexterity you possess, and I have yet to witness anyone skilled in its weaving. It should certainly be tradable." The items Xiaoxi had gathered were effortlessly lifted by Xiaohua's male beastman. "Dihi." Xiaohua patted Xiaoxi on the shoulder, saying, "Since you are home alone, it is best not to venture into the mountains. There is no sign of the predators here, but wild beasts may occasionally wander this way. I understand, do not worry. Please remain vigilant on your journey." Chapter 3. A solitary forest. On this occasion, Xiaohua's family brought a plethora of items to the grand market for trade, as they intended to stockpile supplies for the impending snow season. Recalling Xiaohua's words as she departed, Xiaoxi remembered how the typically carefree Xiaohua, with worry in her eyes, had said, "What will you do when the time comes, Xiaoxi? I do not wish to be apart from you. When you are not here, they would not allow me to go hunting alone. it was dreadfully dull. If only the predators could carry you, we need not be separated. As I reflect on Xiaohua's suggestion, I find myself seated upon the stone precipice, gazing at the white clouds drifting across the distant sky. Is it truly so simple to find a male partner? With so little time, where might I seek a male beast to become my consort? Those whom I find unappealing are equally indifferent to me. Those I admire may not reciprocate my feelings. I am, after all, a rabbit beast female, well known among the creatures for my frail constitution, prone to complications in childbirth, and facing great challenges in reproduction. Although this body possesses an attractive visage, having inspected it closely in the river's reflection, I appear to be merely 18 or 19 years of age. It bears the remnants of a past illness, rendering my face somewhat gaunt. My skin is pale, and beneath long lashes, my eyes shine brightly. The contours of my nose and lips are delicate and refined, while the corners of my mouth bear a naturally uplifting smile, giving me an endearing and charming appearance. Yet, despite my beauty and figure, I cannot alter the unfortunate truth that, in the eyes of male beast men, a rabbit beast female is among the least desirable choices for a mate. I harbor no illusions of experiencing grand romance on this beastman continent. My sole desire is to find a male who is willing to see me as a suitable companion, to carry me to the sacred mountain where I might weather the harsh and protracted snow season. I dread the thought of being left alone to perish from hunger or cold when winter descends, as Xiaohua is warned that the heavy snows may engulf the forest. Time slips away as I ponder these thoughts, lost in a haze throughout the day. As the sun descended in the west, it cast elongated shadows and ignited a crimson hue across the sky, which rapidly darkened. After a simple dinner, Xiaoxi, as she did every evening, perched on the stone cliff, gazing at the distant forest, idly passing the time. For reasons unknown, she felt an unusual stillness enveloping the woods tonight, instilling a rare sense of fear in her typically carefree heart. It was only at that moment that she fully realized that Xiaohua's family had gone to the grand market, leaving her alone in this mountain and forest. Perhaps she had subconsciously known that others inhabited this place, which allowed her to sleep soundly each night like a little piglet. It was the unexpected absence of Xiaohua's family that rendered her so disoriented. The moon shone as brightly as usual, yet she lacked the inclination to appreciate its beauty this evening. She retreated into the cave early, drawing the grass curtain to block the moonlight, and lay upon the grass mat covered with animal skins, listening to the distant howls of wild beasts in the forest. Xiaoxi increasingly longed for her modern family and her soft, expansive bed. Typically, she would forego covering herself due to the heat, but tonight she clutched a piece of animal hide to her chest as a form of psychological solace, tossing and turning on the grass mat for a long while before finally succumbing to sleep. By midday the next day, Xiaoxi opened her sleepy eyes, sunlight streaming through the grass curtain into the cave. Perhaps due to her late slumber the previous night, she had risen later than usual. After a lackluster morning routine, she hastily prepared a bowl of wild vegetable porridge for breakfast. Given the tardiness of her meal, she decided to settle for just 2 meals that day. Before her departure, Xiaohua had cautioned that wild beasts might occasionally roam the mountains, prompting Xiaoxi to abandon her intention of ascending the hills to gather red berries. Heeding Xiaohua's advice, Xiaoxi dared not venture far. Instead, she contented herself with foraging for familiar wild vegetables at the forest's edge. While gathering the greens, she hummed along to a song by Chun, which spoke of sparrows. The mountains beyond are still mountains. Perhaps I am a fool. Flying too slowly risks loneliness, while too fast may lead to injury. The sky will brighten and then darken. I have long since grown accustomed to it. Living day by day for 3 meals. You ascend to immortality while I remain to guard the mortal realm. Even sparrows have a tomorrow. The wild vegetables here differed significantly from those of the modern world. As she hummed her tune, Xiaoxi gathered various types of wild greens that Xiaohua had taught her to recognize. By the time her basket was full, afternoon had arrived. Sweaty and fatigued, she made her way to the riverbank to wash her face, casually rinsing the vegetables she had collected. Pausing, she gazed into the clear waters of the river. Chapter 4. The beauty within the water. As she admired the crystalline river, an idea sparked in Xiaoxi's mind. Glancing around, She couldn't help but chuckle at her overthinking. Xiaohua and her majestic beasts had all gone to the bustling market. There was hardly a soul in sight. Realizing the solitude of the place, Xiaoxi decided to embrace the moment. With a few swift movements, she shed her clothing and sought a shallow spot to leap into the water. The river's temperature, warmed by the sun, was just right. Xiaoxi reveled in the water, joyfully swimming like a fish. After a while, tired from her playful antics, she found a large stone to lean against, closed her eyes, and savored this rare moment of tranquility. As Xiaoxi closed her eyes, a white figure descended at remarkable speed, landing on a large tree not far from the riverbank. The figure, perched upon the tree, gazed intently at Xiaoxi in the water with its enchanting pale blue eyes, which gradually transformed into a deep azure as it observed her ethereal form. Feng, who had journeyed through the night and arrived at this forest only that morning, found himself momentarily entranced by the sight of the rabbit beast in the water. While resting upon the tree, he had heard a melodious song and discovered a charming female rabbit beast at the forest's edge, singing while foraging for wild vegetables. Unbeknownst to him, he had followed her, captivated by her beauty, and now he beheld this exquisite scene. Placing a hand upon his chest, he felt the rapid beating of his heart, realizing he had developed feelings for the little rabbit in the water. Though a male beast man could only have one mate throughout his life, making such a decision was of paramount importance. Hence, once reaching adulthood, male beast men approached the selection of a partner with utmost caution. Feng, a silver wolf beast man, allowed a smile to grace his lips, having reached a resolution in his heart. Despite having never felt such affection for any female before, the little rabbit had stirred something within him, compelling him to pursue her. Just as Feng resolved to take action, his eyes narrowed as he sensed a formidable presence emanating from a large tree diagonally opposite him. Instantly, he sobered, realizing that his momentary distraction by beauty had obscured his awareness of the powerful male beast man who had appeared unbeknownst to him in this place. Moreover, standing on the tree alongside himself, he admired the exquisite scenery reflected in the river. Feng's piercing gaze emanated an intense fury. How could he allow anyone to covet the companion he had chosen? Perhaps the male orc sensed Feng's ire and turned his face towards him. The eyes of the two formidable males clashed, igniting sparks in the air. Xiaoxi, reclining in the river, instinctively shrank her neck, suddenly feeling a chill in the surroundings. She lifted her gaze to the blazing sun in the sky, puzzled by the unexpected coldness. Perhaps it was due to her prolonged immersion in the water. She mused to herself. Emerging from the water, she donned the handmade sleeveless leather skirt without putting on the discarded undergarments. Having completed her preparations, she shouldered the somewhat wilted wild vegetables and made her way home. The two males, concealed within the tree, instinctively turned their backs to the riverbank, their ears reddening despite seeing nothing. Once Xiaoxi had walked away, the two males resumed their standoff. With sharp eyes, Feng inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to this place?" "I have been here all along." Unlike some lecherous creature trailing behind to spy on a female bathing, Feng narrowed his light blue eyes and retorted, "If I am the lecher, then what does that make you, you yellow-skinned tiger?" Chapter 5. Preparing for winter supplies. As for who arrived first, this rabbit beast was the one I had my eye on initially. "If there is nothing else, I kindly ask you to depart," the golden tiger beast declared with an air of authority. The long wind disdainfully lifted the corners of its captivating eyes, dismissing the words directed at it. In our Orc continent, there has never been a precedence of arrival. Only the strong possess the privilege of choice. Two formidable male beasts, unable to find common ground, engaged in a fierce battle. Unbeknownst to the little stream, events had unfolded by the riverside after her departure. Upon returning to the cliff, she placed her basket filled with wild vegetables in a shaded area and laid her freshly washed undergarments on a stone to dry. Turning, she entered the cave, where she sought out a clean set of undergarments and a skirt made of beast hide to change into. By the time the little stream had completed her tasks, the day had grown late. She rummaged through her belongings, assessing what she still possessed. Although her greatest need at the moment was a male beast capable of carrying her to the holy mountain for the winter, she resolved not to dwell on it since no suitable candidate was readily available. Observing her meager possessions, she noted a beast bag containing red berry flour. Approximately 20 pounds in weight, she had received for splendid beast hides from Little Flower, having utilized 2 for clothing, leaving her with 2 remaining. The hide intended for her backpack was one that Little Flower had deemed waste and intended to discard. Seeing its potential for repurposing, she had claimed it. A few bamboo-like water cups and an exterior basket completed her inventory. The beast hide backpack she had crafted had been exchanged by Little Flower for salt. These items represented the accumulation of her belongings over the past half-month since her arrival in this strange land, all laid before her. Gazing at her pitifully sparse possessions, the little stream was gripped by a profound sense of crisis. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair and murmured to herself, with so few belongings, "How shall I endure the bitter cold of the impending, lengthy snow season? Is the heavens conspiring to bring about my demise?" After the bout of irritation, the little stream pondered how she might swiftly accumulate more provisions for the winter. Beyond mere sustenance, she also needed to procure quality animal pelts for warmth. To obtain such pelts, one must venture deep into the forest, where the beasts are both colossal and fierce. Even the males of the Xiaohua family require the assistance of several companions to gather decent pelts for the winter. It is readily apparent how perilous it is to penetrate the depths of the misty forest to capture these ferocious creatures. This peril is precisely why the females here are inclined to form bonds with multiple male beastmen. It is likely that, given the choice, a female would prefer not to take on so many partners, for each additional male requires her to bear yet another offspring. In such harsh natural conditions, it is no small feat for a female to give birth. Hence, male beastmen are more inclined to choose robust females as their mates. The little stream, wishing to gather more quality pelts for the winter, was hesitant to venture into the misty forest. If she dared to delve into the depths of the woods, it would not be a hunting expedition, but rather an offering of delectable treats to the fearsome beasts. Reflecting on her predicament, she realized that while she could not hunt for pelts, idleness was not an option. She needed to act. After much contemplation, she devised a plan and hurriedly exited the cave, shouldering her backpack. From the corner stove, she retrieved a stone knife that a male from the Xiaohua family had helped sharpen. Turning, she descended the suspended wooden ladder, her excitement making her forget the usual trepidation that accompanied such climbs. Descending the wooden ladder in haste, Xiaoxi hurried towards the riverbank. Although she could not hunt in the forest, she could catch fish from the river, dry them, and store them for winter sustenance. However, time was of the essence, and she could not find a suitable vessel for fishing. Otherwise, capturing fish would be considerably easier. Xiaoxi was aware that the river teemed with fish, robust and plentiful. On several occasions when she and Xiaohua bathed in the river, they spotted fish swimming beneath the surface. Although she was uncertain of what winter would bring, it was prudent to prepare adequately. Chapter 6. The fateful clash of beasts with her basket slung over her back. Xiaoxi had not yet reached the riverbank when she heard the sounds of a fierce struggle not far from the river, accompanied by the howls of wolves and the roars of tigers. Startled, she swiftly retreated a few steps, yearning to escape this perilous place lest she become collateral damage in a conflict. Yet it seemed her legs had betrayed her, refusing to budge. Fearful, she widened her eyes, gazing at the 2 beasts sprawled on the ground like small mountains. If they still possessed the strength to harm her, would she have time to flee? Clutching her stone knife tightly, she resolved that if they dared approach, she would fight to the bitter end, ensuring that they would both suffer. After a tense moment of observation, the 2 beasts appeared motionless, as if lifeless. Xiaoxi clenched her fists, dispelling her internal dread. She contemplated that if these 2 beasts had perished in their fierce battle, it would be a fortuitous turn of events. With winter's arrival, she would no longer need to fret over food, for the meat of such sizable creatures would sustain her for an extended period. Xiaoxi gazed at the golden fur of a wild beast in the distance, then shifted her attention to another creature with pristine white fur, nearly salivating at the thought. Imagining herself adorned with these exquisite pelts, her eyes suddenly sparkled like light bulbs. Gripping the stone knife tightly, she resolutely declared to herself, "Fortune favors the bold. I shall take the risk." Observing the state of the 2 beasts, even if they were not dead, They appeared gravely wounded. She believed she could succeed. Indeed, her yearning for the flesh and fur of these creatures had overshadowed her fear. With cautious steps, she inched closer, planning to strike while the beasts were incapacitated. Both Qing Song and Chong Feng sensed the approach of the petite female, but remained still. It was not that they were entirely immobile. Rather, both were severely injured and feared that any further conflict might endanger the charming little female nearby. The two males squinted as they watched Xiaoxi advance carefully, their deep-set eyes revealing a shared determination. As Xiaoxi positioned herself between them, she scrutinized the white beast resembling a wolf, then turned to glance at the massive golden tiger. Larger than a bull, she hesitated, pondering which to slay first. The sharp gazes of the silver wolf, Chong Feng, and the golden tiger, Qing Song, met for a fleeting moment before they both diverted their eyes, curious about the young female's next move. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoxi resolved to target the golden tiger first. At least the blood spilling onto the yellow fur would not be as conspicuous as it would be on white. After all, Xiaoxi had never hunted any large prey. To acclimate herself, she decided to first take down a wild beast to overcome her psychological barrier. Approaching Qing Song, she cautiously kicked the body of the great tiger lying with its eyes closed. Noticing that the tiger showed no reaction, she wondered if it had already perished, thus sparing her the need to kill it herself. She crouched down and gently pushed it, seeing that the magnificent creature remained still. A smile curved her lips in delight. As a seasoned animal enthusiast, she could not resist the temptation and reached out her hand to caress the tiger's luxurious golden fur. Lost in her admiration, she was oblivious to the sudden tension that seized the tiger's body. When her delicate hand touched Qing Song, he instinctively tensed up. He had never experienced such a caress before, and the sensation was both pleasurable and exhilarating. Meanwhile, Chong Feng, lying nearby, watched as the little female affectionately stroked the golden tiger's fur, his azure eyes gradually darkening to a deep blue in frustration. What was so special about that wretched tiger's yellow fur? His own pristine white coat was far more beautiful. Why did she not come to touch him instead? Unbeknownst to Chong Feng, it was precisely because his fur was pure white that the dust and blood from their earlier skirmish were starkly visible, dissuading Xiaoxi from seeking him out first. In contrast, the golden tiger's coat, even when marred by dirt or blood, did not appear so sullied. In Chapter 7, The Golden Tiger and the Silver Wolf, Xiaoxi reveled in the plush, furry sensation beneath her fingertips, entirely captivated by the soft, golden fur that enveloped her. She remained entirely oblivious to the resentment emanating from the formidable beast behind her. "Is it pleasant to touch?" she asked, nodding in affirmation. "Is it comfortable?" Turning quickly, she discovered a strikingly handsome man with silvery hair standing behind her. His exquisitely refined features possessed a striking sharpness. His deep-set, light blue eyes shimmered with a captivating allure. Every aspect of his visage, from his thick eyebrows to his prominent nose and perfectly shaped lips, radiated an undeniable charm. Even Xiaoxi, who had encountered countless handsome faces across modern platforms, could not deny the exceptional beauty of this man. "You are injured," she noted, observing the unnatural droop of his left arm. As a bone setter, she easily recognized the abnormality. Chong Feng glanced at his broken arm, offering a charming smile as he replied, "It's nothing. Just a minor injury that will mend in due time." Will it truly heal in due time? She pondered silently, questioning how her strength had waned to the extent that a mere triviality could cause such harm. Before she could turn to identify the source of a deep voice behind her, she noticed the man before her glowering angrily at someone behind her. Chong Feng briefly assessed Qing Song's injured leg, a smirk gracing his lips. "Is your leg all right?" he inquired. Qing Song dismissed Chong Feng's taunt, limping towards Xiaoxi. With a gentle gaze, he remarked, "Dear little rabbit, you touched me earlier, and now you must take responsibility." Xiaoxi turned in astonishment towards the man speaking beside her. He possessed a cascade of golden hair cascading vertically, with strikingly angled brows and round golden eyes that concealed a sharpness within. His thinly pressed lips and chiseled features complemented his tall and slender physique, reminiscent of a fierce tiger in the night. exuding an air of dominance over the world. However, upon hearing his words, Xiaoxi was jolted into realization. When had she ever touched him? She resolved to deny it vehemently, even if she were to be foolish. She had now discerned that these two men were the very beasts she had presumed dead after their earlier skirmish. Observing the man dragging his injured leg, she refrained from inquiring about their wounds, thinking to herself that their injuries had no bearing on her. Initially, she had envisioned acquiring exquisite pelts and a bounty of wild game meat, but now her mood had soured considerably with the realization that all of that was lost. Upon learning they were orcs, she understood that her desires for fur and meat had evaporated. Words escaped her lips as she glanced at the sky, where the evening glow had spread like a tapestry across the heavens. Disregarding the two handsome men who had dashed her dreams, she began to walk away. Upon witnessing her departure, the previously tense standoff between the two men softened. They exchanged a glance before simultaneously turning to follow her. In this land of orcs, where males outnumbered females, the pursuit of a beloved mate overshadowed all else. The temporary truce between the two was understood without words. Neither wished to approach the female adorned with visible injuries from their prior altercation. They resolved to follow her, for she was beyond their control, and it seemed futile to waste breath in dispute. Xiaoxi was not concerned that they would harm her, for Xiaohua had informed her that the males of this continent were indoctrinated from a young age to never harm females. Since she was assured of her safety, she had little to fear. In Chapter 8, accompanied by the two males, Xiaoxi approached the edge of the rocky cliff. She paused for a moment, contemplating, before proceeding to untie the vines that secured the swaying wooden ladder. Ascending the suspended ladder, she felt a sense of unease. The ladder swayed precariously with each step she took, heightening her anxiety that she might lose her grip and fall. Cautiously, she climbed to the top of the cliff, and upon reaching the summit, she turned around and pulled the entire ladder up. Despite the presence of two unfamiliar men following her, Xiaoxi felt a twinge of fear, and retrieving the ladder offered her a semblance of security. Qing Song and Chang Feng exchanged glances as they observed the young female hoist the ladder, their lips twitching slightly. Unbeknownst to Xiaoxi, the absence of a ladder at the cliff's edge posed no insurmountable challenge for such formidable males as Qing Song and Chang Feng. They could easily scale it with minimal effort. However, they refrained from doing so, respecting the courtship customs of their kind, which dictated that a male must not force a female's acceptance. They wished to avoid displeasing her, hence neither harbored intentions of climbing the cliff. Upon reflection, the two understood that while there were other beastmen's scents lingering in the vicinity, the young female was alone at that moment, which rendered her apprehensive, a perfectly natural response. Following her to the base of the cliff, Chang Feng and Qing Song found their own spots to sit, lowering their heads in silence, neither uttering a word. With his head lowered, a glimmer of ethereal light flickered in the pale blue eyes of Chang Feng. Since she was the little rabbit he had taken a fancy to, no one could hope to snatch her away from him. Upon returning to the stone cliff platform, Xiaoxi ceased to concern herself with the two male orcs trailing behind her. Instead, she began to hum a melody while preparing her dinner, rinsing the wild vegetables she had washed by the river earlier in the afternoon. Taking a stone knife, she sliced the remaining piece of beast meat, roughly the size of her fist, into thin slivers, intending to stir-fry them with the vegetables shortly. Additionally, she mixed the red grain flour with water to create a paste, then ignited the pine needles with a firestone to kindle a flame. In a stone pot crafted from polished rock, she flattened the mixture into cakes. Knowing that she could not consume much on her own, she refrained from making an excess to prevent spoilage. From below the cliff, Chang Feng heard the little rabbit singing once more, the same song she had sung while foraging for wild vegetables at the forest's edge. A smile graced his lips, as he thought her to be such a delightful songbird. Once the cakes were ready, Xiaoxi prepared to stir-fry the dish. She scooped a portion of oil rendered from beast meat from a bamboo tube and placed it in the heated pot to melt. The sliced meat was then added to the pan for salt ing, followed by the cleaned wild vegetables. With no other seasonings except a sprinkle of salt, the dish was complete. Remarkably simple, yet the fragrant aroma of the beast oil wafted through the air, enticing the two hungry males sitting below the cliff. As they caught a whiff of the delightful scent, they simultaneously lifted their heads to gaze at the cliff platform, wondering what delectable dish the little female was preparing that could smell so divine. Both swallowed hard, acutely aware that their hunger had intensified. Longfeng could no longer endure the persistent fragrance wafting through the air. He gently caressed his belly and transformed into a magnificent silver wolf. Measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, its fur a pristine white. Upon closer inspection, one could discern several stains of blood on its white coat, remnants from a previous skirmish. As the silver wolf, Longfeng cast a glance at the still-seated Qingsong, shaking his beautiful white fur in a gesture of defiance before limping towards the misty forest. Once Longfeng departed, Qingsong morphed into a similarly imposing golden tiger, also limping on a hind leg as he made his way into the forest shrouded in mist. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi prepared dinner, placing the dishes upon a flat stone table. Remembering the 2 male beast men who had followed her from the cliff, she approached the edge and peered down, only to find that the 2 males had vanished from sight. It dawned on her once again that as a female rabbit beast, she was not particularly favored by the male beast men. A wave of disappointment washed over her. After all, she considered herself quite a beauty in this form. With a shrug, she dismissed her thoughts and decided to focus on her meal, while Xiaoxi savored her dinner. The 2 male beasts were also engaged in their own evening repast. Despite their injuries, both Qingsong and Longfeng, relying on their formidable beast forms, had no trouble capturing ordinary prey to satiate their hunger. After filling his belly, Longfeng leaped into the river, gazing at his own fur and murmuring to himself, "No wonder the little female does not appreciate my beautiful coat. It turns out to be soiled. It is entirely the fault of that golden-haired tiger for rendering him so filthy that the little female is reluctant to touch him." As Qingsong languished in resentment, a splash echoed in the air, prompting him to glance momentarily before lowering his head to continue cleansing the soiled parts of his body. Qingsong cast a sidelong glance at Qingsong but chose silence, proceeding to scrub the grime from his own form. Chapter 9. Rivalry. The 2 males silently attended to their own cleanliness. Do you not find it curious that this mountain is not only imbued with the sense of 5 male beasts, but also 2 females? One of these females is the little one, and the absence of males sent upon her indicates that she has yet to acquire a companion. This realization brought a relaxed and joyful expression to Qingsong's face. Longfeng too noticed the absence of male scent on the little rabbit and smiled, envisioning a future where he would diligently hunt daily to ensure she was well-fed and the happiest of little females. He cast a glance at Qingsong, then turned his attention to becoming the male favored by the little rabbit. Where have the other female and several males ventured? Longfeng mused to himself about the Silver Wolf clan, originating from the northern Bayou Mountains. Qingsong smirked slightly, aware that the Silver Wolf beastman understood his implication. The Golden Tiger clan, Qingsong, hailing from the eastern primordial Great Forest. The 2 exchanged glances, each comprehending the other's thoughts. Qingsong ascended the shore, seeking a stone to lean against while observing Longfeng, who reclined against a tree. Are you aware that she is a frail rabbit beast? Longfeng cast a sidelong glance at him, as if to imply that he had uttered a trivial remark. Qingsong chuckled, realizing that his intentions had been discerned, and acknowledged that he had indeed spoken something superfluous. The rabbit beast's aura was so palpable. How could a formidable beast man like the Silver Wolf beast possibly fail to detect it? Have you truly made up your mind? Is it her? Longfeng nodded affirmatively. Are you not in the same predicament? 4 male beasts simultaneously being enamored with a female is, in truth, a commonplace occurrence on this continent. Having made their decision, they recognized each other as rivals in love. As for who would ultimately win the heart of the little rabbit, that would depend on their individual prowess. Qingsong rose to his feet, stepped forward, and playfully thumped Longfeng's shoulder with his fist before limping ahead towards the cliff. Longfeng, rubbing his shoulder with a resigned smile, followed suit. After finishing her dinner and washing up, Xiaoxi gazed at the distant sky, where clouds were gathering ominously. Was it about to rain? This marked the first rainfall in the half-month since her arrival. She hurriedly stowed away the items on the platform at the cave entrance, lest they be drenched by the impending downpour. After surveying the cliff edge and finding nothing else to tidy, Xiaoxi, as was her custom, sat alone on the stone ledge, observing the distant forest. Occasionally, a small creature would emerge from the woods, meander about, and then disappear back into the foliage. With a sigh, she lamented the absence of such companions today. The moon was obscured by clouds, leaving her only with vague silhouettes in the distance. Typically, the moonlight illuminated this place, rendering the night far from dark, yet she had forgotten to prepare anything for illumination. Should she venture into the cave to retire for the night? Yet, with such early hours, sleep eludes her. The darkness surrounding her instills a palpable fear. As she wrestles with her thoughts by the brook, she hears movement below the cliff, accompanied by faint voices. Summoning her courage, she approaches the edge and peers down, vaguely discerning two shadowy figures beneath her rocky abode. A suspicion arises within her. Could these be the two male orcs responsible for the theft of her beautiful fur and her stockpile of provisions? Just as Xiaoxi contemplates their intentions, the heavens open, and rain begins to patter down, intensifying with each moment. She hastily retreats into the cave, for she is still recuperating from a severe illness, and the prospect of falling ill again due to the rain is daunting. At that very moment, Qing Song and Chong Feng, having just arrived at the cliff's base, find themselves caught in the torrential downpour. With wind, rain, and thunder crashing around them, they quickly become drenched. To shield themselves from the relentless rain cascading from above, they transform into their beast forms and seek a slightly elevated spot to lie down, hoping to avoid the water pooling beneath them. Chapter 10. A night of thunderstorms. Xiaoxi lies on a grass mat adorned with animal skins, a blanket draped over her fragile form. Her recently healed body cannot withstand much turmoil. The cacophony of thunder and rain outside reminds her of the two male orcs below the cliff. She wonders if they have departed or found refuge from the downpour. Restlessly, she turns over, cursing herself for not having learned her lesson. The tribulations of her past life have led her to resolve that, should she be granted another chance, she would no longer aspire to be a virtuous soul. From a young age, she was instilled with the values of saving lives and alleviating suffering. As she grew older, she pursued a career in medicine and became a physician, inheriting the art of bone setting from her ancestors. When the need for assistance arose, she found herself equipped with the capability to help. If she refrained, her conscience would be unsettled. She was acutely aware that the two male beastmen would likely have nowhere to seek refuge from the rain that night, for beastmen do not enter a dwelling uninvited. Restlessly, she tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. Whether it was the thunder rumbling outside or her own sense of compassion, she could not remain indifferent, knowing that someone was outside, exposed to the elements. Eventually, Xiaoxi sat up and chastised herself, lamenting that she deserved to be toppled and perish. With that thought, she rose and approached the stone platform where she stored her belongings, draping a tattered hide over her shoulders before dashing out of the cave. Above the stone cliff, the protruding rock formation allowed only a trickle of rainwater to seep through, cascading down to the depths below. Xiaoxi hurried to the wooden ladder she had collected earlier, lowering it and calling out loudly to the cliff's edge, inviting those willing to escape the rain to ascend. As for whether they would accept her invitation, that was beyond her concern. She had done her utmost to offer them shelter. The possibility of unforeseen consequences from allowing them to enter was negligible. Xiaohua had mentioned that the female beastmen possessed ample toxins for self-defense. Should any male dare to harm them, they would gradually succumb to weakness and death as the poison took effect. This toxin bears no effect on the female herself. It only manifests when she is compelled by overwhelming emotions, serving as a means of self-preservation. It is precisely because this toxin resides within the female that, in the realm of beastmen where males outnumber females, even the most formidable male beastmen dare not seize the females lightly. Perched on the edge of a precipice, sheltered from the rain, Qing Song and Chong Feng heard a voice as Xiaoxi emerged to place a wooden ladder. They soon heard her inviting them to take refuge from the rain, causing involuntary smiles to grace their lips. They thought to themselves, "What a lovely and tender-hearted little female, little rabbit, she is." As Xiaoxi sat on the grass mat and heard footsteps approaching, she quickly said, "You all find a place to rest over there. Please don't come closer. Wait for the rain to stop before you depart. In the darkness, only the sound of several breaths could be heard. Suddenly, the cave illuminated, and Xiaoxi looked up to see a man with golden hair, holding a luminous object. "This is for you," Qing Tsong said, extending the moonstone in his hand towards Xiaoxi. Chong Feng, standing beside him, regretted his timing. He too had noticed the little rabbit's curiosity about the moonstone and had been preparing to present it to her when the insufferable golden-haired tiger beat him to it. Gazing at the glowing stone in her hand, Xiaoxi examined it from every angle for quite some time before lifting her gaze to the golden-haired man. "This is for you." "Indeed, it is for you," he replied, settling down just 2 steps away from Xiaoxi. "I am Qing Song. What is your name?" "Dear little female." Observing the interaction between Qing Tsong and the petite female, Chong Feng, not one to be outdone, produced a moonstone and placed it gently into Xiaoxi's hand, declaring, "This is for you as well. I am Chong Feng, a formidable silver wolf beastman, typically reticent." Chong Feng understood that if he did not take the initiative, he could discern from the way the little rabbit ascended the wooden ladder that she was an exceedingly cautious female. Should he merely wait for her to approach, it was likely he would depart with a heavy heart. Clenching his fists in nervous anticipation, he recalled how the few male suitors he had encountered often expressed themselves in similar terms. He was uncertain if he had erred in his words. Xiaoxi gazed at the 2 luminous stones in her grasp, somewhat speechless. Did she truly come across as a greedy individual? Why else would they have bestowed this moonstone upon her? Chapter 11. Xiaoxi seeks a partner. The modest cave was illuminated as brightly as day by the 2 glowing stones. Xiaoxi lifted her gaze to the 2 tall, handsome male beastmen seated not far from her. Having heard their self-introductions, she graciously responded, "I am Xiaoxi. It is a pleasure to meet you both." She raised her hand, showcasing the radiant stone, thanking them for their gift. However, she paused, uncertain of the stone's name. "Moonstone." Chong Feng finally seized the moment to engage Xiaoxi in conversation. Upon hearing the words of the one called Chong Feng, speaking of sacred mountains and snowy seasons, Xiaoxi gazed upon the 2 handsome men before her as they murmured the word male. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization. Had she not been searching for this very male? A radiant smile blossomed on her face as she regarded Qing Tsong and Chong Feng, inwardly exulting at having encountered a male orc at last. Meanwhile, Qing Tsong and Chong Feng exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the sudden, peculiar laughter of the little female beside them, causing them to involuntarily shudder. Xiaoxi adjusted her expression, adopting a demeanor as congenial as a child enticing street vendor, almost as if she were holding out pieces of candy. "Might I inquire how you both came to our misty forest?" Qing Tsong rubbed his eyes, unaccustomed to the rapid changes in the little female's countenance. Upon hearing that Qing Tsong was merely passing through, Xiaoxi felt a pang of anxiety. If he was merely passing through, it meant he would soon depart, which was unacceptable. Turning her hopeful gaze towards Chong Feng, she asked, "And you?" "Our locale is picturesque, abundant with wildlife. Do you harbor any intentions of residing here long-term?" Chong Feng's lips curled upward at her inquiry, and he lowered his head, responding, "I am but a wandering orc. Having been ostracized by other males and my kin following the death of my father, cast out before reaching maturity, I now find myself homeless, having merely drifted into this misty forest. If it truly is as delightful as you claim, I might consider staying." He glanced at Xiaoxi, observing no discernible change in her expression, which eased his heart. Xiaoxi pondered that this homeless male might be worth pursuing. Her smile revealed 2 charming dimples as she gazed at Chong Feng. "Have you ever considered, after wandering alone for so long, the prospect of settling down?" Chong Feng, momentarily captivated by the radiant smile of Xiaoxi beneath the sunlight, found her beauty utterly enchanting. Being astute, he quickly discerned the little rabbit's implication and promptly responded, "If a desired female were willing to become my mate, I would gladly remain for her." Upon uttering these words, Chong Feng's cerulean eyes fixed intently on Xiaoxi. "In all your wandering, have you not encountered a female who captured your heart?" "Not at all," he replied earnestly, fearing that Xiaoxi might misconstrue his words as an indication of another female. In a spontaneous gesture, He parted the white beast-skin garment he wore to reveal his chest to her. In their kind, a successful male mate bore a distinctive mark upon his chest, signifying his bond. His eagerness to display this to Xiaoxi was palpable. Startled by Changfeng's boldness, Xiaoxi couldn't help but steal a glance at his well-defined torso, feeling a sense of relief upon seeing it. "What are you doing?" "I never said anything," she exclaimed. Observing her furtive glance, Changfeng couldn't suppress a foolish grin, transforming his handsome visage into that of a simpleton. Qi Tian, not one to be outdone, interjected, "I too have not taken a mate," as he, too, began to tug at his garment. However, Xiaoxi quickly interjected, No, I believe you." Xiaoxi pondered to herself, pondering why this male was intruding upon their moment. Observing the glances exchanged with Changfeng, she harbored a burgeoning hope that her desire for a male companion might not be in vain. Changfeng gazed at her with tender affection, as if to inquire whether she had ever contemplated seeking a cherished male partner. Their eyes locked, and Xiaoxi was on the verge of expressing her wish to explore a potential relationship with Changfeng, leaving the ultimate fate of their union to the whims of destiny. However, her attention was abruptly diverted by the sudden rise of Qing Tsong, who fixed her with a menacing glare, as if daring her to voice her thoughts, threatening her very existence should she do so. Startled, Xiaoxi swallowed her words, succumbing to a sense of defeat as she reclined onto the animal hide beneath her. Pulling a piece of fur over her head, she inwardly chastised herself for her cowardice, feeling as if she had forgotten her intentions in the face of a mere glance. Concealed beneath the fur, she remained oblivious to the fierce expressions exchanged between the two men in the cave, who would have surely clashed had it not been for her presence. Chapter 12. The struggle on a rainy night. The night had deepened, and the torrential rain outside showed no signs of abating. Changfeng and Qing Tsong discerned the faint sounds of snoring emanating from beneath the animal hide. Qing Tsong retrieved a piece of fur from the stone platform within the cave and draped it over the two moonlight stones. By the time Changfeng settled beside Xiaoxi, the cave was engulfed in darkness, yet their keen eyes, as males, could still perceive their surroundings. Changfeng gently lifted the hide from Xiaoxi's head, ensuring she would not suffocate, and, noting the coolness of the cave despite the rain outside, he carefully covered her with another piece of fur. The rabbit beast was inherently delicate, and he wished to spare her from the discomfort of a chill come morning. After completing their tasks, Changfeng was the first to emerge from the cave, followed closely by Qing Tsong, who also had matters to discuss with the silver wolf beastman. Neither of them opted to climb the wooden ladder. Instead, they utilized the protruding rock faces of the mountainside, leaping down the cliff and plunging into the depths of the forest. The sky was alive with flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder as torrential rain poured down, causing trees to splinter and stones to fly within the forest, accompanied by muffled groans. Beneath the lightning, two figures, one white and one yellow, were engaged in an intense struggle, seemingly wary of being overheard, as they both exerted effort to suppress their voices. Nearby beasts and small creatures scattered in fear amidst the clash of the two males. Transformed into their beast forms, they fought fiercely until only a sliver of strength remained, allowing them to crawl beneath the cliff where the stream resided before finally collapsing. As Qing Tsong and Changfeng regained their breath, the rain subsided, and the sky began to brighten. Both leaned against the rocky edge, with Changfeng glaring furiously at Qing Tsong. "Why did you stop Xiaoxi from speaking?" "Huh, Xiaoxi, such a lovely name." "You truly do not comprehend why I interrupted her," Qing Tsong replied, his reddened eyes now open. Changfeng gritted his teeth, tightly pressing his lips together, fully aware of the implications. They both understood what Xiaoxi was about to say. Regardless of which path the little rabbit chose, the other would not permit her to voice it. Changfeng thought that had he been in Qing Tsong's position, he too would have obstructed the female from speaking. Yet he was not Qing Tsong, and thus felt an overwhelming surge of anger. If you are unwilling to compete fairly, you should withdraw. Why impede her choice? Departing, why must I leave? When we ventured into the cave, the demeanor of the young female was identical towards us. Suddenly, it seemed that Qing Tsong had an epiphany. He recalled the reason he was excluded from being the companion of the young female. It was solely because she had heard him mention that he merely passed through. unlike the silver wolf beast who was cast out by his kin and rendered homeless. Upon this realization, Qing Tsang, filled with regret, struck the rocky edge of the cliff with his injured hand. He longed to ascend the precipice and confess to the young female that he too could remain by her side. Although he was not a vagabond like the silver wolf beast Ren Changfeng, he had lived alone in the primordial forest since the dawn of his memories, devoid of knowledge regarding his father and mother. What the future held was uncertain. For now, the priority was to tend to his wounds, enabling him to pursue the young rabbit of his affections. After enduring a night of rain and a scuffle, Ren Changfeng soon drifted into slumber, while Qing Tsang, overwhelmed with regret, spent the night in restless wakefulness. Chapter 13. The morning after the rain, the morning sun streamed through the crevices into the cave, and Xiaoxi groggily sat up, rubbing her eyes. She glanced around and realized, oh, it was merely a dream. How could there be male beastmen here? No, wait. She had indeed invited 2 male beastmen into the cave to escape the rain last night. She surveyed her surroundings once more, and aside from herself, there was no one else. Xiaoxi rose and made her way towards the cave's entrance, scanning the rocky ledge outside, only to find it empty. Could it be that when the rain ceased last night, they had taken their leave? Xiaoxi felt a sense of melancholy as she contemplated choosing one among the 2 individuals, hoping to forge a companionship that would aid her survival in this unfamiliar world. Having someone by her side would alleviate the loneliness of her existence, preventing her from drifting like a ghost in solitude. With a sigh, she resigned herself to the notion that if someone was destined to leave, there was no point in holding on. She filled a bamboo basin with water to wash her face, using a grain of crushed salt to clean her teeth. Casting aside thoughts of the 2 male beastmen, she had learned to adopt a more optimistic outlook since arriving here. Grasping a stone knife, she prepared a breakfast of leftover flatbread from the previous night, shouldered her backpack, and set off towards the river to fish, her mind occupied and her gaze lowered. Meanwhile, the weary Qing Tsang, who had been unable to find rest, stirred at the sound and opened his tired eyes, noticing the small female as she walked further away, head bowed. Concerned for her safety, he reluctantly called out, Xiaoxi. Where are you going? Upon hearing her name, Xiaoxi turned to locate the source of the voice, and there she saw the fierce golden-haired male beast man, battered and leaning against the stone wall. Xiaoxi, where are you headed? I will accompany you, he offered. After calling her name the first time, his subsequent attempt was met with greater success. Xiaoxi also noticed the injured Changfeng, both men leaning against the cliff's edge. She mused that their injuries appeared more severe than the day before. They had not departed yet. Perhaps she still had a chance to persuade one of the males to stay. Even if they could not become partners, a companionship would suffice. In a world of the 21st century, a skilled bone setter, though lacking the prowess to combat the harsh elements of this unforgiving land, firmly believed in the value of her extraordinary craft. Recognizing the rarity of opportunity, Xiaoxi approached the 2 individuals, determined to seize the moment. Upon drawing closer, she observed the severity of their injuries and inquired, how did you sustain such grave wounds? Qing Tsang opened his mouth to respond, but remained silent, unable to divulge that his jealousy over Changfeng's affection for her had led to this predicament. To prevent her from expressing her desire for Changfeng to be her partner, they had resorted to a brawl in the forest, resulting in their current state. As Xiaoxi knelt beside him, she noticed the worsening condition of his injured right leg. Acting on the instinct of a healer, she gently probed his leg bone, asking, does it hurt here? Continuing her examination, she inquired, what about here? Perhaps her touch had grazed the injured area, for Qing Tsang winced in pain and replied, it hurts a lot here. Just as Xiaoxi was about to further assess Qing Tsang's leg, Changfeng, who had been resting nearby, awoke. His eyes, filled with jealousy, turned red as he observed Xiaoxi tending to Qing Tsang's injury. He clutched his own wounded left arm, exclaiming in a dramatic tone, oh dear, oh dear. It feels as though I might perish from this pain. Xiaoxi, is my arm broken? Come over and take a look. It hurts so much. Xiaoxi gazed at Changfeng, her lips twitching involuntarily. Despite possessing an unparalleled, ethereal beauty, he insisted on adopting such an expression, truly a waste of celestial grace. She had discerned that Qingsong's leg bore some fractures, yet fortunately, they were not severe. The remaining concern was merely how to administer treatment, as further examination was no longer necessary. Consequently, Xiaoxi approached Changfeng, crouching down to inspect his arm. While her head was lowered in concentration, Changfeng turned to Qingsong, a smile gracing his lips. Observing the somewhat juvenile Changfeng, Qingsong could only shake his head in bemusement. It was evident that the silver wolf beast man had become considerably more cheerful upon encountering the little female, a stark contrast to the gloom he had displayed when they first met in the forest. Chapter 14. The Bone Setter. Just as Changfeng was reveling in his triumph, a sudden pang of pain escaped his lips. Xiaoxi diligently examined his arm, probing the spot where he had cried out moments earlier. The injury did not seem to originate from there. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the fracture lay in this very area. This time, Xiaoxi pressed a bit harder, prompting Changfeng to cry out in pain once more. That's the spot. Be gentle. Your arm is not gravely injured, merely a few fractures. I shall procure some herbs shortly. At this juncture, Xiaoxi paused, realizing she had yet to encounter any medicinal herbs for bone injuries in this world. You can treat bone fractures, Qingsong exclaimed, astonished at Xiaoxi's unexpected knowledge. He had not anticipated that the little female possessed such skills. Is it truly significant whether I can treat bone injuries? He inquired, observing the excitement of the two with a curious gaze. Changfeng passionately exclaimed, it is indeed of great significance. There are scarcely a handful of orcs on the entire Orc continent who possess the ability to mend broken bones. Even those rare shaman healers often misalign the bones during the healing process. Should an orc suffer a fracture without access to a skilled shaman, they must rely on their body to heal itself, a process fraught with the risk of improper alignment, potentially resulting in a permanent disability. Regardless of how formidable an orc may have been prior, it becomes exceedingly challenging to survive in this harsh land post-disability. After the emotional surge, Qingsong furrowed his brow, gazing at Xiaoxi with a mixture of admiration and trepidation. Could he truly aspire to win the affections of such an exceptional female? Xiaoxi was astonished to discover that her bone-setting skills had applicability in this world. From Changfeng's words, it was evident that skilled orc bone-setters were a rarity, and those that existed were often lacking in proficiency. This realization suggested that she, too, had value in this realm of orcs and could indeed sustain herself through her craft. With this thought, a genuine smile, the first she had felt since her arrival, graced Xiaoxi's face. She was no longer a burden, a being devoid of worth. Perpetually fearful of abandonment like a vulnerable rabbit orc female, she covered her eyes, concealing the tears that threatened to spill, affirming to herself her utility. Ever since Xiaohua mentioned the impending snow season, with heavy snow set to blanket the forest, she had been gripped by the fear of being forsaken here. The notion of traversing to the distant sacred mountain on her own two legs seemed unattainable. Xiaohua undoubtedly had her male orc to carry her. Even if Xiaohua could not bear to leave her behind, there remained no feasible means to assist her. In this realm, once a male has taken a partner, he is forbidden from engaging in prolonged contact with other females, lest he endure the searing agony akin to being engulfed in flames. At such a moment, it seems inevitable that he would be forsaken. Tears streamed from Xiaoxi's fingertips as Changfeng gently released her hand, allowing her head to rest against his chest while he tenderly patted her back. Qingsong, witnessing the sorrowful Xiaoxi, limped over to her side. Although he felt a pang of jealousy at the sight of Changfeng cradling the delicate female, he refrained from expressing his discontent. Leaning against Changfeng, Xiaoxi sniffled, expressing her dread of being abandoned when the cold season of snow descends. Upon hearing her words, Changfeng's heart ached. It was heartbreaking to witness such despair in the little rabbit. In that moment, he silently vowed to never again allow her to experience such fear and anxiety. He would go to any lengths, even risking his own life, to ensure that nothing could ever harm his precious little rabbit. Chapter 15. Healing Bone Injuries. Having inexplicably traversed into this foreign world, Xiaoxi had suppressed her emotions for far too long, leading to an uncontrollable outburst. After her moment of vulnerability, She extricated herself from Chongfeng's embrace, wiping away her tears, feeling disdain for herself for weeping so freely in the arms of a stranger. "I hope I didn't press against your wound," she said apologetically. After her tears had subsided, her voice was a bit hoarse as she inquired, Is it hurt?" No, it didn't touch the wound," Chongfeng responded, gently wiping away the last remnants of her tears from her face. Supporting her shoulder, he said, "Do not be disheartened. Even if all the orcs of the continent abandon you, I shall remain by your side." As Xiaoxi gazed at Chongfeng's earnest expression of comfort, she shyly pressed her lips together and asked, "Will you be able to ascend the rocky platform?" The height forced her to tilt her head back to look at them. Chongfeng patted his chest, inadvertently brushing against his injury, which elicited a sharp gasp of pain. "Nevertheless," he proclaimed with confidence, "no problem. I can scale even higher than this." A smile graced the lips of both Xiaoxi and Qing Tsang. Upon witnessing Xiaoxi's smile, Changfeng's own smile broadened. Although both he and Qing Tsang bore significant injuries, for the formidable orcs, climbing a rocky platform was hardly a challenge, especially with the presence of a wooden ladder. The two men required no assistance from Xiaoxi, and upon reaching the top, they found spots to sit on their own. Seeing them settled directly on the ground of the platform left Xiaoxi with no alternative, as the cave she resided in was, after all, an abandoned place belonging to the Xiao family, devoid of any suitable seating. Noticing Xiaoxi's discomfort, Qing Tsang pointed towards the blazing sun in the sky, remarking that the heat made sitting on the ground quite appropriate, and added, "Besides, my leg is injured. Even if there were a stool, it would be inconvenient for me to sit." Recalling his broken leg, Xiaoxi quickly cautioned, "Please refrain from moving too much." With that, she turned and walked to the cooking area around the corner, where she found a suitable stick among the firewood. Using a stone knife, she carefully trimmed the stick and split it into several pieces. Then she returned to the cave and retrieved a piece of discarded animal hide, intending to tear it into strips to fashion makeshift bandages. However, despite her relentless efforts to tear it apart for half the day, she could not manage to do so. Just as she contemplated using a stone knife to cut it, a rich, hearty laughter echoed nearby. Xiaoxi lifted her head, her cheeks flushed with anger and embarrassment, and glared at Chongfeng, whose face was adorned with a smile. "If you're so capable, then you try to tear it," she exclaimed, puffing up her little face as she handed the animal hide to him. Chongfeng, observing the indignant expression on Xiaoxi's face, cleared his throat, stifling his laughter, and accepted the animal hide she offered. He feared that if he continued to laugh, he might truly provoke this little rabbit, transforming his uninjured arm into a sharp claw. He swiftly sliced through the material, producing about 10 strips of animal hide bandages. Xiaoxi's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with envy and admiration that she could not conceal. She inwardly lamented why fate had not bestowed upon her the form of a male beast man in this world. Her gaze turned green with envy as she watched Chongfeng's claw, sharp as a blade, wishing to possess it for herself. Finally exhaling a sigh of relief, she noted that the little female's stare was indeed formidable. When Xiaoxi saw Chongfeng revert his claw back to a hand, she shot him a disdainful glance, as if to say, "Why are you so stingy?" Nevertheless, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you." She then picked up the animal hide bandages and the split wooden pieces, turning to check on Qingsong's right leg once more. Intrigued, Chongfeng approached and squatted beside her, observing as Xiaoxi worked to mend Qingsong's broken leg, occasionally assisting by handing her wooden pieces and bandages. Xiaoxi gently touched the fractured area, carefully realigning the broken ends. Throughout this process, she noticed Qingsong gritting his teeth, trembling from the pain, yet he remained silent, enduring it stoically. She could only hastily set his fractured leg, continuing her actions as she secured the splitwood against his calf, binding it tightly with a hide strap to stabilize the bone and prevent it from healing improperly. The stream had provided her with a remnant piece of discarded hide, which she placed beneath Qing Song's broken leg. If only she had access to medicinal herbs, the healing would progress more swiftly. However, having recently arrived in this unfamiliar realm, she was unaware of the existence of any bone-setting remedies. In this resource-scarce ancient era, she could only resort to such rudimentary measures. Fortunately, The injury was merely a fracture and not a complete break or something more severe. Otherwise, she could not guarantee he would not end up with a limp. After completing this arduous task, Xiaoxi sat down, feeling utterly drained. Her body was too frail, and it became evident that she needed to engage in more physical training in the future. Observing Qin-song, who was sweating profusely and had bitten his lip in pain, she gently asked, "Are you all right? It might help to vocalize your discomfort." Qin-song shook his head, replying, "I'm fine. It doesn't hurt. Thank you for treating my leg." Noticing the exhaustion etched on his face, Xiaoxi reassured him, "It's all right. You should rest for a while." Qin-song, indeed weary, heeded Xiaoxi's words, closing his eyes and leaning against the stone wall, gradually succumbing to sleep. Meanwhile, Changfeng approached Xiaoxi, raising his injured arm. "You haven't treated this yet." With a mischievous smile, Xiaoxi replied, "If you fetch me a basin of water to wash my hands, I shall tend to your arm." Changfeng, captivated by the adorableness of Xiaoxi, felt his heart race uncontrollably. He would not hesitate to jump into a river if she asked him to, let alone fetch a basin of water. As Changfeng rose, Xiaoxi pointed towards the corner where a large bamboo basin served as a wash basin, suggesting that he could fetch water from there. During a previous examination, Xiaoxi had discovered that Changfeng's left arm was merely a slight fracture, a trivial injury for a formidable male orc. She also noted that these orcs possessed an extraordinary tolerance for pain, as if the injuries they sustained were commonplace and hardly worth their concern. Changfeng filled a bamboo basin with water from a wooden barrel and approached. Xiaoxi took a piece of beast skin towel from the side, dampened it, and began to cleanse herself. After she finished, she noticed that Changfeng was gazing at her intently with his striking light blue eyes. Feeling a sudden rush of unease, Xiaoxi coughed awkwardly and asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to wash as well?" Upon uttering those words, she wished she could retract her tongue, regretting her audacity. To her astonishment, Changfeng genuinely began to wash his face and hands with the water and beast skin towel she had used, even cleansing his neck. For reasons unbeknownst to her, this seemingly mundane act of washing became incredibly alluring when performed by Changfeng. Xiaoxi felt her cheeks flush with warmth. "What's wrong? Your face is so red. Are you unwell?" she inquired, unable to meet his enchanting gaze. Overwhelmed, she hurried into the cave, avoiding the temptation to face this captivating figure alone. Listening to the sound of his triumphant laughter echoing behind her, Xiaoxi quickened her pace. Chapter 16. Hunting for the little female. Upon entering the cave, Changfeng surveyed the cliff ledge where the little rabbit resided, noticing a simple stove set up at the corner. Upon a stone table lay a bowl fashioned from rock, accompanied by several pairs of chopsticks crafted from bamboo, while a small pile of firewood rested on the ground. Adjacent to this, on a stone platform, were toiletries and a bamboo basin containing freshly washed wild vegetables. Longfeng lowered his gaze and noticed an intricately woven rattan item. Seemingly designed for carrying belongings, it was his first encounter with such a creation. He recalled seeing a young female utilize it to transport wild vegetables previously. At that moment, the basket contained no other items, save for a dry cake that resembled a flour-based delicacy, perhaps intended for the young female's meal earlier that morning. Longfeng glanced at the wild vegetables on the stone platform, then cast a look at the cake within the basket, pursing his attractive lips tightly. The delicate young female was incapable of hunting, forced to sustain herself solely on such meager provisions each day. Longfeng's eyes glistened with a hint of red. How could he allow the charming little rabbit he admired to go without meat? The cake still lay there, and as Longfeng raised his head to observe the sun nearing its zenith, he pondered whether this indicated that the little rabbit had not eaten since morning. Furrowing his brow, he turned to the still slumbering Qin-song and remarked, "It is all because I must tend to your leg that the little rabbit has yet to have a meal." Longfeng bore only minor superficial wounds, and with a few agile leaps, he descended the cliff, heading towards the misty forest. When Xiaoxi emerged from the stream, she found Qin-song awake, his gaze drawn to her upon hearing the commotion. "Are you feeling better? Where is Longfeng?" she inquired. In her hands, she held a piece of animal hide, which she had donned during the rain the previous night, and she set it aside to dry. Noticing Longfeng's absence from the cliff's edge, She directed her question towards Qing Tsong, whose eyes wandered restlessly. He seems to have ventured into the forest in pursuit of game, despite his injuries. Is it wise for him to hunt? Although Xiaoxi is aware that noon is approaching, there is scarcely enough food at home to accommodate them. Even though there are only 2 of them and they cannot consume much, the meager provisions they possess are insufficient. Do not worry, Xiaoxi, he is a remarkably strong male. For us, hunting is second nature, and a few injuries will not hinder our ability to catch prey. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxi nodded in agreement. I will prepare some flatbreads to accompany the meal. Xiaoxi, you need not fear a lack of meat. If there is not enough, I and Changfeng will forego our share to ensure you are well fed. Qing Song assumed Xiaoxi was concerned about the quantity of the hunt, prompting her to prepare additional food. Touched. Xiaoxi smiled but offered no further explanation. Very well. Do you plan to boil the meat or roast it? The orcs of this continent are quite clever. They have learned to cook meat in stone pots. Using stone knives, stone hammers, and stone pots, they have mastered the art of crafting many tools from rock. Qing Song noticed the flatbreads in the basket and remarked, let us roast the meat. Everyone is hungry, and boiling it would take too long. All right, but our firewood is running low. I shall go gather some, Xiaoxi said. I am uneasy about you going alone. I will accompany you, Qing Song asserted, attempting to rise, only to be firmly pressed back down by Xiaoxi. Please sit still. Do you still wish to keep your legs? I shall not venture far. Merely to gather firewood in that small grove ahead. You can see me from here. Qing Song gazed towards the grove not far from the cliff's edge, while Xiaoxi resolutely opposed his accompanying her. Thus, he had no choice but to allow her to go alone, taking a seat on the stone ledge and watching her from a distance. As Xiaoxi collected firewood, she curiously surveyed her surroundings. Normally, during her visits, she would occasionally spot 1 or 2 small creatures, yet today, after a considerable time, she had seen not a single animal. Unbeknownst to her, the formidable presence of the 2 male beastmen, Qing Tsong and Changfeng, had deterred not only small animals, but even fierce beasts from approaching this cliff. Engrossed in her task, Xiaoxi stumbled upon an unexpected delight. Due to the heavy rain the previous night, the forest was adorned with clusters of mushrooms. In her hands, she struggled to lift a bundle of firewood that Changfeng effortlessly carried. It is rather inconvenient for you to bear both prey and firewood. Allow me to assist, he said, evading her outstretched hand. It is not inconvenient at all. Simply walk ahead and be cautious of the sharp edges of the wood. Observing the ease with which he handled the bundle, Xiaoxi relented. Hearing her praise, Changfeng felt a warmth spread through him, his mouth stretching into a broad grin. Xiaoxi, should you desire any game in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall procure it for you. Very well. I shall expect it daily from now on. Do not renege on your promise. Rest assured, it is a wish I eagerly anticipate fulfilling. Noticing Xiaoxi gazing at her own arm, Changfeng's heart softened as he reassured her. My arm is perfectly fine. I remain cautious while hunting. As the 2 conversed, they approached the edge of the cliff. Changfeng gently set down the firewood and addressed Xiaoxi, saying, You may ascend to rest. I shall first retrieve the game and prepare it by the riverbank. Once it is roasted, I will bring it back for you to enjoy. Xiaoxi replied. Please hurry to process the game. I wish to gather some mushrooms in that grove. Her eyes sparkled at the thought of mushrooms, for she relished their taste. Standing silently, she remained motionless, unaware that Changfeng did not know of her fondness for mushroom picking, a passion that surpassed even her love for eating them. Observing her downcast demeanor, Changfeng felt a sense of defeat. Why not allow me to accompany you in gathering mushrooms? After we finish, I shall attend to the game. What an absurd proposition, thought Xiaoxi, feeling an urge to scold him. I am hungry. I do not need your company for mushroom picking. I wish to eat roasted meat. Watching as Changfeng hurriedly made his way to the riverbank, Xiaoxi's heart filled with joy. At last, she could venture into the grove to collect mushrooms. Chapter 17. Accompanying the young female in mushroom picking, Xiaoxi raised her voice towards the towering cliffs, calling out, Qing Tsong, toss down that basket. I need it to collect mushrooms. It's all right. I won't stray far. Can't you see me from up there? Very well. Just a moment, Xiaoxi responded. surprised to see Qingtsong descending the wooden ladder with the basket in hand. "Let us go. I shall accompany you." "Your leg," she began. "This minor injury is of no consequence. We males have learned to capture prey in the forest since we could freely transform our forms. Such wounds are trivial for us." Qingtsong spoke lightly, yet Xiaoxi remained uneasy. She located a suitably long wooden stick and handed it to him, advising, "Use this to walk. Do not drag your legs on the ground." Taking the burden basket, she declared, "I shall carry this." Observing that the basket was empty, Qingtsong relinquished it without further insistence. As they ventured into the woods, Xiaoxi eagerly commenced her search for mushrooms. The recent rain had fostered an abundance of mushrooms, and she delighted in gathering them. Ultimately, it was Qingtsong who, with one arm slung over the basket and a stick in hand, led her out of the thicket. "Hey, Qingtsong, what are you doing? Let me go?" she protested. "Not a chance. If you wish for mushrooms, we can gather them after our meal." No sooner had they exited the grove than the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted toward them. Having skipped breakfast, Xiaoxi's stomach audibly protested, emitting a series of rumbling sounds. Startled, she instinctively touched her belly, her cheeks flushing as she cast a furtive glance at Qingtsong. He pressed his lips together, suppressing a smile, and gazed into the distance as if oblivious to her plight, continuing to walk with his stick. Seeing his demeanor, Xiaoxi ceased her struggles and allowed him to lead her forward. Upon reaching the base of a cliff, a piece of fragrant roasted meat was presented to her. "Xiaoxi, are you not hungry? This piece of beast meat is perfectly cooked. Please, have some." Chongfeng offered her the tenderest cut, and as she accepted it, a warm sensation enveloped her heart. For the first time since arriving in this world, she felt a genuine sense of being valued by another. As Xiaoxi gazed at the golden-brown roasted meat, she opened her mouth and took a bite. The meat was succulent and juicy, rich without being greasy, causing her to squint with delight. "How does it taste?" Perhaps the three of them were indeed famished, for thereafter, none uttered a word. Half an hour later, as she observed that only a small portion of the prey remained, Xiaoxi's eyes widened in astonishment. Glancing at the half of the roasted meat still in her possession, she felt relieved her appetite was still quite normal. Yet, she pondered, where had all that meat gone? She surreptitiously scrutinized the midsections of Qingtsong and Chongfeng. But to her surprise, their bellies were not protruding. She really could not fathom where all that roasted meat had vanished. Xiaoxi patted her own belly, which had rounded slightly from overeating, feeling envious of them for consuming so much without any visible effect. While she was lamenting that all males seemed to possess insatiable appetites, she suddenly noticed another steaming piece of roasted meat had appeared before her. "You eat so little, no wonder you are so slender. This piece has cooled a bit. Please take this one." With a gaze that blended tenderness with a hint of assertiveness, Qingtsong's eyes met hers, prompting Xiaoxi to hurriedly accept the meat while murmuring her thanks, her eyes flickering away to avoid his gaze. Even if she were somewhat oblivious, it was evident now that both men were vying for her affection. She had heard from Xiaohua that, aside from the traditional pairing of males and females who found each other attractive at bustling markets, there existed another dynamic, where a male was captivated by a female who did not immediately reciprocate, yet also did not overtly reject him. If the male still desires the female as his mate, he will willingly become her follower, pursuing her until he either succeeds in winning her over or ultimately departs in regret. Noticing the hint of disappointment in Qingtsong's eyes, Xiaoxi felt increasingly hesitant to meet his gaze. Though she was not a conservative woman, she had been raised in a monogamous world, and the thought of accepting two men was beyond her. She shook her head, convinced that it was an impossibility for her. "I've had my fill. You may eat. I will take the mushrooms up to dry." Xiaoxi glanced at the remaining skewers of roasted meat in her hands, her brow furrowing in uncertainty about what to do with them. Suddenly, she felt a lightness in her grasp and realized that the two pieces of meat had been taken by Qingtsong and Chongfeng, who devoured them without any hint of distaste. Xiaoxi wanted to inform Chongfeng that she had already eaten those, but seeing him finish them off, she silently closed her mouth, just as she was about to carry the basket filled with mushrooms to the stone ledge to dry. She noticed Chongfeng effortlessly lifting the basket and climbing up with ease. Just pour it out on the ledge to dry and toss the basket down to me. I still need to gather more mushrooms, she called out. All right, once I empty the mushrooms, I will bring the basket down to you. Xiaoxi contemplated that the fish from the river could be caught in a couple of days, but mushrooms thrived best after rainfall, and they could also be dried for storage. Here Xiaoxi observed as he handed her a bamboo tube filled with water. Drink up, aren't you thirsty? I always find myself parched after indulging in roasted meat. The gentle stream was truly touched by the attentiveness of the long-winded orc, despite being aware of his intentions to pursue her as a companion. And acknowledging her own ulterior motives towards him, she could not help but feel moved by his meticulous care. Upon hearing the stream's words, the long-winded orc's light blue eyes gradually deepened into a rich azure, sparkling with a brilliance both beautiful and dazzling, ensnaring her in his allure without her even realizing it. Behind them, Qing Tsong cleared his throat. I shall go gather mushrooms, he announced, and with that, the flustered stream hurriedly made her way towards the misty forest. Unable to bear the embarrassment of fawning over a man, feeling utterly ashamed. Hearing the joyful laughter of the man behind her, she quickened her pace. What was so amusing about this insufferable man? His laughter was infuriating, yet no one would pay for it with their life. The long-winded orc watched the panicked retreat of the young female, his amusement only growing. Qing Tsong observed the distant figure of the fleeing young female. His expression clouded with uncertainty. Turning to Qing Tsong, the long-winded orc remarked, You accompanied the stream to gather mushrooms this morning. It's my turn to be with her this afternoon. Listening to the long-winded orc's childish words, Qing Tsong gave him a light tap on the back of the head, silently tidying up the unfinished roasted meat left by the three of them. The long-winded orc nodded towards the dwindling firewood, acknowledging the situation. With that, he swiftly pursued the direction of the stream. Chapter 18. A narcissistic silver wolf beast. Truly infuriating. Initially, the stream was not angry. She merely found his laughter amusing, albeit sometimes embarrassing. To prevent him from mocking her in the future, and to indulge her own minor quirks, the stream decided to make another small request. The bird's egg you seek, and might you transform into a beastly form so that I may caress the fur upon your body? From the very day she first encountered his injuries, she yearned to touch his pristine white coat. Yet, at that moment, survival compelled her to suppress her desires. She chose not to slay him, unwilling to see his radiant fur tainted with ghastly bloodstains. At last, Changfeng exhaled. Having long brooded over the day the young female chose to caress that foul old tiger. You admire my white fur. Yet why did you opt to touch the hide of that tawny beast? Changfeng's gaze was fixed intently upon Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi pondered, considering that the fur of the Qingtsong beast was equally beautiful and delightful to touch. However, upon witnessing the dangerous glint in Changfeng's eyes, she felt a wave of trepidation and dared not voice her thoughts. Because that day, I merely wished to ascertain whether you were, alive, did I not? Observing your motionless forms, I naturally pondered such things. Changfeng, wishing to dismiss the matter, pressed on, yet you still touched his hide. Why not mine? Upon uttering these words, he transformed into a silver wolf. Behold, the hue of my fur is far more splendid than his. It must be far more pleasant to touch. With pride, Changfeng lifted his wolfish head, exuding confidence in his lustrous white coat. Xiaoxi, captivated by the brilliance of his fur, scarcely registered Changfeng's words. She extended her hands, unreservedly caressing the soft fur of Changfeng, her lips incessantly uttering praises. How exquisite! How can one possess such beautiful fur? It seems that this magnificent coat is even more suited to her. Changfeng gazed at the infatuated little female who was so engrossed in touching his fur, and felt a surge of delight within. He mused that such strikingly handsome fur could never pale in comparison to that of the tawny tiger. Little did Changfeng know that Xiaoxi was a connoisseur of plush textures, an ardent lover of fur. She lacked the ability to resist any splendid coat. After indulging in the delightful sensation of the fur, Xiaoxi finally remembered her original purpose. Muttering to herself, she playfully blamed him. It's all your fault for having such irresistible fur. It distracted me from foraging for mushrooms. Upon uttering these words, Xiaoxi felt her cheeks flush. realizing that her behavior around Chanfeng was becoming increasingly childish and irrational. She could not fathom why she acted this way involuntarily. Xiaoxi was unaware that her feelings stemmed from deeper reasons. She had studied medicine in college, where the heavy academic load left little room for romantic pursuits. And she had none. After graduating, she continued on to graduate school and later secured a position as an assistant in a hospital, further diminishing her chances for love. Changfeng, observing Xiaoxi, found himself instinctively displaying a charming demeanor. His heart swelled with warmth and sweetness, and in that moment, he felt that his entire existence as a beast had reached fulfillment. Xiaoxi, however, did not recognize her feelings of affection. She remained oblivious to her growing fondness for Changfeng, feeling bewildered by her own emotions. The affection that Changfeng harbors for Xiaoxi is akin to the gentle caress of a spring breeze, subtly permeating the atmosphere without a sound. This enigmatic white wolf, possessing a cunning nature, requires no further elucidation. The duo swiftly filled their basket to the brim with mushrooms, yet Xiaoxi, upon noticing the abundance of fungi nestled within the thickets, longed to gather more, though she found herself devoid of space to collect them. Amidst their mushroom foraging, Changfeng took it upon himself to discover a nest of bird eggs, each the size of a fist, for Xiaoxi's delight. With a tree hoisted upon his shoulder and a basket brimming with mushrooms in hand, Changfeng observed Xiaoxi lamenting the mushrooms left unpicked. He reached out to her, urging, "Come. We shall return tomorrow to gather more." At the sound of his words, Xiaoxi's spirits lifted once more. The locale of their mushroom-picking venture lay quite far from the edge of the forest, a place inaccessible for her, a female who could not transform into her beastly form. Were she to venture alone, any wild creature, great or small, might easily regard her as a delectable morsel. Changfeng, burdened with a tree and a basket of mushrooms, outpaced Xiaoxi effortlessly, often pausing to await her. This left Xiaoxi feeling somewhat ashamed, unable to lift her gaze to meet his. It was not entirely her fault for lagging behind. Her current height barely exceeded 1.7 meters, which, in modern terms, would be considered tall. However, in the realm of the beast men, even the flowers stand at 1.8 meters, and the few male beasts Xiaoxi encountered were all no less than 1.95 meters tall. Moreover, Changfeng himself towered at least 2 meters, striding with legs of considerable length, making it exceedingly difficult for Xiaoxi to keep pace. Upon reaching the cliffside, they beheld the gathered meat, which had been covered by Qingtsong's belongings, yet Qingtsong himself was nowhere to be found. The wind carried the mushrooms from the basket, and the mornings catched together, greeting the brook before descending to attend to the tree, which would serve as firewood for the evening. The brook, truly exhausted, settled upon the solitary stone pedestal to rest, contemplating the intentions of Changfeng and Qingtsong. It became evident that they were genuinely pursuing her, willingly becoming her devoted followers. But what of her? How could she ethically employ their assistance while grappling with the notion of accepting 2 males as partners? Although in this realm, one female often coexists with multiple males, she found herself yearning for but one. If she were to choose a single male at this moment, her heart inclined toward Changfeng. In truth, both Changfeng and Qingtsong were equally matched in appearance and demonstrated comparable prowess in their recent encounters. Both were remarkable male beast men. Yet, for reasons unknown, she found herself drawn more to Changfeng. Perhaps this was destiny at play. Xiaoxi was not one to dangle men along. She preferred to clarify her feelings once Qingtsong had fully recovered. She had no desire to be the woman who, while unwilling, kept someone hanging on. After Xiaoxi and Changfeng departed, Qingtsong reflected on the beast skins within Xiaoxi's den, most of which were severely damaged, with only a few intact, being merely ordinary animal hides. Such skins would offer little warmth when the snow season arrived. Spotting the hide that Changfeng had discarded, he deemed it suitable and proceeded to the riverside to clean the flesh from it, intending to provide warmth for the little female when winter descended. As for Xiaoxi, Changfeng cast a glance at the stone cliff, and Qingtsong followed suit, both aware that she was above them. He leaned on a wooden staff and approached the wooden ladder, preparing to ascend. Should the stream catch sight of him, she would surely lament that even with a wounded leg, he was still swifter than her. Upon reaching the rocky cliff, he noticed the stream nestled against the stone wall, peacefully asleep. Despite the sweltering heat outside, a gentle breeze still caressed the cliff's surface. He entered the cave and retrieved a piece of animal hide, gently draping it over the stream. Awakening to a delightful aroma, she murmured, "What is that exquisite scent?" "You are awake. I was just about to call you. Changfeng has already roasted the meat down below. Let us descend." Oh, the stream, just roused from slumber, resembled an obedient child, endearing and delightful in her innocence. Beneath the ladder, he had secured it once more with vines, unperturbed by the wind's potential to sway it. Changfeng, stationed below the cliff, heard the commotion and looked up to see the stream slowly making her way down. "You are awake. The meat is ready. Come and eat." Suddenly, the stream recalled that 3 flatbreads remained from the previous day. She lifted her voice, calling out to Qing Tian on the cliff, "Qing Tian, please bring me the 3 flatbreads from the stone pot. We shall roast them over the fire shortly." Thus, the 3 of them each enjoyed a golden, crispy flatbread, relishing its delectable taste. The stream, however, found herself satisfied after just one, while Qi Tian and Changfeng indulged heartily. Xiaoxi savored a chunk of roasted meat the size of her fist, noting how her appetite had expanded since arriving in this world. In her previous life, she would have been unable to finish such a substantial piece of meat. The remaining half of the wild beast was devoured entirely by the 2 gluttons. Upon noticing the absence of protruding bellies on the 2 men, she harbored suspicions that she herself might be the one who had consumed the half of the beast's meat. After finishing their meal and cleansing themselves, Xiaoxi observed the 2 men, weary from their day's exertions, and gently urged them to retire early for the night. However, a dilemma arose. There was only one cave in which to sleep. Perceptively, Qing Song sensed Xiaoxi's predicament and proposed, "You may sleep in the cave. Longfeng and I shall rest here." Longfeng, understanding Xiaoxi's discomfort with sharing the cave, quickly concurred, "Indeed, we often sleep outdoors. You need not worry." Nodding in agreement, Xiaoxi entered the cave, providing each of them with a piece of animal hide to cushion the ground. "Sleep on the hide. Do not catch a chill," she advised. The 2 men felt warmth in their hearts at Xiaoxi's thoughtfulness. The cave was illuminated by 2 moonlight stones, dispelling the darkness. Uncertain whether it was due to her prolonged slumber in the afternoon or some other reason, Xiaoxi found herself unable to drift into sleep until late. It was only when they heard her rhythmic breathing that the 2 men finally closed their eyes and succumbed to slumber as well. Chapter 19. Fishing the following day. When Xiaoxi awoke, the world outside was enveloped in tranquil silence. Rubbing her eyes, she lifted the grass curtain and stepped out of the cave. She found that the 2 men were no longer on the rocky ledge. They had moved the animal hides aside to allow them to dry in the sunlight. Xiaoxi gazed into the distance, where a delicate mist wove through the gaps of the forest, while the nascent sun cast a vibrant green hue upon the branches of the grand trees. Suddenly, she heard a sound from below the cliff. Peering over the edge, she saw Qing Song skillfully using his claws to transform a log into firewood. "Qing Song, you ventured into the forest to gather firewood." Listening to his words, Xiaoxi felt an inexplicable sensation of being pampered. Aside from slumber and meals, the absence of skyscrapers, clothing, and jewels here made her feel quite like a kept woman. If it weren't for these deficiencies, she might truly believe she was being indulged. "Your leg has yet to heal. I shall gather the firewood from now on." Qing Song did not express agreement or dissent, merely continuing his task with his head bowed. Observing him, Xiaoxi feared she had inadvertently wounded his pride as a male. Hastily stating, "I meant no offense. I merely worry that you might further injure your leg." "I understand. I just wish to contribute in whatever capacity I can." "Very well. I shall refrain from speaking further, but you must promise me to take care and not re-injure your leg." Upon hearing Xiaoxi's concern, a smile graced Qing Song's face. "All right, I shall heed your words." Xiaoxi found something amiss in his response, yet could not articulate it. What did he mean by saying he would heed her? Dismissing the thought, she turned away to wash up. After indulging in 3 consecutive meals of roasted meat, she found herself rather weary of it. Thus, she decided to boil the 3 fist-sized bird eggs that Changfeng had discovered yesterday, determined to reserve the red grain flour as a staple. She persisted in sharing the roasted meat with them. Knowing that, during winter, the orcs primarily consumed meat, she believed it prudent to stockpile some vegetarian provisions. Having eaten roasted meat thrice already, she felt a sense of surfeit, hoping that perhaps in time, her palate would adjust. Xiaoxi believed that, when given the choice, it was better to treat oneself kindly. In the afternoon, she intended to catch fish in the Great River. Although Qing Tsang and Changfeng initially opposed the idea, they could not resist Xiaoxi's determination, and ultimately the three of them ventured to the riverbank together. Upon arriving, Xiaoxi retrieved a garment that resembled a python's skin from her backpack, a gift from Xiaohua that she had hesitated to wear until now. This time, she brought it along for fishing, as wearing fur in the water would be quite impractical. Finding a secluded spot, she changed into the outfit. When she emerged, only Changfeng remained, as Qing Tsang had wandered off. Noticing the expression on Changfeng's face, she realized that the garment was quite form-fitting, accentuating her alluring figure. "Where are you looking? Quickly turn your head," Xiaoxi exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Changfeng hurriedly averted his gaze, gingerly touching his nose and softly murmuring to himself, "Fortunately, I didn't have a nosebleed this time. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing." Observing him, Xiaoxi turned away and promptly leaped into the river. Hearing her splash, Changfeng turned back, but saw no trace of her in the water. After calling out several times without response, he prepared to dive in. Suddenly, a splash erupted on the river's surface, and Xiaoxi emerged, triumphantly holding a fish. Seeing Changfeng staring at her in astonishment, she chided, "What are you dazed about?" and tossed the fish onto the bank. "Quickly, put it in the backpack and find a shallow spot to place it, otherwise it will die soon." After speaking, she dove back into the water, but this time her efforts were met with little success, as she failed to catch a single fish on several attempts. Changfeng offered to assist her in her fishing endeavors, yet his injuries led to his rejection by the stream. Throughout the afternoon, she managed to catch only a dozen fish, the smaller ones weighing merely a pound or so, while the largest barely reached 4 or 5 pounds. Although the quantity seemed substantial, once dried, it proved to be quite insufficient for her provisions. It appeared that relying on fish as a means of sustenance was rather precarious, especially considering that curing fish required salt, which was in scarce supply for her at this moment. As the evening glow painted the sky, she resolved to call it a day, her spirit undeterred despite the late hour. Changfeng did not linger by the riverbank. Having learned of her fondness for mushrooms, he gathered a considerable amount for her. Their dinner consisted of roasted meat, a staple for the Orcish folk, as they struggled to adapt to any alternative fare. However, after several consecutive meals of roasted meat, she found herself somewhat averse to it. Seizing the opportunity while they were preoccupied with their roasting, she prepared a pot of fish and mushroom soup, adding a handful of wild greens just before serving. She salvaged a few grains of salt, keeping some for her morning rinse and incorporating the remainder into the soup. With only a single stone bowl at her disposal, she allowed them to eat first. Yet when they beheld the fish in the pot, it seemed they had little interest. Observing their indifference, she resigned herself to eat alone. Despite the modest amount of salt in the fish and mushroom stew, it was exceptionally flavorful. At one point, Qing Tsang offered her a piece of roasted meat, which she declined. The soup was prepared for 3, and although she had eaten her fill, there remained a substantial amount. She contemplated saving it for the following day. Unexpectedly, just as she set down her bowl and chopsticks, Changfeng consumed 2 generous bowls of fish soup made from her leftovers. Qing Tsang, unable to seize a bowl for himself, stood by the pot with a bamboo tube, devouring the remaining fish and soup. Xiaoxi, puzzled by their ability to eat fish without spitting out the bones, learned that their sharp teeth enabled them to crush the bones and consume them. Observing these two men, Xiaoxi nearly dropped her jaw in astonishment. "Did they not dislike eating?" "It's rather delicious," Qing Tsang remarked, licking his lips. "I simply had tasted it before. I wanted to see if it was good," Changfeng shyly confessed. Watching these 2 grown men display such childlike enthusiasm made Xiaoxi want to laugh, and she couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Qing Tsang and Changfeng blushed, their ears turning crimson at her laughter. Ultimately, Xiaoxi was playfully ushered out of the kitchen by the 2 flustered men. Once outside, She took the thin strips that Changfeng had helped her cut, preparing to weave a larger basket for use. After finishing their tasks in the kitchen, Qingsong and Changfeng joined Xiaoxi, learning how to weave the basket while engaging her in conversation. On that tranquil night, Xiaoxi no longer felt the pangs of loneliness. Chapter 20. The return of the Xiaohua family. Upon witnessing Xiaoxi's disappointment from her unsuccessful fishing, Changfeng offered to plunge into the river to assist her. However, Xiaoxi declined, as his arm had yet to fully heal. Without fishing tools in the river, attempting to catch fish by hand would yield minimal results, leading Xiaoxi to abandon the endeavor. The fish in the river could not serve as a reserve food source, prompting her to consider seeking out alternative provisions. Yet, with the late arrival in this year's journey, she realized she had little time to waste. Thus, the little stream could only ascend the mountain to gather the red fruit. The skin of the red fruit is hard, and picking too many would inevitably chafe her fingers. One day, when her finger was sore from the abrasion, it caught the attention of Qingsong and Changfeng, who resolutely opposed her returning to pick the red fruit. Despite their objections, they ultimately accompanied her up the hill. Changfeng, whose injury was not severe, had many tasks to attend to daily, while Qingsong devoted most of his time to accompany the little stream in her foraging endeavors. Gradually, she came to realize that although Qingsong spoke little, he possessed remarkable patience. Whenever she sought knowledge, he would patiently provide answers and share intriguing tales of the world he knew. As time passed, their companionship flourished harmoniously. After 2 or 3 days, Xiaoxi conducted a checkup on them and was astonished by the formidable recovery abilities of the beastmen. Changfeng's injured arm appeared to be functioning as if unscathed, yet she still cautioned him to exercise care. Qingsong's leg also healed remarkably well, but she insisted he refrain from excessive movement, fearing that neglect might cause his bone to heal improperly. Just then, they noticed a group of individuals standing at the edge of the cliff where they resided. The two hurried over, discovering Changfeng and the males from Xiaohua's household in a standoff. Upon seeing Xiaoxi, Xiaohua called out to her, "Come quickly, Xiaoxi. Strange male beastmen have intruded here, and they are about to drive them away." With that, she feigned a dramatic gesture, clutching her chest and pretending to express sorrow. The babbling brook covered its eyes, playfully joining the mischievous little flower as it said in a melodious tone, "Oh, you heartless one, every night you revel in merriment. Have you ever considered my solitude, lying awake with a lonely pillow?" Standing nearby, 7 male orcs gazed in bewilderment at the 2 females, utterly perplexed by their antics. Moments ago, they had witnessed the joyous embrace between the two, yet now they found themselves at a loss for understanding. Had they been modern men, they would have recognized the 2 women as quintessential performers indulging in theatricality. Although they were oblivious to this, it did not prevent them from feeling exasperated by the women's affected behavior. Unable to contain their irritation, the males approached with somber expressions, separating the 2 women and leading them away. As they departed, the brook received a free dose of disdainful glances from the males accompanying the little flower. The brook merely smiled with pride, unfazed by their jealousy, for she and the little flower had saved each other and forged a beautiful friendship. The brook noticed the sky darkening and glanced at the day's hunt before looking at Changfeng, who smiled back, signaling his understanding and agreement. Elated, she called out to the little flower, "Little flower, it's late. Don't bother cooking, come over here soon for some roasted meat." So stingy. Not allowing me and little flower to finish our conversation. Qingtian and Changfeng exchanged glances, both displaying comforting smiles at the vibrant brook. As Qingtian struggled to descend the wooden ladder, Changfeng effortlessly carried 2 baskets filled with red fruit in one hand, hoisting them up to the cliff's edge. Beneath the cliff, Qingsong and Xiaoxi were engaged in the art of grilling meat, with Qingsong primarily at the helm and Xiaoxi lending assistance nearby. As Changfeng set down their belongings and joined the fray, the atmosphere grew lively. Before long, Xiaohua arrived with her 5 beastly companions, who, upon their arrival, did not regard themselves as guests but rather eagerly took to roasting the wild game. In no time, the males were engrossed in camaraderie, exchanging introductions amongst themselves. Xiaoxi harbored suspicions regarding the warm reception extended by Xiaohua's males towards Qingsong and Changfeng on their territory. She wondered if their intentions were to lure her away from Xiaohua, thereby creating distance between them. Although Xiaoxi had her doubts about the motives of Xiaohua's jealous partners, she possessed no concrete evidence. It was only after hearing their introductions that Xiaoxi learned the names and identities of Xiaohua's beastly companions. Initially, she was only aware of one beastman named Meng, who had rescued her alongside Xiaohua in the forest. Another, known as He, had brought her roasted meat, while the others remained unknown to her. Through their introductions, she discovered that Meng was a leopard beastman, and another male named Kuan was, in fact, Meng's half-brother, a gorilla beastman. Additionally, He was a pangolin beastman, and Qingshan a unicorn beastman. Most surprising to Xiaoxi was the revelation that Xiaohua's household included a beastman named Yu, who, much like herself, was an adorable male rabbit beastman. She cast a deliberate glance his way. Despite his towering height of nearly 6 feet 5 inches and a visage that bore no signs of delicacy, the innate characteristics of a rabbit beastman bestowed upon him an irresistibly charming aura. The streamlet twitched her lips. Now she understood why Xiaohua had come to her rescue and why they had become friends. She was certain that Xiaohua's bear-like demeanor concealed a penchant for cuteness. Realizing that she had no further role in the barbecue, she scurried over to Xiaohua, nestling close to her. Upon seeing Xiaohua approach, she leaned in, casting a furtive glance at her several suitors, as if afraid they might overhear. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "Where on earth did you entice 2 such handsome males? And you managed to do it simultaneously?" Xiaohua's expression shifted to one of understanding. "Ah, that explains it. You can barely venture 100 paces beyond this cliff without being devoured by wild beasts. How could you possibly encounter males so easily?" She continued, "With the snow season approaching, I feared I would be unable to reach the holy mountain alone, especially with those male beastmen there. I wanted to see them." Xiaoxi feigned interest, casting her gaze around. "Oh, sister, my heart is heavy. When I arrived at the bustling market, my male companions regarded me as if I were a criminal, not allowing me to even glance at a single male insect." Upon hearing Xiaohua's words, Xiaoxi could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. "Serves you right. It must be your unseemly behavior that has made those beastly husbands wary of you." "Who says I am unseemly? I merely wish to select a few dashing and robust males for you. They accused me of growing weary of them and wanting to introduce new brothers. How could I dare look any longer?" Listening to Xiaohua's grievance, Xiaoxi laughed uncontrollably, her laughter reminiscent of a duck's quack. Chapter 21. The stream living in Chongfeng's heart, observing the joyous camaraderie as they playfully nudged each other. They all wore expressions of contentment. Xiaohua's beast husband, Meng, while grilling meat, remarked, "In the past, there was only Xiaohua, and we feared for her safety during our hunts, often leaving her alone in the cave. Since the arrival of the stream, she has been filled with happiness, appearing much more cheerful than before." Upon hearing Meng's words, the other beast husbands nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed the companionship of the stream that brought joy to Xiaohua. Qing Tsang and Chong Feng gazed tenderly at the stream, who was laughing and joking with Xiaohua. It was the first time they had witnessed her so exuberant. In recent days, they had only sensed her unease, as she busied herself daily with gathering edible provisions. Their hearts ached to see her in such a state, prompting them to allow her to forage for mushrooms and catch fish in the great river. Although they felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing her fingers bruised from picking the red berry, they could not bring themselves to intervene, choosing instead to accompany her. Yet, both Qing Tsang and Chong Feng silently vowed that they would strive to hunt diligently, ensuring that the stream would know they could provide for her, sparing her the worry of food scarcity. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced their thoughts. "From the looks of you, it seems you aspire to be the stream's followers. You must think carefully. She is a naturally frail rabbit beast female, struggling to reproduce. Do not find yourselves regretting it in the end, causing harm to both her and yourselves. The one speaking is you, who is also a rabbit beast." He gazes quietly at Chong Feng and Qing Tsang, his handsome face betraying no emotion. Yu has long been aware that his companion Xiaohua rescued a female rabbit beast, yet their daily hunts leave him unable to intrude upon her evenings. Thus, he has refrained from conversing with the fellow rabbit beast, Xiaoxi. Though this does not imply a lack of concern for her. He harbors a hope that Xiaoxi will encounter a male who genuinely cares for and admires her. Both Qingcong and Chongfeng are cognizant of Yu's identity as a rabbit beast, and so they do not mind his seemingly admonitory, yet genuinely caring words regarding Xiaoxi. They understand that Xiaoxi is an exceptional female rabbit beast, worthy of pursuit, and they have no regrets about it. Yu remains uncertain of his own beliefs, continuing to roast the beast meat in silence. Xiaohua can no longer withstand the tantalizing aroma of the grilled meat and pulls Xiaoxi over to the fire. Meng, is it done? I'm starving, she exclaims in an almost playful tone, making Xiaoxi feel a bit embarrassed. Quickly, she steps aside, distancing herself from Xiaohua to avoid being fed dog food before even tasting the roasted meat, benefiting from the attentive care of their male companions. Xiaohua indulges in the delicious meat, having completely forgotten her troublesome friends. Chongfeng offers the golden, tender meat to Xiaoxi, urging, hurry, eat while it's hot, or the delightful flavor will fade. Xiaoxi's heart skips a beat under Qingcong's gaze, nearly causing her to drop the roasted meat in her hand. As Xiaohua caught sight of them, a triumphant smile adorned her face, her mouth full of roasted meat, as if to say, "Didn't you just declare that I deserve this?" Observing the mischievous grin on Xiaohua's face, Xiaoxi felt a profound admiration for her. She alone could delicately navigate the dynamics among the 5 males in her household. In contrast, Xiaoxi was encumbered by only 2 would-be admirers, which left her feeling anxious and laden with guilt. She resolved to find a suitable moment to converse with Qingcong, for all she desired was a companion, and her heart had already made a choice. Before departing, Xiaohua handed Xiaoxi a beast hide pouch, saying, "This contains the salt you obtained in exchange for your beast hide backpack, the red grain flour, and the woven basket. The basket you crafted is particularly favored by the coastal orcs. They managed to trade a considerable amount of salt using it. They tested it for carrying salt, and it proved far more efficient than the beast hide pouch." Qingcong and Chongfeng meticulously cleared away unwanted items and buried the embers in the earth, preventing them from being swept into the woods by the wind, which could potentially spark a devastating fire. As Xiaoxi opened the beast hide pouch left by Xiaohua, she discovered it was filled to the brim with light yellow salt, approximately 14 or 15 pounds. With this bounty, she felt assured that she would not have to worry about a lack of salt throughout the winter. "Now that everything is tidied up, let us ascend," Chongfeng said, gripping the pouch to prevent any spillage as he lifted the salt. As Xiaoxi swiftly climbed the wooden ladder towards the cliff platform, she observed Qingcong and Chongfeng leaping up onto the platform with ease, utilizing the protruding stones of the mountainside. Astonished, she momentarily forgot her precarious position on the wooden ladder. Captivated by the magnificent scene before her, she instinctively clapped her hands in delight, nearly losing her balance and tumbling down. Fortunately, Qingcong's quick reflexes saved her just in time. "Be cautious," he admonished, "when climbing the ladder. Do not let your mind wander, or you may fall." Xiaoxi took a moment to steady her racing heart and calmed her emotions, assuring him, "It's fine. I will be more careful next time." Chongfeng's voice trembled as he interjected, "There won't be in next time. If you're careless again while climbing the ladder, I shall dismantle it, ensuring you can never descend." He had truly been frightened moments ago. Due to the distance and his burden of salt, he had failed to reach her in time. Had it not been for Qingcong's timely intervention, he dared not contemplate the potential consequences. From the moment Chongfeng first laid eyes on Xiaoxi, he was captivated. Their shared days had transformed his initial compassion into a profound admiration, blossoming into deep affection. She had become of utmost importance to him. As a child, he had lost his biological father during a hunting expedition, and due to his tender age, no one had ever explained the circumstances to him. In the ensuing days, his once doting mother grew increasingly indifferent to him. Eventually, after a quarrel with his brothers, he was cast out by both his mother and the other male figures in his life. In his youth, he struggled even to catch small animals, often teetering on the brink of life and death. Only upon becoming powerful did he truly find the ability to satiate his hunger and evade oppression. Years of wandering had led him to encounter numerous females, some of whom wished for him to be their companion. However, he felt no inclination towards them and thus rejected their advances. It was until that fateful day in the forest when he beheld a female rabbit beast, carrying a finely woven item while foraging for wild vegetables and singing a tune he had never heard before. Intrigued, he followed the young female to the riverbank, where he witnessed her swimming freely in the water, and for the first time, his heart fluttered uncontrollably. Chapter 22. The departure of Qingsong. Xiaoxi gazed at Changfeng's pale face, listening to the harsh words he uttered. She approached him and embraced him, assuring him that there would not be another chance. Her sudden gesture caught Changfeng off guard. His trembling hands, which had been quaking in fear, swayed uncertainly before him, hesitant to rest upon Xiaoxi. Despite having matured long ago, it was the first time Changfeng had been embraced by a female, and the sound of his own heartbeat resonated loudly in his ears. Standing nearby, Qingsong shut his eyes, pondering what he lacked compared to Changfeng, why every choice of the young female seemed to favor him. Indeed, he had kept his concerns for her hidden within. But how could Xiaoxi ever know? As he opened his eyes to witness the two in an embrace, Qingsong silently descended the cliff and ventured into the forest. By the time they realized Qingsong was no longer on the cliff's edge, it was of little concern to them. After all, everyone has their moments of convenience. Perhaps it was the embrace he had shared with Changfeng the previous night that prompted Qingsong's departure. Though the brook felt a profound sense of loss, she understood that as long as she remained unable to accept two males as companions, this day was inevitable. Perhaps it was for the best, after all. Once Qingsong departed, he might encounter his own happiness. If one were to observe someone feasting on barbecued meat daily, they would likely deem such a dietary habit unhealthy, potentially affecting one's longevity. Xiaohua claimed to have lived through 33 winters, yet she appeared to be merely in her 20s. Here, both females and males reached maturity at the tender age of 15 or 16. Upon reaching adulthood, males were urged by their parents to seek out partners and sustain themselves. Until they found a mate, they could reside on their parents' territory and hunt. Once they formed a family, they were compelled to find a place of their own to begin anew. Females, on the other hand, were cared for by their parents and brothers until they bonded with a male, at which point their mates would assume the responsibility of their care. Xiaohua was such a case. She mentioned that her parents were over 80 years old, residing on the eastern hills of the misty forest. Due to their affection for her, they occasionally visited. Thus, on this day, the brook and Changfeng ultimately opted to roast the meat, especially since the brook lacked the mood to cook. After all, their companionship had been delightful, and the sudden departure left her with a tinge of sorrow. She sat quietly to the side, consuming the barbecued meat, gazing into the depths of the forest in silence. For a long moment, she fixed her eyes on that direction, seemingly catching a glimpse of a golden silhouette flitting by. Rubbing her eyes and peering closely, she found nothing further. Perhaps it was for the best. His departure was the right choice, and he would surely find a remarkable female who would cherish him. Do not squander your time on me, a seemingly insignificant female beast. It is quite all right. At the edge of the forest, a grand tree stood tall, where a golden tiger beast quivered its ears, attuned to the distant sounds. Just as that golden-hued figure prepared to emerge and convey that he had no desire to seek out any exceptional female. He did not deem the little stream to be worthless either. He cared for her, admired her, and hoped that the little stream would grant him an opportunity to tend to her. At that moment, he witnessed Changfeng embracing the little stream, uttering words of comfort. "You are wonderful. Please do not belittle yourself." Initially, he believed that he and Changfeng would stand guard over her together. To his dismay, he found Changfeng to be so timid that he could not even maintain the most basic resolve in pursuing a female, and chose instead to depart. He was unworthy of her. In the golden depths of his beastly gaze, a mist flickered. If given another chance, he would never let go. He cast a lingering glance at the little stream before turning and racing into the depths of the misty forest. Once the golden tiger beast dashed into the woods, Changfeng, still holding the little stream, glanced at the grand tree where Qingsong had concealed himself, revealing an inscrutable expression. Changfeng tightened his embrace around the little stream. Contemplating that this was a choice she made to release him, and she should not regret it. After becoming a wandering beast man, the first lesson Changfeng learned was to harden his heart. Upon returning to the cliff platform, the little stream cautiously noticed a well-prepared beast hide stretched against the stone wall. She remembered the day Qingcong had told her that this hide would be fashioned into clothing for her when the snow season arrived. Now, the hide remained here. Yet the one who had processed it was nowhere to be found. His broken leg had not yet fully healed, even if he were to depart. He must ensure that his injury was tended to before taking leave. As Changfeng beheld the babbling brook, his heart felt a pang of melancholy upon observing the meticulously prepared hides by Qingcong. Xiaoxi, weren't you intending to ascend the mountain to gather the red berry fruit? Fortuitously, I have the time to accompany you today. Ah, indeed. Let us proceed at once, replied Xiaoxi, shouldering an empty backpack while Changfeng casually lifted a larger wicker basket. Upon descending the stony precipice, they encountered Xiaohua, who had come searching for Xiaoxi. The sight of Xiaohua brightened Xiaoxi's spirits considerably. How splendid! We were just about to set off, she exclaimed. Upon reaching the hillside, Xiaohua plucked a wild fruit from a tree and popped it into her mouth. Xiaoxi watched as Xiaohua savored the tart green fruit, her lips twitching at the sight of this glutton who could consume anything. Do refrain from overindulging. You must be cautious not to upset your stomach. Xiaohua, bemused, replied, I cannot fathom why, but lately I have developed a penchant for these sour delicacies. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Xiaoxi glanced at her abdomen, pondering that had they been in the modern world, she might have inquired about Xiaohua's menstrual cycle. However, in the realm of beast men, females did not experience monthly cycles. Thus, Xiaoxi asked, Xiaohua, how do you discern if a female is with child? Ah, that is quite simple. When a female conceives, her aura changes, and the males in the household can sense it, Xiaohua explained. Given the multitude of males in her household, it was likely she had misjudged the situation. As they conversed, they reached the summit and sought out an untouched patch to begin harvesting the red berries. Changfeng's calloused hands were unperturbed by thorns, and despite his basket being larger than the combined capacities of Xiaoxi and Xiaohua's, he had filled it to the brim by noon, even taking the opportunity to collect a few bird eggs along the way. The brook, laden with its own bounty, turned around to assist the little flower in filling her basket to the brim. Thank you, dear brook. Look at how I've managed to gather so much in just half a day. If only you didn't tea lays about. Napping in the shade after picking just a handful each day, you could fill your basket entirely. The brook teased the little flower. What is this fluff you speak of? Where might one find such a thing? The brook inquired eagerly. If only the soft fluff from your lips were akin to the modern cotton. I could craft a lovely ensemble of cotton garments, far more comfortable than mere animal hides. This fluff grows on the hillside near the confluence upstream of our great river, replied the little flower. Do you have time tomorrow, little flower? Would you take me to gather some of this fluff? Of course. Come find me tomorrow, and I shall lead you there. Chapter 23. The quest for fluff. The next day, the brook arose early, while Changfeng still slumbered peacefully. As there was an abundance of roasted meat left over from yesterday's feast, alleviating the need for a morning hunt. Hearing a sound, Changfeng opened his eyes, surprised that the brook was already awake. Unable to sleep? You may rest a bit longer. I shall fry the leftover meat for your breakfast, the brook said, and proceeded to wash her face and tidy herself. Afterward, she made her way to the corner kitchen, retrieving a wooden cutting board that Changfeng had crafted for her. With great effort, she used a stone knife to slice the roasted meat into 2-centimeter thick pieces, setting them aside in preparation for frying. Changfeng then approached with an armful of firewood. I have brought the wood I chopped yesterday from the cliffside. All right, go wash up. Dinner will be ready shortly. Do you need me to start the fire? I can manage on my own. You should freshen up first. Afterward, please wash the wild vegetables over there. Changfeng obediently went to fetch water to wash his face, and following Xiaoxi's example, he learned to rinse his mouth with a powder made from crushed salt. To his surprise, it was indeed much cleaner. Once he completed this ritual, he was met with the enticing aroma of meat wafting from the stone pot, a scent even more delectable than that of roasted fare. Xiaoxi placed the freshly grilled meat into a clean bamboo basin. Have you washed the wild vegetables? Yes, I have. Changfeng hurriedly delivered the freshly washed vegetables to Xiaoxi. What do you need these vegetables for? You'll find out soon enough. Xiaoxi poured the wild vegetables into the oil pan and began to stir-fry them swiftly, adding a few wild garlic cloves she had stumbled upon the previous day. The fragrant aroma of the sizzling meat intertwined with that of the stir-fried vegetables, filling the entire kitchen with an irresistible scent. Changfeng, standing behind Xiaoxi, could not help but swallow hard. It was his first time encountering such appetizing food. All right, it's time to eat. Upon hearing Xiaoxi's announcement, Changfeng quickly carried the grilled meat to the stone table set for dining. Xiaoxi followed closely behind with the wild vegetables, shaking her head in amusement. It was the first time she had witnessed Changfeng's eager demeanor. As he gazed at the golden-brown grilled meat, Changfeng reached out to grab a piece, only to be gently admonished by Xiaoxi, who, wielding her chopsticks, instructed him to place it in his bowl before enjoying it. Changfeng looked at Xiaoxi with a pitiful gaze, observing her unwavering determination. Reluctantly, he picked up the chopsticks and awkwardly attempted to grasp a piece of meat. Unfortunately, his clumsy handling caused the meat to slip from his grasp and fall onto the stone table. With a mournful expression, Changfeng regarded Xiaoxi, as if to convey that just because she wore a smile, it did not mean he was oblivious to her mockery. Xiaoxi, unable to bear his plight, approached him and patiently demonstrated the correct use of chopsticks. As her delicate hands guided his larger ones, he suppressed the tumultuous fluttering of his heart and earnestly endeavored to master the art of eating with the bamboo utensils. Before long, he had grasped the technique. Though he initially found using chopsticks less convenient than his hands, Changfeng discovered a refreshing novelty in the experience, and as he grew accustomed to it, it became less daunting. Ordinarily, the leftover meat from yesterday would suffice to satiate him, yet having tasted such delectable pan-fried meat for the first time, he felt unsatisfied, yearning for more. Xiaoxi placed a helping of wild vegetables into his bowl, stating, "Today, I must accompany Xiaohua to gather cotton fluff, and you shall join us." Noticing Changfeng's bright eyes dimming at the prospect of no pan-fried meat for lunch, she saw his face fall in disappointment. However, upon hearing that dinner would provide sustenance, a radiant smile broke across his face, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. Realizing she had outwitted him, Xiaoxi shot him a playful glare and added another helping of wild vegetables to his stone bowl, watching him grimace as he consumed the greens. She couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. The two enjoyed a delightful breakfast together, and after tidying up the kitchen, Xiaoxi and Changfeng slung their baskets over their shoulders and descended the cliff, making their way toward Xiaohua's home. Standing beneath the rocky cliff of Xiaohua's cave, I observed someone moving about in front of the cavern, which towered several meters high. Xiaoxi called out with enthusiasm, "Brother Meng, has Xiaohua awakened? We agreed yesterday to gather cotton like fluff upstream today. It's you, Xiaoxi." "Unfortunately, Xiaohua cannot accompany you today," Brother Meng replied, his head stretching out in embarrassment as he scratched it, a look of excitement on his face. "Why not, Brother Meng?" Because Xiaohua is with child," he explained bashfully. Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the situation. Yesterday, Xiaohua had given her the impression of being pregnant. Although her major at medical school was not obstetrics, she possessed a modest understanding. Having just arrived in this otherworldly realm, there were numerous phenomena that science could not elucidate. Thus she refrained from mentioning her congratulations to Xiaohua. "Congratulations, Brother Meng. Please ensure that Xiaohua rests well. We shall venture forth to see if we can find some ourselves." All right. But what do you need the cotton-like fluff for? It's not edible." Xiaoxi nearly laughed at Brother Meng's words. Truly, like attracts like. Xiaohua was an adorable little glutton, and it seemed her male counterparts were equally preoccupied with thoughts of food. Such a charming family indeed. "Brother Meng, I am not searching for those things to eat. Oh, I know that place. You just follow the river upstream, and on a hillside at a fork, there grows a patch of that cotton-like fluff." "Very well, I shall inform Xiaohua. She will surely be delighted to see you. Farewell, Brother Meng. The day is growing late. We must take our leave. Well, please take care of yourselves." Xiaoxi and Changfeng followed Meng's directions, walking upstream along the great river until noon. Yet they had not encountered the cotton-like fluff they had been told about. Xiaoxi began to doubt whether they had taken a wrong turn. But upon seeing the mighty river beside them, she felt reassured that they were on the right path. Xiaoxi was a remarkably resilient individual. She would not waver unless she was certain of a misstep. However, once she acknowledged her error, she would promptly rectify it without hesitation. As noon approached, thirst compelled them to seek water, and the long morning's journey had left them somewhat famished. In this unfamiliar territory, Changfeng hesitated to let Xiaoxi stray too far. He caught a few small creatures and gathered some firewood to build a modest fire for a hasty meal. After enjoying their simple lunch, the two resumed their journey. Observing Xiaoxi, who was drenched in sweat from exhaustion, Changfeng offered several times to carry her, only to be declined each time. Ultimately, he took over her burden basket, alleviating her of some weight. Xiaoxi's determination bore fruit. Around 3 o'clock, they spotted a patch of white to the left at the fork in the river. To Xiaoxi's surprise, the cotton-like fluff was growing on trees, each fruit bursting open like oranges, revealing a snow-white interior reminiscent of cotton. Elated, Xiaoxi dashed to the tree, eager to pluck a piece, nearly losing her balance until Changfeng, who had followed closely, caught her just in time. "Hold on, let me get it for you," he said, relieved to see Xiaoxi so joyful. As noon approached, the absence of cotton-like fluff left Xiaoxi unable to eat, causing Changfeng great concern. For the Orcs, traversing the forest was a familiar endeavor. Climbing trees was an effortless task. Xiaoxi observed Changfeng ascend the tree with the agility of a monkey. His eyes gleaming with brilliance, truly, he was the male she had chosen, and even his ascent was imbued with an alluring charm. Changfeng, basking in the adoration reflected in Xiaoxi's gaze, felt a swell of pride that nearly manifested as a proud wag of his wolf tail. Yet, he remained focused on his purpose. Extending his clawed hand, he swiftly harvested all the cotton-like fruit from the tree. Xiaoxi picked up one of the cotton-like fruits and examined it, marveling at its resemblance to the cotton found on Earth. She envisioned the arrival of winter, imagining herself clad in warm cotton garments. Without further hesitation, she settled on the ground and began to gather the fluff from the fruit. Changfeng hoisted the large basket onto his back and, glancing at the time, suggested that Xiaoxi carry the basket while he embraced her. Initially reluctant, Xiaoxi was persuaded by Changfeng to gaze at the setting sun, ultimately surrendering her resistance and nestling into his arms. At first, Changfeng was distracted by the softness of her form, but as twilight descended, he dared not let his mind wander. He tightened his hold on Xiaoxi and sprinted with determination. The forest at night was perilous. He would not risk Xiaoxi's safety for his own convenience. They reached the cliff where they resided just as the moon began to rise. It was evident that Xiaoxi would be unable to fulfill her promise of preparing roasted meat for Changfeng that evening. Chapter 24. The expectant Xiaohua. When Xiaoxi rose, Changfeng had already prepared breakfast. Her frail body ached all over, a consequence of merely having walked a bit more than usual the day before. Upon seeing Xiaoxi, Changfeng urged her, "Hurry and freshen up. I noticed you relished the echidna meat yesterday, so I ventured out this morning to hunt one just for you." After Xiaoxi completed her morning routine, she discovered on the stone table a roasted creature resembling a turkey. "This is the echidna I prepared especially for you. Do enjoy it," Changfeng encouraged. Today, Xiaoxi insisted that Changfeng forego chopsticks, as the sizable pieces of meat were best eaten by hand. As she savored the turkey-like echidna roast, she recalled how she had not fully appreciated it the previous day due to her preoccupations. To her surprise, the taste indeed bore a resemblance to that of chicken. Once they finished their meal, Xiaoxi packed some cotton fluff into a beast skin pouch and greeted Changfeng. "I am going to visit Xiaohua. Would you like to join me?" Understanding the awkwardness of a male accompanying her to visit Xiaohua, she decided against insisting, saying, "Very well, I shall take my leave. Since you rose early to hunt, you should rest. After all, there is no rush for firewood." With that, Xiaoxi descended the stone cliff via the wooden ladder. Upon reaching the base of Xiaohua's abode, she climbed the ladder, and before she even arrived, her voice echoed, "Xiaohua, are you home? I have come to see you." After her call, footsteps echoed from within the cave, and Xiaohua emerged. "Xiaoxi, you have arrived." Please, come in. During the day, the little stream generally preferred not to linger in the cave. She remarked, "Let us not go in. It is quite dim in the cave during the day. Let's bask in the sun and engage in conversation. Besides, you ought to soak up some sunlight now that you are expecting a little one." On the stone cliff of Xiaohua's home, there were several stone benches, where the two of them settled down. The little stream gazed at her burgeoning belly and exclaimed, "Congratulations, Xiaohua, you are going to have a baby." Xiaohua tenderly caressed her still unchanged abdomen, her face radiant with joy. "Xiaoxi, you are truly my good fortune. You know that Meng and I have been partners for many years, and we have longed for a little beast for so long. Who would have thought that after rescuing you in the forest this year, the beast god would bless us with a child?" Witnessing Xiaohua's long-held wish fulfilled, the little stream felt a surge of happiness. "I am not your good fortune. Your ability to conceive is a testament to the kindness you and brother Meng have shown, which has touched the beast god." The two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter, skillfully bypassing the topic of mutual flattery. "Xiaohua, see what I have brought you." "Fluffy cotton." "Xiaoxi, what on earth do you intend to do with all this cotton? It is not edible." Upon hearing Xiaohua's words, the little stream could hardly contain her amusement. "You and brother Meng truly are a couple. Even your words mirror each other." "What do you mean by a couple?" A couple refers to the male and female partners who have formed a bond. And this cotton is not meant for you to eat. It is for warmth during the winter, or rather, for when the snow season arrives here. Now that you have a little one, craft a large pouch from soft animal hides and fill it with cotton fluff to create a cozy, swaddling blanket for the young beast. This method ensures warmth. Is it truly effective? Words may prove futile. You shall discover the truth for yourself. When the next snow season arrives, I shall teach you how to make additional warm garments. Indeed, it is possible, yet this year the time is too short, and I cannot gather the necessary materials at once. Thus, we shall wait until next year. You often speak of things that are absent here, and I have yet to inquire about the origins of your presence, little stream." After a brief silence, little stream gazed at little flower and asked, "If I were to say I came from a place far, far away, would you believe me?" "How far is far?" "The furthest I have traveled is to the holy mountain." "Is it farther than that?" "Yes, much farther, on the other side of the sky." Indeed, little stream imagined residing beyond the heavens, having traversed eons of time and space. Yet, her artistic melancholy was abruptly interrupted by Little Flower's words. Upon the conclusion of Little Flower's statement, both fell into silence, the sudden separation causing tears to shimmer in their eyes. Little stream bit her lip, suppressing her tears. The first person she encountered upon awakening here was Little Flower, and her feelings for her were uniquely profound. Bowing her head, Little Stream hurriedly said, "When will you depart? I will come to see you off." After uttering this, she descended the wooden ladder with an urgency, as if a fierce beast were in pursuit. The brook observed as she hurriedly descended the rocky cliff, tears streaming down Xiaohua's face. After the brook departed, you emerged from the cave and embraced Xiaohua from behind. He had remained at home to care for the expectant Xiaohua. Knowing the bond between them, the brook refrained from interrupting their reunion, believing they would have much to share. However, he was taken aback when he overheard Xiaohua calling for him, her voice tinged with a sob. I seem to have upset the brook," Xiaohua choked out. "You," gazing at Xiaohua's tear-streaked face, wore a look of confusion. Who had truly made whom cry? Chapter 25. A promise of affection. The brook departed from Xiaohua's home, making her way slowly towards the riverbank. Confronting had arrived at Xiaohua's abode, only to be informed that the brook had left some time ago. "Confronting, Xiaohua and the others are leaving," the brook said in a hoarse voice, and upon hearing her, Confronting realized she had been crying. "What is the matter? Are you reluctant to part with Xiaohua?" Xiaohua expressed her intention to seek her parental beasts first, after which they would journey together to the holy mountain to endure the snow season. The brook looked at Confronting as if to say, "Why mourn this? You will meet again next year." "You don't understand," was all the brook could manage before she nestled into Confronting's embrace, falling silent. The blazing sun in the sky relentlessly poured down its warmth, while a gentle breeze caressed the water's surface. Perhaps weary from her tears, the brook soon drifted into a drowsy slumber. Feng gazed down at the brook, who rested peacefully in his arms, the tenderness hidden within his light blue eyes threatening to overflow. Perhaps weary from prior tears, Feng made little noise. By the time he placed the small stream upon the grass mat adorned with animal skins, the girl remained in slumber. She slept soundly until the afternoon. And when she finally awoke, Feng was already preparing to roast meat at the cliff's base, only to be halted by her timely call. "Didn't you promise to fry meat for me yesterday? Today, I have the time." Upon seeing that she had regained her vitality, Feng felt an involuntary sigh of relief escape his lips. "All right, wait here while I bring these up." With a few swift motions, he hoisted the game and leapt up to the cliff ledge. "First, place the game on the stone platform. I will prepare extra today to send some to Xiaohua later. She is expecting cubs now, and I wonder how her appetite is." With no seasonings available for marinating the game, Xiaoxi recalled the peculiar plants resembling Sichuan pepper and cumin that she discovered while gathering red berry fruit on the mountain. "Xiaohua will depart in a few days. I wish to prepare something special for her." Xiaoxi too sliced the beast's flesh with a stone knife into 2 centimeter thick pieces. She placed them into a heated stone pot, akin to frying steak, and waited until both sides turned a golden hue before serving them. A sprinkle of the pepper-like and cumin-like powder adorned the meat. She arranged the fried morsels in a bamboo basin, crafted from a cylindrical stalk of green bamboo, 50 centimeters in diameter. The first sight of such robust bamboo had left her in awe for quite some time. To prevent dust from settling upon it, she covered the basin with a clean piece of animal hide. Feng took the bamboo basin and hurriedly delivered it to Xiaohua's dwelling. As the gentle stream slumbered, it missed its midday meal, and now, upon catching the enticing aroma of sizzling meat, its hunger intensified. "How is it ready so soon?" the stream inquired casually. "Bring that platter of fried meat over. Let us partake in a meal together." The stream also placed a bamboo basin of wild vegetable soup upon the stone table. Holding 2 wooden spoons, crafted by the sturdy Feng during a previous occasion when the stream had wished for fish soup but found none available at home. While the stream ladled soup for the two of them, Feng could no longer resist and had already devoured 2 pieces of fried meat, clearly famished. The stream, having satisfied its hunger with just 1 piece of fried meat, leisurely savored the wild vegetable soup, accompanying Feng, who was still reluctant to part with the meat in his hands. "The fried meat you prepare is ever so delectable, stream. I wish for you to continue making it for me," Feng expressed earnestly. "Very well, as long as you desire it, I shall make it for you henceforth," the stream replied. Feng, with a quiver in his voice, asked, "Is what you say true? Are you truly willing to prepare fried meat for me for a lifetime?" The stream replied, "I am overwhelmed with joy. Since the day my family cast me out, my heart has never felt as warm as it does now." Kneeling beside the stream, Feng's gaze bore unwavering determination as he took her hand and declared, "Stream, I hold you in deep affection. I vow to care for you and protect you for all my days, ensuring I will never let you down." The stream, with tears glistening in her eyes, smiled and replied, "I believe in you." "Stream, shall we become partners?" Feng proposed. "Yes," the stream affirmed. For she was not one to waver and truly cherished this attentive and considerate silver wolf, a male beast man. "Tomorrow, we shall adorn this place beautifully. Prepare a plethora of delectable dishes and invite Xiaohua's family to witness our union." Upon hearing Xiaoxi's words, Feng tenderly pressed a kiss upon her lips. "All right, I shall heed your wishes." After they had expressed their affections, the grilled meat and wild vegetable soup on the stone table had long since cooled. "Do you wish to eat? Shall I reheat the meat?" Feng shook his head. "I am quite satisfied. However, the aroma of your grilled meat was so enticing that I found it difficult to stop." After their meal, as Xiaoxi began to tidy up, Feng gently pressed her onto a stone bench, saying, "I will handle these chores. I possess ample strength, and you may simply watch as I do." Once the tidying was complete, the moon had risen above the treetops. Leaning against Feng, the two nestled together on the cliffside, gazing at the moonlit sky. Neither spoke, instead savoring the rhythm of each other's heartbeats. Chapter 26. Becoming partners in the early morning, Xiaoxi emerged from the cave. greeted by a refreshing breeze accompanied by golden rays of light streaming through the entrance. Observing the stone cliff, she noticed that Changfeng's figure was absent, leading her to surmise he had ventured into the forest to hunt once more. Xiaoxi understood that it was Xiaohua's family who permitted Changfeng to reside and hunt on their territory out of concern for her. Yet, she also realized that this arrangement could not endure indefinitely. Come the end of this snowy season, they would need to seek a permanent territory to call home. Such is the survival rule of the beast kin. Having arrived in this realm, she must abide by its laws. As the brook had just finished her morning rituals, she stood on the precipice gazing at the distant forest. In the far-off horizon, she spotted a tall and robust man, shouldering a prey that resembled a small mountain, striding purposefully towards her. Observing such a figure, the brook was reminded of a modern, popular song that celebrated the prowess of a horseman, exuding strength and vigor, with galloping steeds akin to the swift winds across the boundless plains. Shaking her head, she dismissed her overactive imagination. The brook recognized that the man, with his substantial burden, epitomized that very vigor, moving with the swiftness of a gale. Today, he had hunted 2 exceptionally large beasts, and, upon reaching the foot of the cliff, he cast his quarry onto the ground. Raising his eyes to the brook above, he exclaimed with palpable excitement, "Brook, shall we invite the Xiaohua family for dinner? Would you prefer noon or evening?" The brook detected the barely concealed thrill in his voice and smiled in response. Considering the heat of midday, which would likely diminish everyone's appetite, she suggested, "Let us have it in the evening when the weather is cooler." "Very well, then evening it shall be. I will head to the riverbank to process this prey. Please wait for me. I will accompany you shortly. Processing the prey is unseemly and quite messy. You need not join me." "Not at all. I will fetch a basket and, while I'm there, I can gather some wild vegetables as well." Upon hearing the brook's intention to collect wild vegetables, a twitch of annoyance crossed Longfeng's lips. Each time he prepared meat, she insisted on sought a portion of wild greens, compelling him to consume half, under the pretense that a balanced diet was essential for healthy growth and height. Longfeng glanced at a particular spot, realizing that he had already grown considerably taller than many of the other beast men. Why must the brook insist that he continues to grow and mature? No, one day he must show the brook that he has indeed reached a sufficient stature. For he has not grown in years. Surely, the consumption of wild vegetables serves little purpose for him. Might it be possible for him to cease this dietary necessity? The greatest misunderstanding among humans arises when 2 individuals find themselves on disparate wavelengths. While Changfeng remained lost in his own musings, the brook descended the cliff, urging, "Come now." Changfeng. Changfeng was still ensnared in his trepidation regarding the wild greens, clumsily shouldering his catch. In truth, his aversion to wild vegetables was not unique. All males accustomed to grilled meat shared this disdain. Changfeng could manage to consume the wild vegetables prepared by the brook, primarily because she had sought ed them in animal fat, rendering them somewhat palatable, and also because he was a tad timid, fearing that his refusal would incite her ire. "Changfeng, what troubles you?" she inquired, noticing his distracted demeanor. Changfeng pressed his lips together and cast a glance at the brook, apprehensive that voicing his thoughts might provoke her anger. "Speak your mind. Do not mind my gaze," she encouraged. After a prolonged hesitation, he finally articulated, "Brook, may I refrain from eating wild vegetables henceforth? I have been an adult for quite some time, and my height has increased significantly. Moreover, this place is ample enough that wild vegetables are no longer a necessity." Upon observing the spot Changfeng indicated, the brook's face flushed red. Whether from anger or embarrassment, she could not tell, as she forcefully hurled her basket at him. "Rascal! Changfeng, you scoundrel!" Bewildered by the sudden assault, Changfeng watched as the brook ran off, pondering, "Did I say something amiss?" In the modern era, such a wedding setting might seem rather austere. However, the prospect of uniting on this flower-laden cliffside has brought great satisfaction to Xiaoxi. Longfeng visited their home until evening. Yet he could not fathom why Xiaoxi blushed upon his arrival. Today, Xiaoxi and Longfeng decided to treat Xiaohua's family to a meal of grilled meat. A suggestion originally made by Xiaohua herself, who had been unable to forget the taste after receiving a portion the previous night. In this vast world, A pregnant woman's desires reigned supreme, so when Xiaohua expressed her craving, they were more than willing to accommodate her. Originally, Xiaoxi intended to prepare the grilled meat, but Longfeng insisted he had mastered the technique and would take over the cooking duties for the evening. Thus, Xiaoxi found herself ushered out of the kitchen corner, and the group of male companions from Xiaohua South family took her place to assist Longfeng. Xiaoxi and Xiaohua sat at the stone table, awaiting their meal. Xiaohua cast a glance at Longfeng and remarked that their invitation for dinner was, in essence, a celebration of the union between the two, being someone who had never wed. Xiaoxi felt a tinge of embarrassment at the mention of the union. Yet, no matter the discomfort, this was her choice. Indeed, as you stated, Longfeng and I wish for your family to witness our union. This is splendid. Even if I depart in a few days, I will have peace of mind. Do not worry about me. Now that you are expecting a child, it is essential for you to take care of yourself. Perhaps we shall meet again on the sacred mountain. However, encountering one another there is quite challenging, as it is filled with numerous caverns. The first to arrive gets to choose their dwelling. If the last arrival finds no cave, they must excavate a new one. No one knows where they will reside this year, nor how they might discover it. After speaking, Xiaohua glanced around. Xiaoxi, doesn't your family have another male? Why haven't we seen him these past few days? Upon hearing Xiaohua mention Qingsong, Xiaoxi felt a pang of sadness and departed. He left. How could a male pursuing a female abandon the endeavor midway? Do not be distressed, Xiaoxi. Such a male is not worth your concern. If he departs, let him go. I shall find you better ones in the future. Xiaohua, please refrain from seeking males for me. Longfeng is sufficient. Just as Xiaoxi was about to speak further, Xiaohua interjected. Let us not dwell on this matter. The departure of that male is of little consequence. Initially, I thought with 2 male followers, I would have fewer worries along the journey to the holy mountain, but alas, one is left. Thus, when you traverse the territory of the lousy dog Orcs, be cautious with Longfeng. Although the Orcs harbor disdain for the lousy dog tribe, they maintain their own domain and never encroach upon others to seize females. Each year, when Orcs pass through their territory, any solitary female may be taken. Their actions, occurring within their own lands and targeting only isolated females, adhere to the natural laws of the Orcs, thus evading scrutiny. Most importantly, to reach the holy mountain, one must inevitably pass through their territory. If not, Xiaoxi, why not accompany us on our journey? Upon hearing Xiaohua's account of the perilous journey to the sacred mountain, Xiaoxi felt a twinge of fear. She had not anticipated the multitude of dangers that lay ahead. Yet, to accompany Xiaohua to her parents would only burden her friend further in the Orcish realm. Even their own offspring are expected to forge independent lives upon reaching adulthood, so it was unlikely they would welcome her as an additional encumbrance. Just as their conversation concluded, Changfeng presented a platter of grilled beast meat, perhaps due to Xiaoxi's neglect of him throughout the afternoon. He had even prepared a soup of wild vegetables and bird eggs, flashing a smile toward Xiaoxi in a bid for her favor. Thus, under the witness of Xiaohua's family, Changfeng adorned Xiaoxi's neck with a necklace crafted from beast bone, signifying the completion of their bonding ceremony. Chapter 27. The mark after their meal and bidding farewell to Xiaohua's family, Changfeng eagerly led Xiaohua to wash up. As they entered the cave, Xiaoxi felt an amalgam of curiosity and trepidation. After all, in her past and present lives, she had scarcely held a man's hand. And now she was to be ushered into a chamber of intimacy, leaving her heart in a flurry. Following a profound exchange between them, regardless of her prior emotions, Xiaoxi could only exclaim in astonishment, "Goodness, he truly is a beast." That scoundrel Changfeng, who had initially appeared as a gentle lamb, had transformed into a formidable wolf. No, he had always been a wolf, a great white wolf at that. How could she have forgotten the inherent nature of a wolf? Willingly stepping into the jaws of danger? Oh, how foolish she felt. The following morning, Xiaoxi found herself being carried out for breakfast by none other than Changfeng. Observing the bustling Changfeng, Xiaoxi tenderly massaged her weary back, her eyes nearly rolling heavenward in frustration. Now, she realized her errors and the necessity of being cordial, but alas, it was too late. Watching the still irate Xiaoxi, Changfeng cautiously presented breakfast, a few boiled bird eggs and some meat, which had been cooked. She recalled that the game meat from their home had been devoured during last night's feast. It seemed this fellow had not rested since finishing his nocturnal exertions, heading straight into the forest to hunt. Otherwise, how could he have procured these bird eggs and boiled beast meat? Although the meat was seasoned only with a hint of salt, the natural essence of the wild game rendered it quite delectable. After the meal, Xiaoxi's anger had somewhat dissipated. Evidently, this scoundrel had not entirely disregarded her feelings. He had channeled his remaining energy into hunting. Had he expended it all on her, she would have awakened feeling far worse than merely sore. She had declined Xiaohua's suggestion, for throughout their journey, Xiaohua, bearing the weight of her impending offspring, required more attentive care, and Xiaoxi did not wish to complicate matters. Reflecting on Xiaohua's words about the treacherous path to the sacred mountain, Xiaoxi pondered whether she and Confronting could truly reach their destination unscathed. Furrowing her brow, she contemplated whether there existed a more prudent course of action. However, in this life and the last, she had always been an ordinary individual. Enrolled in medical school, her days were consumed with rigorous study, leaving no time to learn self-defense techniques. Had she known that one day she would traverse such a perilous world, she would have diligently pursued martial arts, agriculture, and animal husbandry from a young age, much like the heroes in novels who conquer the Orc continent, achieving great feats and unifying the realm. Yet, apart from acquiring the ancestral bone-setting craft of her family and mastering the art of basket weaving, as well as a few other skills, she had to navigate life without her mother, who passed away early. Her father, determined to shield his children from emotional turmoil, chose not to remarry. However, managing the responsibilities of work while caring for 2 children proved overwhelming for him. Consequently, she was raised in the rural home of her maternal grandparents. As Xiaoxi pondered her situation, she was suddenly approached by Confronting, who had just finished tidying the kitchen. With an air of excitement, he opened his shirt to reveal a striking mark on his robust chest. "Look, what is this?" Xiaoxi's gaze fell upon a distinct imprint of a rabbit beast, and her heart raced with realization. Could this be the mark she had left on Confronting? In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of companionship, as if she were no longer alone in this vast world. Tenderly, she reached out to touch the mark, her emotions surging as she enveloped Confronting in a tight embrace. "From now on, you are mine. Promise me you will never leave me." It felt as though the long-held solitude in her heart had finally been filled with something profound. "Yes, I will not leave. I will be by your side for eternity, until the call of the beast god." With one arm wrapped around Xiaoxi, Confronting gently caressed her long hair with the other. "Xiaoxi, I noticed you furrowing your brows when you came out just now. Are you still feeling unwell?" His large hand gradually moved to her waist, offering a soothing massage. Xiaoxi squinted her eyes in comfort. "Confronting, have you ever been to the Holy Mountain?" "Of course. Every year, when the snow season arrives, all the beasts from across the continent gather at the Holy Mountain to endure the harsh winter. As the snowy season arrives, it frequently snows here, blanketing the entire Orc realm in a thick layer of snow that rises higher than the Orc's waist, making it arduous to traverse the forests in search of prey. Only the vicinity of the sacred mountain, which radiates warmth, remains less burdened by snow, with the caves inside being quite cozy. Thus, the Orcs flock there to endure the snowy season. Xiaoxi pondered, if such deep snow were to engulf her, would she be unable to surface at all? The mere thought was rather frightening. Is the journey to the sacred mountain perilous? Upon posing this question, she noticed the expression on Confronting's face shift unpredictably, eventually revealing a semblance of regret. "I heard from Xiaohua that there are many ferocious beasts along the way, and that the leprosy dog tribe of Orcs would seize solitary females. Is this true?" As Xiaoxi continued, Confronting's countenance grew increasingly grim, abruptly halting his actions. "Xiaoxi, I have matters to attend to. I shall step out for a while." With that, he leaped over the edge of the cliff. "Hey, Confronting, where are you going?" Xiaoxi exclaimed, bewildered by his sudden strangeness. Exhausted from the previous night, she soon found herself basking in the sun, drifting into a slumber. Meanwhile, Confronting ventured into the misty great forest, glancing around as if searching for something. "Chingsong, I know you have not left. Changfeng struggled to articulate his thoughts, recalling that it was because of Qingtsong that he had departed. Now, as the snowy season approached, he could not assure himself that he could adequately care for and protect Xiaoxi on the journey to the sacred mountain. In that moment, he had only sought to gain more of Xiaoxi's attention, never anticipating that Qingtsong would vanish without a trace. Subsequently, a possessive sentiment towards the little stream arose within him. Although he was acutely aware that the stream harbored feelings for Qingtsong, he refrained from informing her that Qingtsong had been lingering in the misty great forest. However, for the sake of the stream's safety, he would willingly kneel and concede to Qingtsong. Qingtsong, I apologize. It is my narrow-mindedness that has led me to desire the stream's attention, which has birthed thoughts that ought not to have arisen. The fault lies with me, and I am truly sorry. I do not dare to hope for your forgiveness, yet the stream does hold feelings for you as well. I often catch sight of her secretly caressing the animal hides you provided for her garments. With the snow season approaching, I find myself unable to ensure the stream's safe passage to the sacred mountain alone. Should you come to a decision, seek us out in the cave. When the time comes, I shall accept any consequences that befall me. Though Longfeng sensed Qingtsong's reluctance to appear, he understood the necessity of moderation amidst his anxiety. He hoped that Qingtsong would reach a realization and join them soon. After Longfeng departed, Qingtsong leaped down from a towering tree, having overheard Longfeng's words. He was taken aback to discover that his absence was indeed rooted in a personal sentiment. Truly, he was a cunning wandering beast man, without a certain degree of intellect. How could he possibly survive in this merciless continent? It was evident that he had not performed well enough. Allowing the initially impartial little female to choose the sly silver wolf beast instead, Qingtsong closed his eyes, even if he felt a pang of regret. It was too late. His failure to appear was also due to the sight of the mate mark visible on Longfeng's chest. He harbored jealousy towards Changfeng's eloquence and resented his own inability to articulate, which led him to miss out on the most significant aspects of his life. Chapter 28. The chili pepper as spicy as an eggplant. As dawn broke and the sun began to rise, the weather was particularly splendid. Xiaoxi stood at the mountain's waist, bidding farewell to Xiaohua and her family. The two had exchanged all that needed to be said and clarified everything that required clarification. We shall convene at the entrance of Dongshan Gorge in 5 days. You must come. The journey is unsafe for just you and Changfeng. It would be better to travel together for companionship. Do not speak of burdening me. Have you not often said we are good sisters? Upon finishing, Xiaohua waved goodbye and turned to board a swift cheetah, transformed from a fierce beast, vanishing quickly at the end of the mountain path. Initially, Xiaoxi hesitated to trouble Xiaohua, contemplating that she and Changfeng could venture to the sacred mountain alone after a while. However, upon learning that Qingtsong had departed, leaving only the two of them, she feared for their safety on the road. Xiaohua insisted on escorting them to her parents' home, and ultimately, Xiaoxi acquiesced, suggesting they agree on a time and place to meet and proceed to the sacred mountain together, thus resulting in their 5-day arrangement. Xiaoxi was led by Changfeng to sit on a stone bench at the cliff's edge. I shall descend to prepare breakfast for you. There are still 2 bird eggs left from yesterday. I have already boiled them in the stone pot for you. Due to Xiaohua's departure, Xiaoxi felt somewhat despondent. I will assist you as well. You stay here and relax. There is little to do down the cliff, and the meat will soon be ready. Very well then. Call for me if you require assistance. Changfeng gently ruffled her hair before descending the cliff's edge. After the long wind departed, the brook gazed at the distant river, its surface shimmering under the sun's radiant embrace, resembling stars scattered across the water, dazzling and captivating. She observed in silence, aware that such beauty would soon be altered by the impending chill of winter. The creatures of the forest would soon migrate to more hospitable realms. She and Long Wind would also soon leave this place for an unfamiliar destination, the sacred mountain. Would they find safety there? What manner of place was the sacred mountain? Long Wind had mentioned that they annually journeyed there to endure the frigid snow season, for the caves excavated within the mountain were warm, which is why the beastmen sought refuge on the sacred mountain each year. As the brook listened to Long Wind, who described how the entire sacred mountain radiated warmth, vague notions began to form in her mind. Yet, having never witnessed it herself, She refrained from making any hasty conclusions, lost in contemplation. She then observed Long Wind leaping onto the cliff ledge, clutching a piece of roasted meat. The brook hastily rose and hurried to the kitchen nook, retrieving a bamboo basin. "Please place the roasted meat here. I shall fetch the bird eggs and chopsticks you prepared." She recalled the day they gathered cotton fluff, when Long Wind had likened one to an eggplant, mentioning that it could also be roasted in his homeland, uncertain of its safety here. "I followed your example and fed it to the sharp-beaked creature, and after a considerable time, it still thrived with vigor, so it must be harmless." She had sprinkled some salt, along with the cumin and Sichuan pepper you had suggested. As she took a bite of one, her face flushed a vivid red. Who was she? Where was she? In what extraordinary place had she arrived? What appeared to be an eggplant unexpectedly revealed the fiery essence of a devilishly spicy pepper. Upon witnessing Xiaoxi take a bite of the peculiar eggplant he had roasted, Chang Feng's face flushed crimson as though it might bleed, and he began to cough incessantly. Alarmed, he hurriedly fetched a ladle of water for Xiaoxi. After she drained the entire ladle, she finally regained her composure. Reflecting on the fact that in the orc world, even an eggplant could prove lethal. Regardless of whether it was an eggplant or a pepper, she mused. It would undoubtedly enhance the flavor of her future culinary endeavors, and her spirits were lifted, causing her to forget the near-death experience she had just endured. Chang Feng, observing Xiaoxi's discomfort from the dish he had prepared, decided to discard the remaining skewers over the cliff. "Is it any better now? This is inedible. I am to blame for your suffering," he lamented. Yet before he could fully indulge in his self-reproach, Xiaoxi gazed at him with regret as he tossed the eggplant pepper over the precipice. "Why did you throw it away? Once dried and sprinkled over roasted meat. It would render the dish even more delectable. It is hardly a worthy ingredient. It made you cry just moments ago," Chang Feng replied, astonished that he had prepared such a wretched dish. And yet, instead of blaming himself, Xiaoxi had kissed him. His gaze upon her was tender and focused, and he gently placed a kiss upon her lips. Just as he intended to deepen the kiss, Chang Feng abruptly withdrew, hastening into the adjoining kitchen to grasp a wooden ladle and fervently quench his thirst, mirroring Xiaoxi's earlier desperation. Seeing the Long Wind like this, the little stream, which had come to terms with its laughter, swayed unsteadily. There was no need to wait for the next opportunity to let him know the taste of eggplant and chili. By now, he must have already savored it. The Long Wind gazed at the stream, which was laughing uncontrollably, and his pale blue eyes became dangerously entranced. The corners of his mouth curving into a beautiful arc oblivious to the impending danger, the little rabbit continued to laugh heartily in front of the big bad wolf, unaware that a certain large-tailed wolf was approaching her with the intent to feast upon her. Chapter 29. The Awakening of the Ancestral Bloodline of the Silver Wolf Beast. After finishing breakfast, the little stream touched her swollen lips and met the enchanting pale blue gaze of the Long Wind. She no longer dared to mock him. This silver wolf was rather sensitive. Hadn't she just teased him about the eggplant and chili, only to suffer from their spiciness herself? Was it truly necessary for him to retaliate so harshly? With her backpack filled with sausages, she tugged at the Long Wind, urging him to take her to discover the eggplant and chili, as she wished to gather some winter provisions while there were still a few days left. "No," he replied. "You cried over how terrible that thing tasted. Why would you want to pick it again? I told you, I didn't cry because the eggplant and chili were awful. You tasted it too, didn't you?" No matter how the little stream pleaded, the Long Wind remained unmoved. "Will you accompany me?" The Long Wind, in a haughty manner, turned his head away. "Fine. If you won't go, I'll go alone, and you can sleep by yourself tonight." As she spoke, she adjusted her backpack and prepared to descend the wooden ladder. Upon hearing the little stream's words about sleeping alone, the Long Wind could not accept such a notion. How could he endure a night alone, having just tasted such delightful flavors? As she watched the little rabbit descend the wooden ladder, she ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce, taking up the oversized basket and following the stream down the cliff, observing the Long Wind trailing behind her. The stream couldn't help but smirk with pride. "Just you wait, I shall not be bested." The Long Wind transformed into a beastly form, revealing a majestic, snow-white silver wolf that appeared before her. "Oh, how stunning! How can such exquisite fur exist in this world? The stream, unable to resist, reached out with her mischievous little hands to caress the wolf's body. Long Wind, I can't shake the feeling that you've grown since the last time I saw you in the forest. That cannot be. Typically, once a beast reaches maturity, its skeletal structure solidifies and it ceases to grow. Ah, perhaps I was mistaken. Climb aboard. I shall carry you to that place where the eggplants grew last time. The prospect of being carried thrilled the stream immensely. She had always envied seeing Little Flower being ferried around by her male companion. Excitedly, she clambered onto the broad back of the Long Wind, suddenly feeling like a queen. Ready? I shall run now. The stream lay flat against the wolf's back, gripping its long fur tightly. All right, you may go. Upon hearing her readiness, the Long Wind let out a powerful howl and surged forward like a gust of wind. The air was filled with the stream's exhilarating screams, a blend of fear and excitement. The last time she traversed this path, she felt as though her legs would give out before reaching her destination. This time, perched upon the Long Wind, it seemed they arrived in the blink of an eye. The Long Wind halted upon the hillside adorned with purple peppers as the brook descended from his back. Observing the slope, he spotted sparse clusters of plants resembling purple eggplants, yet possessing the flavor of peppers. The brook could only bestow upon it the name egg pepper. In her excitement, the brook dashed forward to harvest the egg peppers without so much as a greeting. These were the very egg peppers that could warm one's body during the winter. They could also serve as a delightful seasoning for roasted meats. After setting the brook down, the Long Wind circled the vicinity, ensuring no ferocious beasts lurked nearby before joining her in the collection of egg peppers. Though the expanse of the hillside was considerable, the egg peppers grew sparsely, scattered throughout, leaving their 2 baskets only partially filled. Noticing the day was still young, the brook urged the Long Wind to explore the mountain in search of her desires. Previously, she had been unable to venture far without a male companion. Now, with the Long Wind by her side, she felt liberated to seek whatever her heart desired. On this summit, she discovered numerous herbs akin to cumin, Sichuan pepper, and wild garlic, common seasonings. Long Wind, come quickly. Look at this. The Long Wind hurried over, having heard the brook's excited call. What is it, brook? What do you want to show me? Be careful. I'm so excited I can hardly speak. Look, look. The Long Wind noticed the brook pointing at a purple herb, her face flushed with exhilaration. Take your time. There's no need to rush. Long Wind, do you know what this herb is? It's bone set, and it is astonishing that this world has a version identical to the modern one. Were it not for the imposing figure of the male orc, Chongfeng, before her, she might have doubted whether she had truly arrived in the realm of orcs or if she was merely in a remote mountain of the modern world. As you mentioned, with the presence of this healing herb, the more severe bone injuries could be treated. There should be a few more varieties around here. If the healing herb is present, its companion plants ought to thrive nearby as well. At this moment, Chongfeng recognized the significance of herbs and diligently accompanied Xiaoxi in their search throughout the area. Chongfeng, look at that cliff. There lies the red-rooted herb we seek. Chongfeng gazed at the solitary plant with crimson roots on the cliff. Wait for me here. I will retrieve it for you. All right, but please be cautious. Do not worry. This hide is nothing for me. With that, Chongfeng unsheathed his claws, effortlessly scaling the cliff to pluck the herb. However, as he approached Xiaoxi, a sight before him nearly seized his very soul with terror. Behind the smiling Xiaoxi loomed a monstrous beast, its gaping maw lined with jagged teeth, lunging towards her. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Chongfeng's veins, igniting a fiery resolve within him. In an instant, he transformed into his beastly form, propelling himself like a released arrow toward the creature's throat. Xiaoxi stared in astonishment, her eyes widening as a gust of wind swept past her, accompanied by a chilling scream from behind. She hastily turned to witness the ferocious beast with a gaping wound through its throat, yet Chongfeng was nowhere to be seen. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She was left bewildered by the sudden turn of events. All she could see was Chongfeng, having morphed into a wolf-like creature, charging towards her. Now, Xiaoxi comprehended that the long foam was not aiming to attack her, but rather the ferocious beast lurking behind her, intent on sinking its teeth into her. This dying beast, still present, remained oblivious to the whereabouts of Long Feng. As Xiaoxi surveyed her surroundings and found no sign of him, she called out loudly, Long Feng, where are you?" Xiaoxi incessantly cried out her partner's name, and for the first time, she realized the profound depth of her feelings for Long Feng. She had long deceived herself into believing that her acceptance of Long Feng as her partner was merely a necessity for survival. Yet, in this moment of uncertainty regarding Long Feng's fate, Xiaoxi truly recognized the affection she harbored for him. "Long Feng, I am terrified. Please do not frighten me any further. Come out quickly." Like a headless fly, Xiaoxi frantically searched for Long Feng's figure. The night had fallen, and the moon quietly ascended the branches. Just as Xiaoxi was on the brink of despair, a magnificent silver wolf, resplendent in its snowy coat, emerged from the direction of the river, striding towards her under the moonlight. Chapter 30. The Spirit Wolf Beast Man. Upon locking eyes with the wolf's light blue gaze, tears finally streamed down Xiaoxi's cheeks. "Where have you been? Where exactly did you go? Do you not realize how worried I was when you vanished?" She cried out to the imposing silver wolf before her. Seeing the woman before him, nearly howling in anguish, her face awash with tears that fell like raindrops, Long Feng felt a pang of pain in his heart. In an instant, the white wolf transformed into a handsome man, who stepped forward and enveloped Xiaoxi in a tight embrace. "Do not weep any longer. It is entirely my fault, and I assure you it shall not happen again. I shall never abandon you henceforth. I swear this by the beast god." Xiaoxi buried her face deeply into Changfeng's chest, gasping for breath, while Changfeng gently patted her back, soothing her agitated emotions. Once Xiaoxi's breathing stabilized, Changfeng gathered the scattered peppers and bone-setting herbs back into the basket. He observed Xiaoxi's puzzled expression as she carried one basket on her back and cradled another in her arms, perched on his back. Changfeng opened his mouth to grasp the giant-toothed beast and sprinted towards their dwelling. On the return journey, mindful of Xiaoxi on his back, he did not run as swiftly as before. He turned around, effortlessly leaping onto the cliff edge while holding the basket in one hand and Xiaoxi in the other. Landing gracefully, with a smile playing on his lips, he set Xiaoxi down and retrieved the second basket from behind her. Noticing her somewhat weary visage, he tenderly reached out to touch her cheek. "You must be exhausted," he remarked. "By the way, Changfeng, I cannot shake the feeling that your beast form has grown considerably." She glanced at Changfeng, now in human form, and added, "You seem taller than before. Could it be that I am mistaken?" Xiaoxi scratched her head in confusion, murmuring softly, "I truly feel as if your beast form has expanded, and you appear taller too. Is this merely an illusion of my own making?" Changfeng coughed softly, raising his fist to his mouth to capture her attention. "Do you genuinely believe my beast form has grown and that I am taller?" Xiaoxi nodded vigorously in response. As Changfeng finished speaking, a smile graced his face, accompanied by a hint of excitement. Suddenly, he transformed once more before the brook, morphing into his beastly form, a magnificent creature measuring approximately 5 meters in length, its fur glistening white and smooth under the moonlight, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Gazing down upon the land of beast men like a sovereign, the brook, taken aback, gasped in astonishment. His former beastly stature had only been 3 to 4 meters. How could he have grown so much? How could this be possible? Hadn't he stated that beastmen cease to grow once they reach maturity? How could he? Changfeng proudly lifted his wolf head and let out a series of howls that resonated through the night sky. The startled birds of the forest flapped their wings and scattered in flight. Even the adorable bunny beast man, Xiaoxi, felt an irresistible urge to approach this powerful being. The restlessness among the forest creatures was palpable, and even Xiaoxi, as a female, sensed it. The thought of such a handsome man being her mate made her feel as if she were intoxicated. With an infatuated gaze fixed upon Changfeng, Xiaoxi slowly reached out to embrace his neck, their faces gradually drawing closer until they were enveloped in a tender intimacy, unwilling to part from one another. Just as the two became lost in their fervent connection, Xiaoxi's stomach betrayed her with a loud rumble. Blushing fiercely, her lips swollen with embarrassment, She buried her face deep into Changfeng's chest, reluctant to emerge. Bowing her head, she nodded shyly, too timid to meet his gaze. With one hand, Changfeng grasped the giant toothed beast and proceeded towards the riverbank to attend to it. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi collected some firewood from the pile of debris by the cliff and ignited it with a flint stone, coaxing the kindling to blaze. She ascended the cliffside once more, bearing a basket of eggplants and chili peppers. After selecting several to cleanse in a bamboo basin, she effortlessly concocted a spicy sauce. Shortly thereafter, she spread the vibrant mixture over the roasting meat, and the mere thought of the fiery delicacy made her mouth water. Once Xiaoxi had prepared the chili sauce and presented it in a stone bowl, Changfeng was already tending to the meat over the flames. "What have you done? It smells quite pungent," he remarked. As Xiaoxi observed Changfeng's nose crinkle at the scent of the chilies, she could not help but smirk, her slightly swollen red lips betraying her amusement. "You shall find out soon enough," she teased. Taking a seat beside Changfeng, Xiaoxi focused intently on him, her curious gaze requiring no words to convey her interest, prompting Changfeng, ever attentive, to grasp her unspoken inquiry. "Do you wish to know what transpired?" With her hands cradling her face, Xiaoxi nodded vigorously, her expression urging him to share. The pale blue of Changfeng's eyes deepened into a rich navy, shimmering with an ethereal glow in the firelight, yet becoming more piercing as he recalled the events that had unfolded. A flicker of fear danced in his gaze as he recounted, "At that moment, I had plucked that herb from the cliff, intending to present it to you. Little did I expect a fearsome behemoth was lunging towards you from behind." Witnessing that scene rendered my mind blank. My blood surged as primal instinct took over. All I could fathom was the imperative to protect you. The subsequent events remained somewhat hazy in my memory. I only recall that after I had slain the monstrous creature, it felt as though my very essence was ablaze. Just before I lost all rationality, fearing I might harm you, I dashed towards the river and plunged into its depths. After jumping into the river, the searing sensation of the flames gradually receded, yet the endless pain made him believe he could not endure any longer. However, each time he felt the urge to surrender, a voice within him whispered that a significant person awaited him somewhere, keeping a flicker of clarity alive amidst his fading consciousness. When Changfeng awakened, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength. His hearing seemed to extend farther, and his vision became sharper. He noticed Xiaoxi, who was on the verge of waking, her face still marked with lingering trepidation. He reached out and enveloped her in his embrace, gently patting her back, assuring her that all was well and that there was nothing to fear. Yet, the memory of almost losing his beloved partner to a fatal bite filled him with dread and fury, igniting a desire to obliterate the world around him. As he caressed Xiaoxi's long hair, he expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that it was her presence that awakened the bloodline of his ancestors, transforming him from a silver werewolf into a spirit wolf with the blood of divine beasts coursing through him. From this day forth, he vowed to become the most formidable spirit wolf on this beastman continent. His newfound power would protect Xiaoxi, freeing him from the anguish of weakness and the need to share his beloved partner with others. On the eve of departure, as dawn broke and the light gently illuminated the surroundings, Changfeng gazed at the sleeping Xiaoxi in his arms. Her once icy blue eyes now shimmered with tenderness. As if he cradled a rare treasure he longed to hold forever. How could he let her go? He wished to embrace her eternally, never depart from her side. How can you be so enchanting, rendering one utterly unable to resist, reluctant to let go? Yet I fear that upon awakening, you might find nothing to eat, leaving your belly empty. Now, I must venture out to hunt, to nurture my little rabbit into a plump and adorable creature. The gentle breeze bestowed a kiss upon the forehead of the stream, slowly withdrawing the arm it had pressed down, playfully tapping the stream's nose. Truly a little rascal. Leaving my arm numb. Upon exiting the cave, a cool breeze greeted me, accompanied by strands of golden light illuminating the rocky ledge. I paused for a moment, realizing that both the stream and I must hasten to reunite with the Hua family. The morning air already bore a slight chill, indicating that the frost season of over 30 sunrises had arrived, and the snow season was not far behind. As I leapt from the rocky ledge, I transformed into a shimmering silver figure, racing towards the depths of the misty forest. When the stream awoke, Sunlight had already pierced through the thatched curtain. After scolding me, she finally managed to stand, her steps unsteady as she exited the cave. She settled onto a stone bench by the table, filled with quiet resentment, declaring, "You are a beast, Long Feng. Tonight, you shall sleep outside the cave. Do you no longer care for me, stream? Can you truly bear to send me outside to sleep?" In the earnestness characteristic of our kind, I inquired, "Have I wronged you, stream? Why must I sleep outside?" My words left the stream blushing, for she could not confess the true reason, nor could she deny her own enjoyment of the matter. Thus, he could only reluctantly say, "It's nothing. You must have misheard." Indeed, Changfeng had successfully diverted her attention. "Look what I have picked for you today, like a treasure offering." Changfeng retrieved several vibrant red fruits from his oversized beast skin bag, which he had brought from the brook. In the process of extracting the red fruits, he inadvertently pulled out a white, plump radish, about the size of an arm. These fruits were delectable. I had tasted them during my wanderings in the southern mountains, and I was pleasantly surprised to discover they also grew in the misty forest. I saved these for you to enjoy. Inside, there are also a few eggs from the sharp-beaked beast. We shall boil them tonight, as we plan to rendezvous with Xiaohua's family tomorrow. You can savor them on the way. The brook did not pay any heed to what Changfeng had said. Her gaze was entirely fixated on the radish-like object. She picked it up for a closer inspection. If she wasn't mistaken, this plump, white object resembled a ginseng root, an exceptionally large one. Considerably bigger than the ginseng found in modern times, yet identical in shape. She had encountered ginseng in the modern world, but never one of such size. "Changfeng, why do you keep holding that thing that the Lulishu loves to eat?" he asked curiously, noticing her fascination. "Is this common here?" she inquired. "I rarely see it. I only encounter it occasionally when hunting Lulishu." Seeing that Xiaoxi seemed rather fond of this peculiar item, Changfeng was unsure why she liked it. However, this did not hinder his intent to delight his beloved little rabbit. It is said that the food of the Lulish beast, regardless of whether it is ginseng or not, at least seems non-toxic to Xiaoxi, making it suitable for soup. Changfeng pondered why Xiaoxi would use the favored delicacies of the Lulish beast to prepare soup for him. However, noticing that it was getting late and Xiaoxi had yet to eat, he refrained from asking further and simply handed her the leather pouch in his hand. Upon receiving the oversized leather pouch, specially made for him, Xiaoxi felt its weight nearly cause it to slip from her grasp. Fortunately, Changfeng, standing nearby, promptly caught it and placed it upon the table, preventing the precious sharp-beaked beast eggs within from shattering into pieces. This was the first time Xiaoxi had seen eggs as large as pomelos. The leather pouch contained not only a dozen or so red fruits, but also 5 sharp-beaked beast eggs. Turning her head, she noticed that Changfeng was already busy in the kitchen. "What are you preparing?" she inquired, remembering the succulent tenderness of the Lulish beast's meat. Xiaoxi could not help but swallow hard, contemplating the addition of a spicy pepper during the cooking process. In her modern life, she was someone who relished spiciness and had taken to adding peppers, reminiscent of eggplants, to her meals daily. However, just a few days prior, she had developed a blister at the corner of her mouth. "No, you cannot indulge in such spices, especially considering your current state," she chided, her lips pouting. "I can hardly move now, and it is all your fault. You must bring me a basin of water to wash up, and only then will I consider forgiving you." Changfeng cherished the sight of Xiaoxi playfully complaining to him. He fetched a basin of clear water and brought it over, not forgetting to steal a kiss upon her cheek. As the gentle breeze carried the whispers of the brook, Changfeng listened to Xiaoxi share that consuming wild vegetables would not bring about any discomfort. He decided to add a handful of wild greens to the nearly finished meat broth. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from the previous night or perhaps genuine hunger. But the two of them nearly polished off an entire pot of stew. With their bellies full, Xiaoxi regained some vigor and eagerly pulled Changfeng into the cave to account for the items they needed to take with them the next day. They had 2 leather bags filled with sun-dried mushrooms, weighing around 30 to 40 pounds, an indulgence Xiaoxi had refrained from consuming until now. Additionally, there was a tightly packed large leather bag filled with cotton fluff, weighing approximately 10 pounds. The eggplant and chili peppers they had harvested a few days prior. After basking in the sun, also amounted to about 10 pounds. Yet, when they tallied their provisions, the total barely reached 150 to 60 pounds. Xiaoxi frowned, her delicate brows furrowing as she contemplated how they would endure the winter ahead. Observing her troubled expression, Changfeng reached out, smoothing her furrowed brow. "Do not worry. I will handle everything. You only need to remain by my side, filled with joy. The rest shall be my responsibility." Xiaoxi raised her hand to caress Changfeng's cheek. "I understand, but this home is built by both of us. We shall share any burdens that arise." Changfeng gazed into Xiaoxi's earnest eyes, gently enveloping her in his embrace. "Very well, we shall face whatever comes together." Xiaoxi pushed away slightly, planting a soft kiss on his chin. "Please fetch that large leather bag I meticulously stitched at the corner. We need to pack these items into it for our journey tomorrow." A few days ago, Changfeng found himself intrigued by Xiaoxi's endeavor to stitch such large animal skin bags, which were connected by a long, wide strip of leather. It soon became clear that this was merely for the convenience of carrying various items. However, he pondered the necessity of connecting them. Xiaoxi meticulously placed all their belongings into the two bags, asking Changfeng to assess whether their weights were comparable. After tidying up the cave, Xiaoxi dashed to the corner kitchen outside, gathering unnecessary stone bowls, stone knives, a small bamboo tube for drinking, a large basin made of green bamboo, and a few other items intended for their journey. Seeing this, Changfeng, who had followed her out, approached with a resigned expression. "Xiaoxi," he said, "aside from the stone bowl, stone knife, and your bamboo tube, leave the rest here. Those items will serve little purpose on the road. I will procure replacements for you upon our arrival at the sacred mountain." Xiaoxi considered this, indeed, aside from what Changfeng suggested keeping. The other items were of minimal utility for their journey. Although they had not felt burdened by their possessions before, the two spent the day intermittently packing. That evening, Changfeng refrained from further teasing Xiaoxi, knowing they had to set off early the next day. After dinner and a brief wash, they retired to bed early. As dawn approached, Changfeng awoke gently, placing a soft kiss on Xiaoxi's forehead. He nudged the slumbering figure in his arms and whispered, "Xiaoxi, awaken. For today we are to meet with Xiaohua's family at the East Mountain Gorge." Xiaoxi, still in a daze, opened her bleary eyes and gazed at the darkness within the cave. "Is it time to leave already, at such an early hour?" she murmured. Changfeng sat up and embraced the still drowsy Xiaoxi in his arms. Yes, they had to depart now. Otherwise, they would miss the rendezvous with Xiaohua's family. Upon hearing that a delay would hinder their meeting, Xiaoxi hastily donned her clothes. It seemed that the bond between her and Xiaohua was indeed profound. The mere mention of time constraints prompted her to spring into action, whereas coaxing her out of bed on ordinary mornings proved an insurmountable challenge. Xiaoxi, oblivious to the undertone of Changfeng's words, proudly declared, "Indeed, sisters are like siblings, while males are akin to garments." Changfeng's azure eyes glinted with a hint of danger. Although he did not comprehend the meaning behind Xiaoxi's statement, he sensed it was not particularly flattering. Xiaoxi planted a kiss on Changfeng's eyes and said, "Do not gaze at me like that, or we may not make it on time today." The implication in her words was unmistakable, causing Changfeng's ears to flush with embarrassment. Xiaoxi grasped Changfeng's large hand and urged him, "Hurry up, my spirited wolf beast husband. Pray, enlighten me. What did you mean by siblings are like garments?" he inquired. The threat in his pale blue gaze was palpable, rendering the timid Xiaoxi hesitant to reveal the truth. "You misheard me," she retorted. "I meant to say that you should hasten and dress, lest we be late." After planting a kiss on Changfeng's lips, she finally managed to extricate herself. As Xiaoxi stepped out of the cave and lifted the thatched curtain, a gust of cool air rushed toward her. She murmured, "Why has the temperature dropped so significantly all of a sudden?" "The frost season here," Little Stream mused, "is reminiscent of autumn in a past life. However, it is but a fleeting moment, which explains the slight chill that has recently enveloped them." The two prepared breakfast by reheating the beast meat they had cooked the previous night. Noticing that Little Stream had eaten little, Changfeng remarked, "You should consume more beast meat. We shall be traveling today, and it is uncertain when we will next have a meal. Rising so early in the morning had left her with a diminished appetite. Observing little Stream, who was on the verge of dozing off, Changfeng refrained from further persuasion. Instead, he placed 5 eggs of the sharp-nosed beast within her reach. Turning to her and saying, "Take them out to eat when you feel hungry." "All right, I understand," she replied. Changfeng had already carried all their belongings to the cliff's edge. "Let us go, little Stream." As she gazed at the place she had inhabited for over a month, a sense of reluctance washed over her. She had never given it much thought before, yet today the prospect of departure stirred unexpected emotions. "Do not be sad. If you feel attached, you may return to visit next year," Changfeng consoled. "This is the domain of Xiaohua and her male counterpart. We cannot reside here permanently." Little Stream was well aware of this truth, yet the imminent departure from her first dwelling in this world tugged at her heartstrings. Noticing the concern etched on Changfeng's face, she reassured him, "I am fine. Wherever you are is home." Changfeng embraced Little Stream and replied, "Yes, I shall provide you with the home you desire." With that, he transformed into a magnificent, 5-meter-long pure white spirit wolf, exuding an air of majesty befitting one of divine lineage. The aura emanated far and wide, causing the ferocious beasts of the forest to flee in terror, while the smaller creatures cowered in place, trembling and utterly subdued by the overwhelming presence. Devoid of the courage to escape, the brook strained to fashion itself into a makeshift, oversized beast hide satchel, endeavoring to drape it over the long-winged beast. After several attempts, her diminutive strength proved insufficient, and the satchel remained unthrown. Unable to resist, she cast a glance at the wolf-like head of the long-winged beast, feeling as though it mocked her. Dismissing the notion as mere hallucination, she prepared to scrutinize it further, only to witness the long wind effortlessly grasp the hide bag with its jaws and deftly flick it into position on its back. With determination, she climbed onto the beast's back, gripping its long fur around the neck to secure herself against the peril of falling during its swift run. Once all was in readiness, the long wind surged forth like a bolt of lightning towards the appointed entrance of the East Mountain Canyon. Seated atop the beast, she felt the exhilarating velocity exceed that of a modern train, the wind whipping through her ponytail, rendering it straight as an arrow. The East Mountain Canyon was neither too distant nor too near. Traveling on foot would take them a day or two. As they approached the canyon, it was akin to the modern hour of 8, and from afar, they spotted a gathering of people. One of the most fortuitous aspects of her arrival in this beastly world was her newfound ability to see without glasses, and her vision was clearer and more far-reaching than ever before. Alongside her, Xiaohua and the others also beheld a pure white-silver wolf racing towards them with remarkable speed. As she approached, Xiaohua finally discovered that it was Xiaoxi seated upon the silver wolf. Excitedly, she waved her hand and called out loudly, "Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi, we are here. Come over quickly." Standing beside Xiaohua, her mother beast watched her daughter, who, disregarding her pregnancy, seemed ready to leap into the sky. She sighed inwardly, contemplating how her daughter had grown so much it still caused her worry. Extending her hand, she gently patted Xiaohua's head, saying, "Now, calm down for a moment." As she spoke, Xiaoxi and Changfeng arrived before them. Upon seeing Xiaohua, Xiaoxi felt a surge of joy. The moment Changfeng came to a halt, she slid off his back and dashed toward Xiaohua. Just as she was about to envelop Xiaohua in a warm embrace, she suddenly noticed a group of people observing them. Xiaoxi deduced that the individuals at the forefront must be Xiaohua's mother and father beasts. Hastily, she halted her movement, smiled at them, and respectfully greeted, "Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Xiaoxi." Glancing at Changfeng beside her, she added, "This is my beast husband, Changfeng." Changfeng politely greeted everyone as well, and they all engaged in brief introductions. Before Xiaoxi could finish her greetings, she was abruptly embraced by Xiaohua, who exclaimed, "Xiaoxi, I've missed you so much. Thank goodness you're here. These past few days without you, I had no one to chat with, and I was nearly suffocating from the solitude." Xiaohua's several beast husbands thought to themselves, "Are we mere air? Is our partner conversing with nothingness daily? Do we truly lack presence?" Thus, in an effort to extricate her daughter from the predicament, Xiaohua's mother spoke up, You little bear cub, chattering incessantly every day, your female companions have nearly spoiled you to the heavens. How can you find life dull? Turning her gaze with a smile towards Xiaoxi, she continued, You must be Xiaoxi, right? My little bear cub has undoubtedly disturbed you on numerous occasions. Not at all. Xiaohua is a wonderful girl, Xiaoxi replied. Xiaohua's mother observed the young female before her, whose features were strikingly clear, with bright brows and eyes. A gentle smile gracing her lips, exuding an air of benevolence. While one's appearance can be beautiful or captivating, the sincerity reflected in this young female's face when she regarded her daughter spoke volumes. It was evident that she genuinely considered her innocent daughter a friend. Xiaohua's mother approached Xiaoxi, taking her hand and offering a warm, compassionate smile. If you are willing to be friends with my little bear cub, then you are indeed a good female. As they set forth towards the sacred mountain, the company of Xiaoxi was not limited to Xiaohua's mother and her two male companions. Her brother's family also joined them. Xiaohua's mother was a Dudu female, while her father was a cloud tiger beast man, from whom Xiaohua inherited her mother's beastly form. Dian was the father of Yao, a golden lion beast man. Ling's father was a falcon beast man who had succumbed to injuries sustained during a hunt without finding a shaman for treatment. Xiaohua's elder brother, Feng, was a cloud tiger beast man. Her second brother, Yao, a golden lion beast man, and her third brother, Ling, a falcon beast man, accompanied by their female partner, Xiaoya, a gray wolf tribe female. Xiaohua's three brothers left a similar impression on Xiaoxi as their elder brother Meng. They were a group of honest and straightforward males. The companion of brother Xiaohua, Xiaoya, exudes an air of aloofness and pride, seemingly indifferent to those around her. Once everyone had gathered and exchanged greetings, they set forth on their journey. The males, particularly Meng, were consumed with curiosity about the true nature of Chongfeng's beastly form. They wondered why, upon approaching, they felt an overwhelming pressure, a sensation they had never encountered before. What kind of formidable presence could instill such fear in them, even before any confrontation? Despite their intrigue about the immense size and potent aura of Chongfeng's beastly form, their unfamiliarity prevented them from voicing their questions. As they observed Chongfeng and Meng, who were accompanied by two cheerful females engaged in animated conversation, the males understood that this was neither the time nor place for curiosity. Listening to the endless chatter of the two young females recounting their experiences since their last separation, Chongfeng and Meng exchanged resigned glances. They realized that if they continued at this pace, they might not reach the holy mountain before the next snow season. Xiaohua's mother, Yun, could no longer bear the sight of the two males, Meng and Chongfeng, who seemed intimidated by the females. With a disdainful glance, she muttered, Useless. Meng feigned ignorance, while Chongfeng turned to look at the jovial Xiaoxi, thinking to himself that as long as the little rabbit was happy, he did not care who was deemed useless. Yun, seated atop her partner Shun's beast, turned towards Xiaohua and Xiaoxi and admonished, You too, be quiet. Are you going to let your males make progress or not? Such thoughtless bear females. The scolded little flower pouted, while the similarly chastised little stream smiled broadly. The fact that little flower's mother, Yun, treated herself and little flower as equals indicated that she regarded herself as a mentor to those she acknowledged. Little stream playfully stuck her tongue out at little flower, who responded with a cheeky grimace, and the two exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. As they continued their journey, both refrained from speaking, until the winds of change urged them to race forward. Their group persevered until the twilight of dusk, when they finally discovered a serene spot by the riverbank to rest. Little Flower's two fathers, Shun and Dashin, stayed behind to protect the four females, while the other males ventured off to hunt, preparing for the evening's meal. Yun, Little Stream, Little Flower, and Xiaoya settled near the warmth of the fire. Little Stream, unable to resist indulging, shared her bounty, offering one piece each to Yun and Xiaoya, while saving the remainder for Little Flower, who was expecting offspring, allowing her to savor it leisurely. Observing the two young females side by side, Yun smiled knowingly as she watched her daughter blissfully enjoying the fruit. It was heartening to see her daughter bond with such a kind-hearted companion. It spared her from feeling alone, as she herself often wished for a female friend with whom to share her thoughts and experiences, like the sensations of bearing young, the challenges of unruly children, and the occasional pride in their male's affection, alongside the grievances that arose. Awakening from her reverie, Yun chuckled softly, realizing she had perhaps overthought the matter. Observing the harmonious camaraderie and playful banter among her close friends, she turned her gaze towards the seemingly indifferent Xiaoya, who appeared unimpressed by anyone or anything around her. With a slight shake of her head, she averted her face and focused on Shun and Dashin as they prepared the essentials for the impending barbecue. As Xiaoxi and Xiaohua recounted how Chang Feng had attempted to cheer her up by grilling a particularly spicy eggplant pepper, which ultimately left her in tears, they were interrupted by the distant chatter of the Orcs. They had never before managed to capture such a formidable array of prey in such a brief span of time. For saber-toothed beasts, 3 giant-toothed beasts, 2 mammoth beasts, and, in pursuit of 4 females, 5 tender Lulus. The boastful demeanor of the young ones was enough to cause discomfort to the more mature males, who chose to disregard his juvenile antics. Shun and Dashin assisted in transporting the game to the riverside for processing, while Ling could not resist joining Xiaoxi and her companions, animatedly sharing tales from their hunting expedition. With fervor, Ling gestured wildly as he spoke, almost elevating Chang Feng to a status of unparalleled prowess, claiming he was the mightiest on the entire Orc continent. Captivated by Ling's enthusiastic narration, Xiaoxi felt compelled to remind him of the teamwork involved, interjecting, "Ling, do not speak so. Without your efforts, he would not have captured such game alone." Ling sheepishly scratched his head, retorting, "Regardless, I believe he is the strongest, even more so than my elder brother." Before he could finish his thought, Ling suddenly exclaimed in surprise, clutching the back of his head and turning to the males busily processing the prey by the river. "Who threw a stone at my head? A bunch of petty souls, unable to tolerate the truth, yet unwilling to let others express their thoughts." As soon as Ling finished speaking and turned his head, he suddenly exclaimed in pain, clutching his head, for several small stones had struck the back of his skull simultaneously. Who could have thrown them? Ling noticed that everyone was preoccupied with their own tasks, indifferent to his plight. In a fit of frustration and humiliation, he picked up a large rock and hurled it into the small river where Feng and the others were situated. The stone splashed into the water, drenching those nearby who were processing their catch. Unsurprisingly, Ling faced retribution from Feng, while his mother, Yun, seated nearby, turned her head away, feigning ignorance. The aloof and proud Xiaoyu was no different. Ling cast a hopeful glance towards his only sister, Xiaohua, seeking her intercession, only to find her engrossed in conversation with her friends, completely oblivious to her poor brother's predicament as he suffered at the hands of their elder brother. He then turned his gaze towards the 2 male beasts, who were busy skinning a wild animal by the river, utterly unresponsive to his distress. Observing Ling's demeanor, which bore a striking resemblance to Xiaohua's, Xiaoxi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the scene. Compassionate towards this innocent and endearing child, she decided to offer him a fruit she had yet to eat, hoping to soothe his wounded spirit. For dinner, the males prepared roasted meat. Xiaohua lavished praise upon Xiaoxi, eager to obtain the spices that would enhance the flavor of the roast. Given the limited supply of seasonings, Xiaoxi had initially intended to save them for the snowy season, but in a moment of candor, she inadvertently revealed this to Xiaohua, who, being the glutton she was, could hardly wait that long. Xiaoxi cautiously retrieved some cumin, Sichuan pepper, and dried wild garlic powder from a leather pouch, along with dried chili powder. She carefully placed the remaining spices back into the larger leather bag, resolving that this time she would remain resolute against Xiaohua's pleas. Otherwise, if she indulged this glutton, there would be nothing left for the snowy season, as they would be consumed in just a few days. Approaching Chang Feng, she offered him the spices, saying, "Use them sparingly. After the snow season, we will share these with everyone. Consuming them will warm our bodies." Upon hearing that these spices could generate warmth, Meng eagerly snatched them from Chang Feng's hand, pinching a bit and placing it in his mouth. Unfortunately, he had chosen the dried and ground chili powder. A violent coughing fit ensued, His face flushed crimson and tears streamed down his cheeks. Xiaoxi stifled her laughter and hurriedly fetched a bamboo bucket of water for Meng, exclaiming, "Meng, quickly drink some water. It will ease the discomfort." Meng accepted the water and gulped it down, mirroring the initial reaction Chanfeng had experienced when he first encountered chili. Xiaoxi cast an amused glance at Chanfeng, who shot her a sharp glare, reminding her of his own awkwardness during his first taste of chili. After quenching his thirst, Meng pointed at the spices in Changfeng's hand, asking, "Is this truly edible?" The onlookers gathered around, their curiosity piqued as they observed Changfeng and Xiaoxi. Had it not been for their familiarity with Xiaohua and Meng, they might have suspected that these two were plotting against them. Changfeng chose not to elaborate, merely sprinkling a modest amount of seasoning over the perfectly grilled meat. An enticing and invigorating aroma wafted through the air, causing the orcs nearby to instinctively swallow. Those orcs, not far from them, also caught a whiff and began to exclaim about the alluring scent that intertwined with the savory fragrance of the roasted meat. Changfeng handed the seasoned meat to Xiaoxi, urging her to eat quickly. However, before the meat reached Xiaoxi's hands, it was intercepted mid-air by Xiaohua. Observing the seasoned meat snatched away, Changfeng refrained from protest, knowing that Xiaoxi would ultimately yield it to Xiaohua, understanding the deep affection Xiaoxi held for the female who had once saved her life. Moreover, he was grateful to this female for rescuing Xiaoxi, as it had afforded him the chance to encounter the little rabbit. Xiaohua began to devour the seasoned meat, coughing twice from the spiciness of the chili pepper, yet unable to resist the delectable aroma of the roasted meat. After acclimating to the spice, she indulged without restraint, swiftly consuming a substantial portion of the seasoned meat. Once finished, Xiaohua turned her gaze towards Changfeng, as if inquiring if there was more. She was then pulled aside by Meng, who, upon seeing that she was unharmed, finally felt reassured. "Xiaohua, you glutton, why did you snatch my meat?" Xiaoxi expressed her dissatisfaction. Hey, Xiaoxi, what's mine is yours, right? Why make a distinction?" Xiaoxi, momentarily flustered by Xiaohua's shamelessness, retorted impulsively, "Xiaohua, if you're so generous, why don't you offer me one of your males?" Xiaohua cast a sly glance at the imposing figure of the dark-faced deity standing by the stream, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she directed her gaze toward her male companions and remarked to the stream, "You desire them, do you not?" Suddenly, the stream became aware of a chilling sensation in the air and swiftly turned to observe the sullen-faced Changfeng beside her. It dawned on her that she had misspoken, prompting her to hurriedly rush over and cling to Changfeng's arm. "All other males are but fleeting shadows. In my heart, only our esteemed Changfeng holds true superiority and worth. I scarcely remember what the others look like." After uttering these heartfelt words, she affectionately rubbed her face against Changfeng's arm to affirm her sincerity. Onlookers witnessed such a timid display from the stream and stifled their laughter, turning away to avoid direct confrontation with the scene. As Changfeng met the earnest gaze of the stream, his expression softened somewhat, and he chose to ignore her, continuing to roast the beast meat in his hands. Ling, having observed Xiaohua relishing her meal, seized some spices and sprinkled them over his own roasting meat. He savored the delightful flavors, pondering how he had never realized before just how delectable roasted meat could be. Once Ling finished a piece of the roasted meat and contemplated grabbing more spices for another piece, he discovered that the pouch containing the spices was empty. He looked toward Changfeng, questioning, "Where are the spices?" Changfeng surveyed the surroundings, and Ling followed his gaze, noting that everyone was absorbed in their meals, heads bowed over their roasted meat. It was a miscalculation. Had he known, he would have gathered more spices earlier. Ling beheld her mother beast and the 4 female companions, who had laid out several pieces of seasoned roasted meat. She contemplated approaching to snatch a piece, but was met with the indifferent gazes of 2 male beasts, prompting her to immediately crouch down and consume only the meat seasoned with salt. This evening, Xiaoxi felt a flutter of anxiety while eating, frequently stealing glances at Changfeng, fearful that the miserly man still harbored resentment over her earlier thoughtless remarks. Initially, she and Feng struggled to adapt to the spicy flavor, yet they were irresistibly drawn to the enticing aroma. After several attempts, their appetites awakened, and ultimately, for the sake of a few pieces of seasoned meat, the males nearly came to blows. After a lively dinner, everyone dispersed to attend to their own affairs. Xiaoxi was led upstream by Chang Feng, and as they departed, she caught sight of Xiaohua wearing a smug expression. She shot a fierce glare at Xiaohua, silently blaming her for the trouble. Why was she the one suffering now? Xiaoxi felt a sense of helplessness wash over her. The thought of how Chang Feng might punish her made her wish to break free from his grip, yet she dared not do so. Like a reluctant little bride, she was pulled along by Chang Feng. A gentle breeze wafted by the riverside, and the moonlight shimmered across the water's surface. As they stood by the river, Chang Feng finally released her hand and turned to gaze intently into her sparkling eyes with his captivating pale blue ones. "You desire many males," he asserted. No, truly not," Xiaoxi protested, her eyes darting to the gently flowing water below. Suddenly, the surroundings seemed to fall into a profound silence. After a brief pause, the stream lifted its bright eyes and gazed intently at Chang Feng. "Before meeting you, I contemplated whether I should seek out multiple males to survive in this harsh environment. However, it was only after that day you vanished from the hillside that I realized my feelings for you had quietly permeated my entire heart. My heart is small and can only accommodate one male. Do you think I should accept more? No, having just you is enough. I am your entirety, and you are my very existence." Chang Feng looked at the stream, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I know the words you spoke tonight are not genuine, yet they instill fear within me. I am afraid that one day you may grow weary of me and seek out other males. I fear that when that time comes, I may not be able to restrain myself. Restrained from what? From eliminating those who tempt you. Then the first one you should eliminate is yourself. For my soul has long been ensnared by you." The stream extended her arms and embraced Chang Feng's waist, tilting her head to kiss his lips. After a long while, they parted, and Chang Feng caressed the stream's back, saying, "It is my fault. I know you are not that kind of female, but hearing you express a desire for other males makes me want to obliterate this world." The stream recognized her misstep. "I shall never utter such words again." Chang Feng lowered his gaze to the stream's starry eyes, and, as if drawn by an unseen force, gently kissed her eyelids. In the tranquil embrace of the night, the males positioned their females at the center, a gesture both protective and warm against the evening chill. Though it was apparent that only the softly snoring little flower was truly asleep, both Xiaoxi and Chang Feng tread lightly as they approached their designated area. Xiaoxi retrieved 2 animal skins from the leather pouch. One was spread upon the ground while the other was reserved as a covering. Chang Feng adjusted their belongings inward and circled the resting space, pondering the oddity of remaining awake at such a late hour. After a brief distance of 30 paces from their resting spot, he inhaled deeply, discerning the scents around him, confirming that Meng and Feng had marked the area with their presence. This served as a warning to any approaching orcs that this place was now occupied, as well as a deterrent to the nocturnal beasts that roamed the night. Upon hearing Chang Feng's footsteps, Xiaoxi, already feeling drowsy upon the animal skin, instinctively shifted to make room. Observing her reflexive response, Chang Feng's lips curled into a smile. Ever since he had met Xiaoxi, he felt a profound happiness each day. As he settled down, Xiaoxi naturally rolled into his embrace, prompting him to pull the animal skin gently over them. Noticing that Xiaoxi had closed her eyes, he recognized her fatigue from the day's journey and refrained from disturbing her further. Instead, he placed a soft kiss upon her forehead before closing his own eyes. Having departed from the misty great forest, he was uncertain of his destination. Yet he ultimately adhered to his original plan to arrive at the sacred mountain ahead of the snow season. He ambled leisurely, believing there was ample time ahead, unaware that 3 days prior, a petite female had collided with him. As he turned to see the approaching orc of the mangy dog clan, the young female clung to his arm, her pleading eyes filled with desperation as she implored him to save her. Initially, he had no intention of intervening. However, he ultimately decided to rescue her from the clutches of the orc, compelled by an inexplicable sense of familiarity she evoked. Reminiscent of a gentle brook, though he could not articulate precisely what that resemblance entailed. "How are you? Does it still hurt?" Yao Tiantian inquired of the striking young man they had rescued today, extending to him the roasted meat she held. Yao Tiantian, observing the handsome beast man's reluctance to engage with her, felt a sense of disinterest and chose to sit beside Qing Tsang instead, leisurely savoring the grilled meat nearby. Qing Tsang cast a glance her way but remained silent. Having just navigated the rigors of the college entrance examination, she, along with a group of like-minded friends, was orchestrating an impromptu adventure. Wherever her journey led, the potential for danger seemed to elicit little concern from anyone. As a child of divorced parents, she had witnessed them remarry, each establishing new families and children. Did she harbor resentment towards her parents? She could not say for certain. They had strained to maintain their fractured marriage until she secured her place in high school. On the very first day of her freshman year, her parents accompanied her to the school dormitory, covering her tuition and living expenses, and the family joyfully celebrated with a meal at their favorite KFC. On that day, she wept, she shouted, and she frantically questioned her parents as to why this was happening. Yet, the fractured marriage would not alter simply because she could not accept it. Ultimately, she could not change the reality of her parents' divorce. From that moment onward, it seemed as though she had simultaneously lost both her father and mother. Once an outstanding student, she gradually descended into mediocrity due to the emotional turmoil she faced. In the days that followed, in her dazed state, she befriended a group of classmates who were disinterested in their studies, and together they embraced smoking, fighting, and frequenting bars in the night market. As for how she found herself in this world, it was a rather klitsch tale. During a trip on a sweltering day, she and a few young companions decided to swim in a natural lake. This seemingly innocuous decision led to her, an adept swimmer, being ensnared by a whirlpool. As she heard her friends calling her name, Yao Tiantian gradually lost consciousness. When she awoke, she was surprised to find herself being carried on the shoulder of a tall man, accompanied by two others clad in animal skins, of rather ordinary appearance. Surveying the unfamiliar grasslands and hills around her, she wondered if she had been swept away by the whirlpool to a place inhabited by savages. At that moment, Yao Tiantian had yet to realize she had traversed into another realm. She merely believed she had been carried to an unknown location. Seizing the opportunity when the beast men relaxed, she managed to tumble off the man's shoulder and, scrambling to her feet, dashed forward, just as the three beast men promptly reacted and gave chase. In a frantic rush, Yao Tiantian dashed forward, inadvertently colliding with a man clad in animal hide. This man, who later became her savior, was Qing Tsang, a remarkably handsome and robust male orc. Known for his striking appearance yet taciturn demeanor, it was only after being rescued by Qing Tsang that she realized she had traversed into a world inhabited entirely by orcs, where all the men were male orcs and the women were female orcs. In this realm, females were permitted to form bonds with multiple males, akin to what we modern individuals refer to as marriage. This revelation did not come from Qing Tsang. Rather, it was something she observed over the past few days, noticing that the women she encountered were often surrounded by several men. One day, driven by curiosity, she approached a female and inquired about this peculiar arrangement. The female regarded her as if she were foolish, yet ultimately divulged that the males attending to her were her orc husbands. In this Orcish continent, where males outnumbered females, it was customary for orc families to consist of multiple males for the purpose of procreation. Having always identified with the protagonists in novels from her previous life, who traversed to fantastical worlds as heroines accompanied by male leads, engaging in agriculture, commerce, and amassing a harem of handsome men, Yao Tiantian felt a surge of excitement at the thought. Here, females had the privilege of forming unions with numerous males. Could it be that the heavens had destined her to be the heroine of this world? The more she pondered, the more she convinced herself that she was indeed the chosen daughter of fate. She glanced at the ruggedly handsome Qing Tsang, illuminated by the flickering flames, and then turned her gaze to the strikingly handsome eagle beast man, Song Qiong, who leaned against a stone, having finished his roasted meat and now resting with his eyes closed. Yao Tiantian couldn't help but smile, for these were the fated companions bestowed upon her by the heavens, just as in novels where the male lead rescues the female lead. who in turn, out of kindness, saves her harem. It seemed to echo her own experience. Qing Tsong had saved her. And upon witnessing Tsong Qiong and several other beastmen injured in battle, she had pleaded fervently with Qing Tsong to rescue him. Yao Tian thought to herself how truly benevolent she was as a female protagonist. Qing Tsong observed Yao Tian's ever-changing expression and pondered what thoughts occupied her mind. Tsong Qiong sensed her gaze and opened his cool eyes to glance at her. After their evening meal, Qing Tsong sought a suitable spot to lie down and rest, while Yao Tian watched both men close their eyes, preparing for slumber. Feeling a sense of ennui, she mused that in modern times, she would likely be at a bar with friends, drinking and singing, perhaps even encountering a compatible companion for the night. Left to her boredom, she extracted a large piece of beast hide from Qing Tsong's leather pouch, spreading it out a short distance away and then lying on one side, draping the other half over herself. Both Qing Tsong and Tsong Qiong, their eyes closed, felt a slight movement as they became aware of a few mangy dog tribe beastmen lurking in the nearby thicket. However, since the intruders did not approach to cause trouble, the two males chose to disregard their presence. The deep night in the beastman world was fraught with peril, as darkness descended, wild beasts roamed in search of prey, with the sounds of howling and fighting echoing through the air. The cursed canines of the orc tribe remained ever vigilant, poised to seize any solitary female, rendering this wilderness journey fraught with peril and despair. As dawn broke, amidst the melodious chirping of birds, orcs began to stir, preparing breakfast for their kin. The brook awakened in the embrace of the gentle wind, and as she sleepily opened her eyes, she found herself gazing into a pair of tender, azure eyes. Longfeng, noticing that Xiaoxi had roused, gently bestowed a kiss upon her forehead. Awaken, for soon we shall dine and continue our journey. Though she typically struggled to rise in the mornings, she understood that this was not the time for lingering in slumber. Passing by the mother beast of Xiaohua, Yun, she greeted, uncle, aunt, good morning. While Xiaohua's parents were unfamiliar with the terms of endearment, they discerned from Xiaoxi's tone and demeanor that she was likely addressing her elders with respect. After exchanging pleasantries with those she encountered, Xiaoxi made her way to where the slumbering Xiaohua lay, noticing Yu vigilantly watching over her. She approached him and said, Brother Yu, I shall keep Xiaohua company. You may attend to your duties. Indeed, there were many matters to attend to in the morning, and Yu had his own responsibilities. But he had stayed behind to ensure Xiaohua was cared for. With Xiaoxi's offer to remain, he smiled and nodded in agreement. Once Yu had departed, Xiaoxi revealed a hidden treasure from behind her back, a tuft of grass she had whimsically plucked along the way. A devilish grin spread across her face as she thought to herself, this little rascal caused me quite the trouble last night, earning a stern reprimand from Longfeng. Her lips still throbbed with pain. If vengeance was not to be sought now, when would it be? Xiaoxi gazed at the sky, where the sun had begun its slow ascent. Around her, in the distance, the orcs who had also chosen to journey early to the holy mountain were stirring from their slumber. She glanced at the little flower, sleeping like a pig, and resolved to show no mercy, continuing to pester her while exclaiming, How is it that there is only this little bit of spiced roasted meat left? Better not leave any for the little flower. At that moment, the males nearby were roasting the beast meat left over from the previous night, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, affirming Xiaoxi's words. The drowsy little flower, still half asleep, truly believed that only a single piece of spiced roasted meat remained. Suddenly, she bolted upright, eyes wide open, exclaiming, You bunch of nuisances, you want the delicious roasted meat all to yourselves without leaving me any. The orcs, with their keen ears, chuckled at the little flower's complaint. They called out to the sleepyhead to rise, but it was Xiaoxi's words that proved effective. Typically, even if her males said such things, she would remain unfazed, knowing they would never devour the good food without leaving some for her. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed the suspicious tear on the little flower's lip. Xiaoxi smirked, fixated on her friend's mouth, and teased, Confess. Did you get so excited last night while flirting with that handsome fellow that you bit your lip? Upon hearing Xiaoxi's words, the little flower quickly glanced towards the area where several beast husbands were gathered, then turned to glare fiercely at Xiaoxi, murmuring, This is all your fault. You made me get a lesson from those brutes. Xiaoxi understood immediately. The only thing she could be blamed for was her own slip of the tongue from the previous night. It serves you right. Who told you to utter such shameless words last night? And yet, you blame me when I have not even reproached you. Xiaoxi pointed to her slightly swollen lips and retorted, Humph, am I the only one to have been taught a lesson? Observing Xiaoxi's still puffy lips, Xiaohua could not contain her laughter. The two females, both chastised by their respective males, engaged in mutual accusations before bursting into laughter at one another's misfortune. Ultimately, it was Xiaoxi who supported the pregnant Xiaohua as they made their way to the riverbank for a wash. Witnessing the morning spectacle of sisterly discord, the onlookers chuckled and shook their heads. The antics of these two females undeniably added a delightful charm to their lives. Only Ling, with her innocent disposition, gazed at Xiaoxi and Xiaohua in confusion, pondering the abrupt shift from their earlier quarrel to their current camaraderie. Xiaohua's elder brother, Yao, could not help but slap his dim-witted sibling on the head, remarking that the whims of females were beyond his comprehension, rubbing her sore head from the playful strike. Ling protested, "Why hit me? You could simply speak. Perhaps it might just make you wiser," he quipped. This morning's roasted meat featured a solitary spiced piece reserved for Xiaohua, while the others remained unseasoned. Xiaoya glanced over but refrained from commenting. Xiaoxi sensed that despite Xiaoya's somewhat haughty demeanor, she was actually quite amiable. During the meal, Xiaoxi shared the boiled echidna eggs she had forgotten to bring out the previous day with the group. After finishing their meal, everyone began to stow their belongings into a colossal beast hide bag, which was then placed upon the back of the transformed male beastmen as they prepared for their journey to the sacred mountain. At this moment, Xiaohua noticed that on Changfeng's back, the beast skin bags on either side were connected by a long, wide strip of animal hide. This arrangement ensured that when the beastly figure moved, it would not chafe its body, nor would the bags easily fall off. Xiaohua pointed to the pouches on Changfeng and inquired, "Xiaoxi, did you make this?" "Yes. What's the matter?" "Xiaoxi, how clever you are. The way these pouches are connected allows the males to carry them without risk of injury or loss. It is truly practical." Xiaoxi glanced at the two oversized beast skin bags, woven together with vines, that lay beside Dahi. Then she noticed the areas on Dahi's fur that had been worn raw and felt a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. "Xiaohua, if you want such a beast skin pouch, I can teach you how to make one during our break this afternoon." Xiaoyu approached, observing the beast skin bags hanging from Changfeng. "Could you teach me as well when we rest?" Xiaoxi looked at Xiaoyu in astonishment. This was the first sentence she had exchanged with her since yesterday, and even then, it had only been a cool "Mem" upon their initial greeting. Noticing Xiaoxi's surprised expression, Xiaoyu merely smiled slightly, thinking of her as yet another female deceived by appearances. Feeling a little embarrassed for her own overreaction, Xiaoxi replied, "All right, we shall make them together during our break." Xiaohua's elder brother, Feng, felt a sense of joy witnessing his partner gradually opening up and letting go of her reservations. The old adage holds true, one must not judge solely by appearances. Though the seemingly aloof Xiaoya appears distant, she is, in fact, quite amiable. Observing the harmonious interactions among the young females, Yun, seated comfortably on the back of Xiaohua, feels a profound sense of solace. The emotional landscape of the beastmen in this world is strikingly frigid. Each beastman family possesses a mountain as their territory, leading to minimal interaction among them. Over time, this lack of understanding and communication has eroded trust, creating a perilous situation for the beastman realm. Yun, a descendant of a great being, has heard from her powerful mother about the dwindling numbers of beastmen over the past century. This decline is attributed to both environmental factors and the prevalence of illness and disability among the beastmen, exacerbated by the scarcity of skilled healers. If this trend continues, the beastmen of the continent are destined to face a cataclysm concerning their very survival. With a heavy sigh, Yun reflects on her mother's dying words, which emphasize the importance of kindness toward others. Should they have the fortune to encounter a sage of great wisdom in their lifetimes, they must dedicate themselves to safeguarding and aiding this sage in advancing the survival and prosperity of the beastman continent. Now, at the age of 81, Yin wonders if she will ever meet the sage her mother spoke of. Since Xiaoxi and the others set off for the holy mountain early, they are not in haste. And with Xiaohua carrying young ones, their pace is considerably slower than that of the other beastmen heading to the holy mountain. The brook gazed at the mountains and forests rushing by, and although they were not in haste, the long wind carried them swiftly nonetheless. She had often heard those around her speak of the long journey to the sacred mountain, but just how far could it be? Unable to contain her curiosity, she wrapped her arms around the long wind south neck and leaned close to his ear, inquiring, "How long will it take to reach the sacred mountain?" The breath of her words tickled the long wind's ear, sending a delightful shiver through him. He shook his fur and moved his ear away. "So far? Did you not mention that the frost season had just begun? How can it be that we are swiftly approaching the snow season?" Swiftly? The snow season is still over a month away. This revelation truly astonished the brook. If what the long wind said was accurate, it meant that their journey to the sacred mountain would span over 30 days. Undeterred, she pressed on with her inquiry. "Long wind, how many sunrises does it take for you to reach the sacred mountain each year?" After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Approximately 20 or 30 sunrises." If it indeed required so many days, at their current pace, they were nearly matching the speed of a modern train, taking 20 to 30 days. It was difficult to fathom just how vast this continent truly was. The thought of spending over 30 days on the road was daunting, and she felt a deep admiration for the beastmen who ventured such distances to endure the winter at the sacred mountain. As the reality of the long journey weighed upon her, the brook, feeling disheartened, nestled on the long wind's back and gradually drifted into slumber. He slowed his pace, trailing behind the group, solely to ensure that she could rest more soundly. A wave of sweetness washed over Feng as he felt the ambiguous gestures exchanged between them. The carefree Ling, soaring through the sky, noticed their intimacy and swooped down, pecking Xiaoya's cheek with her sharp beak, leaving a distinct red mark. This audacious act incited the wrath of his elder brother, Feng, who, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, lashed out with his tail, striking his younger brother Yao. Ling transformed into human form atop Yao's back, rubbing her sword behind and exclaiming, "Brother, why did you hit me with your tail?" I too wish for Xiaoya to smile at me. This statement caused Xiaoya, seated on Feng's back, to blush deeply, prompting her to lower her head and gently pat Feng's back, urging him to hasten their departure. Feng, ignoring his foolish younger brother, addressed Yao, saying, "You deserve it. If you wish for Xiaoya's smile, you cannot simply peck her with that hard beak of yours." Ling turned her gaze toward Xiaoya. Noting the red mark on her cheek and realizing her wrongdoing, she rubbed her sore backside and fell silent. Meng, mindful of the pregnant Xiaohua he was carrying, refrained from running too swiftly, finding himself and Chanfeng at the rear of the procession, gazing at the slumbering female on their backs. They exchanged knowing glances, a shared mirth evident in their eyes. Meng quietly inquired of Chanfeng, "Since our last encounter, you seem to possess even greater strength than during our time in the misty forest." Meng inhaled sharply, for many beastmen had heard legends of divine beasts, believed to carry the bloodline of the beast god. It was said that only the spirit dragon beastmen and spirit wolf beastmen bore such lineage. The revelation that Changfeng was a descendant of a divine beast left him utterly astonished. As the sun began its descent in the western sky, the group, led by Changfeng, found a serene spot not far from the riverbank to rest, where water was readily available for their needs and the processing of their game. With ample time before their journey to the sacred mountain and the presence of 4 females, they were in no rush to continue their trek. Even though the males were robust and capable of swift movement, the jolting ride had taken a toll on the females who rode atop them. Upon halting for the day, Xiaoxi retrieved a piece of beast hide and spread it over a smooth patch of ground. She called over Xiaohua and Xiaoya to teach them the art of stitching together 2 enormous beast hide bags, which would be secured on the males' backs to prevent injury and ensure they stayed in place during their gallops. "Xiaohua, pay attention," Xiaoxi urged, her voice tinged with exasperation as she observed Xiaohua's distracted demeanor, her gaze flitting about. Had it not been for Xiaoxi's understanding of the adage that it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him fish, she would have been inclined to take over the stitching herself. Xiaoya watched the two young females before her, one with an innocent expression and the other displaying a resigned frustration that seemed to convey a sense of unfulfilled potential. The sight almost elicited a laugh from her. Observing their interaction, she felt a pang of envy towards their genuine friendship, something she wished she could cultivate. She was aware of her own shortcomings in communication, often perceived as aloof or unreasonable, and it was only in the company of her three beast husbands that she felt comfortable revealing her true self, secure in the knowledge that they treated her with sincerity. Yet, as she watched Xiaoxi and Xiaohua, she felt a desire to forge a bond with them, recognizing their kind and earnest natures. Once, there was a female who resided on the adjacent hill to the den of the matriarch. She believed herself to be quite close to the matriarch, yet was deceived by a male into venturing into the forest, where she nearly became prey to a ferocious beast. Had it not been for the fortuitous encounter with the three brothers during their hunt, she might have met a grim fate within the creature's belly. This incident instilled in her a profound fear of engaging in conversation or forming connections with others. Beside her, resting, was the gentle matriarch, Yun, who observed her daughter, Little Flower, glaring with her bright, sparkling eyes. Within those eyes, a blend of helplessness and concern emerged, causing Yun to feel a twinge of embarrassment. From a young age, her daughter had exhibited remarkable intelligence, yet the indulgence of the males in their household had rendered her somewhat spoiled and lazy. Seeing Little Flower so incensed made Yun, as a mother, feel quite apologetic. Thus she spoke, "Little Flower, I believe I noticed that yesterday, Rain's skin was chafed by the beast hide. In recent days, Little Flower had been preoccupied with her own tasks, and as they donned their beast skin garments for rest, she had not noticed Rain's injury." Little Flower held a deep affection for all the males, but if one were to inquire about her favorite, it would undoubtedly be the male rabbit beast, Rain, who had captured her heart. "Mother, is it true?" Little Flower inquired. "Would a mother deceive you? If you doubt my words, simply take the time to verify." Upon learning of Rain's injury, Little Flower ceased her idleness, promptly focusing on the meticulous stitching of the beast skin pouch in her hands. Little Creek released a sigh of relief. At last, there was someone capable of managing Little Flower, for otherwise, she would have been compelled to assist the slothful one in crafting her pouch. Yun gazed at the stream, clutching a long piece of animal hide as she approached the well-stocked leather pouch at her home. She crouched down, laboriously using a bone needle to connect two leather pouches with the elongated hide, achieving a result akin to the one carried by Chongfeng. "Thank you, Xiaoxi. You should see how delighted Uncle Shun and Uncle Dashin will be," she remarked. "It's no trouble at all, merely a simple task," Xiaoxi replied, hearing voices behind her. Yun reflected, once again, in such a brief span, so many game have been caught. Turning to see the source of the conversation, Xiaoxi noticed that each of her companions bore one or two pieces of prey upon their shoulders. After yesterday's exhilaration, they had yet to regain their composure. Today, Xiaoxi carried two Lulu beasts on her back, unable to resist the urge to stride ahead, while her brothers chose not to compete for the limelight, allowing her to bask in it. They transported the hunted beasts to the riverbank for processing, where Uncle Shun and Uncle Dashin arrived to lend a hand. Xiaohua gazed at Xiaoxi with her round, expectant eyes, but Xiaoxi, feeling no compassion, turned away, deliberately ignoring her. This year, due to her late arrival, she lacked the time to gather ample supplies for living. The small amount of seasoning she possessed was meant to last through the winter. Fearing she might soften, Xiaoxi kept her distance from Xiaohua. Xiaoyao walked past her, holding a handful of fruits resembling dates, and upon seeing Xiaoxi, she generously offered her half of the bounty. Xiaoxi, somewhat taken aback by the gesture, inquired, "For me?" Xiaoyao nodded affirmatively, "Yes. There is no need for so many. A few will suffice. These have all been cleaned. You may take them to eat. I just heard you mention that your male today has dug up a bird's nest and laid an egg, suggesting that we could smear it with mud and roast it over the fire." "Oh, it's nothing. Why don't we take these fruits over and enjoy them together?" As the two conversed, they approached Yun and Xiaohua. Upon seeing the fruits, Xiaohua couldn't contain herself and eagerly grabbed a handful, only to be gently reprimanded by her mother beast. "Yun, you little rascal, take them one at a time. Do you think you're still a cub, expecting others to indulge you? Neither Xiaoxi nor Xiaohua spoke, for everyone was well aware of Xiaohua's fondness for food. Typically, they indulged her, but as Yun had pointed out, with her soon-to-bear young, they could not continue to spoil her. After all, she would eventually need to compete for food with her own offspring. Despite receiving a scolding from her mother, Xiaohua paid little heed, her cheeks puffed out with food, resembling a student in class whose ears are attentive but whose mind wanders. It seemed Yun's words were in vain. However, Xiaohua was not so oblivious. After her initial grab, she refrained from reaching for more. Before long, the freshly prepared beast meat was skewered over the fire by the males. As cooking meat in a stone pot was quite inconvenient during their journey, they had no choice but to resort to roasting. Nevertheless, the beastmen had grown accustomed to this method of dining. Should they be offered anything else, they might not find it satisfying. Today, the female companions of Xiaoxi each received a bird egg enveloped in clay and roasted. Surprisingly, the eggs turned out to be quite delectable. The remaining 2 roasted eggs were gifted to the expectant Xiaohua to nourish her. After the meal, the moon ascended, casting a veil of ethereal beauty over the surroundings. The distant forests and the nearby mountains became the favored haunts of the orc companions after nightfall. Xiaohua, unbeknownst to her, was drawn away by a group of brothers. Xiaohua, well-fed, reclined on a fur, gently caressing her slightly rounded belly, laughing heartily at the antics of several orc husbands. "Follow me," a voice whispered in Xiaoxi's ear. She felt her hand being taken, leading her toward the distant forest. The voice guided her beneath a grand tree, where he embraced her waist and leaped up, both of them settling onto a sturdy branch. The lush leaves enveloped them in a secretive embrace. Leaning against the branch, he held Xiaoxi close, and his lips pressed against hers. Recently married, Xiaoxi found herself grappling with the newfound intimacy in such an open space. Her mouth silenced by his kiss, she instinctively pushed against his chest. He withdrew from her lips, breathing heavily, and said, "Stay still. I've been longing for you intensely these past few days. I want to truly take advantage of you, but if you continue to squirm, I cannot promise what might happen." Xiaoxi gazed into his eyes, aflame with desire, and realized she dared not move. She also understood that it was somewhat cruel to make a newly awakened male endure for an extended period. Thus, the gentle breeze. As dawn gradually unfurled its curtains, the distant mountains were cloaked in a soft, milky hue, while a delicate layer of frost settled upon the surrounding grass. In the distance, the rustling of leaves echoed through the woods, accompanied by a whisper of coolness. The long wind cradled the brook once more, tenderly caressing her back. "Awake, little sluggard. Today you shall don a longer beast-skin skirt. The frost season has truly arrived." Upon hearing Longfeng's words, the brook finally opened her eyes. Gazing towards the grassy expanse beside her, where a thin veil of frost clung to the vibrant blades of grass, bringing the crispness of the air to this land. Sensing the chill in the atmosphere, the brook nestled closer to Longfeng, pondering how the weather had turned cold so swiftly. Indeed, this year seems to have ushered in the chill earlier than usual. I fear that starting today, we must hasten our journey to the sacred mountain. You should dress warmly in the mornings. Longfeng noticed that Mengafeng and the others had already risen not far away and simply advised the brook, "You may rest a while longer." With that, he rose to lend a hand, for he and the brook were invited to embark on this journey together by Xiaohua, and the others were under no obligation to attend to them. In truth, Longfeng preferred to travel alone with the brook, as it allowed her heart and mind to be solely focused on him. Yet, he also recognized that the brook would be happier and more vibrant in Xiaohua's company. In Longfeng's heart, he mused that accompanying Xiaohua and the others was indeed a pleasant notion. At the very least, the loneliness and uncertainty that once enveloped Xiaoxi upon their first encounter had dissipated. She wished not to witness the pitiful sight of the little rabbit again. By the time everyone stirred from slumber, breakfast was already prepared. Today, there was naught but roasted meat to consume. Xiaoxi had long since abandoned her finicky eating habits since arriving here. Although she found the continuous consumption of roasted meat somewhat greasy, in the absence of alternatives, she managed to partake. As they gathered around to enjoy their morning meal, a sudden scream echoed from a distance, nearly causing Xiaoxi to drop the roasted meat from her hands. Longfeng, seated beside her, gently patted her back. "Fear not, I shall go investigate," he reassured her. Xiaoxi offered a resigned smile. She had merely been startled by the unexpected scream, not truly frightened. Glancing at Longfeng's expression, she felt that voicing her sentiments might not garner his belief, so she chose to swallow her unnecessary explanations. Longfeng and Meng proceeded to the source of the scream to ascertain what had transpired. Xiaoxi approached Longfeng and inquired, "What occurred over there?" It sounded like the cries of a female. Upon hearing Xiaoxi's question, Meng cast a glance at Xiaohua, his countenance darkening further. Confused by his gaze, Xiaohua playfully punched Meng's chest, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Speak up if you have something to say. Your expression is rather alarming, you know?" Meng turned his head away, remaining silent. Earlier that morning, the female had been relocated by her family to a cave not far from our location, which is why we heard the cries this morning. Upon hearing such news, a heavy pall fell over everyone. The perilous nature of childbirth for female beasts rendered the selection of a mate by the males increasingly inclined towards those with robust physiques, as they sought to ensure a smoother and safer birthing process. "I wish to take a look." Everyone turned their gazes towards the brook that had just spoken. "Child, what purpose would that serve? This female has been in labor since last night, and even the most skilled healer may not guarantee her and her offspring's safety," Yun lamented. "And I wish to see. I have studied medicine under the great healer," came the response. The assertion of her medical training was merely a pretext to justify her desire to attend to the ailing. She could not simply admit that her knowledge stemmed from a medical university. Though the brook had once vowed never to be a free benefactor again after witnessing the tragic demise of a patient as family member, the gravity of life and death reminded her of her ailing mother's last words. Life is singular and precious, and each individual ought to cherish it. Thus, she chose to pursue medicine during her university years. Upon learning that the brook had studied medicine with the great healer, the crowd was astounded, having only witnessed her assisting Qing Tsang with a leg fracture. With the newfound knowledge of her skills, they ceased their opposition to her visiting the laboring female. After all, they were a compassionate group of beasts, hopeful that the brook could indeed offer assistance. Longfeng, Feng, and Yao decided to accompany the brook, and for safety's sake, Yun insisted that Kuan, the male companion of Xiaohua, and Qingshan join as well. The remaining individuals stayed behind to care for the little flower and watch over their belongings, while Meng, due to his pallid complexion, was also kept back. As Xiaoxi and her companions approached the vicinity of the cave, they observed numerous orcs peering anxiously into its depths, their faces betraying a sense of concern. This stirred something within Xiaoxi. It seemed that, for the most part, the orcs in this world possessed a fundamentally kind nature. She felt a sense of relief that she had not allowed a single disappointment in humanity to extinguish her original intentions. As Xiaoxi and her group drew near the cave, they were suddenly met with a chorus of anguished cries, faint yet desperate. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Xiaoxi quickly turned to her companions, advising, "You males should remain outside. Wait here." She added, "Please hold on for a moment while I greet this family. Given that we have all approached the cave entrance, they must have noticed us." Xiaoxi tugged at her hand, sensing that matters within were dire and that they might not have the luxury to step outside. "Changfeng, we have little time left." Changfeng understood her implication. The condition of the females inside must be grave, prompting her caution. However, entering a cave that was occupied without acknowledging its inhabitants could lead to being mistaken for foes and subsequently attacked. Thus, Changfeng raised his voice towards the cave, calling out, "Orcs within, listen. There is a female skilled in healing who wishes to enter and offer her assistance. Will you accept her?" Before he could finish his plea, two towering male orcs rushed out from within, their imposing figures approaching Xiaoxi's group. They scrutinized the newcomers momentarily before kneeling before Yun, imploring, "Great healer, please save our partner." Yun stepped back, declaring, "You have sought the wrong person. I am not a shaman." The two individuals redirected their gaze towards the stream, for there were only these two females present, and the elder one was not an option, leaving only the younger. However, the skepticism in their eyes was unmistakable. Could this young female truly be a shaman? The stream had no time to elucidate her qualifications. Her sole focus was on saving a life. Have you not heard your partner's cries, devoid of strength? There is no time for hesitation. If you continue to waste precious moments, even the beast god will be unable to assist your companion. The stream did not resort to intimidation, for the female within was already struggling to voice her distress. After a moment's pause, a slightly more refined male beast man nudged his rougher companion, and soon they parted to allow access to the cave, indicating their willingness to accept her aid. As the stream was ushered into the cave by the two males, she found the female in labor had already lost consciousness. The stream gently opened the eyes of the birthing female and examined her abdomen, gaining clarity on the situation. Addressing the two beastmen before her, she instructed, "If you possess a pot, please fetch me some boiling water." Yes, we have brought a stone pot." "Excellent. Hurry and prepare the water swiftly." No sooner had the stream spoken than a quick-witted male beastman dashed out. The stream, apprehensive that he might not comprehend her desires, called out to him, "It is the very thing I wish to brew into a soup for you." "Very well, I understand," he replied, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. The stream observed Foam, Yao, Kuan, and Qingshan diligently assisting the unfamiliar male, some chopping wood, others fetching water, and some tending to the fire, all contributing to aid the stranger. Once again, she was touched by the inherent kindness of the beastmen. Yun, a composed individual, was seen as the stream entered the cave, aiding the female by wiping the sweat from her brow. Upon spotting the female, unconscious upon the animal hide, she displayed no trace of panic or fear. Lacking antiseptic and sterile gloves, the stream opted to cleanse her hands with pure water, nodding towards Yun in acknowledgement. She then turned and approached the female bearing the newborn beasts, gently placing her hand upon the swell of her abdomen before employing her skills to assist in repositioning the fetus. Although she was not a certified obstetrician, she had indeed interned in obstetrics and had learned from seasoned practitioners. In a world where medical advancements abound and specialists are plentiful, her non-professional assistance would be deemed unnecessary. The female was in distress due to the improper positioning of the fetus, leading to complications during birth. The stream endeavored to adjust the head of the unborn beast to a more favorable position, thereby enhancing the likelihood of a successful delivery. Had they found a skilled healer to assist in repositioning the fetus, the female would not be facing such perilous circumstances. As the stream manipulated the position of the fetus, the female, perhaps overwhelmed by pain, let out a soft groan and gradually regained consciousness. Upon awakening and finding herself surrounded by unfamiliar faces, the female felt a surge of panic. She attempted to rise, but was gently restrained by Yun, who urged, "Please, remain still. We are here to assist you." At that moment, another male orc, standing against the cave wall, noticed his partner had regained consciousness and hurried to her side. Moments earlier, Deshu had leaned against the cave, observing the young female who claimed to be a healer, employing peculiar methods to caress his partner's abdomen. He felt an urge to intervene but hesitated, fearing that such a move might be misguided. He remained transfixed by the actions of the healer, ready to act should anything appear amiss. Now, upon seeing his partner awake, he rushed to grasp her hand, exclaiming, "Qing Chao, you're awake. Are you feeling any discomfort?" The female, named Qing Chao, finally ceased her struggles upon seeing her mate. She turned her gaze towards Yun and the healer, Xiaoxi. The male orc seemed to comprehend her unspoken question and quickly clarified, "They claim to be healers, here to help us." Whether Qing Chao chose to trust Xiaoxi's identity as a healer or had simply lost the strength to contest it, she eventually calmed and acquiesced to Xiaoxi's instructions, which sufficed for the moment. However, after several attempts, accompanied only by pained cries, the offspring remained stubbornly unyielding. Xiaoxi, observing the perspiring Qing Chao, inquired, "Do you still have strength left?" The female, Qing Chao, shook her head in response. Meanwhile, Xiaohua's mother, Yun, knelt on the ground, bending low to offer her gentle reassurances. Xiaoxi, witnessing the exhausted mother, found herself at a loss. If this continued, Both the female and her offspring would be in grave peril. The male orc standing nearby suddenly dashed out, calling for another male orc. Little tree, come quickly. The female shaman says that both the grass and the offspring are in dire trouble. Upon hearing his elder brother's words, the one called Little Tree nearly tossed aside the bamboo basin he held. Although he refrained from throwing it away, he hurriedly carried the boiling water into the cave. Surrounding the cave were numerous orcs who had set out early for the holy mountain to endure the snow season, unhurried in their journey. Rumors had spread that a great shaman had arrived, prompting many to wait and catch a glimpse of the little stream. Now, upon hearing that the female was in distress during childbirth, worry etched itself upon their faces. Yao nudged his elder brother Feng and said, "Brother, if anything were to happen to that female and her offspring, would the two males blame us?" Feng glanced at his younger brother and replied, "As long as our conscience is clear." Inside the cave, the female shaman, Little Stream, heard the words of the male orcs and was at a loss for words. She had merely mentioned the situation was perilous, yet it had escalated to the point of crisis. Little Stream raised her hand to touch her right earlobe, tugging at it anxiously. It was only when her ear began to ache from the pulling that she realized this bad habit of tugging her ear in times of distress had followed her into this world. Turning her head, she saw two male orcs comforting their partner, who was experiencing pain from contractions. Changfeng brought the items Little Stream had requested, noticing the tense atmosphere enveloping the cave. As Little Stream pondered how to summon strength for the female called Grass, the urgency of the situation weighed heavily upon her. Upon hearing the voice of the long wind outside, the Little Stream exclaimed, "I have brought you what you sought." Splendid. If that truly is ginseng, the female offspring shall be saved. Upon realizing her salvation, the eyes of the green grass regained a glimmer of hope, and the male beastman's eyes sparkled with renewed optimism. The Little Stream dashed out of the cave to meet the long wind, seized the ginseng-like plant from his hands, and swiftly retreated into the cave without uttering a single word. For the first time, Long Wind felt the sting of being disregarded by the Little Stream, pursing his lips and furrowing his brow in silence. Once inside the cave, the Little Stream addressed the two beast men. "Where are your stone knives? I require one." The more handsome male beast man rummaged through their leather pouch and presented the stone knife to the Little Stream. She sliced a piece of the ginseng and approached the green grass, instructing, "Open your mouth and hold it there. Do not swallow, understand?" The green grass weakly nodded and placed the ginseng in her mouth. After a moment, her complexion began to restore, regaining some color, and she felt a semblance of strength returning, nodding appreciatively at the Little Stream. Seeing her improvement, the Little Stream offered a reassuring smile. "It's all right. You will surely succeed. The beast cub merely requires this final push to enter the world. You can do it." She placed her hand gently on the green grass's belly, softly massaging and gradually applying pressure downwards. "Are you ready?" After approximately half an hour, the only sound that reached those outside the cave was a powerful cry from the female, followed by an enveloping silence that blanketed the world. Amidst the eager gazes of the orcs, a towering male orc emerged from the cave, kneeling upon the ground, his lips fervently whispering, "Gratitude to the beast god. Gratitude to the little female high priestess for allowing our mate to safely deliver the beast cub. The little female high priestess is truly our benefactor." The surrounding orcs were taken aback upon hearing that a female healer had aided a struggling female in giving birth to a cub without incident. When Xiaoxi finally emerged from the cave after managing everything, visibly exhausted, she found Changfeng already waiting at the entrance, a smile gracing his face as she no longer forced herself to move forward. The hours spent anxiously assisting in the delivery were far beyond what the frail rabbit orc female could endure. Noticing Xiaoxi's slightly pale complexion, Changfeng realized his oversight and hurried over to lift her into his arms, speaking in a calm voice. At that moment, Xiaoshu, who was about to step forward to express his gratitude, felt a wave of shame wash over him upon hearing Changfeng's words. He too had sensed the aura of this female healer and was astonished to discover that the esteemed high priestess was indeed the frail rabbit orc female. Seeing her so exhausted for the sake of his mate made him hesitant to face the male orc who spoke so confidently. ignoring Xiaoshua's presence. Changfeng carried Xiaoxi towards their resting place. As they passed by the other orcs, they called out in unison, "Honor the High Priestess." Xiaoxi, somewhat perplexed by their words, turned her gaze towards Changfeng. Noticing the confusion in her eyes, he explained, "That is the respect the orcs show to the High Priestess." Observing the group of orcs bowing before her, Xiaoxi replied, "I am not a High Priestess. I am merely a female with some medical knowledge." After the little stream spoke, she paid no mind to whether they believed her or not, and urged Changfeng to move quickly. It was the first time she had witnessed so many people bowing to her, leaving her feeling quite bashful. Changfeng, upon seeing the little rabbit in such a state, could not help but smile. "Xiaoxi, what troubles you?" Xiaohua inquired anxiously. Seeing the concerned gazes of everyone upon her, Xiaoxi felt a wave of warmth in her heart. "You need not worry. I am merely fatigued and will feel better after a brief rest." Changfeng had longed to carry Xiaoxi, and upon hearing Xiaoya's words, swiftly led her to a shaded area. From their animal skin bags, he retrieved 2 large pieces of hide. One he spread on the flat ground, and the other he placed over Xiaoxi. As he gazed down at Xiaoxi resting on the hide, he gently stroked her head. "Little rabbit, do not tire yourself so. It pains me to witness it." Just as Xiaoxi was about to respond, Changfeng covered her eyes. "Close your eyes and rest. We shall converse when you awaken." "Rascal," she mumbled before truly shutting her eyes, falling silent. Changfeng settled beside her, quietly watching, one hand softly patting her back. Before long, the sound of her steady breathing filled the air. Xiaohua, seeing Changfeng carry Xiaoxi away, wished to follow and inquire about the condition of the female who had given birth, but was caught by Xiaoya. Xiaohua slapped her forehead in realization. "How could I forget that Xiaoxi is naturally frail?" Grasping Xiaohua's hand firmly, Xiaoya reassured her, "Do not blame yourself. Xiaoxi is simply weary. She will recover after some rest." She approached, collecting several bamboo tubes filled with water, and handed them to Yun and Feng. "You should drink some water first, Mother Beast," she said. Yun, though weary, smiled and nodded as she accepted the offering. Once everyone had quenched their thirst and settled down to rest, they finally broached the subject of the birthing female. Noticing the fatigue etched on his mother's face, Feng took over from Xiaoya, stating, "The beast cub was safely delivered." Upon hearing this, Xiaoya felt a wave of relief wash over her, though her curiosity remained piqued. "I heard it could be quite perilous, though?" Meng sheepishly rubbed his nose, admitting that he had indeed been frightened. Earlier that morning, during breakfast, he had heard a female's harrowing scream, prompting him and Changfeng to follow the sound to a cave. Heart-wrenching cries echoed from within, leading them to inquire among the crowd gathered outside the cave. They learned that a female was in labor, having endured a day and a night without delivering her cub, and that her situation was becoming critical. Meng was taken aback, his thoughts racing to the pregnant Xiaohua. He shook his head vigorously, reassuring himself that Xiaohua was in good health. He must have been foolish to let such thoughts trouble him. Yet, the anguished scream stirred a sense of dread within him, filling him with anxiety. His fear escalated, and he left Changfeng behind in his haste. Yun observed that even the few males who had accompanied her and Xiaoxi were oblivious to the events unfolding within the cave, their faces reflecting pure curiosity as they looked towards her. As the narrative unfolded, it became evident that their journey had not been as smooth as anticipated. When Xiaoxi and I ventured into the cave, the female giving birth had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Through Yun's recounting, they gradually grasped the perilous nature of the events that had transpired within the cave. Yun glanced at the sun overhead, realizing it was now afternoon, and suggested that they should hunt. Nodding in agreement, Yun stood up and remarked, "I feel somewhat fatigued. I shall rest for a while." With that, she retrieved a piece of animal hide from her leather pouch, laid it on the ground, reclined, and closed her eyes. Before long, the sound of her steady breathing filled the air, indicating that Yun was indeed exhausted, succumbing to slumber almost instantly. To their astonishment, the female from the Changfeng family turned out to be a healer. Yao cast a glance at the slumbering Yun and whispered his thoughts. Xiaohua was equally taken aback. She had rescued the nearly lifeless rabbit beast female in the misty forest out of sheer kindness, only to discover that she possessed healing abilities. She gently caressed her slightly rounded abdomen, a foolish smile spreading across her face, pondering whether this was indeed a case of good deeds being rewarded. Xiaohua felt a swell of pride, thinking to herself how formidable Xiaoxi was, truly deserving of being her close sister. Meanwhile, Xiaoya observed Xiaohua tenderly touching her burgeoning belly, envy glimmering in her eyes. She glanced at her own abdomen, a sense of despondency creeping in. She understood well that for the beast men, conceiving offspring was no simple feat. Being 2 years older than Xiaohua, and having shared nearly the same duration of partnership with Xiaohua, she and Feng had exerted considerable effort, yet remained childless. Just as Xiaoya wallowed in her melancholy, an arm reached out beside her, pulling her away, as Xiaohua eagerly sought to witness her brother's captivating performance. Observing her reluctance, he softly whispered in her ear, "If you wish to avoid being corrected by your 2 elder brothers, it would be wise to leave promptly." "Why? Have you not noticed that Xiaoya, too, is troubled over the matter of her offspring, much like you were before?" Xiaohua lowered her head, acknowledging, "It is my fault. I understand Xiaoya's feelings. Do not worry, my brothers will not reproach you. Having a child is a matter of destiny, and perhaps they will soon be blessed as well." He retrieved a clean fruit from his beast pouch and handed it to Xiaohua. "You should go and stay with the mother beast for a while. I will assist the father beast with the prey, and I shall select some tender meat to roast for you shortly." "All right, you may go. I am fine." When Xiaoxi woke from her slumber, the sun had already dipped towards the west. "Awake now? Feeling better?" "Yes, just a bit thirsty, perhaps due to my prolonged slumber," Xiaoxi replied, her voice slightly hoarse. Changfeng handed her the water he had prepared earlier. "While you were asleep, the male of the birthing female brought 2 Lulu beasts as a token of gratitude for saving his mate and offspring. Well, let us accept them." After offering complimentary treatment to someone who later turned out to be ungrateful, Xiaoxi learned that free assistance is not always beneficial. Had she not waived the medical fees due to the patient's financial constraints, would he have heeded the medical advice and refrained from working before his leg had fully healed? Thus, the subsequent events might have been averted. "Arise. For everyone awaits your presence at the dining table. Ling has even gone to the trouble of procuring a nest of bird eggs to present to the great shaman. Once he has offspring, he will surely seek your assistance." Xiaoxi pondered the situation. It was evident that if that male had cast even a fleeting glance her way, Changfeng would have been vexed. Yet today, Ling's thoughtful gift of bird eggs seemed to elicit no jealousy from him, for it was clear that Ling's intentions were aimed at securing her assistance for the future when he would have younglings. The following day, Xiaoxi awoke to find the air had grown colder, with the mountains, grasslands, and forests enveloped in a delicate layer of frost from the night before. After finishing her breakfast and setting out on her journey, she noticed a number of beastmen trailing behind them at a moderate distance, among whom was the family of the female beast who had given birth the previous day. It was both amusing and exasperating for Xiaoxi. She had merely assisted one female in childbirth. Was it truly necessary for so many beastmen to follow them? If they wished to accompany her, so be it. After all, the road was not hers alone, and perhaps they were not following her at all, merely traveling the same path. With this realization, Xiaoxi decided to focus on her own thoughts. She contemplated gathering medicinal herbs, for in the future, she might encounter those in need of healing. Her maternal grandfather was a folk healer, and she had grown up amidst the teachings of herbal medicine. She held a deep appreciation for traditional Chinese medicine, and her grandfather was always eager to impart his knowledge. But her visits had diminished once she entered high school and began boarding. "Xiaoxi, what thoughts occupy your mind?" came the gentle inquiry, as she had been so lost in contemplation that she had not noticed her need for a break. Upon awakening from her reverie, she glanced at the sun and realized it was already midday. How long had she been seated upon the animal hide? She was astounded at how deeply absorbed she had been, to the point that Chang Feng's gentle nudges had gone unnoticed. At this moment, the pause for rest was entirely due to the need to care for the few females, fearing they might be overwhelmed by the scorching sun. This is also the reason why many orc families opt to set out for the sacred mountain ahead of time. It allows them to travel at a leisurely pace. If there are cubs or pregnant females at home, they tend to depart even earlier, ensuring ample time for rest along the journey, and they receive excellent care. She understood that Changfeng was concerned about her accustomed 3 meals a day, which is why he always sought out food for her during their midday breaks. Reflecting on this, Xiaoxi gazed at Changfeng with eyes filled with sweetness. When Changfeng met Xiaoxi's gaze, a smile graced his lips, and his light blue eyes brimmed with tenderness. He recognized that Xiaoxi had been accustomed to 3 meals a day in the misty forest, and now, due to the larger company, even though he felt sympathy for the little rabbit, he could only think of this solution. After boiling some bird eggs, Changfeng handed them to Xiaoxi for her to distribute. Since Xiaohua was feeling unwell today, she was already asleep when Xiaoxi brought her the bird egg. Upon returning, Xiaoxi also offered one to Yun and Xiaoya, and sat beside them to eat together. Eager to learn how healers treated patients in this orc world, Xiaoxi settled next to Xiaoya. She discovered that although Xiaoya appeared aloof, she was, in fact, quite kind. According to Xiaohua, Xiaoya was taciturn and reluctant to interact with others due to a betrayal by a female companion she had known since childhood, which nearly led to her demise at the hands of a beast. Xiaoxi leaned closer to Xiaoya, smiling as she asked, "Xiaoya, could you tell me how the healers here treat the sick?" Xiaoya gazed at the stream, hesitating for a moment before speaking. In truth, on the continent of the beast men, shamans are a rare breed. I have encountered one only once. During a particularly harsh winter, a family summoned a shaman when their female cub was burning with fever. I witnessed the shaman produce a certain herb, instructing the family to brew it into a potion for the cub. Alas, I later learned that the female cub did not survive. Yun observed the silence enveloping both Xiaoya and the stream, shaking her head. You grieve so deeply for the loss of a mere cub. Yet the tribulations faced by the beast men of this continent are far more profound than that of a single youngling. Though the males, possessing greater physical strength, seldom fall ill, they frequently sustain injuries while hunting in the wild. Without skilled shamans to tend to them, many succumb to severe wounds, and numerous broken bones result in permanent disabilities, leading to a life of despair for those who can no longer fight. The females endure harrowing trials in childbirth, with countless cubs perishing due to the unforgiving forces of nature, while male cubs are born in beast form, providing them with a modicum of resilience. Female cubs emerge in human form, rendering them more susceptible to illness and mortality. Thus, the population of the beastmen dwindles, and one cannot help but fear that a day may come. At this juncture, Yun cast a worried glance towards the horizon, gently patting Xiaoya's hand. Do not despair. Did not the matriarch promise before her departure that a great sage would arise to guide us towards a new beginning? The maternal figure expressed that should we encounter individuals of great wisdom, we must exert every effort to assist these sagacious beings. Before she could finish her thought, Yun's eyes suddenly sparkled as she turned her gaze towards Xiaoxi. Xiaohua remarked that you have the skill to weave baskets that are non-existent in our realm, and you possess the ability to sew peculiar backpacks that are quite rare here. Moreover, you are knowledgeable about the spices that enhance the flavor of grilled meats, and you even possess medical expertise. As Yun spoke with increasing enthusiasm, those around her gaped in astonishment. Xiaoxi stood there, momentarily stunned. Was it truly so extraordinary that she could do these things? She believed that, apart from her medical skills, the rest were merely practical skills for daily life, devoid of any profound wisdom. The intensity of Yun's gaze sent a shiver down Xiaoxi's spine. She merely had a smattering of medical knowledge and could craft some everyday items. She was, in truth, just an ordinary person, unworthy of the exalted persona of a sage. Please, spare her from such burdens. Gradually, Yun's gaze shifted away from Xiaoxi, allowing her to exhale a long sigh of relief. Oh dear, that had genuinely terrified her. The weather had turned quite cool, especially in the early morning and evening, with whispers that this year's snowfall might arrive earlier than in previous years, prompting them to hasten their journey to the sacred mountain for preparations. Today, Xiaoxi and her companions had also chosen a riverside location to rest, as the lives of the beast men were inextricably linked to water, leading them to seek out such places for their breaks. Upon reaching the riverbank, they discovered that many beastmen had already gathered there, preparing to spend the night. This site was favored by so many because the cliffs formed a U shape, providing greater safety for those resting there at night. Ahead lies a forest where prey can be more easily hunted, accompanied by a small river that guarantees a supply of drinking water. What little stream did not anticipate was encountering an acquaintance here, and this fortuitous meeting nearly cost her life. Little Stream and her companions did not arrive early, so the prime locations had already been claimed by other beastmen. They settled near the edge of a cliff. The beastmen who followed Little Stream came from the same direction. According to Long Wind, most of them resided in the mountains surrounding the misty forest, just as Little Stream and her group settled down. The beastmen trailing behind them also established their camp nearby, as Long Wind and his companions prepared to venture into the forest for hunting. A group of male beastmen approached from a distance. Among them was the male who had sired the female grass. He arrived first before Little Stream and respectfully addressed her as Great Shaman. Little Stream quickly stood up and stepped aside, saying, "No, please do not call me that. I am merely someone with a bit of medical knowledge." The earlier arrivals noticed the commotion and approached to inquire about the situation. Is this truly the Great Shaman? How can such a young female be so esteemed? They whispered, sensing her aura, which seemed to suggest she was merely a rabbit beast female. Indeed, she is a shaman. She was the one who saved a female who could not give birth just a few days ago, another beastman remarked. Did you see that? The male who bowed to the shaman is the husband of that female who faced complications during childbirth. Those who had previously harbored doubts now fell silent. Although doubt lingered in her heart, none dared to voice their concerns, lest they offend a person who might be a shaman. The prophecy of the formidable sorcerers had already been conveyed to Xiaoxi, who insisted she was merely an ordinary individual with some medical knowledge. Yet, the stubborn male members of the Qinshao family remained resolute in their belief that she was a great shaman. No matter how Xiaoxi attempted to clarify, her words fell on deaf ears, prompting her to turn away in frustration and attend to her own matters, resigning herself to their opinions. Ultimately, it was Confronting who came to Xiaoxi's aid, leading that group of orcs into the forest for hunting. Subsequently, the unfamiliar orcs dispersed. While many harbored skepticism about Xiaoxi's status as a great shaman, they refrained from uttering any disparaging remarks. Yun, too, could not ascertain whether Xiaoxi was indeed a sage, but she resolved to encourage her family to be more considerate towards her, even if she were not a sage. She remained a dear friend to her daughter and a younger generation whom Yun acknowledged. Upon reflecting, Yun chuckled at her own preposterousness. Her formidable mother had once foretold of a cataclysm that would befall the Orc continent within a century. Would her mother's prophecy truly come to pass? Xiaoxi had arranged to accompany Xiaoya to the riverbank to forage for wild vegetables, as daily grilled meat had begun to wear on her. Lacking a basket, they opted for a beast skin strap instead. As they searched for vegetables, they engaged in light-hearted conversation. Xiaoya observed Xiaoxi's serene demeanor, devoid of any sorrowful expression, suggesting that she had indeed moved on from the past. If she had forgotten, then so be it, with Changfeng by her side. It mattered little whether she recalled past events. Indeed, she has arrived here and formed a bond with Changfeng. Does it truly matter whether she remembers the past? Having come to this realization, the stream, upon letting go of everything, suddenly felt a wave of clarity wash over her mind. The breeze wafting by the river gently tousled the strands of hair on her forehead. From this day forth, she, Xiaoxi, would also be known as the female rabbit beast of the beastman world. She is the proud disciple of her mentor and a prodigious bone-setting heir who had begun tending to patients at the tender age of 10. Although she may not possess the great wisdom that Yun speaks of, she will strive with all her knowledge to assist more individuals. This remains her original intention in studying medicine. The strength of one person is but a mere drop in the ocean, yet if the opportunity arises, she hopes to impart her medical knowledge to some gifted children, aspiring to aid even more beastmen. Xiaoya gazed at Xiaoxi, who appeared rejuvenated, momentarily taken aback. The golden rays of the setting sun enveloped her, casting a mysterious glow upon her figure. Just after Lingang finished speaking, He was playfully smacked on the head by his brother, urging him to get to work instead of indulging in idle chatter. This prompted both Xiaoya and Xiaoxi, who were watching from the side, to feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Lingang, undeterred by the playful reprimand, noticed the two were heading to wash wild vegetables. He hurried over, snatching the beast hide bag filled with the greens, and grinned foolishly at Xiaoya. "Xiaoya, you go rest over there. I'll help you wash these vegetables." As they observed Lingang's eager attentiveness towards Xiaoya, Feng and Yu exchanged knowing glances, a flicker of mischief in their eyes. They planned to engage in a heartfelt discussion with Lingang that evening, hoping to steer him away from his distractions and focus on what truly mattered, rather than obsessing over how to capture Xiaoya's attention. Xiaoya has always cherished her younger companion as one would a beloved younger brother, often indulging Ling with affection. Now, witnessing him wash the wild vegetables, she smiles and allows him to continue. Upon realizing she is no longer required to wash the vegetables, Xiaoxi approaches Chanfeng, standing quietly as she observes him skillfully dissecting the beast's meat without uttering a word. She lightly pats her chest, relieved she refrained from touching him. Had anyone seen, it would have been quite embarrassing. He is doing this on purpose. He is undoubtedly doing this intentionally. Pouting, Xiaoxi turns away, ignoring him. "I saw you soaking mushrooms in the bamboo basin. Are you planning to make a stew?" she inquires. Turning back, she playfully punches him twice with her small fists, feeling a sense of relief as she softly says, "Next time, don't tempt me. With so many people around, it would be so humiliating if someone saw." Cha Feng leans closer, whispering in her ear, "Well, it's permissible when no one else is around." Xiaoxi rolls her eyes, retorting that it is never acceptable. Changfeng falls silent, giving her a cryptic glance that makes Xiaoxi's heart flutter with unease. She dares not linger by his side any longer, taking a piece of beast meat he offers. And after waiting for Xiaoya to finish washing the vegetables, she departs, as if escaping from some lurking danger. Xiaoya, observing the interaction between Xiaoxi and Changfeng, expresses her envy, saying, "You two share such a wonderful bond. Brother Feng and the others may not treat you well, but Xiaoya, what happened to your neck? You have so many red spots from bug bites." Xiaoya realizes Xiaoxi is teasing her, rolling her eyes in response. "You should cover up those red marks on your own neck first," she retorts. Two cherished females simultaneously tugged at the fur garments around their necks. Their cheeks flushed as they averted their gazes, feigning ignorance of the situation. This evening, Xiaoxi borrowed a stone pot from Xiaohua's home, intending to prepare a hearty stew of beast meat and mushrooms, finishing off with a brief blanching of the freshly washed wild greens. Xiaoya assisted her, and as the fragrant spices wafted from the simmering meat, the surrounding beastmen could not help but salivate. The most exaggerated reaction came from Xiaohua, who, being in the throes of pregnancy, found her appetite insatiable and hurried over upon catching a whiff of the delicious aroma. She flitted about behind Xiaoxi and Xiaoya, much to their annoyance, prompting them to firmly guide her to Yun's side, forbidding her to move about. Their primary concern was the fear of inadvertently colliding with Xiaohua while they worked. "You two are living well now, casting me aside. Not even offering me a piece of meat," Xiaohua lamented, a remark that even Yun found hard to bear, gently delivering a playful slap to her. "The meat isn't even cooked yet. How could we serve you?" Realizing her predicament, Xiaohua could only watch longingly as the stew simmered, saliva pooling at the corners of her mouth, while the other three exchanged amused glances. Beneath the towering mountains, the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat. As a family gathered around their flames, relishing their evening meal, Xiaoxi gazed at the stone pot, now nearly devoid of broth, feeling somewhat dazed. She had only savored a single bowl, and by the time she turned back, the pot was completely empty. The long wind quietly placed a hard-won piece of stewed meat into the bewildered little stream's bowl. The aroma was so enticing that he couldn't resist taking a piece himself, devouring it swiftly. Little Stream glanced around at the glimmering eyes of the males and couldn't help but smile, returning the meat to Long Wind, saying, "I am satisfied. You may indulge." She ladled the remaining broth and wild vegetables from the pot into her bowl with a wooden spoon. knowing well that the males had little appetite for greens. Each male savored a piece of stewed meat, merely tasting the flavor, while their staple was roasted meat. A group of males consumed several roasted wild beasts before they felt satiated. After dinner, Yun and Shun, along with Deshawn, remained behind to watch over their belongings and engaged in conversation. Little Flower, being pregnant, had her males fawning over her. Little Ya had long been spirited away by Feng and his companions for merriment. In the evenings, Little Stream never ventured to secluded places, for such locales were filled with enchanting melodies. One night, while walking with Long Wind, she absent-mindedly sat upon a large rock, only to be surprised by the tender sounds emanating from not far behind it. Why does the moon here hang in the sky every night, devoid of the phases of waxing and waning? The moon has always been thus. It only descends behind the western mountains during the snowy season, when the nights grow dark. Once the snow season passes, it again hangs roundly in the sky, unless obscured by rain and clouds. Alas, it turns out the moon here has indeed always been full. Have you ever seen a moon that is not round? Xiaoxi wished to express that she had indeed seen him before, yet when confronted with the bright, azure eyes of Changfeng, she found herself utterly speechless. Just as their faces drew ever closer, a rich voice shattered the atmosphere of ambiguity. Long time no see. Changfeng, Xiaoxi. Blushing, Xiaoxi turned to the source of the voice alongside Changfeng. She was taken aback to encounter Qingsong in this setting. A fleeting glance at Changfeng revealed his impassive demeanor. It seemed he had no intention of speaking. Long time no see, Qingsong. How have you been? Qingsong regarded the blushing Xiaoxi before him, his heart a tumult of emotions. Evidently, Changfeng had taken excellent care of her. Thank you for your concern. I am well. Standing nearby, Yao Tiantan observed Qingsong, her gaze fixated on this female presence, a surge of indignation swelling within her. It was no wonder he had been so indifferent towards her. Clearly, he was drawn to this type. How could such an unimpressive female compare to her own fair complexion, exquisite beauty, and long legs? Although her legs might not match that of this female's length, her skin was undoubtedly fairer. She considered herself a precious human woman. How could she possibly be compared to a female from the Beastman world? In her recent inquiries about this world, she had learned that the Beastmen of the Beastman continent often struggled to conceive offspring after forming a bond. It could take years, even decades, to bear a child. Such was the fortune of those who succeeded. Meanwhile, human women would often find themselves expecting shortly after marriage. She considered herself the chosen protagonist. It was his good fortune to have captured the attention of Qingsong. As time progresses and admirers multiply, he will not easily be forgiven, much like the present. When Yao Tiantian's gaze shifted from Yi Xiaoxi to Changfeng, her eyes seemed to become glued to his face, unable to wander even a fraction. This was the celestial match bestowed upon her by fate, and he was undeniably handsome. Yao Tiantian fixated on Changfeng, who exuded an aura of quiet authority, with his flowing silver hair and strikingly unusual light blue eyes. His tall, robust physique complemented his breathtakingly beautiful face, resembling a celestial being that captivated Yao Tiantian's very soul. Xiaoxi noticed with acute sensitivity that a girl stood beside Qingsong, one she had initially overlooked due to the girl's petite stature, which allowed her to remain partially hidden behind him. Xiaoxi, being a true female beastman herself, could discern the distinct sense of her kind and recognize that this girl bore no trace of beastman essence. If her instincts were correct, she was likely a human girl, perhaps even a transmigrator. Observing this girl, who was fixated on Changfeng, Xiaoxi felt a twinge of discomfort. Silently, she positioned herself in front of Changfeng. Her eyes locked onto the girl ahead. Qingsong, is this your chosen partner? No. No. The two voices echoed simultaneously, as Qingsong and Yao Tiantian exchanged a glance before hastily averting their eyes. She is a female whom I rescued from the clutches of the leprous dog clan Orcs. In truth, Qingsong found himself at a loss when it came to introducing Yao Tiantian, for he could not detect the scent that typically signifies femininity about her. Lacking an appropriate term to address her, he was uncertain what to call her. Yao Tiantian asserted that she was not Qingsong's mate, This was indeed true. But she also harbored a fear that this striking blue-eyed gentleman might misunderstand her intentions. It was not that Yao Tiantian found Qing Song to be unattractive. Rather, the man before her simply eclipsed him in allure. When Yi Xiaoxi first beheld the two, she noted that both Qing Song and Chong Feng possessed their own unique charm, standing equally matched in appearance. At that time, their combat prowess was also comparable. However, it was later that Chong Feng awakened the bloodline of a divine beast, resulting in not only a notable increase in his height and combat capabilities, but also an enhancement in his looks, rendering him unparalleled and far surpassing Qing Song in beauty. It can only be said that Yi Xiaoxi's choice of Chang Feng as her partner was akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, a serendipitous discovery. Once Yao Tiantian learned that this orc world permitted polyandry, she resolved to cultivate her own harem. Yet, upon encountering such an extraordinary beauty, she felt compelled to approach the situation with utmost seriousness. Her gaze remained fixed upon Chong Feng, deliberately disregarding the woman whose arms were wrapped around him. Emulating the alluring women of nightclubs, she tossed her lustrous black hair and sauntered gracefully before Chong Feng, saying, "Greetings, I am Yao Tiantian. What is your name?" Yao Tiantian was undeniably beautiful, appearing to be around 20 years of age, her eyes shyly downcast, with elegantly arched willow brows and long, delicate eyelashes fluttering gently. Her fair, unblemished skin radiated a subtle blush, and her softly parted lips resembled the tender petals of a rose, glistening with allure. Although the moonlight rendered the details somewhat indistinct, Yi Xiaoxi could not help but notice the attire of this Yao Tiantian. She wore a fur coat similar to theirs, yet beneath it, she revealed a fabric reminiscent of modernity. Her feet were also wrapped in fur, with the straps cinched tightly around her ankles. At that moment, Xiaoxi could be absolutely certain that this was a woman who had traversed time. She pondered for a moment, considering that if this individual proved to be amiable, she would not hesitate to offer her assistance, for in this unfamiliar world, she was inclined to support a fellow compatriot. The confident beauty of this time-traveling woman captivated Qing Tian to the extent that Yao Tiantian felt a surge of jealousy, her eyes glistening with resentment. Why was it that they favored this seemingly unattractive, beastly female over her own beauty? The thought ignited a fury within her. Upon noticing the sharp gaze directed at her, Xiaoxi understood that a friendship between them was impossible. Reflecting on the way she had looked at Chong Feng earlier, Xiaoxi could only think to herself, a beautiful disaster. It was because of them that she had inexplicably acquired a rival. She cast Chong Feng a sidelong glance, silently questioning the necessity of his striking appearance. Observing how it had nearly driven the girl across from her to the brink of irrationality, Chong Feng, catching sight of the little rabbit's disdainful look, found her utterly charming. He felt that his solitude with the little rabbit had been disturbed, and thus he was disinclined to acknowledge the two tedious individuals across from him. Cradling the little stream, he prepared to depart. Chong Feng had already become the companion of the little stream, so keep your distance from him, Qing Song warned with a tone of admonition. Yao Tiantian's gaze towards Chong Feng was imbued with a clear intent that even the blind could perceive, and Qing Song was no exception, which prompted his warning. Moreover, here in this realm, once a male has chosen a mate, he relinquishes the right to pursue any other females. Should a male dare to engage in intimate contact with another female after forming a bond, the mark of his companion beast upon his chest would burn him like a raging inferno, rendering his existence unbearable. In this land, even if males and females cannot continue their union, they typically opt for a life of solitude. If a male has offspring, he would seek a nearby cave to care for his young while remaining close to his original family. However, such occurrences are rare, for in the Beastman continent, partnerships are entered into willingly. At present, Yao Tiantian remained unaware that in the Beastman world, a union between male and female is an eternal covenant. As you know, women here cannot possibly be with only one male. I understand that you saved me. In my heart, Qing Song, you are of utmost importance, and you need not worry about my affections waning due to the presence of other males. Qing Song momentarily failed to grasp her words. Staring blankly at her, as if he had not comprehended her meaning. Jealousy? What is there to be jealous of? When did he ever express a desire to pursue her? He could not recall any such notion. Observing Yao Tiantian rambling on, Qing Tsang sought a sheltered spot, reclined, and closed his eyes. Turning around, she ran to the side of the watching hawk orc. Song Qiong crouched down and embraced her head, weeping softly. You all bully me. What is so special about that female? Why do you all favor her? Her skin is not as fair as mine, and she is not even as beautiful. If that silver-haired man had encountered me first, he would certainly have preferred me. As she expressed her grievances, Yao Tiantian's sobs grew louder. Song Chong, whether out of annoyance or a desire to ignore her, rose to his feet and leaped several times into the depths of the forest. Yao Tiantian, lost in her sorrowful cries, failed to notice his departure until the hawk orc, Song Qiong, reminded her, "Cease your weeping. He has already left." Lifting her head, Yao Tiantian observed that the spot where Song Chong had lain was now empty. Her mouth fell agape in astonishment. How could he be so heartless? Leaving me in such distress without offering solace, merely walking away? That female must have bewitched him. Although he was taciturn, he had always treated me kindly. It must be so. A woman with such strong reproductive capabilities as mine. Yet he forsakes me for that orc female who struggles to bear offspring. Song Chong is nothing but a fool. Initially, Song Qiong had been resting with his eyes closed. Upon hearing Yao Tiantian's final words, he suddenly opened his eyes and fixed a steady gaze upon her. Yao Tiantian felt a jolt in her heart under Song Qiong's intense stare, instinctively shrinking back. Why are you looking at me like that? It's quite frightening. The vast expanse of the sky curled the corners of Song Qiong's lips. It was nothing but a fleeting thought that you spoke the truth. Indeed, your beauty is striking, and it is only the blind males who fail to recognize it. Upon hearing Song Qiong's words, Yao Tiantian finally revealed the first smile of the evening. She had always known that with such beauty, it was impossible for her to lack admirers. Yet, in her moment of joy, realizing that a man had seen her allure, she overlooked the profound calculations hidden within Song Qiong's hawk-like, piercing gaze. At that moment, it was his failure to cherish and hold on that stripped him of his role as a follower. Having grown up without the knowledge of familial love, the warmth he felt from someone's care ignited a longing within him. However, it was precisely this yearning for warmth that bred jealousy, leading him to lose his rationality. Although it was evident that Xiaoxi favored the silver wolf beastman Chong Feng, the pangs of jealousy struck him, compelling thoughts of possession and questioning why the affections were not directed toward him. It was then that the seed of a beastly rage took root within his heart. The true catalyst for his departure was the sight of Xiaoxi embracing Chong Feng, which unleashed a tempest of fury within him, a primal urge to obliterate the beast realm. Thus, he chose to silently withdraw, unleashing his pent-up jealousy in the depths of the forest. He knew that his departure was necessary. Otherwise, the three of them would only inflict mutual harm, leaving wounds that would never heal. Did he regret it? As Qing Tsang closed his eyes, he suppressed his aura, while in the distance, small creatures emerged under the night sky, leaping and scurrying in search of sustenance. For Qing Tsang, who had just turned 20 in the season of Yinxua, he was but a fledgling adult. In matters of temper control, understanding of the feminine, and the expression of emotions, he is significantly outmatched by Chongfeng, who has roamed the beastly realm for an extended period. Chongfeng's pride and cunning far surpassed the taciturn nature of Qing Tsang, rendering him less appealing to the young females. Yet, for the sake of garnering more attention from the little rabbit, Chongfeng is willing to set aside his silver wolf beastman's arrogance, fully aware that the little one will not leap into his embrace uninvited. Thus, he desperately feigns vulnerability and plays the charming rogue, willing to relinquish all pretenses for the sake of the female he adores. On a tranquil night, under the cold moonlight and gentle breeze, the weather has gradually turned cooler. From afar, the howls of wild beasts resonate, a sound to which Qing Tsang, accustomed to dealings with such creatures, has long since grown indifferent. He shifts into a more comfortable position and slowly closes his eyes. Lacking common sense, the young parents awaken. In the early morning, a thin veil of cool mist weaves through the gaps of the forest, enveloping the surroundings in a haze. Amidst this serene and peaceful dawn, many beastmen remain ensconced in their dreams. At the resting place of the little creek, a male beastman hurriedly approaches. This beastman is none other than the one for whom the little creek assisted in a recent birth. Before he reaches the sleeping area, he is intercepted by Meng and Feng, who are nearest to him and have been roused from their slumber. Recognizing him, they question, "What brings you here so early?" "I apologize for waking you," the male quickly responds. "I came in search of the little female shaman. My cub has been crying incessantly since midnight, and I wish to ask her to attend to my child." The commotion here has roused everyone from their slumber, for the sleeping quarters were not far apart, ensuring safety through the night. Upon hearing the noise, Xiaoxi, already aware of the unfolding events, donned her outer garment and made her way over, with Changfeng trailing behind her. Surrounding them were orcs, awakened by the disturbance, casting curious glances in their direction, puzzled by the early morning uproar. As the two approached, they were greeted with exclamations from the orcs. "You are awake. I heard that person just now, Brother Meng." Xiaoxi then turned to the great tree and said, "Let us go." She felt that her words were of little consequence, so she refrained from asking further questions. They arrived at their resting place, where Qingqiao sat upon a hide mat, cradling a wailing infant. Little Tree paced anxiously, and upon seeing Xiaoxi and her companions, rushed forward to greet them. Approaching closely, he bowed to Xiaoxi, addressing her as Great Healer. Xiaoxi remained silent, still unaccustomed to being saluted. Despite having explained numerous times that she was merely an ordinary female with a modicum of medical skill, no one seemed to heed her words. Now, she had no desire to clarify further, let them believe what they wished. Thus, she quickened her pace and crouched before Qingqiao to observe the child. While everyone referred to the infant as a cub, this one was a female, taking on a human form at birth, resembling a modern newborn. Small and rosy, there had been little change in her appearance over the past few days. If the green grass gave birth to a male cub, it would resemble the beastly forms of the two brothers, taking the shape of a fluffy little bear cub. The brook understood that the children would not comprehend his words. Thus he referred to the child as a cub, just as they did. He gently patted the head of the little female cub, finding no signs of fever. He then inquired of the green grass, "Please tell me the situation." With a swipe of her hand across her tear-streaked face, the green grass replied, "Since last evening when I fed her, she cried after just a few sips. After some soothing, she quieted down. At first, my companions and I thought she was simply not hungry and did not think much of it. However, after midnight, she began to wail incessantly, refusing to drink. And we were at a loss about her condition. What was the nature of her stools?" he asked. The green grass pondered for a moment before responding. "It seems she has not defecated since yesterday. Have you offered her water?" he pressed. How could such a small creature drink water? Isn't milk sufficient? In that moment, the brook grasped why the offspring in the beastman world face such high mortality rates, particularly the female cubs. It became evident that the beastmen lacked fundamental knowledge in nurturing their young. Observing the little female cub with a face flushed from crying, the brook tenderly cradled her in his arms and sat cross-legged. He addressed the big tree and the little tree, saying, "Please fetch me a larger piece of beast skin, and also boil some water to bring out." When the little tree returned with an exceptionally large piece of beast skin, the brook placed the cub upon his lap. Facing the long wind, she instructed, "Wrap me and the child with the animal skin, ensuring that there are minimal gaps. I shall examine the cub. If it is exposed to the wind, I fear it may catch a chill." Long Wind nodded. Taking the large piece of animal skin and enveloping the entire form of the little stream within it, he leaned in close, as if cradling her entirely in his embrace, preventing even the slightest breeze from penetrating. The little stream gently lifted the animal skin covering the child, inspecting the upper body and finding nothing amiss. However, upon examining the child's legs, she gasped in alarm, for they were a vivid crimson. Once her inspection was complete, she rewrapped the child securely in the animal skin and turned her gaze toward the green grass, inquiring, "Do you not wash the child's bottom with warm water daily?" Green Grass looked at the little stream in confusion, puzzled as to why such a routine was necessary. The little stream pressed her lips together, swallowing the fragrant words that lingered in her mouth. Reassuring herself, she reminded that they were beast folk. They did not comprehend, and it was unreasonable to impose modern knowledge upon them. Taking a deep breath, she explained, the child needs to relieve itself daily. Thus we must wash them with warm water each evening. Regaining her composure, she continued, moreover, the cub has not defecated in over a day, indicating it may be constipated. It is essential to provide a little warm water daily. This means boiling water that bubbles vigorously. Once it has cooled to a comfortable temperature for drinking, it can be given to the cub. Fearing they might not understand, she articulated her message plainly. After finishing, she looked at Green Grass, the big tree, and the little tree, asking, do you comprehend? The three individuals responded with nods, and Xiaoxi could only hope that they truly understood. Otherwise, she would be at a loss for what to do. Encountering such novice parents filled her with concern for the fragile female offspring. Noticing a flush on Qingxiao's face and chapped lips, she advised, you should drink more water, otherwise, you might become overheated, and the cub will too. After issuing her instructions to Qingxiao, Xiaoshu brought over a bamboo tube filled with warm water to allow it to cool. The child, perhaps exhausted from crying, was now drowsily sobbing in Xiaoxi's embrace. Gently, Xiaoxi patted the child's back, soothing its emotions. Observing Xiaoshu's keen intelligence, she instructed him, please find a bamboo basin and bring some warm water. Turning to Qingxiao, she added, in a bit, I will wash the child's bottom. You should observe and learn to do it this way in the future. It is impractical to clean the child every time they urinate or defecate, as is done in modern times. The issue of warm water was a significant concern. She could only ensure that they made an effort to cleanse the child once every evening during their rest. When the warm water was brought and allowed to cool, Xiaoxi instructed them to find a soft animal hide to gently wash the cub's legs with the warm water until they were thoroughly clean. The young female, who had been crying during the washing, gradually fell asleep in Xiaoxi's arms after being cleaned. Xiaoxi wiped away the tears from the sleeping cub's face and handed it over to Qingxiao, asking, now you understand how to clean the cub, don't you? The verdant grass nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude for the assistance of the great shaman. The towering trees and the smaller ones bowed in appreciation, while the brook felt rather embarrassed. The condition of the female cub was, in truth, not a serious ailment, merely a matter of common knowledge. As they prepared to depart, the brook, still apprehensive, urged them to ensure that the cubs were given warm water to drink. The grass too needed to consume more warm water. For if the mother beast were to become overheated, the cubs would surely suffer as well. Since you are holding the child, there is no need for you to send us off. At night, warm the animal hide and replace it with a clean one for the cub, so she may find some comfort, the brook advised. The grass nodded repeatedly in understanding. The towering tree remained behind to care for the mother and her child, while the smaller tree escorted the brook and Changfeng away. Observing the bewildered expression on the smaller tree's face, the brook adopted a different approach. Is it not true that the cub cries for milk shortly after nursing? This time, the smaller tree affirmed, indeed. This revelation clarified why the female cub had been incessantly wailing, not only due to discomfort but likely also from hunger. It was no wonder the cub's complexion appeared unfavorable. The smaller tree had mistakenly attributed it to prolonged crying. The brook sighed, reflecting on the harshness of their natural surroundings and the ignorance of the cub's parents. If the cubs lacked sufficient vitality, she smirked slightly, they would indeed be in dire need of the beast god's protection. In this realm, where medical resources were scarce, her ability to assist these beast folk was truly limited. In a pot, boil water to prepare a soup. Once the liquid transforms into a milky white hue, sprinkle a pinch of salt into it. Encourage the grass to partake several times. Perhaps this will enhance her milk supply. I must clarify that these methods may not be effective for all females, but it is worth a try. At this juncture, the stream had little more to convey. Thus it proceeded alongside Changfeng towards the dwelling they had occupied the previous night. As the stream and Changfeng departed from the place where Xiaoshu and the others had rested, they were intercepted by a seemingly simple-minded male orc. Most of the orcs in close proximity to Xiaoxi's resting place hailed from the direction of the misty forest. And upon witnessing the obstruction faced by the stream and Changfeng, they turned their gazes towards the scene. The seemingly earnest orc suddenly knelt before the stream and Changfeng, pleading, "I implore you, save my young one." The stream, taken aback by his gesture, inquired, "What has happened to your young one?" "My young one has been suffering from vomiting and diarrhea for several days now, accompanied by abdominal pain, and at this point." The stream observed the honest orc on the verge of tears, and, feeling compelled to assist, responded, "Very well, lead me to examine your young one." The trio arrived at the resting place of this earnest orc, where they found 3 male orcs and 1 female anxiously gathered around the ailing young one. Although I possess some medical knowledge, I cannot claim the title of a shaman. One of the more robust male orcs, noticing that the female was about to speak, swiftly interrupted, "Maidu, please allow this female healer to assist us with our young one." The female reluctantly vacated her position, and the stream found it peculiar that this family did not trust her, yet sought her assistance to treat their ailing offspring. Nevertheless, having arrived, she resolved to examine the patient thoroughly. When the stream beheld the male cub, sprawled upon the animal hide, and resembling a 2-year-old human child, she comprehended the reason behind the family's skepticism and their summons of her presence. Crouching down, she observed the cub's sallow little face, touched his feverish head and body, and detected a foul odor emanating from him. Along the way, she had heard of the cub's distressing symptoms: nausea, abdominal pain, diarrhea, and stools tainted with pus and blood. The sight of his complexion, a ghastly yellowish green, coupled with labored breathing, filled her heart with sorrow. Rising to her feet, she addressed the family of beastmen before her, stating, "My medical skills are inadequate. I cannot save your cub. I am truly sorry." Upon hearing this, the female exhibited a look of disdain. A rabbit beast woman scoffing at the notion of a mere healer. "I told you they would not believe, yet you insisted on seeking me. Look at the situation." Several males nearby lowered their heads in silence. Initially, the stream had intended to suggest that if the cub had any desires for food or play, they should endeavor to fulfill them. However, she hastily departed from the family's resting area, Longfeng trailing closely behind her, offering gentle words of comfort, "Do not grieve. This is not your fault." The stream stifled the tears welling in her eyes, closing them tightly, and when she reopened them, only indifference remained. This was not her first encounter with the passing of fragile life. In her previous life at the hospital, she had witnessed the passing of many fragile lives. Yet each encounter with such tender beings slipping away filled her with sorrow. However, as a physician, she understood the necessity of maintaining composure. Any overwhelming emotions could compromise her steady hand with the scalpel. "Thus," Yun inquired, "is the little cub unwell?" "Oh, that is splendid news." "As long as the cub is all right," she replied. Xiaoxi offered a faint smile to Xiaohua, remaining silent. Xiaohua was not entirely incorrect. The one in distress was not the female cub, but rather a male cub. Xiaoxi and Changfeng chose not to disclose the matter of the male cub to others, wishing to spare them from shared sorrow. After breakfast, everyone tidied their belongings and embarked on a new day's journey. When noon arrived and rest was permitted, Xiaoxi urged Changfeng to accompany her up the mountain in search of useful herbs. Changfeng recognized that Xiaoxi was grappling with guilt over the cub she could not save that morning. Thus, he followed her lead up the mountain to seek out the medicinal plants. Not long after they set out, they encountered Yao and Xiaoya. "Xiaoxi, aren't you taking a break at noon? Where are you headed?" Xiaoya inquired with curiosity. "Changfeng and I wish to explore the mountains ahead during our break to see if we can find any herbs." "Xiaoyao, and I join you in your search?" Xiaoxi smiled at Xiaoya's eager expression. "If you are not too weary, of course." With that, Changfeng and Yao transformed into their beast forms, allowing Xiaoxi and Xiaoya to mount them as they galloped towards the mountain with fervor. Upon reaching the mountain, Xiaoxi meticulously surveyed her surroundings in search of familiar herbs. The 3 individuals trailing behind her, unfamiliar with herbal knowledge, could only follow her lead as they ventured forward. After an extensive search across various locations, Xiaoxi encountered a cluster of stones where she discovered a plant strikingly resembling the 8-edged hemp. Eagerly, she approached for a closer examination and confirmed it was indeed the sought-after herb, known for its efficacy in treating fractures. Filled with joy, Xiaoxi promptly retrieved her stone knife and delicately extracted the plant, placing it into her leather pouch. Observing Xiaoxi's diligent efforts, Xiaoya inquired, "Is this the herb you were searching for?" "Yes," Xiaoxi affirmed. "This herb can heal fractures. It is the remedy for bone injuries." With that, Xiaoxi continued her expedition, hoping to uncover additional herbs. Confronting and Yao accompanied her and Xiaoya, ensuring their safety. Xiaoya examined the herb closely, wishing it would aid Xiaoxi in her quest. To Xiaoxi's astonishment, she stumbled upon a vast patch of ginger atop the mountain, an excellent ingredient for eliminating the gamey taste in meat. With ginger in her possession, alongside her sun-dried chili peppers, the thought of simmering a pot of meat during winter made her mouth water. The three companions beside her, witnessing Xiaoxi's exuberance, exchanged puzzled glances. Pointing to the cluster of pointed-leaf ginger shoots ahead, Xiaoxi exclaimed, "Quickly, help me dig this up. It is a treasure. It can be used for cooking meat, brewing tea, and warding off the cold." As the snowy season arrived, the orcs often found themselves shivering in the cold. Upon hearing that digging for ginger could alleviate the chill, a few rushed over to assist. With a stone knife in hand, Xiaoxi was joined by two males who utilized their sharp claws to excavate, while only Xiaoya stood by helplessly, anxiously pacing back and forth. Had she known, she would have brought a stone knife herself. Observing Xiaoya's distress, Xiaoxi reassured her, "Do not fret, Xiaoya. First, take that herbal plant from your beast pouch and set it aside. We will place the ginger we unearth into the animal hide pouch for easy transport later." Yao cast a grateful glance at Xiaoxi. It was her genuine kindness towards Xiaohua that rekindled his belief in the existence of sincere bonds among orcs. In this world, true friendship still thrived. Yet Xiaoya had encountered a deceitful female that nearly led her to peril. Such an openly emotional Xiaoya was a rare sight even after many years of their companionship. While Yu was lost in gratitude towards Xiaoxi, he suddenly felt a chill creeping over him. Turning, he met the cold gaze of Confronting, which sent a shiver down his spine. He quickly explained, "I am merely appreciative of your partner. She has brightened Xiaoya's spirits." With that, he hastily bowed his head and resumed digging for ginger. Xiaoya and Xiaoxi overheard their exchange. Xiaoya stifled a smile while Xiaoxi shot a glare at Confronting, her face flushed with embarrassment, inwardly chiding him for being such a jealous soul. Confronting paid them no mind, keeping his head down as he continued his task. Although the ginger grew in clusters scattered across the hillside, they still managed to unearth a considerable amount by the time they finished collecting the scattered roots. It turns out that the resources here are so abundant. However, in the past, she lacked the ability to protect herself and thus refrained from venturing into the mountains, which is why she had never discovered them. The brook gazed at Confronting and said, "From now on, during our midday breaks, let us ascend the mountain to search for medicinal herbs and edible plants, shall we?" Upon seeing the furrow in her brow ease, Confronting's mood also lifted, and he nodded in agreement. "Very well." Yun, having heard that they were going to gather herbs, chose not to elaborate further. "Shall we rest for a while before we proceed?" Confronting observed the sky, where dark clouds had begun to drift in, and decided against resting, sensing that rain was imminent. "Today, we should find a cave as soon as possible and take shelter." The self-important eagle, upon hearing Confronting's warning of rain, prompted everyone to notice the ominous clouds that had gathered overhead without their realization. The mountain remarked, "It appears that a heavy downpour is expected this afternoon. We should heed Confronting's advice and seek a cave to take refuge from the rain." Thus, everyone began to gather their belongings, preparing to move forward in search of a cave. Just as the brook settled onto Confronting's back, she suddenly embraced his neck and leaned close to his ear, whispering, "Let us either to inform the big and small trees. Otherwise, if it truly rains, they may not find shelter in time. I fear that the cub will fall ill if drenched." Upon hearing the words of the brook, Confronting turned and dashed toward their diagonal rear, where many of the orc families from the direction of the misty forest were resting at midday. The two arrived at the resting place of the great tree and the little tree, noticing that they too were packing their belongings in preparation for departure. Qingqiao, cradling her young, stood to one side. Upon seeing the brook approaching atop the back of a towering white wolf, she hurried forward, exclaiming, "Great shaman, has something brought you here?" The great tree and the little tree, having finished their packing, also approached, awaiting the brook's words. Since the brook was not particularly familiar with them, she refrained from engaging in pleasantries. Her presence was a reminder born of worry. Concerned that the young one might fall ill from the rain. It seems the weather is poised to turn. For the sake of the young female, it would be prudent for you to seek shelter from the impending rain, she advised, with a nod to indicate they could depart. The brook realized that Changfeng and the others were ready to leave. Before Qingqiao and her family could respond, Changfeng had already sped away. Observing the brook and her companions retreating, the little tree urgently urged, "Quickly, let us follow. The great shaman and her companions are benevolent beings. They're concerned for our young one, fearing she might fall ill from the rain, is why they took the time to advise us." Not only did the great tree's family trail behind the brook, but a majority of the orcs coming from the direction of the misty forest followed suit. To the brook's surprise, amidst the throng of orcs, she discerned a golden figure, prompting her to whisper, "Qingtsong." Changfeng, shaking his wolf ears, halted abruptly upon hearing the brook utter the name Qingtsong. Fortunately, Changfeng's wolfish visage concealed his true emotions. Otherwise, one might assume his countenance was as dark as ink. Upon noticing Changfeng's sudden halt, Xiaoxi inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Why have you stopped? Has something occurred?" Changfeng turned his head, gazing at Xiaoxi with his mournful azure eyes. A shiver unexpectedly coursed through Xiaoxi. Could it be that he overheard her earlier soliloquy? Such acute hearing seemed almost excessive, and his jealousy appeared rather pronounced. Uncertain whether others had sensed the tension in the air, she felt distinctly overwhelmed by the bitterness of envy. Resigned, Xiaoxi gestured towards the direction of the Qingtian beast, explaining, "I merely caught a glimpse and was slightly taken aback." Xiaoxi's thoughts drifted back to the young lady from that fateful evening, pondering why she was not accompanying Qingtian. Suddenly, she noticed a shadow darkening above her. Initially, she assumed it was a cloud obscuring the sun. However, upon raising her gaze, she discovered a large bird soaring overhead. The creature flew at a modest altitude, and it appeared to bear a rider. Upon closer inspection, Xiaoxi realized it was indeed the young lady from that night, perched upon the great bird. Changfeng lifted his head, casting a frigid glance at the gray hawk, yet chose to disregard it, and continued his forward dash. The heavens had always looked down upon the beastmen residing on land, believing that those soaring through the skies were inherently superior. Thus, when Changfeng glanced up at the bird, it let out a mocking cry, choosing to circle above them instead of departing. The beastmen trailing behind Xiaoxi were incensed by this display. Subsequently, orcs leaped into the air, attempting to bring down the loathsome hawk. However, devoid of wings, they tumbled to the ground one by one. The hawk, soaring gracefully above, cast a disdainful glance at the foolish terrestrial orcs and emitted a triumphant call. Not far ahead of Changfeng and Xiaoxi, Ling, who was lazily perched on his brother Yao's back, unwilling to fly on his own, suddenly heard the proud cry of a hawk echoing through the sky. Driven by curiosity, he spread his wings and ascended, only to witness a scene that ignited his ire. An orc, also a hawk, was gliding low, circling directly above Changfeng and Xiaoxi, showing no signs of departure. Ling, intent on teaching that male hawk orc a lesson about respecting those who walk upon the ground, prepared to confront him. Yet, before he could reach the offender, he observed the once arrogant hawk orc plummeting straight down from the sky. Sangqiong, who fell heavily to the earth, was equally bewildered, pondering his identity, his location, and the circumstances of his fall. All he perceived was a pure white silver wolf on the ground, its once light blue eyes gradually deepening into an icy blue, fixed coldly upon him. The silver wolf raised its head and let out a resounding roar. A chill enveloped Sangqiong, as if his very blood had frozen. His wings, too, felt rigid, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not lift himself into the air, ultimately succumbing to gravity's pull. As for the events that transpired and how he found himself in such a predicament, Sangqiong could not articulate. Alongside him fell Yao Tiantian, who had been perched upon his back. However, Song Qiong had tumbled down, while Yao Tiantian remained unscathed. Initially, she had reveled in the heights, looking down upon the diminutive female below, perplexed by what qualities could possibly endear her to two remarkably handsome males. Contemplating this, a fire of jealousy ignited within Yao Tiantian, and she relished the sensation of soaring above them, as if she were trampling them beneath her feet. Yet, her delight was short-lived as she unexpectedly plummeted, feeling humiliated before the babbling brook. Song Qiong, sprawled on the ground, was engulfed by a surge of fury. He was a proud eagle beast man who could hardly tolerate such humiliation at the hands of a mere female, especially in front of so many others. A slow smirk crept across his face. Had he not overheard her muttering about being the offspring of a remarkably fertile human woman, he would never have tolerated Yao Tiantian's insolence. Clutching his chest, he chose a random direction to walk, while Yao Tiantian gazed intently at Changfeng. Before her eyes, Changfeng transformed into a tall, majestic white spirit wolf, exuding an aura of power, with the very female she despised seated upon him. By the time Yao Tiantian registered the scene, the surrounding beastmen had already departed. She looked around, spotting only the distant figure of Song Qiong. Ultimately, with a frustrated stamp of her foot, she set off in pursuit of him. The relentless rain had persisted for 2 days, and in a dimly lit cave, Yao Tiantian curled up in a corner, hugging her knees. Not far from her, 3 orcs were indulging in roasted meat. They were the very leprous canines who had captured her upon her arrival in this world. That day, after plummeting from the sky alongside Song Qiong, she had awakened to find all the orcs gone, leaving her with nowhere to turn. In her despair, she had no choice but to pursue the direction in which Song Qiong had departed. However, before she could catch up to him, she was ensnared by these lurking leprous canines hidden within the underbrush. Yao Tiantian huddled in a corner, her head bowed as she desperately pondered an escape. The rain outside was on the verge of ceasing. If she could not devise a plan soon, she would truly be captured and forced to bear offspring for those grotesque leprous canines. Over the past few days, she had overheard their complaints during conversations, lamenting the scarcity of solitary females this year. Orcs had become increasingly vigilant in guarding their own females on the road to the Holy Mountain, making it ever more difficult to capture lone females. With their own kind so few, how could they possibly continue their lineage? As Yao Tiantian reflected upon these words, a spark ignited in her eyes, and a triumphant smile graced her lips. She mused, "Haven't you attracted the affection of so many males? Yet, now that you have been captured by the leprous canines, how will you charm that handsome fellow named Changfeng or the one who abandoned you, Qingsong?" The thought that he would forsake her so easily gnawed at her, for that female held such significance in his heart that she felt unworthy even to be mentioned. With this realization, a malevolent glimmer flickered in her once lovely eyes. She rose gracefully, a smile adorning her visage, and sauntered towards the Orcish members of the rascally dog clan, who were roasting meat by the fire. "Brothers," she began, "I, too, find myself famished. Might you spare a piece of that delectable roast for me?" The 3 orcs paused, taken aback by her unexpected boldness. As they lifted their gaze to the petite figure standing before them, they could hardly reconcile the trembling little female who had cowered in the corner with the audacious creature asking for food. With a few innocent blinks of her large, doe-like eyes, she added in a tone laced with feigned innocence, "Is that too much to ask?" Never before had the trio encountered such a captivating and alluring female, and they found themselves entranced, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they eagerly replied, "Of course, you may have it all. Please, feast upon our roasted meat." As she regarded the foolish orcs before her, a flicker of disdain momentarily crossed her eyes, though it was swiftly concealed. She accepted a piece of freshly grilled meat from one of the orcs and squatted down to devour it with hearty bites. Indeed, Yao Tiantian was genuinely hungry. Since her capture 2 days prior, her thoughts had been consumed with escape, leaving little room for appetite. Now, with a plan forming in her mind, she found herself in the mood to indulge. Having mingled with unsavory characters and frequented nightclubs and bars in her former life, She had long forgotten the taste of innocence. Thus, when it came to charming the rascally dog Orcs, she bore no qualms. After finishing her meal, she took the initiative to engage in conversation with the three Orcs. Sharing her story of being born without the essence of an Orc and devoid of the ability to bear offspring, which had led to her family's disdain. Yao Tiantian was aware that she lacked the essence of a beast man, having heard it from a female she had previously encountered, who expressed her confusion regarding Yao's absence of such a presence. At that moment, Yao pondered how a mere human girl could possess the aura of a beast man. Now, she intended to use this knowledge to deceive the few canines of the beastman tribe, indifferent to whether they believed her or not. For her primary objective was not to convince them. As Yao spoke of her sorrow, she grasped the large hand of a canine beastman seated beside her, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed up at him and lamented, "Every time I think about my inability to bear offspring for a male, my heart aches profoundly. Yet in the past, whenever I was saddened, I had my dear friends to console me. Now that I have been brought here by you, I am left wondering about her well-being. My friend, despite being a female capable of bearing beast cubs, is a frail rabbit beast woman. Due to her delicate condition, her family does not hold her in high regard." At this juncture, the tears Yao had been suppressing cascaded down her cheeks, lending an air of authenticity to her words. Yao Tiantian learned that Xiaoxi was a rabbit beast woman from a conversation she overheard with Songqiong. On that day, as she perched atop Songqiong, soaring above the head of the female, he had caught sight of a silver wolf beast man, and to his disdain, he recognized the figure seated there, a rabbit beast woman, acknowledged in the beastman realm for her frailty and difficulty in bearing offspring. Thus, Yao Tiantian became aware that Xiaoxi was indeed a rabbit beast woman whom the males of this world were reluctant to partner with. In order to immerse herself in the waters of the creek, Yao Tiantian suppressed her disdain and, with tears streaming down her face, threw herself into the embrace of a leprous canine orc. Initially, we could offer each other solace in our sorrow, but now, it seemed as though Yao Tiantian could no longer articulate her feelings as she clung to the leprous canine orc, choked with emotion, unable to utter a word. It appeared that she had resolved herself, for she withdrew from the orc's embrace, seating herself with a steely determination as she gazed intently at the three male orcs before her. "I have made up my mind to rescue her from the family that scorns her and bring her with me to your domain." Yao Tiantian's tear-filled eyes searched the faces of the three leprous canine orcs. "You will take in the two of us, discarded females, will you not? I, a female, have already been captured by you twice, simply because my family detests me and refuses to provide for me. Driven by hunger, I ventured out in search of sustenance, which led to my repeated capture by you. I have long ceased to wish to remain in a household where I am perpetually starved." She grasped the hand of one leprous canine orc and shook it gently. "Will you also allow me to go hungry?" The leprous canine orcs, due to their individual combat ineptitude and unappealing appearance, seldom find other species females willing to bond with them. Consequently, they resort to abducting solitary females. However, these females do not willingly unite with them. They merely acquiesce to bear a litter in exchange for their freedom from perpetual confinement. Every year, before the snow season, the orcs seize the opportunity as others traverse their territory on the way to the sacred mountain, capturing the solitary females. As for why they refrained from seizing the females protected by their families, it was due to their desire not to contravene the natural laws of the Orcish realm. To become the common enemy of all orcs would invite a united onslaught from the entire Orcish populace, leading to their utter annihilation. Within the Orcish natural law, it is tacitly understood that a solitary female found in another's territory is deemed ownerless. Whoever takes her shall claim her. This is precisely why Xiaohua was adamantly opposed to Xiaoxi and Changfeng traveling together. She feared that if Changfeng were to become distracted, Xiaoxi might be left unaccompanied and fall prey to the Laiwan orcs, prompting her insistence that they journey together. Ultimately, however, three Laiwan orcs were swayed by Yao Tiantian. She convinced several of the Laiwan orcs, expressing concerns that her female friend's family might intervene, suggesting that they wait until her friend was alone so she could be led away. assuring them that she would gladly accompany them to a better life. In any case, having heeded Tian's counsel, they indeed pursued Xiaoxi and her companions after the rain ceased, concealing themselves nearby to await the opportune moment to capture her. At that moment, Xiaoxi stood by a great river alongside Changfeng, which had transformed from a mere trickle into a torrent owing to 2 days of relentless rain. Changfeng, the current is so swift, how shall we cross? Changfeng absent-mindedly played with a strand of Xiaoxi's long hair and replied, if we cannot cross, then we shall wait. Once the waters recede in a few days, it will not be too late to proceed. It seemed he recalled something, pausing his actions, and inquired, Xiaoxi, have you felt any discomfort in your body these past few days? The little stream lifted its head, gazing at him with curiosity. No. It's just that I've been sleeping a lot these past few days due to the rain and lack of activities, and my appetite has diminished a bit. So please don't worry. Changfeng regarded the little stream thoughtfully before inquiring, what would you like to eat tonight? I shall hunt it for you. The little stream leaned her head on his shoulder, playfully nuzzling against him, prompting a gentle smile from Changfeng as he patted her head. Whatever you desire, just tell me, and I shall procure it for you. After a moment's hesitation, the little stream finally spoke, I wish for a sharp-billed beast. The meat of the sharp-billed beast is somewhat reminiscent of modern chicken, and she imagined how delightful it would be to prepare it as a spicy dish for the evening. Upon finishing her sentence, she swallowed, not quite understanding why she had an unusual craving for spicy food these past few days. Changfeng found himself in a quandary. They had been hunting in the forest for several days and had yet to encounter a sharp-billed beast. It seemed that they would have to search diligently in the forest today. Initially, the little stream felt a bit sleepy and wanted to rest. But the thought of mushrooms sprouting after the rain invigorated her spirit. She spotted Xiaohua, who had been sleeping all morning, and a smile crept across her lips, which sent shivers down Xiaoya's spine, knowing that the little stream was about to tease Xiaohua again. The little stream approached Xiaohua, who lay upon the animal hide, squatted down, and nudged her gently. Come on, don't sleep anymore. Even during pregnancy, you need to move around more. It's essential for your well-being. Let us go gather some mushrooms. Xiaohua opened her bleary eyes and glanced at the little stream, lazily responding, I don't want to. Please let me sleep. She then closed her eyes again, undeterred. The little stream nudged her once more. If you don't get up, I might just have to tickle you. This time, when Xiaohua opened her eyes, she felt somewhat more alert. She rubbed her slightly swollen abdomen, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. She playfully tapped the forehead of the little stream squatting in front of her, warning, if you dare disturb my slumber again, I shall reveal to your jealous companion the conversation I witnessed between you and Qingtsang yesterday, and we'll see if he decides to discipline you. The little stream, noticing the smug expression on Xiaohua's face, gritted her teeth and retorted, just let yourself be lazy. With that, she picked up a leather pouch and headed outside. Xiaoya inquired, Xiaoxi, shall I accompany you? Observing that Xiaoya was busy mending a leather garment with a bone needle, Xiaoxi shook her head. No need, Xiaoya. You continue with your work. I will merely scout the vicinity for any mushrooms that have sprouted. As Xiaoxi exited the cave, she encountered Qingtsang once more and nodded in his direction as she passed by. Qingtsang felt a pang of disappointment upon witnessing her indifference, watching her figure fade into the distance. Xiaoxi ventured alone to a nearby hillside, meticulously searching through the grass for mushrooms that had emerged after the rain. Indeed, the rain had nurtured a remarkable number of mushrooms in the verdant underbrush. As Xiaoxi began to gather the mushrooms, she became oblivious to her surroundings, straying further away from their dwelling. Meanwhile, Yao Tian and 3 orc warriors from the Laishi tribe, having awaited this moment, seized the opportunity and stealthily approached Xiaoxi. By the time Xiaoxi sensed their presence, she found herself encircled. Rising slowly to her feet, she recognized none of the 3 male orcs. But the young girl standing before them was someone she had seen on 2 previous occasions. On that particular evening by the riverside, she was together with Qingtsang, introducing herself as Yao Tian. Another instance occurred when she was riding, with the soaring hawk above their heads. It remains unclear what intentions she harbors this time, as she obstructs herself. Xiaoxi regarded the individual before her with a sense of foreboding, thus refraining from uttering a word. Even if she were to call out, it is unlikely anyone would hear her. Yao Tian displayed a sweet smile, yet her eyes brimmed with envy. We have come to lead you into a more prosperous life. Have you noticed these robust male orcs? They require females like us. And should we choose to go, they will treat us as queens. Yao Tian turned gently to inquire of a mutt orc. Wouldn't you agree? The mutt orc promptly nodded, affirming, yes, indeed, we will treat you splendidly. If Xiaoxi had not discerned the malice harbored by this girl named Yao Tian, she might as well have wasted all those years, though she was oblivious to how she had offended her. She recalled that night when the girl had gazed intently at Changfeng, as well as at Qing-Song, who had already walked away from her. Xiaoxi might speculate that she had been ensnared by the charms of a handsome face. What if I refuse? Xiaoxi challenged. Yao Tian's lips curled into a sinister smile. Then it shall not be up to you. The three mutt orcs appeared puzzled. Had Yao Tian not claimed they were friends? Their demeanor suggested otherwise, yet it seemed they were indeed acquainted. Yao Tian stepped forward and grasped Xiaoxi's hand, forcefully pulling her towards the dense thicket, where they could better conceal their presence. Several members of the lizard dog clan followed closely behind. Xiaoxi struggled a few times but could not break free. It was not that she was incapable of escaping the grasp of Yao Tian, a girl nearly a head shorter than her, but rather she understood that even if she managed to free herself, escape from the three male orcs nearby was impossible. Xiaoxi contemplated calling for help, but feared that before she could even utter a sound, these male orcs would knock her unconscious, leaving her with even less chance of escape. As Xiaoxi observed them moving further away from their original location, anxiety gnawed at her. Upon reaching a fork in the path, she fiercely wrenched her hand from Yao Tian's grasp and sprinted back in the direction of their dwelling. Since the route down the mountain was blocked by Yao Tian and the orcs, Xiaoxi had no choice but to navigate around the mountain. She ran desperately ahead, with Yao Tian and the three lizard dog clan orcs in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, Qing-Song did not follow her. He merely watched her from a distance. He had not anticipated that a momentary distraction would lead to Xiaoxi's disappearance. Initially, he dismissed it, but when he spotted a figure moving in the distant grass, a foreboding sensation took root in his heart. Without further contemplation, Qing-Song raced towards Xiaoxi's direction. When he reached the mountainside, he was met with a heart-wrenching sight. Xiaoxi and the female named Yao Tian were entangled, plunging into the tumultuous waters below the cliff. The golden tiger's lament echoed through the heavens, as Qing-Song unleashed a mournful roar that instantly tore apart a hapless orc of the leprous dog tribe, who had not managed to flee in time. He then turned and plunged into the raging waters below, pursuing the fleeting figures that bobbed upon the surface. Those within the cave, having heard the distant roar of the tiger, emerged in curiosity, oblivious to the events transpiring on the mountain. A few brave souls hastened to ascend the slopes. Xiaoya approached Shuan Hadashi and pointed towards a particular direction, exclaiming, Father Beast, hasten to that mountain yonder. The little stream is there, where mushrooms can be gathered. We must investigate what has transpired. Shuan Hadashi had also just heard the tiger's roar, though he had initially dismissed it. Upon observing the direction Xiaoya indicated, which aligned with the source of the roar, they wasted no time in transforming into their beast forms and sprinting towards it. Meanwhile, far within the forest, Changfeng, who had just celebrated catching a sharp-beaked creature for the little stream, was startled by the golden tiger's roar. His heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. He parted his lips to take a deep breath, pressing a hand against his restless heart. Discarding the sharp-beaked creature, he swiftly transformed into his beast form and dashed eagerly towards the sound of the tiger's cry. Changfeng pondered the reason behind the tiger's heartrending wail, knowing that Qing-Song had been residing nearby and that the roar had emanated in the direction of their dwelling. With the formidable strength of the golden tiger, it is generally rare to encounter a worthy adversary. Currently, apart from the peril that has befallen the little stream, he could fathom no other reason for the yellow-skinned tiger to emit such a mournful cry. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Changfeng struggled to control his racing heartbeat, oblivious to what could have incited such dread within him. Just the night before, he had sensed a subtle change in the little stream's aura, possibly indicating the arrival of offspring. Initially, he intended to wait until he could confirm this before informing the little stream. Now, all he wished for was the safety of the little rabbit, hoping that his worries were unfounded. Indeed, that must be the case. He had merely overthought the situation. The little stream was likely still nestled in the cave, sleeping soundly as she had been for the past few days. Confronting continuously reassured himself, attempting to soothe his rapidly beating heart. He turned and stepped out of the cave, scanning the surroundings with urgency, yearning to catch sight of the figure he longed for. His once pale blue eyes had deepened to a vibrant navy, cold as the crisp autumn moon, scrutinizing every beastman who passed by. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar silhouette approaching. Xiaoxi rushed to Confronting, her face flushed with urgency. "You are the male of the great shaman, aren't you? Hurry to that mountain over there. It seems the female great shaman is in trouble." Before Xiaoxi could finish her words, Confronting had already vanished from her sight. Upon reaching the bustling mountaintop, he beheld a multitude of beastmen gathered there. Xiaohua and Xiaoya sat on the ground in disarray, their faces streaked with tears. Were it not for Yun and a few other females restraining her, it seemed Xiaohua might leap off the cliff at any moment. The unease within Confronting grew increasingly profound as he searched the crowd for the silhouette of Xiaoxi. With each individual he beheld, his heartbeat quickened, lamenting the absence of his beloved little rabbit. The icy aura emanating from him finally caught the attention of those around. The chilling atmosphere prompted involuntary shivers among the onlookers, as if the very air had solidified, leaving only the sound of their breaths. Most of those present were orcs arriving from the direction of the misty forest, all aware that Confronting was the mate of the young female shaman. They beheld his silver hair dancing in the wind, his deep blue eyes shimmering like cold stars, and his chiseled features bore an expression of profound indifference, radiating the essence of an unparalleled warrior. What catastrophic consequences might ensue if such a formidable male orc were to learn that his partner lay lifeless at the bottom of the ravine, her body swept away by the relentless currents of the river? Confronting approached Xiaohua with an air of tranquility, gazing down at her with an unwavering intensity. "Where's my Xiaoxi?" he inquired. For the first time, Xiaohua felt the absence of a grip around her throat, rendering her unable to breathe normally. Her breath grew increasingly labored, and her face turned a hue of deep purple from the strain. Feng and Meng, who had hastened to follow Confronting, were taken aback by the unfolding scene. They rushed forward to restrain him, urging, "Confronting, let us discuss this calmly." Meng, cradling Xiaohua, pressed her for answers. "What has transpired? Where is the young female of the Feng household?" At that moment, they were in the cave when a mournful roar of a tiger echoed from outside, prompting their curiosity as they ventured out to discern the source of the sound. It was Xiaoya who recalled that Xiaoxi had mentioned foraging for mushrooms on that hillside. By the time everyone arrived, the mountaintop bore the marks of blood, and there were signs of someone having tumbled down the cliff, with Xiaoxi's beast hide bag caught in the thorns on the slope from her mushroom picking. Upon hearing Yun's words, Meng and Feng fell into silence, taken aback by the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, Xiaoya clenched her fists, striking her head in anguish, exclaiming, "It's all my fault. If I had insisted on accompanying Xiaoxi, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted." Feng enveloped Xiaoya in a comforting embrace, while Yao and Ling stood by, their eyes filled with sympathy and helplessness, as none wished for such calamity to befall them. As they were engulfed in their sorrow, Confronting, with eyes as profound and vast as the starry sea, gazed intently at the tumultuous river below the cliff. In that moment, Confronting harbored a desire to annihilate the world. He stepped closer to the precipice, contemplating a leap. Yet he could not ascertain whether Xiaoxi had truly fallen into the river beneath. He refused to believe that his beloved little rabbit could perish. A shiver coursed through him as the realization dawned. No one had definitively witnessed Xiaoxi plummet. The conclusions drawn were mere conjectures based on the traces of a fall. Why was there blood from the leopard dog clan orcs in this place? Suddenly, Confronting recalled the earlier roar of Qing Tsang and wondered if it was possible that the leopard dog clan orcs had captured Xiaoxi after spotting her alone, prompting Qing Tsang to pursue her. The long wind howled, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle violently. The nearby orcs felt a surge of turmoil in their chests, and even they were forced to loosen their grips and retreat a few steps. Long Feng, tracing the scent left by the rabid dog clan orcs, pursued a specific direction, determined to uncover the truth of what transpired and the whereabouts of Xiaoxi, even if it meant accompanying the little rabbit to death. He was resolute in locating her body. He would follow her to the ends of the earth. As Xiaoxi plummeted from the cliff, she clung desperately to Yao Tian, who sought to break free. How could it be so easy for her to decide when to grasp or release? Upon noticing the three orcs behind, rushing to assist Yao Tian, a bitter smile crossed Xiaoxi's lips. It was already too late. Their entwined forms fell straight down the cliff. Upon entering the water, Xiaoxi seemed to glimpse a yellow figure leaping from the cliff above. Submerged, she fought valiantly to surface, but the turbulent waters rendered her powerless, her frail body struggling against the relentless current. As time passed, her strength waned, and she gradually lost consciousness. After vanquishing an orc from the rabid dog clan, Qing Tsang discarded the corpse into the river to feed the fish, then leaped into the waters below the cliff. Floating on the surface, he spotted two figures rising and falling in the water. Upon identifying Xiaoxi's form, he swam desperately toward her. As he swam past Yao Tian, suddenly, one of Qing Tsang's legs was grasped by her. "Qing Tsang, please save me. I am a human woman, capable of bearing many offspring. No, not just that. I can give birth to numerous beast cubs. If you rescue me this time, I promise to bear you countless beast cubs. I beg you, save me." It seemed as though Qing Tsang had not heard her pleas. Observing the stream being swept further away by the rushing waters, he forcefully kicked away Yao Tian's hand and hurriedly pursued the flowing creek. All that remained was Yao Tian, her eloquent words washed away by the surging river. Changfeng, following the scent left by the two canines of the lousy dog clan, swiftly closed in on them. Upon noticing the white silver wolf chasing them relentlessly, the hearts of the two canine warriors sank, perplexed as to why this harbinger of doom pursued them so tenaciously. Changfeng let out a resounding roar directed at the two canines still fleeing ahead. A chilling wave enveloped them, their blood seemingly frozen in their veins, causing both to collapse to the ground. This was the formidable power of the divine beast's bloodline, capable of instantly freezing the blood within an orc's body. It was how the Kanjiing orc, Song Qiong, had met his demise, plummeting from the sky after being frozen in his bloodline. How much more so for the two canine warriors, whose combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the Kanjiing orc. Changfeng advanced step by step towards the two fallen canine warriors, their bodies stiff and lifeless. His silver hair danced in the wind, and his deep-set, icy blue eyes regarded them with a chilling gaze. With each step he took, the canines felt as though they were treading upon the very tips of their hearts. "Pray tell, are you the wretched Orcish mongrels that fled from that mountain peak?" One of the orcs, his eyes darting nervously, was about to respond when he was abruptly interrupted by Changfeng. "It would be wise for you to speak the truth, for the consequences of deceit are beyond your capacity to endure." As the two Orcish scoundrels resolved to remain obstinately silent, a haunting wail echoed through the air. The orc with the shifty eyes had already succumbed to his injuries, his limbs broken and his consciousness fading. Changfeng squinted at the remaining trembling orc. "Do you still refuse to divulge the truth?" He approached slowly, and before he could reach the trembling creature, a suspicious puddle formed beneath him. I confess. We descended from that mountain peak." The orc stammered, terror rendering his speech incoherent. "Did you capture a female from the mountain?" Changfeng hesitated to inquire, for he did not see a stream nearby, fearing their answer might not align with his desires. And no, the female lost her footing and fell into the river below the cliff. As the orc struggled to articulate his words, a sharp buzz resonated in Changfeng's mind, his body swaying as if struck by a sudden chill. His beloved rabbit had indeed plunged into the turbulent waters below the precipice. Changfeng's deep blue eyes glinted like cold stars, his fury churning within him like molten lava, desperately seeking an outlet for release. The orc of the stray dog clan, lying on the ground, observed the fierce expression on Changfeng's face, and desperately crawled forward, seeking to escape. No, it's not us, truly. We did not wish to capture that little female. She is quite a beautiful female, and they say she is a good friend of the little female from the mountain. We only followed her. The orc earnestly defended himself, hoping that the avenging figure before him would spare him, considering this point. When Changfeng clarified that the female intending to harm the little stream was none other than the one who had introduced herself as Yao Tiantian by the riverside that night, an overwhelming sense of regret washed over him. Had he known that female was a harbinger of misfortune, he should have struck her down with a single claw when she cast that detestable glance in his direction. Then, he would not have found himself in a predicament that endangered the little rabbit he held so dear. Ultimately, the orc lying on the ground paid the price for his transgressions, losing an arm and a leg at the hands of the enraged Changfeng, who showed mercy only because he was not the mastermind behind the plot. Otherwise, death would have been his only fate. As for the maimed orc, his survival in this wilderness was no longer of Changfeng's concern. Ignoring the anguished cries of the stray dog clan orc behind him, Changfeng turned and sprinted towards the river where the little stream had fallen. He refused to believe that she was dead. He dared not accept it. Nor would he resign himself to such a fate. He was determined to find her, for no matter the outcome, he would not allow her to face solitude again, just as she had once wept helplessly upon his shoulder when they first met. At that moment, he vowed never to let her experience loneliness or helplessness again, for not even death could deter him from seeking her out. Following the stream, Qinsong leaped into the river, the relentless current tossing him about without regard for how long he had pursued. The stream, too, had been swept away by the rushing waters, and in his desperation, he searched frantically around him. As twilight descended, he finally caught sight of the stream's figure ensnared in the branches of a large tree lodged in the river. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he fervently waved his weary arms, gradually making his way closer to her. When Qinsong managed to push the stream onto the bank with all his might, he himself was swept into the tree fork by the powerful currents. Clinging to the trunk, he rested his head against the branch, recuperating his strength before eventually climbing ashore with the aid of the tree. As darkness deepened, Qinsong realized they had emerged at the foot of a mountain. He needed to find a safe haven for the night, for his combat capabilities had dwindled to nearly nothing. The wilderness would become perilous once nightfall arrived. With great effort, he stood and slowly approached the stream, crouching down to tuck the hair obscuring her face behind her ear, revealing her pallid visage. Despite the fear gnawing at his heart, Qinsong trembled as he placed a finger beneath her nose, and upon feeling a gentle breath against his skin, a wave of relief washed over him, prompting him to collapse onto the ground, covering his face as he laughed blissfully. When he withdrew his hand, traces of tears adorned his cheeks, and with great difficulty, he bent down to lift the stream into his arms. His steps unsteady as he set forth in search of a cave to serve as their refuge for the night. Not long after Qinsong and Xiaoxi left, Changfeng passed by the riverbank, where the night could not hinder the keen eyes of the orcs. They could still perceive their surroundings amidst the darkness. Changfeng stood by the opposite riverbank, meticulously observing the massive tree lodged in the river. After a prolonged gaze, he discerned that there was nothing upon it, and turned to continue his pursuit downstream. The river was cluttered with countless broken branches, and he often hoped that one of them would halt the flow of the small stream rushing downstream. Yet, each of his hopes transformed into disappointment, nevertheless. Nothing could deter him from his quest for the one who resided closest to his heart. Feng Yuan and Qinsong searched for a considerable time while carrying Xiaoxi, yet they could not find a cave where they might rest. He felt his strength waning, and with each step, his legs trembled. Qinsong lowered his gaze to Xiaoxi in his arms, whose complexion had grown increasingly pallid. His golden eyes hardened with resolve as he tightened his embrace around her, biting his pale lips before softly assuring, "Do not fear, I shall ensure your safety." Despite his exhaustion, bending at the waist and struggling to move his feet, he remained unwilling to relinquish the person cradled in his arms. Finally, when despair threatened to overwhelm him, he noticed a cave not far away on the cliffside, illuminated by flickering firelight, accompanied by the enticing aroma of roasted meat. Qing Tsong approached the cliff base, only to halt in his tracks. Uncertain of the orcs that might currently inhabit the cave, what if he intruded upon them, and the cave's occupants were unwilling to offer shelter for the night? It mattered little where he would rest alone in the dark, but as he glanced at the person in his embrace, he was struck by the stark whiteness of her face, devoid of any color. He clenched his teeth and, from a short distance away, retrieved a supple vine, binding the fainting creek securely to his chest. With great difficulty, he ascended to a cave situated halfway up the mountain. Upon reaching the entrance, Feng Yuan was startled to see a tall male orc unexpectedly emerge, cradling what appeared to be a person in his arms. "Who are you? And how dare you intrude upon another's dwelling?" he exclaimed, extending his claws and entering a defensive stance. Qing Tsong was acutely aware that his uninvited presence could provoke an attack, yet upon witnessing the increasingly feeble creek, he sought to obtain the cave owner's permission to shelter them for the night, promising to present a catch as recompense on the morrow. However, to his astonishment, the cave's proprietor appeared to be a mere child, seemingly no older than 5 or 6 seasons of the fiery snow. Noticing the youngling's claws were already bared and poised for combat, Qing Tsong hurriedly softened his tone. "Please, do not strike. We harbor no ill intentions. The female I carry is injured and in need of refuge for the night." Feng Yuan remained vigilant, his pale violet eyes fixed intently upon him, as if ready to unleash an attack at the slightest movement. "We genuinely require shelter this evening," Qing Tsong revealed the creek fully, hoping to assuage the young one's suspicions and convey that he meant no harm. Upon observing the nearly lifeless female in the male's embrace, Feng Yuan finally lowered his guard. Albeit just a fraction, though still young, he had heard from the elder beast that females were scarce in their land. No male would allow his female to become so weakened merely to gain entrance into another's den. Upon observing the behavior of the juvenile beast, Qing Tsong tacitly permitted their presence and quickly carried Xiaoxi to the pile of firewood, seeking to warm her cold body. Feng Yuan, witnessing the proximity of the two, refrained from expelling them, yet the tension in his top back indicated that he had not entirely laid down his guard. Qing Tsong settled beside the fire, allowing Xiaoxi to lean against his shoulder. He pressed his lips together, wishing to converse with the young cub to ease the atmosphere, but words eluded him, and silence enveloped the two males as time trickled by. Having satisfied his hunger, Feng Yuan turned away from Qing Tsong, who sat by the fire, and retreated to a corner where animal skins lay, lying down and closing his eyes. At that moment, Qing Tsong's stomach betrayed him, emitting a low growl of hunger. Only then did Feng Yuan begin to believe that these two truly sought merely to stay for the night. For near the wall of the cave lay a piece of animal skin with an abundance of unfinished game meat. The adult male beast man endured his hunger without any intention of taking it. Feng Yuan remarked, "There is plenty of game meat against the wall. You may eat tonight, but tomorrow you must procure a large prey for me." The abruptness of this proposition left Qing Tsong questioning his own hearing. "What did you say?" Qing Tsong pointed at the wild meat on the animal hide and inquired, "Can we eat all this meat?" A haughty voice responded, "Humph, if you don't wish to eat, then so be it." It was then that Qing Tsong realized he was not merely imagining things. "I do want to eat. I truly appreciate it." Qing Tsong felt a surge of gratitude within him, vowing, "I shall certainly hunt a particularly large prey for you tomorrow." He then hesitated, glancing at the unconscious Xiaoxi. "May I borrow your stone pot? I wish to prepare some meat broth for her." Feng Yuan, eyes closed, turned over, casually responding, "Use it if you wish. There is some salt on the stone platform nearby." Hearing this young one's words, Qing Tsong felt immense gratitude for the assistance rendered. He thought to himself that should this cub ever find itself in need in the future, he would not hesitate to offer his aid. After cleansing the stone pot, Qing Tsong fetched a ladle of water from the wooden barrel and began to prepare the broth for Xiaoxi. Once the broth was ready, he gently propped Xiaoxi up and fed her a bowl of the nourishing liquid with a wooden spoon. Only then did Qing Tsong turn his attention to roasting meat to satiate his own hunger. By the time Qing Tsong finished his meal, The night had grown quite deep. Having replenished some of his strength, he removed his animal hide clothing and laid it upon the ground, gently placing Xiaoxi atop it. He understood that a cub lying down would be alert to the presence of any intruder in their cave, just as any beastman would be. Scanning the cave, he noticed that in the spot where the cub had been resting, Xiaoxi lay covered with a piece of animal hide. At this moment, a tender voice emerged from behind Qing Tsong, stating, "After you left, I heard her cry out in the cold, so I moved her onto the fur mat to rest. Do not regard me with such eyes. I am not a noble beastman, merely someone who cannot bear to witness her demise within my cave." Initially gazing at the cub with gratitude, Qing Tsong, upon hearing these awkward words, couldn't help but smile. "I know you are a formidable male beastman." Feng Yuan retrieved a large piece of beast hide from where he had placed his belongings, spreading it on the ground before lying down and closing his eyes. Having just ventured out to gather firewood, he felt the chill in the air, indicating that the season of snow was fast approaching. Though Qing Tsong was quite weary, he refrained from hastily succumbing to sleep. He recognized that the cub remained awake. "What is your name, and why are you here alone?" "Humph, why should I divulge that?" "What is your name, and how did you come to this place?" Qing Tsong chuckled softly. This little cub was rather astute. "I am Qing Tsong, a golden tiger beastman. The one lying over there is Xiaoxi, a female rabbit beastman. Now, may I inquire about your name?" Qing Tsong did not mention that although he detected the scent of a beastman from the cub, he could not discern which race it belonged to. It seemed he was indeed somewhat ignorant, as there existed a beastman race he could not identify. It was quite reasonable that Qing Tsong could not recognize it. For Feng Yuan's lineage was exceedingly rare on this beastman continent, being of the Dapeng, a breed imbued with the blood of the mythical phoenix. As Qing Tsong was on the verge of slumber, he vaguely heard a haughty voice declare, "Humph, it matters not to tell you. My name is Feng Yuan, lest you accuse me of timidity for not revealing it." Exhausted, Qing Tsong allowed a faint smile to grace his lips before drifting into sleep, leaving behind the tender voice that continued to introduce itself. Upon awakening, Qing Tsong was greeted by a chill in the air and noticed that the fire in the hearth had long since extinguished. He quickly rose and approached the stream, gently reaching out to touch her head, relieved to find she was not feverish. Observing her steady breathing, he pondered why she had yet to awaken. As he turned around, he was met by the sight of Feng Yuan standing behind him. He smiled and reached out to pat her head, only for Feng Yuan to deftly evade him. Upon hearing Qing Tsong's swift agreement, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Feng Yuan's pale violet eyes. Before them lay a colossal black python, its scales shimmering ominously. Equipped with a gaping maw, atop its head sat a black fleshy crown, measuring over 20 centimeters in length. Its body, robust and spanning several meters, bore an intimidating visage. Could this truly be the enormous serpent that the cub had spoken of? It was evident that this was a creature on the verge of transforming into a dragon. Feng Yuan, observing the male beastman whom she had tricked into assisting her in the hunt for this massive python, felt a twinge of fear at the thought of him retracting his promise. She quickly asserted, "You agreed last night to help me capture a particularly large prey. You mustn't go back on your word." Qing Tsong regarded the cub before him, a sense of having been duped washing over him. As a twitch of his lips betrayed his amusement, having made a commitment, he was not one to retract his words, even if manipulated by a mere cub. As demonstrated last night, he would have acquiesced without hesitation. Moreover, even if he desired to backtrack now, the enormous black python would not grant him the opportunity, for it had already detected their approach. The serpent swiftly advanced upon Qing Tian and Feng Yuan, who had unwittingly intruded upon its territory. Upon noticing the python's rapid approach, Qing Tian promptly transformed into a golden tiger beast, adopting a stance of combat readiness. As the colossal python opened its gaping maw to launch an attack, both individuals leapt aside to evade its strike. Yet, the python was relentless, closely pursuing them. Qi Tian found himself momentarily unprepared against such a formidable foe. He navigated around a tree, aiming to strike at the python's vulnerable spot, but was met with a powerful lash of its tail that sent him tumbling several meters away. Nevertheless, His claws had managed to inflict a few wounds upon the serpent's scaled hide. Although Qingtian did not bleed, he was acutely aware of his injuries. The outcome of this battle remained uncertain. This exchange thoroughly enraged the python. As Qingtian engaged in a fierce struggle, he contemplated strategies to overcome the beast when he heard Feng Yuan's voice from behind the great tree. You must lure the giant python to an open area. I have a plan to deal with it. Though Qingtian was unaware of Feng Yuan's precise strategy in this life-or-death moment, he had no choice but to place his trust in him. He maneuvered in circles with the python, eventually guiding it to a treeless expanse, where he beheld the massive black serpent rearing its head, mouth agape, poised to swallow his beast form whole. As Qing Tsong attempted to evade the assault of the black python, the transformation occurred with astonishing abruptness. A large bird descended from the heavens, diving directly towards the python's vulnerable spot. When the magnificent creature soared away, the python's massive head crashed heavily to the ground, leaving a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth, saturating the earth beneath. Moments ago, Qing Tsong had witnessed the bird extract a glossy black orb from the python's vital point. While he pondered the origin of this enigmatic avian, he suddenly caught sight of a diminutive figure plummeting from the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward to catch the falling figure. To his astonishment, the figure he grasped was none other than Feng Yuan, the young cub who had deceived him into this perilous hunt for the python. Once inside the cave, Qing Tsong laid Feng Yuan upon the animal hide where he had rested the previous night, observing the cub's steady breathing, reassured that there were no apparent abnormalities. Yet, he remained perplexed as to how Feng Yuan had transformed so drastically. He then approached the stream, crouching down to gaze at her, appearing as if she were in slumber. Gently, he brushed his fingers against her head, finding no feverish warmth. Qing Tsong glanced back at the two unconscious individuals within the cave, sighed in resignation, and exited the cave, leaping down the cliff to attend to the python, lest the lingering scent of blood attract the savage beasts lurking nearby. By the riverbank, Chang Feng had been frantically searching the waters where the stream had plunged from the cliff, fully aware that failing to find her was the most favorable outcome. If he were to discover her now in the river, it would only be her lifeless body. At the confluence of rivers, a disheveled orc knelt helplessly, cradling his head in despair, emitting a heart-wrenching howl that pierced through the very marrow of existence. The birds resting on the surrounding trees, startled, flapped their wings in panic and took flight, while distant beasts in the forest fled at the sound of his wailing. The grass beneath him glistened with crystalline droplets of ice, and the leaves of the nearby trees gradually turned a desolate yellow. Exhausted, he released all the energy within, collapsing to the ground in unconsciousness. Fortunately, his cries had driven away the wild beasts, sparing him from becoming a mere pile of bones by the time his companions arrived. Meng lifted the unconscious Chang Feng onto his back, sighed deeply, and surveyed the surrounding desolation, sorrow lacing his words as he lamented, "What a powerful individual, yet how tragically fated. Having just found a mate, he is now bereft." Feng, Yao, and Kuan fell silent, reflecting on the clever and kind-hearted female, their hearts heavy with grief. Their own partners, Xiaohua and Xiaoya, had been so sorrowful these past few days that they scarcely ate, burdened by guilt, lamenting that had they accompanied Xiaoxi to the hillside to gather mushrooms, this tragedy might have been averted. The matriarch, Yun, silently stroked the pouch made by Xiaoxi, her heart heavy with the collective sorrow that enveloped their home. Though the two fathers were typically reticent, they too cherished this earnest younger kin in their hearts. Accompanying them in the search for the missing person were the orcs residing in the mountains surrounding the misted forest, as well as the young tree. None wished to witness the demise of a female in such tragic circumstances. The father, who once bore only a few strands of white hair, now had a mane entirely silver, deepening creases etched into his forehead and around his eyes. She yearned to approach him, to console him and assuage his sorrow, assuring him that she still existed in another realm. Yet, as she reached out her hand toward him, it passed through his form, untouched. As night enveloped the world, the father placed the photograph of the two women, mother and daughter, upon the bedside before lying down and closing his eyes. The spirit lingered in the room until he drifted into slumber, at which point she ventured into the courtyard. There, she noticed a light still flickering in the family's makeshift infirmary. Who could possibly be there at such a late hour? Curiosity beckoned her to enter, only to find her younger brother, Xiaoxi, seated in the chair she often occupied during her life. She felt an urge to prevent him from striking his own fists in frustration, but no matter her efforts, her hands passed through his arms as though they were mere phantoms. Despite her profound sorrow, tears could not flow from her ethereal form. Observing her brother, his face flushed. It was evident he had indulged in drink. After a spell of torment, he slumped into the chair, drifting into a muddled sleep while murmuring apologies to his sister. Regardless of whether he could hear her, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Do not grieve or be sorrowful. I have not vanished. Instead, I have traversed to another world where I thrive. I have found a man who loves me dearly. You and father must cherish your lives and release your worries for me, for it would only cause unrest in my heart." Perhaps it was due to the profound sorrow and reluctance of the brook that her soul condensed into a single tear. This tear gently fell upon the jade pendant, shaped like a graceful ruby, held by Xiaoxi. This pendant was a treasured heirloom of the Yi family, worn by his sister during her lifetime. Strangely, the tear, formed from her spirit, did not slide off the pendant. Instead, it was gradually absorbed by it. The pendant then transformed into a radiant green light that enveloped the entire medicine room before slowly dissipating from this world. The following day, Xiaoxi awoke, his eyes blinded by the sunlight. He raised his hand to shield himself from the piercing rays. Suddenly, he noticed his palm was empty. The jade pendant, which he had held the previous night, was no longer in his grasp. In a panic, he glanced at the floor, fearing that it had fallen and shattered. He hurriedly bent down to search, yet no matter how diligently he scoured the medicine room, he could not find the pendant. Overwhelmed by guilt, he resorted to drinking, only to find himself intoxicated. It seemed that someone had whispered something in his ear. "Dad, Dad." The unusual call from his son startled Ye's father awake. "What is it, Xiaoxi?" Upon hearing his son's voice, tears streamed down his face. He approached his son, resting a comforting hand on his shoulder. "It was merely a dream. Do not let it trouble you too much." With that, Ye's father lowered his head, his eyes glistening with tears, and turned to retreat into the room, seeking a moment to compose himself before returning to offer solace to his son. Upon hearing that his son had lost the ancestral jade pendant that his sister cherished so dearly, Mr. Yi felt a surge of anxiety. How could it have gone missing? "You took it out, didn't you? That pendant was your sister's favorite," he exclaimed. "Dad, I didn't take it out. I just wanted to see it last night because I missed her so much. I kept it in the medicine room and never went outside. But this morning, the pendant was gone," replied his son, Xiaoxi. Fearing that a thief had entered their home, the father and son thoroughly searched every corner of the house. Apart from the missing pendant, all other valuables remained untouched, which suggested that no intruder had entered their abode. Together, they scoured the medicine room once more. Yet the pendant eluded them. At this moment, Mr. Yi began to trust his son's words, knowing that he would never lie. Moreover, his son's company was flourishing, yielding bountiful profits each year. Thus, the jade pendant merely represented a familial legacy, holding little significance for him now. "Dad, everything is fine here. Tomorrow, I will open the clinic again. We cannot allow your sister to worry any longer," said Xiaoxi. "Father, I understand. My sister is concerned for us. From now on, I will live well and ensure she no longer has to worry," he added. The two fell into a contemplative silence, content with the thought that their daughter, in another realm, was living well. Meanwhile, the disoriented Xiaoxi heard a youthful voice saying, "Why aren't you awake yet? If you don't wake up soon, we will be late for the sacred mountain, and then we will have to reside in a very cold cave." As Qing Song entered the cave with a bowl of meat soup, he overheard Feng Yuan's words and retorted irritably, "How can you blame Xiaoxi? Were you not just waking up as well? I have yet to inquire how you managed to faint for several days." The semi-conscious Xiaoxi recognized one voice as Qing Song's, but wondered to whom the other youthful voice belonged. Feng Yuan pretended to disregard Qing Tsang's remarks and pointed at Xiaoxi's ear, exclaiming, "Hey, tall one, come see. There's a green that has appeared on this female's earlobe. I didn't notice it before. Was I simply not paying attention?" Qing Tsang approached Xiaoxi, holding the bowl of soup and wooden spoon, and glanced at her ear. Indeed, he had never noticed the small green dot, about the size of a mung bean, adorning her ear. Its vivid green hue was quite striking. As Xiaoxi listened to their conversation, a sense of confusion washed over her. If she was not mistaken, they were referring to her as the female, yet she saw no green dot upon her ear. Just as she pondered this, someone fed her a spoonful of meat soup. Qing Tsang, having noticed the green dot on Xiaoxi's earlobe, found himself equally puzzled. However, as it seemed harmless to her, he chose to disregard it. He continued to feed her the warm soup, ensuring that it would settle comfortably in her stomach. After finishing the first spoonful and preparing to offer the second, he observed Xiaoxi's long eyelashes fluttering before she slowly opened her eyes. Containing his excitement, Qing Tsang spoke softly, "Xiaoxi, you're awake. Is there anywhere in your body that still feels uncomfortable?" Indeed, Xiaoxi felt a slight discomfort in her abdomen. Yet she found it difficult to express this to Qing Tsang. He persisted in offering her the meat soup, which she declined, saying, "Thank you, Qing Tsang. I can manage on my own." Gradually, she propped herself against the stone wall, accepting the stone bowl and wooden spoon from Qing Tsang to sip the soup. It was not that she was ungrateful or did not appreciate Qing Tsang's kindness. Rather, she was acutely aware of his desires, which she felt incapable of fulfilling. She had never been a woman to engage in ambiguous relationships with men, nor did she possess the ability to toy with others' emotions. Watching Qing Tsang's slightly dejected figure exit the cave, Xiaoxi felt a pang of sorrow. She recognized that Qing Tsang was an admirable male beast man. Humph, what a heartless female. That towering male treats you so well, caring for you while you were unconscious these past few days. And yet you respond to him in this manner. Feng Yuan huffed, puffing out her cheeks in indignation. Xiaoxi shifted her attention to the adorable beast cub beside her, setting down the now empty stone bowl, and reached out to pinch Feng Yuan's puffy little face. "What is your name, little one?" Feng Yuan wriggled free from Xiaoxi's grasp. Turning his head away, "My name is Feng Yuan, and I am not just some little cub." "Oh, so your name is Feng Yuan. I apologize, dear. I shouldn't have called you little cub. May I ask how old you are this year?" Upon hearing Xiaoxi's gentle inquiry, Feng Yuan lowered his head in shyness, his violet eyes shimmering with uncertainty. It was the first time in his life that a female had spoken to him with such tenderness. He and his father were among the few survivors on this Orc continent, possessing the bloodline of the divine bird, the roc. According to his father, his mother was a female spirit dragon, also of divine beast lineage, residing in the sea, which was why he had never met her. As these thoughts crossed his mind, tears that he had been suppressing began to fall. Seeing the tears streaming down his face, Xiaoxi felt a pang in her heart. Despite her own discomfort, she extended her arms and embraced him. "Don't cry. What is it? Did I say something wrong?" Startled by the sudden embrace, Feng Yuan initially attempted to struggle. Yet he found himself yearning for this warmth, his body freezing in Xiaoxi's arms. He had never been held by a female, nor had he ever seen his mother. He realized that a female's embrace was so tender. After all, Feng Yuan was still a young cub. In Xiaoxi's warm hold, he gradually wept himself to sleep. Xiaoxi did not understand why this young cub was so sorrowful, but his tears softened her heart. She carefully laid the sleeping Feng Yuan beside her, covering him with a fur blanket. Gently, she smoothed the furrowed brow of his tiny face, pondering how such a young one could harbor such worries. Once Feng Yuan was settled and asleep, Xiaoxi slowly stood up. The discomfort in her abdomen had eased after consuming a warm bowl of meat soup, and now she simply wished to step outside for a moment. As she cautiously made her way out of the cave, she gasped in surprise. How could it be that after just a short nap, the lush green leaves had so swiftly turned to a withered yellow? The brook heard the sound of firewood being chopped from below the cliff and leaned over to gaze down, spotting Qing Tsang diligently at work. Upon hearing a noise from the cliff above, Qing Tsang looked up to see the brook peering at him, and his ears flushed a deep crimson. He quickly inquired, What are you looking at, Brooke? Is something the matter? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, the Brooke scratched her head but realized that if she did not address this pressing concern of life, she would be even more humiliated than she already was. Qing-song, I wish to go down to the cliff. You can tell me what you need, and I will help you. There is no need to come down, Qing-song replied. Upon hearing his words, the Brooke rolled her eyes, certain that Qing-song was undoubtedly a typical modern man. Unable to contain herself any longer, she straightforwardly exclaimed, I need to go down for a moment. In truth, Qing-song still did not fully grasp the meaning of going down for a moment, but upon seeing the Brooke's anxious demeanor, he refrained from asking further and climbed down the cliff to assist her. Once on solid ground, the Brooke, disregarding her trembling legs and lack of strength, hurried away to a secluded spot to attend to her urgent matter. Witnessing her predicament, Qing-song finally began to comprehend the significance of her need. And not only did his ears turn red, but his neck flushed as well. When the Brooke emerged, her face was flushed with embarrassment, and she shyly patted her heated cheeks, reassuring herself that everyone has moments of necessity. Hearing her words, Qing-song furrowed his brow, remarking, You have been unconscious for 5 days. The frost season has not yet changed, but it seems that this year's snow season may arrive earlier than expected. Xiaoxi, where are we now? And what about Chongfeng and the others? When Xiaoxi first awoke, her consciousness was somewhat hazy. Now, she recalls that she had fallen into the river while entangled with Yao Tian, and she seemed to have seen a golden figure leap off the cliff after her. Could that golden figure be Qing-song? As Xiaoxi gazed at Qing-song before her, she was overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. If it weren't for her prior affection for Chongfeng, she lowered her head, realizing that since she had already fallen in love with Chongfeng, there was no room for if only. Thank you for saving me, she murmured. Qing-song scratched his head, looking at her. There is no need for thanks. It was all voluntary. Xiaoxi, still looking down, softly replied, My heart is small and cannot accommodate too much masculinity. She knew this felt somewhat unfair to Qing-song, but she simply could not accept having 2 husbands. Qing-song lifted his gaze to the sky, where the evening glow spread like a canvas, inhaling deeply. I understand. As Qing-song assisted Xiaoxi in climbing the cliff, she noticed a dark wound on his shoulder, from which a black liquid was oozing. When she attempted to inspect it closely, they had already reached the cave, and Qing-song set her down before leaping down the rocky precipice. That wound appeared to be poisoned. Perhaps she would examine his injury later that evening. Upon entering the cave, she found Feng Yuan still unconscious, exhausted from her recent awakening. Xiaoxi lay down on the fur mat and soon drifted back into a hazy slumber. The little stream awoke to the enticing aroma of roasted meat. And upon hearing the rumbling of her own stomach, she realized her true hunger. At that moment, he dared not look at the little stream, for upon waking, he found himself nestled in her embrace. Relishing that fleeting warmth, Feng Yuan even feigned sleep to linger a while longer. He thought to himself, as a male of 5 fiery winters, how disgraceful it was to find himself in such a predicament, leaving him at a loss on how to face this female. The little creature wore a mournful expression, contemplating his own embarrassment. Qing-song also noticed that the little stream had awakened and called to her, Come over. It's time to eat. After a brief slumber, the little stream felt much more revitalized, unlike the earlier moments of confusion upon waking. Hearing Qing-song's words, she gently touched her belly and walked over to the fire to sit and await the roasted meat. However, Qing-song's subsequent words cruelly extinguished her fantasies of indulging in the feast. You've just awakened, and your stomach is still delicate. I have prepared some meat broth for you in the stone pot. It should be ready now. I will serve you a bowl. In truth, the little stream often enjoyed drinking soup and eating boiled wild game, provided that it was enhanced with spices. Recalling the broth that Qing-song had previously fed her, the corners of her mouth twitched. The soup had been devoid of any seasoning, merely sprinkled with a pinch of salt, making it far less appetizing than roasted meat. With her dark eyes fixed on Qing-song, she spoke in a tone of negotiation. Well, perhaps I could have a little less roasted meat. After speaking, the little stream gazed longingly at the roasted meat, swallowing hard. After days of unconsciousness, Her stomach truly ached with hunger. As Qing Tsang beheld the charming little stream, his golden eyes twinkled with delight. He sliced a piece of tender meat from a roasted delicacy and presented it to her, the portion resembling the size of her tiny fist. Little Stream pouted, having never realized how stingy Qing Tsang had become. Yet she accepted it and began to savor the morsel heartily. Observing her expression, Qing Tsang's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. He mused that if she chose not to reciprocate, it mattered little. The sight of her joy was sufficient for him. Feng Yuan glanced at Qing Tsang, then turned to Little Stream, puzzled as to why the two exchanged so many words over a single piece of roasted meat. While Feng Yuan was engrossed in gnawing on his share, a stone bowl of meat soup appeared before him. Little beasts ought to indulge in ample soup to ensure their growth and development. At this point, Little Stream abruptly halted her thoughts. Recalling the time she had persuaded Chang Feng to consume wild vegetables by claiming they would aid in his growth. That very statement had led to a rather mischievous encounter with him later on. A smile crept onto her lips as the memory surfaced, but unexpectedly. A tear fell silently onto the earth, reminding her of Chang Feng. Feng Yuan, whose small hand had been raised in protest, inadvertently caught sight of the tear. The little one pursed his lips and redirected his raised hand to lift the bowl, sipping the meat soup instead. Consequently, the group fell into a contemplative silence, finishing their meal without further conversation. As Little Stream offered to assist in clearing the dishes, Qing Tsang gently pressed her back onto the animal skin mat. "You have only just regained consciousness. You must rest more. Such a trivial task does not require your efforts." To Xiaoxi's utter astonishment, she found herself indebted to Qing Tsang in such a significant manner, yet she had no opportunity to repay him. Ultimately, someone intervened on their behalf, rendering any objections from her and Chang Feng utterly futile. Once all matters had been settled, Qing Tsang sat beside the fire, clutching a piece of beast hide, dampened with water, poised to cleanse the wound on his shoulder when Xiaoxi halted him. "You cannot use water in such a manner. Allow me to examine it." Aware of Xiaoxi's medical expertise, Qing Tsang acquiesced and discarded the wet hide aside. "First, remove your upper garment." Xiaoxi, accustomed to the routine of doctors asking patients to disrobe, did not anticipate that her words would cause Qing Tsang's face to flush crimson. Noticing his lack of movement, Xiaoxi inquired with curiosity, "What is the matter? Why do you not undress?" Under her insistence, Qing Tsang reluctantly complied, lowering his gaze to the ground. He feigned ignorance to the childish jeers from Feng Yuan nearby. Upon glimpsing the wound on Qing Tsang's shoulder, Xiaoxi gasped in shock. A dark, purplish hue marred the area, with a viscous black substance oozing from the wound, its corrosive nature threatening the surrounding healthy skin. "How did you sustain such an injury? How could you be afflicted with such a potent toxin?" she exclaimed in disbelief. Qing Tsang glanced at Feng Yuan, but chose silence, as the young one shyly averted his gaze, feeling a twinge of remorse for having borrowed the strength of the towering figure to exact vengeance on the giant python for his father's demise. Yet witnessing Qing Tsang's grievous injury only deepened his regret. He did not wish to wait until he had grown up to seek vengeance against the great python. However, he feared that by the time he matured, the python would no longer be present, and he would be unable to avenge his father. This was why, on that fateful night, when the giant asked to take shelter in his cave in exchange for hunting, he contemplated enlisting the giant's help to slay the python and avenge his father. Indeed, he exacted his revenge, for it was he who pecked out the python's pearl and consumed it, leading to his subsequent fainting. This python, on the verge of transforming into a dragon, was already known to him and his father to reside deep within the forest. His father had mentioned that the python's pearl was a potent elixir for them, the rock, capable of enhancing their strength. Thus, he had consumed it after extracting it. The wound he bore was inflicted when the python bit him while he was hunting. Qing Tian had refrained from informing Xiaoxi, as he had agreed to allow Feng Yuan to assist him in hunting a particularly large prey, which resulted in his grave poisoning. Xiaoxi realized it was indeed the venom of the python. Here, there were no anti-inflammatory ointments, surgical knives, medical gauze, or bandages, not even a steel dagger. How was she to treat this wound? Xiaoxi gazed helplessly at Qingtian's injury. As thoughts raced through her mind regarding the supplies needed to tend to the wound, she suddenly felt a weight in her arms and quickly wrapped her hands around it. When she looked down to see what she was holding, her expression turned to one of astonishment, nearly causing her to drop the object. Even Qingtian and Feng Yuan stood in shock, their eyes wide with bewilderment at the unexpected item that had appeared in Xiaoxi's embrace. As the brook gazed upon the familiar items cradled in her arms, particularly the surgical knife she held, a sense of nostalgia washed over her. This was her very first surgical instrument, which she had wielded in her past life to tend to patients' wounds. The medical supplies surrounding her were largely recognizable, resembling those commonly found in her family's infirmary. A sense of curiosity stirred within her. How could these modern medical supplies materialize in this place? Upon closer inspection, she realized that these items were precisely what she had just been contemplating and were urgently needed at that moment. Despite her intrigue about the sudden appearance of these supplies, she resolved to first attend to Qing Tsang's injury, reasoning that any further inquiries could wait until later. "Let us commence the treatment," she declared. Turning to Feng Yuan, she requested, "Could you please boil a pot of water for me?" Although Feng Yuan was puzzled by how this female sibling had conjured such an array of items, he obediently nodded and proceeded to heat water at the stone cauldron. Shifting her attention back to Qing Tsang, she inquired, "Do you have any moonlight stones remaining?" Qing Tsang scratched his head, recalling that he had one, but it had been left in his original leather pouch. "Ah, so, it appears you have none," she mused. Just as she pondered how to address the insufficient illumination within the cave, Feng Yuan, who was busy boiling water, suddenly exclaimed, "Sister, I have moonlight stones." In a flurry, he dashed to a corner and retrieved several moonlight stones from a leather pouch, instantly illuminating the cave as if it were day. "Thank you so much, little Feng Yuan. You have been an immense help to your sister." Feng Yuan, feeling a flush of warmth, smiled shyly in response to Xiaoxi's gratitude, awkwardly murmuring, "No need to thank me. Just use it as you wish." With that, she returned to boiling water. Xiaoxi instructed Qing Tsang to sit comfortably and handed him a clean piece of beast hide, saying, "When I tend to your wounds shortly, if the pain becomes unbearable, just bite down on this." Qing Tsang wished to reassure her that he could endure it, but upon seeing Xiaoxi busily attending to other matters, he silently accepted the hide in his hands. As Xiaoxi surveyed the medical supplies at her disposal, she acknowledged that while modern conditions would facilitate surgeries far beyond what was available, having these items in this world of beast men was a significant advantage. She mused that if only she could acquire a vial of hemostatic medicine, it would be even better. To her astonishment, as soon as the thought crossed her mind, a bottle of excellent hemostatic medicine appeared in her hand, strikingly familiar, reminiscent of those her family kept in their medicinal cabinet in her past life. Xiaoxi diligently sterilized all the necessary instruments with disinfectant, particularly her surgical knife. Once everything was prepared, she lowered her gaze and addressed Qing Tsang. "I am about to begin. It will be quite painful without anesthesia. Can you endure it and remain still?" Qing Tsang nodded affirmatively. "Yes, you may start." Xiaoxi applied anti-inflammatory solution around the wound before carefully making an incision with the surgical knife. Dark, poisonous blood gushed forth immediately. After more than an hour of meticulous treatment, Xiaoxi successfully cleansed the wound of toxic blood and necrotic tissue, applied the hemostatic medicine, and finally bandaged it with medical gauze, ensuring that everything was properly attended to. At this moment, Qing Tsang had long forgotten his initial reluctance to accept the animal skin towel offered by Xiaoxi. Now, he had clenched the hide tightly in his mouth, as if it were a lifeline. He appeared as though he had emerged from the depths of a river, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead to the ground, a stark reminder of the unexpected agony he was enduring. Xiaoxi gently assisted the trembling Qing Tsang, guiding him to lie upon a piece of animal hide to avoid putting pressure on his wounds. She rolled another piece of hide and placed it beneath his injured shoulder. Just as Xiaoxi stood up, she was nearly knocked over by Feng Yuan, who charged towards her. With all his might, he pounded his small fists against her thigh, weeping as he cried out, Why didn't you come sooner? How could you treat the big one's poison wounds, but not arrive in time for my father beast?" His tear-streaked face bore an expression of fierce accusation. "You know, my father beast was also bitten by that great python deep in the forest during this scorching season. But we couldn't find the great healer. My father beast's flesh was slowly corroded by the venom, and he suffered a slow, agonizing death." Listening to Feng Yuan's lament, Xiaoxi reached out and embraced him, soothingly patting his back to help him catch his breath. Her gentle gestures gradually calmed Feng Yuan, who understood deep down that he could not blame this female for his father beast's demise, yet a heavy sorrow weighed upon his heart. He couldn't help but ponder if their paths had crossed sooner, perhaps his father beast would have been saved. Xiaoxi held Feng Yuan until exhaustion overcame him, leading him into a peaceful slumber. Once he was asleep, she carefully laid him down on the animal hide and tenderly wiped his small face clean with a fresh piece of hide. Having settled the little one, Xiaoxi went to fetch a basin of hot water from the pot to cleanse the poison-laden blood that had seeped from Qingsong's shoulders. "Why did you not allow me to stop him just now?" Qingsong inquired. When Feng Yuan was striking at Xiaoxi, Qingsong had intended to intervene, but Xiaoxi had halted him with a mere glance. With a calm demeanor, Xiaoxi replied, "It's nothing. He was merely overwhelmed with emotion and will not harm me. Let him vent his feelings." In truth, Xiaoxi's legs ached quite a bit from the blows, for Feng Yuan, despite his youth, possessed considerable strength, and several of his strikes had landed on her abdomen, resulting in a dull pain there. Qingsong, having endured much fatigue of late, had been preoccupied with worries for her since rescuing Xiaoxi from the river. He had busied himself with battling giant pythons, hunting, and gathering firewood. After hearing Xiaoxi's words, he nodded and closed his eyes. Before long, the sound of his steady breathing filled the air, albeit with a furrowed brow. Observing Qingsong drifting into slumber, Xiaoxi retrieved another basin of boiling water, meticulously cleaning the surgical instruments and setting them aside. She then washed herself but hesitated to wipe down her body, realizing the cave's environment was rather inconvenient for such an act, ultimately abandoning the thought. Once everything was in order, Xiaoxi gazed at the medical supplies resting on the stone table, lost in contemplation about their origins and how they had come to be. Sitting on the stone bench, she pondered for quite some time, only to feel as though she had forgotten something important upon awakening. She gently tapped her head, but suddenly ceased her actions. The younger brother, Xiaochun, also believed that his death was a consequence of his actions, and the guilt weighed heavily upon him, leading him to seek solace in liquor. Witnessing her family in such despair due to her demise pierced Xiaoxi's heart with an indescribable pain. She could not bear to see her father and brother consumed by sorrow and remorse. She yearned for them to live well, and the sight of Xiaochun, intoxicated and slumbering in a haze upon a chair, deepened her sorrow. Observing her beloved brother, who had cherished her since childhood, reduced to such a state because of her death, felt as though her heart was being cleaved by a knife. Thus, she gently leaned in and whispered into Xiaochun's ear that she had traversed to another realm and was thriving, urging them not to worry or grieve for her any longer, and expressing her hope for their well-being. Uncertain whether it was a mere hallucination, she perceived a green light manifesting in the medical room after her words were spoken. Could it be that these items were drawn into this dimension by the green light? Yet, how did they come to be? It seemed as if her thoughts, focused on the medical supplies needed to tend to Qingsong's wounds, summoned these items into existence. Xiaoxi gazed at the medical supplies on the stone table, realizing that such things could not have materialized from thin air. She closed her eyes, suddenly feeling a warmth envelop her right ear, and her family's medical room from her past life emerged vividly in her consciousness. One side of the room was stocked with traditional Chinese medicine, while the other housed Western medicine, complemented by a row of bookshelves filled predominantly with medical literature. The medical room was spacious, divided into two sections, with the inner chamber serving as her resting space, stocked with clothing and daily necessities, as she often spent considerable time there. Upon the table lay a delicate tea set, a fruit platter, and a fruit knife. Xiaoxi wished to explore the possibility of entering her family as apothecary. She closed her eyes and waited for what felt like an eternity, yet when she opened them, she remained within the confines of the cave. Grasping a stone bowl from the table, she attempted to bring it into the apothecary, but to no avail. The bowl remained steadfastly in her hand. This indicated that only the items originally housed within the apothecary could be brought forth, while anything external remained obstinately outside. Her gaze fell upon a small, empty bottle of anti-inflammatory liquid, and with a pang of sympathy, her lips twitched as she retrieved the empty vessel. She pondered the future, realizing that if someone were to be injured without access to anti-inflammatory medicine, there would be a dilemma. To her astonishment, the bottle reappeared in her hand. Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this apothecary was an infinite repository, capable of yielding as much as one desired? She concentrated, attempting to summon another bottle of anti-inflammatory liquid, yet nothing materialized. She murmured softly, "It appears that I possess a replicating apothecary, wherein items are replenished only upon their depletion." Heaven had bestowed upon her such a splendid gift. Though this apothecary served primarily to heal, it offered little else. Nevertheless, Xiaoxi felt as if she were in a dream, the experience tinged with an air of unreality. Once more, she closed her eyes and delved into her consciousness, finally accepting that she truly owned the apothecary of her past life. Suddenly, she recalled the young creature stricken with dysentery. If only she had possessed this apothecary sooner. Perhaps that little one might have had a glimmer of hope. The possession of this medicinal chamber might be a benevolent act of fate. Perhaps to spare the orcs from the torment of illness and suffering, allowing it to accompany my soul into this realm. Xiaoxi momentarily quelled her musings, rising to gather some firewood, which she cast into the flames. She then returned to Feng Yuan's side, draping a fur over him, before lying down beside him, covering herself with another piece of fur. Yet, troubled thoughts swirled in her mind, causing her considerable restlessness before she finally succumbed to slumber. Hearing the rhythmic sound of Xiaoxi's breathing, Qin Song opened his golden-hued eyes. The pain from his wounds had left him in a state of hazy consciousness, preventing him from achieving restful sleep. He had overheard her murmurs. It appeared that she had only just discovered her ability to conjure objects. The flickering firelight illuminated Qin Song's pensive countenance, making his golden eyes shine even more brightly. Suddenly, he lowered his gaze and smiled softly, pondering why he should dwell on such matters. As long as Xiaoxi remained herself, her ability to create held little significance. The strong winds outside the cave whistled ominously, signaling the approaching chill of winter. It seemed that the snow season was arriving ahead of schedule, with at least 10 days' journey remaining to the sacred mountain. They needed to hasten their departure, or they might find themselves too late. Qin Song examined his arm. Though uninjured in bone or muscle, he surmised that travel would be unfeasible for the next couple of days. If they reached the sacred mountain too late, the prime caves would have already been claimed, leaving only those exposed to the biting winds, which would be uncomfortably cold throughout the snowy season. He gazed sorrowfully at the spot where the little stream slumbered, his golden eyes brimming with a sense of loss. Perhaps it was the chill in the air that prompted Feng Yuan to curl up in the embrace of the stream, falling into a deep, sweet sleep. Qin Song gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, pondering that the little one was merely a 4- or 5-year-old cub. A mature male should never harm a cub. Yet, despite this thought, he succumbed to envy and jealousy and gradually drifted into slumber. As dawn broke, the fire had long since extinguished, and a cool breeze wafted into the cave. The stream clutched tightly to her small furnace, snuggled within the furs, blissfully asleep, while Feng Yuan was stirred awake, his eyes fluttering open. His pale violet irises blinked hazily, long lashes resembling delicate brushes, exuding an adorableness befitting his tender age. When he finally grasped that he was nestled in the embrace of the stream, he froze in astonishment. How had he ended up in the arms of this female sister once more? He gently lifted his head, catching sight of the slumbering stream, and promptly closed his eyes again, feigning sleep. The warmth of her embrace was irresistible. He had no intention of rising. Qin Song, awakened early due to the pain from his wounds, observed Feng Yuan's antics as he pretended to sleep again, a look of disdain crossing his features. At such an age, still desiring the comfort of a female's embrace. What a disgrace for their kind. Yet, Qing Song would never admit to the envy that gnawed at him. With his eyes still shut, Feng Yuan sensed a piercing gaze upon him, gradually opening his pale violet eyes to meet Qing Song's golden ones. The two pairs of bright, spirited eyes locked onto each other, neither willing to yield. Qing Song gazed deeply into Feng Yuan's eyes, as if to inquire why he had not yet risen. In Feng Yuan's pale violet irises, there flickered a unique, youthful defiance, seemingly retorting, "Why should it concern you?" The cool, ethereal gaze of Qing Song clashed with Feng Yuan's self-proclaimed fierce demeanor, igniting sparks in a playful exchange until a sudden movement shattered their impasse. At that moment, without needing any prompting from Qing Song, Feng Yuan hastily extricated himself from the animal hide by the brook. He was keen to keep the fact that he had spent the night in the embrace of this elder sister a secret. The thought of her discovering such a mortifying truth was unbearable. Observing Feng Yuan's flustered demeanor, Qing Song could not suppress a smirk. Thinking it served him right for his reluctance to get up, now he was aware of his own embarrassment. Feng Yuan shot a fierce glare at Qing Song, who reveled in his misfortune. The young one, feeling a chill envelop him, perhaps out of spite for Qing Song's teasing, turned and burrowed back into Qing Song's hide, mischievously raising an eyebrow in triumph. Qing Song chuckled softly, carefully avoiding his injured area, shaking his head at the realization of how childishly he had begun to interact with this cub. He reflected on the time he had encountered the brooding silver wolf beast man, Chong Feng, in the misty forest, and how he had gradually softened, striving daily to bring joy to the brook. In doing so, he too had unwittingly transformed, becoming more cheerful. He recalled having once mocked Chong Feng's immaturity, only to realize, in retrospect, that the taciturn and reserved version of himself had been thoroughly outmatched by the cunning silver wolf beast man. As the gentle stream stirred awake, Xiaoxi discovered that Qing Song and Feng Yuan were no longer within the cave. She adjusted the animal skin garments draping her form and ventured outside, where she spotted Feng Yuan busily stacking firewood at the cliff's base. Upon hearing a noise from above, the little one looked up and exclaimed, "Sister, you're awake." "Yes, but why are you alone? Where is Qing Song?" Feng Yuan, pouting at her inquiry, retorted, "You wake up and immediately ask about the big guy. Could it be that you have taken a liking to him?" Xiaoxi, recognizing the child's playful arrogance, rolled her eyes and replied, "Sister has a male partner. You mustn't speak such nonsense." This only made the little fellow pout even more. "How can you have a male partner? I was hoping to grow up and become your male partner." Feng Yuan's words left Xiaoxi both amused and exasperated, eliciting genuine laughter from her. Our little Feng Yuan is quite clever, wanting a wife at such a tender age. Feng Yuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he protested, "Sister, you're being mischievous." Xiaoxi, her heart warmed by the sight of the blushing child, found herself in stitches. At the age of 4 or 5, a young cub is undeniably adorable. And now is the perfect time to tease him, for in the future, he may lose that charm. As she approached, however, she realized that Qing Song's wound had reopened and was bleeding. "Qing Song, your injury has reopened. Do you not wish to keep that arm?" Qing Song scratched his head, looking at Xiaoxi with a hint of grievance. "I went hunting," he explained, indicating that the reopening of the wound was an unintended consequence of his endeavor. Though the brook was reluctant to accept 2 males as companions, she still cherished the memory of that kind-hearted female she had met in the misty forest. Qing Song was aware that his wound was not yet suited for a long journey, so he refrained from insisting on continuing. Perhaps the snow season would not arrive early. He mused while gazing at the sunlit sky. These past few days had allowed the brook to once again witness the formidable healing capabilities of the beast men. Such severe injuries had begun to sprout fresh flesh within a mere 3 days. Qing Song reached to scratch the itchy wound on his shoulder, only to have his hand sharply slapped away. His sister admonished him, stating that newly grown flesh would inevitably itch, warning him not to scratch. "You already tore it open once," she said. "If you scratch again, I shall have to smack your hand." Feng Yuan, with a serious expression on her small face, spoke sternly to Qing Song. In truth, Qing Tsong had no desire to scratch. The torment of such an itch was more unbearable than the pain itself. On the fourth morning, the sky outside was shrouded in gray. Although the sun was absent, the white frost covering the earth still reflected a glimmer of light. After they had breakfast, Qing Tsong observed the increasingly frigid weather and, without offering her another chance to choose, took the brook down the cliff, transforming into his beast form. He crouched down for her to mount. With a grave tone, he declared, "The weather is growing colder. We must urgently seek out Changfeng, or we shall miss our chance to reach the holy mountain before the snow season descends." The brook understood the urgency of time and was preparing to climb onto Qing Tsong's back when her legs were suddenly embraced. Looking down, she met a pair of tear-filled eyes, causing her heart to ache. Extending her arms, she embraced Feng Yuan and asked, "Are you willing to come with your sister?" Upon hearing the question, Feng Yuan glanced at the cave he called home, then nodded and replied, "Yes, I will go with you, sister. Please don't leave me behind." Tears shimmered in Xiaoxi's eyes as she sensed in the little one the same solitude, loneliness, helplessness, and panic she had felt when she first arrived in this world. She gently patted Feng Yuan's back and reassured him, "I want tea. As long as you are willing to accompany me, I will take you with me." Due to the delay, when Qing Tsong carried Xiaoxi and Feng Yuan back to their former dwelling, it was already afternoon. Xiaoxi arrived at the cave where she had lived before being swept away by the water, only to find it deserted. Standing there, gazing at the empty cave, a sense of loss enveloped her. Where had Changfeng gone? Why wasn't he here waiting for her? A light rain began to fall from the sky, trickling down her face, and Xiaoxi bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes. Qing Tsong noticed her distress. He pressed his lips together, wanting to comfort her, yet found himself at a loss for words. Feng Yuan tugged at Xiaoxi's hand and said, "Sister, don't be sad. That male of yours has left. But when I grow up, I will be your male." Qing Tsong, standing nearby, ruffled Feng Yuan's hair and said, "It's not your place to say such things." Though Xiaoxi's spirits were somewhat lifted by their banter, she could not shake the question of where Changfeng had gone and whether he knew just how much she missed him. Observing the rain-soaked hair of both Feng Yuan and Qing Tsong, she resolved to suppress her sadness and suggested, "Let us seek refuge from the rain inside the cave." Qing Tsong gazed at the brook and said, "You and Feng Yuan should seek refuge from the rain inside. I will check whether the belongings I left in the cave from my last stay are still there." After speaking, Qing Tsong strode towards the cave he had inhabited prior to his departure, which was not too far away. Xiaoxi inquired, "Have the items been taken?" With a heavy heart, Qing Tsong replied, "Yes, they are gone." Xiaoxi offered comfort, saying, "If they are lost, then so be it. As the saying goes, old things must depart for new ones to arrive. We can gradually replace them in due time." Qing Tsong nodded in agreement, resigned to the circumstances. However, he felt a pang of sadness, for many of those items had accompanied him throughout the years, and their sudden absence weighed heavily on his heart. Xiaoxi, feeling helpless about his loss, glanced at the rain intensifying outside and suggested, "Let us stay in this cave for the night. Tomorrow, we shall search these surroundings for Changfeng. If we do not find him." Her voice trailed off as she tugged at her ear, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. "We will set off for the sacred mountain. Perhaps Changfeng has already departed with Xiaohua and the others." After speaking, Xiaoxi retrieved a piece of animal hide from the beast's skin bag that Feng Yuan had brought and spread it in a corner, turning her back to them as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. Just as Feng Yuan was about to approach her, Qing Tsong interceded, and the two sat near the entrance of the cave, observing the relentless downpour outside. The little one looked up at Qing Tsong with confusion and asked, "Did you not see sister crying? Why do you stop me from going to her?" With a hint of sorrow in his golden eyes, Qing Tsong replied, "Let her have a moment of solitude. Perhaps she wishes to shield us from witnessing her sorrow." In a dimly lit cave, Changfeng lay languidly upon a beast's skin. His eyes, vast and profound like an ocean of stars, cast a scornful gaze upon the female before him, as if she were a loathsome sight. 2 days prior, he had been ensnared and rendered unconscious by Huazhu within this very cave. Before the stream had been washed away, Huazhu had taken refuge in a nearby cavern. Ever since the stream had aided Qichao in the successful delivery of her offspring, Huazhu had shadowed them, fearful that Qichao might recognize her, thus refraining from revealing her presence. On the morning when Qichao gave birth, Huazhu had heard of a female who had endured a full day and night in labor, and she pondered the grim fate that awaited both the mother and her young. Although she had studied healing under the esteemed shaman Linyu since childhood, she could not assure herself of saving the distressed female and her offspring, which deterred her from intervening. However, upon her resolve to abstain, she overheard mention of a female shaman assisting the struggling mother in her delivery. For reasons unknown to her, Huazhu ventured to the cave where Qichao was laboring. The astonishment she felt upon learning that the distressed female had successfully given birth paled in comparison to the panic that nearly overcame her when she witnessed Changfeng cradling the young one from the stream. Subsequently, she trailed behind the throng accompanying Qichao, oblivious as to whether it was the sheer number of people or some other factor, but Qichao never recognized her. Each time she beheld Qichao, Huazhu seethed with resentment, questioning why the wretched one had not yet met her demise. The great shaman Linyu had instructed her to sever the ropes and cast her down the cliff while foraging for herbs. So why did this insufferable creature continue to draw breath? Until that fateful day in the cave, when a resounding roar of a tiger echoed through the air. I soon heard someone mention that the little female shaman, who possessed such mystical talents, had fallen into the river below the cliff and was likely swept away by the currents, with little hope of survival. Upon receiving this news, Huazhu, in a state of fervor, turned to the strikingly handsome man before her, whose eyes were cold and whose aura was malevolent, and exclaimed, "Han, did you hear? She is dead. That wretched creature has finally perished, drowned in the river. We cast her into the forest, and yet she was not devoured by the beasts, only to meet her demise in the water." Huazhu's gaze descended into madness, her jealousy distorting her once reasonably beautiful visage into something grotesque and unsettling. By Jiao, the beastman Han embraced Huazhu, tracing the scar on her arm with a chilling tone. "She is gone. Do not harm yourself any further." Huazhu ominously replied, "That wretched woman is finally dead. Linyu, the great shaman, was it not said that her aptitude for medicine was unparalleled? She learned with greater speed than I. Since I have inherited his medical skills, why would he take Xiaoxi as his little apprentice? He deserves to die, and so does that vile woman. Ha, ha. They all deserve to perish." As she thought of the formidable and striking male beast man, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson, and her eyes sparkled with a tantalizing glimmer. In truth, from the moment Huazhu laid eyes upon Changfeng, she was captivated by his extraordinary beauty, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that she had coveted him for quite some time. On the second day after Xiaoxi's fall, when the other beastmen departed, she chose to remain, waiting until the Xiao family also left. It was then she noticed that only Changfeng lingered behind, and at that moment, she devised her plans. She, indebted to the life-saving grace of the deeply devoted white serpent beastman, Han, compelled him to agree to collaborate with her in the design of Changfeng. Then, when Changfeng drew near, she seized the opportunity to sprinkle a powder that would render the beast man unconscious. She fantasized that, given sufficient time together, he would forget that wretched woman, and with her beauty, she would earn the affection of this unparalleled and formidable beast man. Every day, Huazhu would administer a concoction to Changfeng, one that would leave him utterly weakened, as she feared that should he regain his strength, he might seek retribution against them. Observing Changfeng's serene and placid visage, devoid of any trace of coldness, even graced with a smile as gentle as a spring breeze, inexplicably sent chills down Huazhu's spine. Biting her lip, she revealed a faint smile. "It has been 3 days, and still, you are unwilling to be my beast husband?" Huazhu's gaze fell upon the beast mark of the rabbit on Changfeng's chest, and a scornful smirk curled her lips. "You need not worry about being with me. That beast mark upon your chest will subject you to the torment of searing flames. Though I cannot remove it, I possess the means to suppress its activation." Huazhu's eyes sparkled with determination. Today, Han had informed her that they must hasten to the sacred mountain, and Huazhu herself understood that the season of snow was fast approaching. She could no longer afford to linger with him. Whether this handsome male would accept her today had become inconsequential. She would ensure that this spirit wolf beast man would succumb beneath her. Changfeng could sense that something was amiss. Not only did his body feel heated and weakened, but he gazed at the female standing opposite him, her face adorned with a strangely eager smile. He had always been exceptionally vigilant, yet he never anticipated falling prey to this shameless female. Huazhu observed that Changfeng's face was flushed, beads of sweat forming densely upon his brow, and she couldn't help but smile with delight. In his deep blue eyes, akin to cold stars twinkling, there was a rim of bloodshot veins, with the corners tinged in a vivid crimson. His chest, broad and muscular, was bared, and he gently toyed with a strand of his silver hair, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Come what may, he seemed to beckon. There's no need to resort to such underhanded tactics. In that moment, the youthful innocence that once graced Changfeng before the stream had vanished. He appeared as an ethereal being descended from the celestial realms, captivating with every movement. His voice, clear and melodious, resonated with a refined beauty, while his cheeks bore a rosy hue. The tears glistening in his blue eyes enhanced the allure of his elongated gaze, which sparkled like rippling waves, seemingly capable of drawing one's very soul into its depths. Tragically, no one discerned the hint of bloodlust concealed within his deep blue gaze. Perhaps this was the true essence of the wanderer, Changfeng. Abandoned by family since childhood, he had survived in the wilderness as a feral beast. How could he genuinely embody the innocent, kind-hearted male perceived by the stream? His simplicity and naivety could only manifest in the presence of the stream. As Changfeng's eyes grew increasingly mesmerizing, the deep blue orbs sparkled like precious gems, enticing one to reach out and touch them. Huazhu had initially intended to approach him only once he had lost his reason, but she found herself unable to resist his allure, drawn towards him step by step as if entranced. On Huazhu's face, a faint blush of dawn emerged as she approached Changfeng, squatting before him and reaching out to touch his face. Just as her fingers were about to make contact, a large hand seized her wrist, and with a thud, she was flung against the stone wall of the cave, followed by a resounding crash as she fell to the ground. Yet, he was aware that not far outside lurked a white serpent beast man. He lacked the strength to engage with them any longer and knew he must resolve the matter swiftly. Thus, Changfeng transformed into a spirit wolf and dashed into the pouring rain outside the cave, the cool droplets providing some relief to his fevered body. Indeed, he had scarcely taken a few steps when a white serpent beast man emerged from the cave in pursuit. Over the past few days, he had encountered this sinister beast man several times while trapped. Changfeng refrained from engaging in idle conversation and unleashed a bone-chilling gust of icy air towards the oncoming creature. Aware that this icy breath lacked sufficient power to immobilize the white serpent beast man for long, he did not linger in battle. Once he saw the beast man collapse, unable to move, he turned and fled the scene in haste. Changfeng, having been affected by the drug, stumbled forward in his escape. As he ran past his dwelling, he vaguely discerned two beast men, one large and one small, seated within. Due to the effects of the drug, his vision was blurred, preventing him from recognizing Qingsong among them. Just as Changfeng prepared to approach, Qingsong spotted him, and he also noticed another beast man advancing towards Changfeng from a distance. Without a moment's hesitation, Qingsong transformed into a golden tiger beast and let out a resounding roar as he lunged towards the orc behind Changfeng. Bai Jiao, the orc, initially perceived Changfeng as being on the brink of defeat and was poised to deliver a severe reprimand to avenge the grudge of having his bloodline frozen earlier. However, to his astonishment, he found himself confronted by a fierce golden tiger beast charging at him from the side. He quickly halted, realizing that it was unnecessary for him to engage with such a formidable foe, and thus turned to flee in haste. Every time they roasted meat, he would reserve the most tender piece for her, silently supporting her in all her endeavors. Suddenly, the echo of a tiger's roar disrupted Xiaoxi's thoughts, and she turned to see Qingsong's beastly form rushing into the torrential rain outside the cave. Xiaoxi sprang to her feet. Although she was unaware of the unfolding events, She instinctively ran towards the cave's entrance. In a dimly lit cavern, Changfeng lay languidly upon a hide. His vast, starry eyes regarded the female before him with a scornful gaze, as if she were something vile. He had been ensnared and rendered unconscious in this cave by Hua Zhu 2 days prior. In truth, before Xiaoxi was swept away by the waters, Hua Zhu had been residing in a nearby cave. Following Xiaoxi's assistance in successfully delivering the beast cubs, Hua Zhu had been shadowing them. Fearful that Xiaoxi might recognize her, and thus refrained from revealing herself. On the morning when Qing Chao gave birth to the cubs, Hua Zhu had heard whispers of a female who had been in labor for an entire day and night. She speculated that such prolonged suffering could spell doom for both the mother and her offspring. Although she had studied medicine under Lin Yu since childhood, she could not guarantee the successful delivery of the struggling female and her offspring. Thus, she refrained from going. After firmly deciding against it, she overheard some beastmen mentioning that a female shaman was assisting the distressed female in childbirth. For reasons unknown, Hua Zhu ventured to the cave where the birth was taking place. When she heard that the laboring female had safely given birth, her astonishment paled in comparison to the panic she felt upon witnessing Changfeng carry Xiaoxi out, nearly crying out in alarm. Subsequently, she trailed behind the crowd following Xiaoxi, oblivious to whether it was the sheer number of people or some other reason, for Xiaoxi never recognized her. Each time she glimpsed Xiaoxi, Hua Zhu seethed with hatred, gnashing her teeth in frustration. Why had she not yet perished? The esteemed Lin Yu had instructed her to sever the ropes and let her fall to her demise at the cliff's edge. Yet this wretched woman still drew breath. It was not until that fateful day in the cave, when a thunderous roar of a tiger reverberated through the air, followed shortly by news of the shamanic female plunging into the river below the cliff and being swept away by the current, most likely to her end, that Hua Zhu felt a surge of exhilaration. She turned to the strikingly handsome man before her, whose eyes were cold and filled with malice, and exclaimed, "Han, did you hear? She is dead. That vile creature has finally met her demise, drowned in the river after we discarded her in the forest, and not even the wild beasts claimed her." Hua Zhu's gaze descended into madness, jealousy contorting her once fair visage into a grotesque mask that instilled unease in those who beheld her. The white-scaled orc, Han, embraced Hua Zhu, his fingers tracing the scar on her arm as he coldly remarked, "She is already dead. You must never harm yourself again." In a somber tone, Hua Zhu replied, "That wretched woman is finally gone." Lin Yu, the great healer, was said to possess exceptional talent in medicine, learning faster than I ever could. If I am to inherit his medical skills, why then did he take Xiaoxi as his apprentice? He deserves to die, and so does that vile woman. Huh. They both deserve their fate. The thought of the imposing male orc, with his striking aura, flushed Hua Zhu's face with warmth, her eyes shimmering with a hint of desire. In truth, from the moment she first laid eyes on Changfeng, she was captivated by his extraordinary beauty. It would not be an exaggeration to say she had coveted him for quite some time. The day after Xiaoxi fell into the water, while other orcs departed, she chose to remain until the Xiaohua family also left. It was then she discovered that only Changfeng had stayed behind, and a plan began to form in her mind. Utilizing the favor of saving Han, who harbored deep affection for her, she coerced him into conspiring against Changfeng. When the opportunity arose and Changfeng drew near, she seized her chance to sprinkle a powder that would render orcs unconscious. She envisioned that by spending more time with Changfeng, he would eventually forget that despicable woman, and with her beauty, she would win the affections of this unparalleled and formidable orc. Each day, Hua Zhu concocted a herbal remedy to render Changfeng weak. Fearful that he might regain his strength and seek vengeance upon them, Hua Zhu gazed upon Changfeng's serene and tranquil visage, devoid of any trace of coldness, and even adorned with a smile as gentle as the spring breeze. Yet, there was an inexplicable chill that enveloped her. Biting her lip, Hua Zhu revealed a faint smile. "It has been 3 days. Are you still unwilling to become my beast husband?" Her eyes fell upon the rabbit beast mark on Changfeng's chest, and she smirked with disdain. "You need not worry about being with me. That mark upon your chest will subject you to the torment of searing flames." Although I cannot remove that mark, I possess a remedy that can suppress its activation. Hua Zhu's gaze was resolute, brimming with determination. Today, Han had informed her that they must hasten to the sacred mountain, and Hua Zhu was acutely aware that the snow season was fast approaching. She could no longer afford to squander time here with him. Whether this handsome male would accept her was of little consequence now. She was determined to bring this spirit wolf beast man to his knees beneath her. Chang Feng sensed something amiss, feeling not only a heat coursing through his body but also an unsettling softness. He beheld the female standing before him, her face adorned with an oddly eager smile. Typically highly vigilant, he had not anticipated falling prey to the schemes of this brazen female. Hua Zhu noticed Chang Feng's face flushing crimson, beads of sweat forming on his brow. She arched her alluring gaze and teased, "Is it not true that you feel warm and yearn for me to come closer, to caress you?" In Chang Feng's deep blue eyes, cold stars flickered. The edges of his irises tinged with crimson, revealing the tumult within. His chest was bare, showcasing solid and taut muscles. As he gently toyed with a strand of silver hair in his hand, a faint, cold smile graced his lips, and he provocatively asked, "Do you feel warm? Do you wish to release? Simply touch, and you shall know. Why bother inquiring?" At that moment, Chang Feng had shed the innocence he once displayed by the brook, transforming into a captivating being, akin to a celestial prince who had descended into the mortal realm. Every gesture he made was enchanting. His voice, elegant and rich, resonated with a soft beauty, while his cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. The azure depths of his eyes shimmered with unshed tears, enhancing the allure of his slender gaze, which sparkled as if it could ensnare one's very soul. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a hint of bloodlust lurked within the depths of his deep blue eyes. Perhaps this was the true essence of the wandering beast man, Chang Feng. Abandoned by his family in his youth, he had survived alone in the forest. And could he truly embody the pure, kind-hearted male that the brook perceived? His innocence and naivete were likely only revealed in the presence of the brook. Chang Feng's eyes grew increasingly dreamy, their sapphire brilliance tempting others to reach out and caress them. The soft murmurs escaping his lips scratched at the hearts of those nearby like a cat's paw, igniting a sensation of longing. Hua Zhu initially intended to approach him only when he had lost his reason, yet she could not resist his allure, drawn to him as if entranced. A faint blush crept across her cheeks as she knelt before him, extending her hand towards his face. As he was on the verge of reaching his goal, a large hand seized his wrist, and with a resounding thud, he was flung against the rocky wall of the cave, crashing to the ground with another loud bang. He was aware that not far outside lurked another white serpent beast man, and he had neither the strength nor the time to engage in a prolonged confrontation. A swift resolution was imperative. Thus, he transformed into a spirit wolf and dashed into the torrential rain outside the cave, the cool droplets providing a modicum of relief to his fevered body. Indeed, he had scarcely taken a few steps before a white serpent beast man emerged from the cave in pursuit. Having encountered this sinister creature several times during his confinement, he chose not to waste words. Instead, he unleashed a chilling blast of icy air towards the advancing beast man. Recognizing that this frigid assault lacked the potency to immobilize the creature for long, he refrained from lingering in battle. Upon seeing the white serpent beast man collapse helplessly to the ground, he turned and fled the scene in haste. Due to the effects of the drug, his steps were unsteady as he ran forward, acutely aware that he could not sustain this pace for long. As he passed by the cave where he had taken refuge, he hazily discerned the presence of two beast men, one large and one small, seated within. The influence of the drug rendered his vision unclear, preventing him from recognizing the figure of Qing Tsong seated inside the cave. Just as he prepared to approach, Qing Tsong spotted him and noticed another beast man charging toward him from a distance. Without a moment's hesitation, Qing Tsong transformed into a golden tiger, letting out a powerful roar as he lunged at the beast man pursuing Long Feng. The white-scaled Orc Han originally intended to teach Chang Feng a lesson, eager to avenge the grievance of having his bloodline frozen moments earlier. To his surprise, a golden tiger orc emerged from the side, lunging towards him. He hastily halted, realizing it was unnecessary to confront such a formidable opponent, and swiftly turned to flee. Each time he roasted meat, he would set aside the most tender piece for her, always silently supporting her endeavors from behind. Suddenly, the roar of a tiger interrupted Xiaoxi's thoughts as she turned to see Qingsong's beastly form charge into the torrential rain outside the cave. Xiaoxi quickly stood up. Although she was unaware of the unfolding events, she ran toward the cave entrance. Changfeng, having fallen into the rain-soaked ground, struggled to contain the effects of the drugs coursing through him, gasping heavily amidst the downpour. By the time Xiaoxi reached the cave's mouth, she spotted a white figure swaying unsteadily, collapsing into the rain. Their 2 months of close companionship allowed Xiaoxi to instantly recognize that it was Changfeng who had fallen. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan stood at the cave entrance, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The towering figure had transformed into his beast form, chasing after another orc, while his sister appeared to be frantically dashing into the rain. He called out to her several times, yet she seemed oblivious to his voice. Xiaoxi sprinted towards Changfeng's fallen form, repeatedly calling his name. Changfeng, Changfeng. Even as she stumbled in the rain, nothing could deter her from rushing to his side. In a moment of hazy reverie, Changfeng seemed to hear the longed-for voice calling his name, awakening his muddled consciousness for a fleeting instant. He lifted his massive, mud-streaked wolf head, his deep blue eyes now devoid of their former brilliance, and gazed through a fog at the figure etched upon his heart, rushing towards him. Xiaoxi dashed into his embrace, her voice tinged with grievance. Changfeng, where have you been? I thought you had left me. Changfeng clutched the cherished figure in his arms, his heart and mind rendered incapable of coherent thought. All he knew was that he could not release her, not even for a moment. Even if she were merely a figment of his imagination, he was determined to keep her close. His voice trembled, hoarse and almost unrecognizable. Xiaoxi, my little rabbit, you must never leave me again. Xiaoxi, filled with concern, raised her hand to caress Changfeng's face, only to realize something was amiss. Not only had his embrace felt intensely warm, almost searing, but now he seemed to lack awareness, holding her tightly as if she were a dream, repeatedly murmuring her name, as though this reality were surreal to him. His grip was even tighter than before, and Xiaoxi felt a sharp pain where he held her. Struggling to lift her head, she caught a glimpse of Changfeng's chin and urgently called out, Changfeng, please let me go, look at me, it's Xiaoxi. As she raised her gaze, hoping he would recognize her, she was unexpectedly met with the force of his lips crashing against hers. A mere kiss could no longer satisfy the drugged male. The hands that embraced Xiaoxi's back began to stir restlessly. Changfeng seemed to have found a means of release as he deepened the kiss, both standing in the pouring rain, passionately entwined, their actions narrating their longing for one another. As the rain intensified, it awakened the remnants of Xiaoxi's rationality. Seizing the moment when Changfeng relaxed his grip, she abruptly pushed him away. The loss of the one she yearned for brought Changfeng to the brink of madness. His eyes, bloodshot and wild, bore a ferocious glint that instilled fear in those who beheld him. Changfeng's deep blue gaze flickered, tempering his ferocity as he allowed Xiaoxi to guide him into a cave. Apart from a few minor abrasions, she found no other injuries on him. Given his condition, Xiaoxi could only surmise that he had indeed been drugged. Observing Changfeng's incessant attempts to nuzzle against her, it was not difficult to deduce that he had likely fallen victim to an aphrodisiac. At that moment, Xiaoxi had no time to ponder who had administered the drug. Relieved to know that Changfeng was merely under the influence, she felt a sense of ease. Had it been in the past, before she possessed the medicinal space, she might have felt utterly helpless. However, with the availability of herbs now, detoxifying him was no longer a daunting task. As Xiaoxi prepared to extract the necessary herbs and the potion-making pot from her medical space, she was resolute in her mission to create the antidote. She realized that her hand was firmly grasped by Changfeng, and despite her efforts, she could not free herself. With a gentle voice, she pleaded, Changfeng, please let me go. I will prepare the antidote for you. Once you drink it, you will feel better. Xiaoxi lowered her head and softly kissed Changfeng's forehead, then pressed her lips against his large hand. The once dull radiance in his eyes seemed to gradually rekindle, and a flicker of awareness returned. He placed a heavy kiss in the palm of her hand before slowly loosening his grip. With a trembling, hoarse voice, he implored, "Do not leave me again." Fresh tears mingled with the remnants of those that had yet to dry on Xiaoxi's cheeks. Changfeng, his eyes glistening with tears yet imbued with clarity, lifted his head and kissed the tears from her face, whispering, "Do not cry." He placed Xiaoxi's hand over his heart, its fervent warmth causing her to flinch slightly. Noticing the flush on Changfeng's face and his feverish body, Xiaoxi understood that time was of the essence. "You must rest for a moment. I will fetch the antidote." This time, Changfeng did not resist, though his mind remained foggy. He recognized that the figure before him was not a mere figment of his imagination. With immense willpower, he fought against the effects of the drug coursing through his body, determined not to succumb to the haze of irrationality. He thought to himself that if he did not neutralize the poison soon, he would be at the mercy of the male lurking at the cave's entrance. As Xiaoxi saw Changfeng gradually release her hand, she stood up and turned to prepare the antidote, only to find Qingtsong, drenched and standing at the cave's mouth. Beside him lay 2 oversized leather bags, one of which appeared to be the very one from her own home. However, upon hearing the heavy breathing of Changfeng, she momentarily set aside her concerns and greeted the drenched Qingtsong standing at the cave's entrance, suggesting, "You should come in and rest for a while." Xiaoxi, troubled by the lack of materials to collect rainwater for her medicine, approached the leather bag that resembled her own. Upon rummaging through it, she confirmed her suspicion. This bag was indeed crafted by her, containing items she had gathered herself. Qingtsong, noticing the leather bag in Xiaoxi's grasp, understood why it seemed so familiar to him when he had encountered it in the cave before. These were the very items he had seen in the misty forest cave belonging to Xiaoxi. Hearing Qingtsong's words, Xiaoxi's lips twitched slightly, pondering that it was not a matter of being unwanted, but rather that the owner had simply not had the chance to take them. As Changfeng awakened, Xiaoxi sat beside him, observing his face for a long time. His once defined features had now become gaunt and unrecognizable. She reached out to caress his face, tears shimmering in her eyes. Outside, the bamboo basin for collecting water seemed full. Xiaoxi rose to prepare the medicine. She also approached the leather bags brought by Feng Yuan, retrieving 2 large bamboo basins to gather rainwater for boiling later. The rain poured heavily, and by the time Xiaoxi finished cleaning the medicinal jar, the 2 clean bamboo basins had already collected half a basin of water. Fortunately, some dry wood remained in the cave. Otherwise, igniting a fire would have posed a challenge. In her heart, Xiaoxi felt a sense of regret. Their medicine cabinet lacked the readily available antidote for the emotional poison. Otherwise, Changfeng would have suffered less. Feng Yuan, with her delicate lavender eyes, curiously locked gazes with Changfeng, who had just opened his eyes. Observing the silent exchange between them, Xiaoxi pondered. "What are you 2 doing? Competing over who has the larger, more attractive eyes?" Upon hearing Xiaoxi's voice, Feng Yuan turned to her and asked, "Sister, is this your male?" Xiaoxi nodded in affirmation. He doesn't seem all that impressive," Feng Yuan remarked. "He's so dirty." "Sister, have you considered letting him go? Once I grow up, I could be your male instead." Xiaoxi glanced at Changfeng, whose fierce eyes were tinged with blood, and her breathing became increasingly labored. She hurriedly pulled Feng Yuan, who had stepped on a wolf's tail, aside. With earnestness, Xiaoxi said to Feng Yuan, "In this lifetime, I only desire this one male. You should seek your own happiness as you grow up. Do not waste your time on me." Upon hearing this, Qingtsong, who sat at the cave's entrance, was momentarily taken aback. He understood that Xiaoxi's words were directed at him. Though her statement was somewhat heartless, he admired her forthrightness. After all, most females here yearn for more followers by their side. Qingtsong managed a wry smile, realizing that he had ultimately missed his chance. Having expressed her thoughts, Xiaoxi lowered her gaze. She was not ungrateful for Qingtsong's rescue. The more thankful she felt, the less she could afford to delay his pursuit of his own happiness. Some truths are best spoken sooner rather than later. As the gentle stream observed a droplet of water resting on the back of her hand, she lifted her gaze to find the enigmatic Changfeng standing before her. having arrived unannounced. The droplet had descended from his eyes, his body trembling incessantly from the effects of the potion, the blood vessels in his eyes becoming increasingly pronounced. Yet he maintained a glimmer of clarity. With a quivering voice, Changfeng inquired, "Xiaoxi, is what you said truly sincere? Am I to have but one mate in this lifetime?" In the Orcish realm, females often sought multiple mates for their survival, rendering Xiaoxi's pledge profoundly significant to Changfeng. Even if it cost him his life, he deemed it worthwhile. Xiaoxi affirmed, "Yes, it is true." In haste, she prepared a bowl of the concoction and administered it to Changfeng, whose face was flushed and whose consciousness was beginning to wane. Within the brew, she had included a tranquil herb, and shortly after he consumed the antidote, Changfeng gradually succumbed to slumber. Xiaoxi then retrieved a fresh jar from the apothecary's space, filling it with water and placing it over the stone fire to heat for everyone's use. She gathered 2 bamboo basins, filled one with cool water, and warmed the other, bringing them to Qinsong. From her leather pouch, she produced a new set of leather garments she had crafted for Changfeng, offering them to Qinsong. "These garments have yet to be worn by him. If you do not mind, please accept them for your change." She felt a deep sense of guilt for Qinsong's sacrifice of his belongings in her rescue. Qinsong graciously accepted the offering, exclaiming, "There is nothing to disdain. This leather attire is undoubtedly more exquisite than anything I could fashion myself." These are the heartfelt words of Qinsong. Although most male orcs are adept at crafting their own garments, few possess the skill to create aesthetically pleasing attire. Their robust hands, accustomed to the rigors of hunting, wield a bone needle as if engaged in battle. When unaccompanied, they merely throw together some clothing without much care. Xiaoxi presented a basin of warm water before Feng Yuan, encouraging, "You should wash up a bit. Can you fetch your own clean clothes?" With a glance at the new animal hide garments in Qinsong's grasp, Feng Yuan inquired softly, "Sister, will you also make me new clothing?" Xiaoxi affectionately ruffled Feng Yuan's hair, assuring him, "Of course. Once I find the time, I shall create a beautiful new outfit for our little Feng Yuan." Delighted by the promise of new attire, Feng Yuan smiled shyly. Observing the new garments in Qinsong's hands, a whirlwind of emotions stirred within him. Xiaoxi glanced at both Qinsong and Feng Yuan, saying, "You two wash up first. I'll be in the nearby cave for a while. Call for me once you're done." With that, she shielded her head with a piece of animal hide against the rain and hurried into an adjacent cave. Once inside, she found a clean spot to sit and finally had the opportunity to ponder the matter of Changfeng. How had he come into contact with the aphrodisiac? Was it an accidental ingestion, or had someone administered it to him? Given Qinsong's mention of an impending attack on Changfeng by other orcs, it seemed likely that the drug had been deliberately administered. Since the aphrodisiac was administered, it was evident that the target was not the male orc attacking Changfeng. It was quite probable that another female orc resided in the cave where Qinsong had pursued him. The thought of someone drugging Changfeng and coercing him into such acts ignited a fierce blaze in Xiaoxi's eyes, akin to thorns engulfed in flames. If Huazhu stood before her, he would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. As Xiaoxi seethed with rage, contemplating the identity of the one who had drugged Changfeng, she resolved that he would meet a most unfortunate fate. Upon entering the cave, Xiaoxi observed the round-necked, long-sleeved leather garment that Qinsong wore, fitting him perfectly, neither too long nor too short. She mused that an onlooker might mistakenly believe she had tailored it for him, but the reality was that Changfeng's stature slightly exceeded Qinsong's, who was himself more robust. Thus, their garments were of comparable size. Noticing that Xiaoxi's attire was also splattered with mud, Qinsong took hold of Feng Yuan and, braving the rain, dashed into the cave that Xiaoxi had previously occupied. Feng Yuan, yanked into the cave by Qinsong, protested vocally, expressing his desire to stay with his sister. Qinsong, observing the bewildered little Feng Yuan, helplessly remarked, "You need to clean yourself up. Haven't you noticed your sister is covered in mud as well? She requires a wash too." Stunned into silence by Qinsong's words, Feng Yuan recognized his error and obediently sought a spot to sit. Qinsong affectionately patted the little one's head and settled beside him. Xiaoxi carried a basin of warm water to Changfeng, first washing his flowing silver hair, then preparing another basin to cleanse his body. Originally, when Xiaoxi was washing certain areas, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, reflecting on their long-standing relationship, she realized they had shared countless experiences and explored numerous places together. Perhaps feeling shy now was merely an overreaction. Thus, she cast aside her errant thoughts and swiftly cleaned effing both inside and out, before preparing a basin of warm water to wash herself. Afterwards, she discarded the water outside the cave and noticed that the rain had diminished. She called out, "You may come over now." Upon hearing her voice, Feng Yuan rushed over, splashing through the water. Seeing that he was the only one who had arrived, Xiaoxi inquired, "Where's Qing Tsong? Why hasn't he come?" Feng Yuan responded, "The big guy said it was getting late and went out to hunt." Xiaoxi looked up to see the sky was indeed darkening. She added some fresh water to the jar, feeling immense gratitude for his willingness to brave the rain for their sake. After completing her tasks, she approached Effing, gently placing her hand on his forehead and body, relieved to find he was not as feverish as before. The antidote had evidently begun to take effect. Effing, however, lay with furrowed brows, restless in his sleep, frequently murmuring her name. With tender eyes, Xiaoxi gazed at him and softly smoothed his knitted brows, whispering, "Fool, rest well. I am right here beside you. When you awaken, you will see me." It was uncertain whether her soothing words had any effect, but Effing indeed relaxed and drifted into a deep slumber. On that day, they had witnessed the manifestation of medicinal supplies, rendering any further pretense rather futile. It was peculiar, however, that neither Qing Tsong nor Feng Yuan had inquired about it since then. Both were genuinely curious about how Xiaoxi could conjure objects, yet they refrained from asking, presuming that she preferred to keep her abilities a secret. Thus, they tacitly agreed not to mention it. Xiaoxi poured a bowl of ginger soup from a jar and handed it to Qing Tsong, saying, "You have been drenched in rain for quite a while today. This ginger soup will dispel the chill. Do drink it." Upon catching the scent of the ginger soup, Qing Tsong recoiled in trepidation, stepping back several paces as he gazed fearfully at the bowl in Xiaoxi's hands. He scratched his head, his golden eyes avoiding her gaze. "Well, you see, I got rained on, but am perfectly fine. There shouldn't be much chill in me. Perhaps I could forego the ginger soup?" He cast a disdainful glance at the concoction before turning away, his expression one of aversion and fear. Drinking a bowl of ginger soup now might stave off the cold. But should the chill seep into his body, he would be forced to consume 10 bowls of this unpalatable brew. Xiaoxi, with her round, rabbit-like eyes, stared at him intently, her demeanor unmistakably serious. Qing Tsong found himself caught in a dilemma. Should he drink the ginger soup now to ward off the cold, or risk feeling unwell tomorrow, when Xiaoxi might insist he consume 10 bowls of this distasteful remedy? After contemplating, he decisively accepted the bowl from Xiaoxi, closed his eyes, held his breath, and tilted his head back to gulp it down in one swift motion without pausing for air. Upon finishing the unpalatable concoction, Qing Tsong looked at Xiaoxi with a sense of grievance in his golden eyes, extending the empty bowl back to her. The brook, with an impassive demeanor, accepted the empty bowl and turned away, unable to suppress a smile. It was astonishing that the formidable Changsong, who could endure poison and severed flesh without so much as a frown, was so apprehensive about consuming ginger soup. She retrieved some dried mushrooms and soaked them in a bamboo basin of water, intending to stew them later with the shrew. Given that the shrew was too much for a single meal, and considering the cold weather outside, she decided to save the remainder for breakfast the following morning. Outside, a gentle drizzle fell, while Changsong roasted meat at the cave's entrance, sprinkling spices over the nearly cooked fare, filling the cave with an enticing aroma. Suddenly, a sound echoed, someone swallowing. Both the brook and Changsong turned to the source of the noise, spotting Feng Yuan, whose cheeks had visibly flushed to the neck. The brook, enchanted by the adorable sight of Feng Yuan, couldn't help but chuckle, and though Changsong was not as unkind as she, a hint of a smile betrayed his amusement. Feng Yuan, already vexed for succumbing to the temptation of the savory scent and swallowing, felt a rush of embarrassment at their laughter, his eyes reddening. Upon noticing the glimmer of tears in his pale violet orbs, the brook hurried over, squatting down to take his small hand in reassurance. "You see," she said softly. "Even I couldn't resist earlier and discreetly swallowed. Such fragrant roasted meat. Who could possibly refrain from doing the same?" She gestured toward Changsong, suggesting that perhaps he too had succumbed to the allure, albeit without revealing it. As the mighty Qin Song was grilling meat, he suddenly noticed a black pot descending from the heavens, landing atop his head. With his golden eyes filled with lament, he cast a reproachful glance at Xiaoxi. "You may pacify the cubs, but why must I be dragged into this?" Unfazed by Qin Song's woeful gaze, Xiaoxi turned her attention to the little creature who, having clearly been comforted, had wiped away its tears. She felt relieved, convinced that her approach had been correct. Feng Yuan remarked, "Indeed, you all seem to be salivating." Xiaoxi eagerly nodded in affirmation. "Yes, truly, just ask him." Qin Song, innocently called out by the mention, feigned busyness with the grilling and continued his culinary endeavor. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi hurriedly sought to escape the situation, reflecting that she could no longer afford to tease the little beast so lightly. Otherwise, she would be the one to console it should it weep. Qin Song had roasted an entire chunk of mammoth meat, far too much to consume at once, so he decided to save it for breakfast the following morning. Xiaoxi's pot of mushroom stew was also bubbling away, ready to serve. She ladled a bowl of broth and turned to Qin Song and Feng Yuan, saying, "There's plenty in the pot. Help yourselves." Afterward, she approached Chang Feng, helping him to lean against her as she gently blew on the wooden spoon before offering him a sip of the warm broth. Sensing someone feeding him, Chang Feng slowly opened his eyes, which had returned to a soft shade of blue, gazing vacantly at the person nourishing him. Noticing the dreamy look in his eyes, Xiaoxi smiled tenderly, asking, "How do you feel now? Still unwell?" Hearing Chang Feng's response, Xiaoxi blinked her moist eyes, her smile widening as she urged him to drink. "If you don't have the broth soon, it will cool down." This time, Chang Feng revealed a genuine smile. He reached out to take the bowl from Xiaoxi's hands, lifted it to his lips, and drank the soup to the last drop before placing the bowl aside. Xiaoxi felt a warm dampness at her neck as they embraced, her hand gently stroking Chang Feng's back, soothing his restless spirit, and neither spoke a word. The cave was enveloped in an extraordinary tranquility. After Chang Feng awakened, Qin Song had taken Feng Yuan and some roasted meat to the adjacent cave, leaving the space for the couple who had much to convey upon their reunion. When Chang Feng realized that only he and Xiaoxi remained in the cave, he tightened his hold around her, as if he wished to merge her into his very being, ensuring that they would never part. As dawn gradually unfurled its curtains, it heralded yet another resplendent morning. Xiaoxi awoke to the intensity of a gaze, and as she opened her sleep-laden eyes, she found herself locked in the depths of a pair of pale blue irises. Chang Feng's lips curled into a beguiling smile. His heart lifted at the sight of the person nestled in his embrace. "You are awake," he remarked. Xiaoxi, noticing the gauntness of his cheeks and the pallor of his complexion, expressed her concern. "In just a few days, how have you let yourself become this way?" Chang Feng touched his face, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Do I look unappealing? Have you begun to find me repulsive?" Xiaoxi's sorrow was somewhat alleviated by his playful demeanor. "Well, perhaps just a little," she admitted. Immediately, Chang Feng's expression fell, but then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he brightened again, laughing like a fool. "It's too late for you to dislike me now." The gentle breeze caressed the small stream's belly, as if it held rare treasures within. "Even before you fell into the water, I sensed a change in your essence, though at the time it was merely a whisper of intuition." The stream found itself embraced tightly by the breeze, which joyfully proclaimed, "My dear stream, we are to have offspring." This revelation left the stream in astonishment. The notion of bearing children was unexpected. She instinctively placed her hand upon her abdomen, realizing that within her resided a child conceived by both her and the breeze. How could she have felt nothing? How did he come to know? Oh, then it dawned upon her. Once, while gathering red berries with Xiaohua and the breeze, Xiaohua had mentioned her cravings for sour delicacies, leading the stream to suspect that Xiaohua was with child. She had inquired about how females in their world discern such matters. Last night, after a long separation. Both had yearned for one another intensely. However, at the crucial moment, if not for the breeze detecting the subtle shift in the stream's essence, he might have overwhelmed her completely. The stream's cheeks flushed crimson at the thought of how the breeze discerned her condition. Fixing her gaze upon his chiseled features, she suddenly turned and sat upon him, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "Breeze, you shameless rogue. What were you sniffing around for last night?" The breeze seized her hands as they approached his face, hastily pleading, "My dearest stream, please spare me. I simply missed you too much." In a moment of weakness, Long Feng, fearful of inadvertently harming Xiaoxi, enveloped her in a tender embrace, confessing, "It is all my fault. Punish me as you see fit. But please remain still for the sake of our little one." Xiaoxi, seeing his sincerity, relinquished her hold and lay still, awaiting her retribution. Angered, she clenched her fists and struck his chest a few times, unsure if her blows caused him pain, yet her own hands were left reddened. Rising, she delivered a gentle kick to Long Feng, declaring, "Let us see if you dare to act mischievously again." She then donned her garments and went to fetch water, not sparing him even a glance. Xiaoxi observed as two figures emerged from the neighboring cave. The little one eagerly trailed behind her. After wringing out the beast hide towel in her hands, she lifted Feng Yuan's chin to cleanse his cherubic face. Next, she produced a rudimentary toothbrush she had crafted and handed it to Feng Yuan. "Now, take a few grains of salt, crush them, and I shall teach you how to brush your teeth shortly." Lifting her gaze to observe Qing Tsang, Xiaoxi noted his interest in the makeshift toothbrush held by Feng Yuan. With a sigh of relief, she acknowledged her foresight in creating several brushes at once. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for providing them. From her beast hide pouch, she retrieved a few more toothbrushes, wrapped in small pieces of hide, and offered one to Qing Tsang. Long Feng, with his pale blue eyes, glared intensely in their direction, and had it not been for his gratitude towards Xiaoxi for rescuing him, he would have lunged at Qing Tsang in a fit of rage. Qing Tsang raised an eyebrow at Long Feng, turning to seek salt for brushing his teeth, reflecting on how often he had raised an eyebrow at him during their time in the misty forest. Qing Tsang curled his lips. It was quite refreshing to see a person's countenance change. No wonder that cunning silver wolf often feigned weakness to draw more attention from Xiaoxi, leaving him feeling disheartened, believing that Xiaoxi cared for him more. Fearing that his uncontrolled emotions might harm her, he chose to distance himself. However, how could he possibly let this shameless silver wolf off the hook? Though he had already resolved to respect Xiaoxi's choices, this cunning stray beast, Chang Feng, irked him. Each time he saw Chang Feng's face darken with anger, it brought him a sense of vindication. "Xiaoxi, I also wish to brush my teeth." Xiaoxi didn't even spare Chang Feng a glance, turning instead to kindle a fire to reheat the leftover sharp-beaked beast and mushrooms for breakfast, clearly still upset. Chang Feng realized that Xiaoxi had not yet calmed down and could only scratch his nose, taking his wooden toothbrush to fetch water for his morning routine. Feng Yuan approached Chang Feng and whispered, "Your sister's male." Hearing the childish voice, Chang Feng turned to look at Feng Yuan, replying, "Yes. If the sister you speak of is Xiaoxi, then I indeed am her male." Feng Yuan continued, "Then could you allow sister to wait until I grow up, so I can also be her male?" Nearby, Qing Tsang, who was brushing his teeth at the cave entrance, couldn't help but smile at their conversation. It seemed he was not the only one capable of making the silver wolf's expression change. This little fellow was commendable. "I have endured such severe injuries to help you avenge your father." Chang Feng squinted at the small figure before him, barely reaching his waist, contemplating how he might become his little bunny-esque male. He curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a peculiar glint in his eyes. "That is not impossible. As long as I stand here and you push me, I shall agree." However, the cunning silver wolf beast refrained from disclosing the specifics of his promise. After brushing his teeth, Qing Tsang cast a disdainful glance at Chang Feng, then sympathetically patted the naive little one about to be deceived, passing by them as though he had heard nothing. Feng Yuan exclaimed, "Truly, if I push you, you will indeed allow me to become your male when I grow up." Chang Feng gazed at the diminutive figure before him, a silent smile gracing his lips. Believing in the promise, Feng Yuan summoned all his strength and charged at Chang Feng. After 3 futile attempts to budge him, Chang Feng stood resolute, and during the last vigorous effort, Feng Yuan stumbled back and fell clumsily to the ground. With tears welling in his eyes, Feng Yuan turned toward the stream, lamenting, "Sister, I couldn't move him. I can no longer be your male." And with that, he burst into tears. Unexpectedly, a beast skin bag caught attention. Hearing Feng Yuan's cries, the stream put down her wooden spoon and approached. She helped Feng Yuan to his feet, brushing off the dust that clung to him. With her striking black and white eyes, she shot a glance at Chang Feng, who was still brushing his teeth, feigning ignorance of the incident. Wiping the tears from Feng Yuan's face, the stream wore a satisfied smile, showing no shame in bullying a small cub. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, she cast a sly smile at Chang Feng. Upon witnessing this smile, an ominous premonition stirred within Chang Feng. The brook gently caressed Feng Yuan's head and said, "It is perfectly all right if you cannot be the male protector of your sister. Now that I am expecting a little one, should it be a female, you can safeguard her, and, as she matures, you may become her male companion." How does that sound? Feng Yuan, feeling despondent, thought to himself. If I cannot even be the male protector of my sister, how can I not be allowed to protect the little female in her womb? How can this villain be so unkind? With tears streaming down his face, he cried out, I want to be the male protector of the little female in my sister's belly." At that moment, Chang Feng felt as if he had unwittingly lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. He realized he should not have provoked the brook or engaged in a serious dispute with such a small child, yet he recognized his folly too late. Qingsong, upon hearing of the brook's pregnancy, felt a twinge of disappointment but was equally elated for her. In a land where the birth of offspring was a challenge for beast men, he was surprised at how swiftly the brook had conceived. Looking earnestly at her, he said, "Congratulations on your impending offspring." Chang Feng observed as the two approached, enveloping the brook in an embrace, as if to assert their claim over her while casting a glance of challenge at Qingsong. Once again, Qingsong perceived the immaturity of this silver wolf beast man and shot him an exasperated look before heading over to reheat the leftover roasted meat from the previous night for breakfast. The brook, exasperated, shot Chang Feng a glance and pushed his arm away, proceeding to serve the already warmed sharp-beaked creature stew with mushrooms. Chang Feng, scratching his nose, acknowledged that he had committed many foolish acts that morning. Most regrettably, he had angered the little rabbit and offered his yet-to-be-born darling to that feathered, unkempt creature of the phoenix lineage. Although the rock beast, possessing the bloodline of a divine bird, is a rare sight on this continent, the long wind, also bearing the lineage of a celestial creature, caught a whiff of its extraordinary aura. He, too, did not dare to underestimate this diminutive being that might one day reign supreme in the skies. The breakfast for the four of them unfolded amid a peculiar atmosphere. Feng Yuan glared at Long Wind, while Qingsong devoured his meal with vigor, leaving Long Wind feeling quite helpless, and Xiaoxi, amused by the spectacle, finished her food. After the meal, upon noticing Long Wind preparing to pack his belongings, Xiaoxi could no longer contain herself and suggested, "Would you like to rest for another day and set off tomorrow?" The sight of Xiaoxi's concerned gaze lifted Long Wind's spirits, dispelling the gloom that had settled upon him that morning. However, as he surveyed the surrounding yellowing landscape, he reined in his smile and exchanged a knowing glance with Qingsong. Both understood that they could not afford to delay any longer. They needed to journey day and night to reach the holy mountain, uncertain if they would find a suitable cave to endure the snow season. With Xiaoxi now expecting a child, it was even less feasible for them to choose a cave exposed to the wind. Moreover, upon arrival at the holy mountain, they would have to prepare food for the harsh winter. Any delay now would only prolong their hunger once the snow season commenced. Ultimately, despite his weakened condition from the herbal medicine, Long Wind insisted on setting out immediately, and Xiaoxi, unable to argue against him, reluctantly began to pack their belongings. To her astonishment, she discovered food resembling grains of rice hidden among their supplies. Though it was only 20 or 30 pounds, it was enough to fill her with joy. For someone who had not tasted a single grain of rice since arriving in this world, it felt akin to finding a treasure. Noticing Xiaoxi's elation, Feng Yuan inquired, "Sister, what is this? Why does it bring you such happiness?" Hearing that there was something delicious made the little one equally delighted. The neatly packed beast skin bag was placed upon Qin Song's back, as Xiaoxi and Feng Yuan climbed onto Changfeng, commencing their journey. Initially, Changfeng and the others were considerate of Xiaoxi's condition, hesitant to travel too swiftly due to her pregnancy. However, Xiaoxi reassured them that she felt fine and urged them not to overly concern themselves with her, emphasizing the importance of reaching the sacred mountain promptly so she could settle and nurture her unborn child in peace. Their journey continued until darkness enveloped the sky, only pausing for rest when they were not far from a river. Changfeng closely followed Xiaoxi, ensuring she did not approach the riverbank, a precaution stemming from the haunting memory of her being swept away by the water. Upon halting, Qin Song intended to hunt, and this time, Feng Yuan insisted on accompanying him. Initially, both Xiaoxi and Qin Song believed Feng Yuan was too young for such endeavors. Yet, Changfeng supported Feng Yuan's desire to attempt capturing prey, recognizing the value of experience for the young one. Today, as Xiaoxi sat upon Changfeng's back, she felt the cool breeze tousling her hair. Now, seated in a cave illuminated by the glow of moonstone, she fashioned 2 beast skin hats for herself and Feng Yuan. Realizing that the silver wolf had grown jealous, she turned and kissed his cheek, promising, "When I find the time, I shall create an even more exquisite one for you." This brought a smile to Changfeng's face. He gathered firewood and kindled a flame at the cave's entrance to fend off the chill of the night. Having noticed how cold Xiaoxi's hands had become while she worked with the bone needle, once the fire blazed, Changfeng sat beside Xiaoxi and inquired about the events leading up to her fall into the water. Xiaoxi recounted the tale of how she had been schemed against by Yao Tiantian, and during her attempt to flee, she was captured, leading to both of them tumbling into the river below the cliff. The brook paused, gazing at Changfeng, who had leaped into the river below the cliff to rescue me. Nestling her head against Changfeng's embrace, the brook pondered, "Shall we repay his life-saving grace with the remainder of our lives?" Changfeng gently patted the brook's back, affirming, "Yes. Aside from you, I am willing to offer anything I possess to him." In Changfeng's heart, nothing held greater significance than the brook. It was not until many years later, when another treasured child of his grasped Qin Song's hand and stood before him, that he regretted the promise made on this day. During their journey, as they prepared dinner, the brook could not resist the temptation and washed a bowl of what appeared to be rice, placing it in a new jar in an attempt to cook it. For the first time, in a state of lucidity, Changfeng beheld the brook conjuring something from thin air, staring at her in astonishment for quite some time. "Xiaoxi, when did you acquire such a skill?" He scrutinized her from head to toe several times, and then, with a gentle pinch, he noticed a tiny green dot on her earlobe. The brook recalled that upon awakening from her faint, she had heard Feng Yuan mention a green spot on her ear. With so much happening after regaining consciousness, she had forgotten this detail. Initially, both her ears bore no moles. How could a green dot appear? Could this green dot be related to her arrival in this beastly continent alongside her soul? Was her ability to possess the medicinal space from her former life connected to this peculiar dot on her ear? The brook's thoughts deepened, pondering the likelihood of such a connection. Changfeng gazed at Xiaoxi, lost in contemplation, while Qin Tian and Feng Yuan curiously observed her. In truth, they had witnessed Xiaoxi conjuring something in the cave at Feng Yuan's residence that day. However, Xiaoxi had not broached the subject again, leading them to presume she preferred to keep it unspoken. With a curious glint in her eyes, Changfeng pondered from where she had summoned the object. Xiaoxi replied, "If I were to tell you, it would be that I merely fell into a faint, and it appeared. Would you believe that?" She cast a heartfelt glance at Qin Tian, surprised that he was the first to believe her. With her naturally adorable eyes narrowed slightly, she looked at Changfeng. Qin Tian's faith in Xiaoxi stemmed from the night she had treated his wounds, during which he overheard her musing about her own bewilderment at conjuring something without cause. Feng Yuan, following closely behind Qin Tian, took Xiaoxi's hand and declared, "I believe you, sister." In truth, he was uncertain about what he was affirming. He simply observed how Xiaoxi visibly relaxed upon hearing the tall figure express his belief in her, prompting him to echo the sentiment. Changfeng cast a sidelong glance at Qin Tian. Had he ever voiced disbelief in Xiaoxi? He drew Xiaoxi closer, locking eyes with her, and said, "Remember this. No matter what you say, I shall believe you. No matter what you do, I shall support you. From this moment forth, do not doubt me, lest I become displeased." Chongfeng's gaze lingered on Xiaoxi's lips, implying, "You know what my anger entails, do you not?" As the gentle stream observed Chongfeng, a charming smile graced her lips, prompting her to hastily push him aside and rush to the side of the fire pit where the pot was placed. Grasping a long wooden spoon, she skillfully stirred the excess rice porridge from the container. She was well aware of the nature of the punishment Chongfeng alluded to, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She dared not meet his gaze. This audacious rogue had the audacity to utter such shameless words in the presence of Qingtsong and Feng Yuan. During dinner, when Little Stream opened the pot of cooked rice, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, sweet and inviting. Both Chongfeng and Qingtsong exchanged a glance before turning away, engrossed in roasting the beast meat in their hands, showing no interest in the bowl of rice Little Stream held. Only Feng Yuan, driven by curiosity, accepted the bowl of rice she offered. After all, being young, he found the sweet rice quite appealing. After finishing a bowl, he scampered over to Qingtsong and eagerly began to gnaw on a piece of roasted meat. Little Stream realized that it was no surprise, regardless of size. The favorites of these male beasts remained grilled meat, with little else holding their interest. Though slightly disheartened, Little Stream acknowledged that while the rice was indeed sweet, it lacked the subtle fragrance of the rice she had savored in her past life. Nonetheless, it was not entirely unpleasant. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, she mused that these male beast men, regardless of their stature, were carnivorous and did not truly appreciate gourmet food. Despite her thoughts, she had only consumed a bowl of the sweet rice, which could never compare to the rice she had grown accustomed to in her previous life. Setting down her bowl, she approached Chongfeng, gazing at the roasted meat in his hand. Chongfeng, engrossed in his meal, paid her no mind, perhaps due to her earlier skepticism towards the yellow-skinned tiger. As Xiaoxi observed Chongfeng, who was ignoring her, she pouted in annoyance, preparing to walk away when, unexpectedly, a piece of roasted meat appeared in her hand. She thought to herself, this jealous fellow, how long could he endure disregarding her? To her surprise, within the span of a meal, he surrendered. Sitting before Chongfeng, Xiaoxi savored the roasted meat, refusing to leave his side, her gaze fixed upon him. Before long, Chongfeng's ears began to flush a deep crimson. After their meal, Xiaoxi heated water in a pot, ensuring everyone had the opportunity to wash up before they settled into the cave for the night. Since they were all lodging in the same cave, Xiaoxi insisted that the 5-year-old Feng Yuan share a fur mat with her. No matter how vehemently Chongfeng opposed it, Xiaoxi's determination prevailed. Chongfeng cast a sorrowful glance at Xiaoxi, yet he could not alter her decision. Turning his head with jealousy, he regarded Feng Yuan, questioning how such a robust young male could still wish to sleep beside a female. Feng Yuan retorted, "You are much older than I, yet you slept beside sister last night. Who should be ashamed?" With that, he stuck out his tongue at Chongfeng and scampered over to Xiaoxi, exclaiming, "Sister, I'm done washing up. Let us go to sleep." Frustrated, Chongfeng followed closely, smiling at Xiaoxi as he grabbed Feng Yuan by the scruff, declaring, "Tonight, I shall take him to bed. I guarantee he will sleep soundly." Feng Yuan, dangling with his short legs flailing in the air, protested vehemently, "No, I don't want to sleep with you." The little one struggled against Chongfeng's grasp, but found himself unable to escape. Xiaoxi approached Chongfeng and rescued Feng Yuan from his clutches, explaining, "I feel a bit cold sleeping alone, which is why I asked Feng Yuan to keep me company. I can accompany you." In truth, it is the little stream that fears the long wind crawling onto the bed in the dead of night. No, it is the beast skin mat that has allowed the little one to sleep beside her. Feng Yuan, still quite young, holds on to him while they sleep, providing warmth for both. Qingtsong is aware of the little stream's bashfulness. He initially intended to sleep outside the cave tonight but was dissuaded by her, who expressed concern that the cold outside might expose them to chill. Although Long Wind was unable to embrace the little stream as he wished, he nonetheless spread out the beast skin mat beside them. Sandwiched in between, Feng Yuan grumbled for a considerable time, but upon receiving a mere glance from Long Wind, He promptly silenced himself and burrowed into the plush beast skin covering the little stream. With a flicker of his gaze, Long Wind extended his long arm, intending to lift Feng Yuan from the little stream's fur, but was halted by her words. If anyone does not wish to sleep, they may go outside to keep watch for us. Seeing Long Wind obediently close his eyes, the little stream took a piece of beast skin to cover the moonstone, plunging the cave into darkness. She mused that the moon outside was now only half full, yet this also signified the impending arrival of the snow season. Long Wind, with his long arm draped across her body, felt her silence as she grasped his large hand, and together they drifted into a gentle slumber. As he heard the steady rhythm of her breathing, a smile graced his lips, and he tightened his hold on her small hand, gradually closing his own pale blue eyes, savoring his first peaceful sleep since the little stream's departure. In the early morning, a gentle breeze wafted into the cave. Feng entered, carrying several bamboo tubes filled with boiling water, placing them aside to cool, intending to seal them tightly for drinking on the journey. After Xiaoxi completed her simple morning ablutions, she joined her companions for breakfast, and together they began to pack their belongings in preparation for their next departure. This year, as the snow season arrived earlier than expected, Xiaoxi observed numerous orcs making their way towards the holy mountain. Feng and his companions were concerned that if they arrived too late, they might struggle to find suitable caves for shelter. Additionally, upon reaching the holy mountain, they would need to capture a considerable amount of prey to ensure their sustenance throughout the snow season. Due to the pressing timeline, the group traveled tirelessly, finally arriving at the foot of the holy mountain by the afternoon of the 11th day. Standing at the base of the holy mountain, Xiaoxi gazed upon the multitude of barren peaks before her. It became evident that the holy mountain was not a singular entity, but rather a collection of mountains. No wonder Xiaohua had mentioned that after parting ways, it would be difficult to locate one another upon reaching the holy mountain, with so many peaks and caves. Finding a single individual would indeed prove challenging. Xiaoxi observed the uneven, rugged ground beneath her feet, composed of coarse black gravel, and the landscape around her appeared desolate and scorched. Her suspicions were confirmed. This place was likely a dormant volcanic region, which explained the warmth emanating from the caves. A wave of fear coursed through Xiaoxi at the thought of a sudden volcanic eruption. Realizing that the orcs who sought refuge here for the snow season would likely have little chance of escape. To be honest, the sight of so many volcanoes filled her with trepidation. Feng, why did you choose to spend the snow season here instead of staying in our previous dwelling? As Feng gazed at the delicate white snowflakes silently descending from the vast expanse of the sky, he extended his hands to shield his frostbitten, rosy face beneath his fur hat. He remarked, once the snow season arrives, the snowfall will be as deep as your chest. In the mountains, the forest creatures will either flee or hide. After the snow season, it becomes nearly impossible to hunt enough food. Most importantly, the caves will be exceedingly cold during this time, making it unbearable to endure the frigid snow season within. Listening to Changfeng's words, Xiaoxi observed the wisps of steam still rising from crevices in the distance, sending a shiver of trepidation through her. She resolved that, come winter next year, she must find a way to address the issues Changfeng mentioned, even if it meant spending the winter in the forest, where it might not be as warm. But at least it would not be filled with such dread. She dreaded the thought of the many active volcanoes, and the potential consequences should one of them erupt in fury. Feng, where are we headed now? Xiaoxi inquired. Feng replied, let us wait here for a moment. Tsang will explore the nearby sacred mountains to see if there are suitable caves for us to inhabit. Oh, it was no wonder they separated and scoured the mountains upon reaching the sacred site. They were indeed in search of caves. Xiaoxi noticed that most of the caves were already occupied by beastmen. Would they be able to find a cave to their liking? Her heart ached upon seeing Feng Yuan's face frozen to such a degree, and she urged, come here quickly, sister, let me warm you up. Your little face is as cold as a monkey's bottom. Feng Yuan approached Xiaoxi and asked, sister, what is a monkey's bottom? She gently placed her hands on the icy little face of Feng Yuan, warming it, while Feng Yuan, oblivious to the world, simply felt the warmth on her cheeks and smiled foolishly at the stream. Changfeng glanced at Tsang and inquired, is there anything over there? Tsang shook his head, The few caves in these mountains had all been claimed by the early arriving beastmen, leaving only those situated near the wind. Chang Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating that if it were just them, the male beastmen could transform into their beast forms to endure the biting cold. And even a slightly exposed cave would suffice. However, with Xiaoxi still carrying her young, they could not afford such choices and had to find a cave that offered protection from the wind. Let us move on and search elsewhere, he declared. Once more, Qing Tsang bore the supplies while Xiaoxi cradled little Feng Yuan in her arms, seated upon Chang Feng's back as they ventured toward the nearby mountains. As night fell, they had yet to discover a suitable cave and were compelled to settle for a cave that was somewhat exposed to the wind. Resting there for the night and planning to continue their search the following day. Now that they had reached the sacred mountain, the area was relatively safe. With no large ferocious beasts likely to intrude, though their hunting expeditions would require them to venture far. In truth, Chang Feng felt a sense of gratitude toward Qing Tsang. It was thanks to him that Chang Feng had more time to care for the expectant Xiaoxi. Qing Tsang cast a glance at Xiaoxi, sensing that she might prefer Chang Feng's company instead. Chang Feng then suggested, "You stay here and gather some firewood while I go hunt for today's meal." The long wind afforded Qing Tsang no opportunity for refusal. He had already transformed into his beastly form and sprinted far away. Feng Yuan patted his small chest and assured, "I understand. I will certainly protect my sister, so you need not worry." Qing Tsang gently ruffled the little one's hair and, glancing at the creek, earnestly instructed, "Since we have just arrived, should anything arise, have Feng Yuan come to find me." At this moment, the air had grown quite cold, with a biting wind blowing and sporadic flakes of snow drifting down. Xiaoxi, holding the moonlight stone in her hand, stepped out of the cave with Feng Yuan to search for long-haired grass, hoping to weave a mat to place at the entrance of their dwelling. "Sister, let us not search further. In past years, I have come to the sacred mountain with my father during the snow season, and there is nothing to be found here, not even a blade of grass." In truth, Xiaoxi scolded herself for being foolish. She already knew this was a dormant volcano. So how could she expect to find grass? Only after settling here could she observe if any long-haired grass grew in the distance suitable for weaving mats. Xiaoxi gazed at the cave, towering at a height of approximately 1.5 to 6 meters, and curiously inquired, "What purpose does such a high cave serve?" "Sister, do you not yet understand? When the snow season arrives, the snowfall will accumulate to a height comparable to this cave. The cave we currently inhabit is considered short. Typically, no beastman would choose to dwell in such a low cave." The little one spoke with the gravitas of an adult, eliciting laughter from Xiaoxi as she observed him. How wonderful it is to encounter such endearing beastmen in this unfamiliar world. The nights on the sacred mountain are truly enchanting. The brook ascended towards the cave, turning around to prepare to pull Feng Yuan up. The brook gazed in astonishment at the remarkable transformation before her, not because she was surprised that Feng Yuan could change forms, but rather due to her long-standing perception of him as a mere child. The sudden metamorphosis into a grand bird took her by surprise. "Feng Yuan, what is your beast form? I seem not to have encountered it before," she remarked, observing how such a small cub could unfurl its wings and transform into such a magnificent avian creature. Feng Yuan lifted his head, looking at the brook with innocent eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he recalled his late father Beast mentioning that our beast forms are known as rock. The mention of his deceased father cast a shadow over Feng Yuan's spirits, causing him to tighten his lips in a sullen manner. The brook approached him, enveloping him in her embrace, gently stroking his head. "Come. Sister will take you to see what seasonings we shall use tonight to prepare the most delectable beast meat." In an effort to divert Feng Yuan's attention, the brook decided to share her limited collection of roasting spices. Upon hearing that there would be spiced roasted meat for dinner, the little cub's thoughts shifted towards food, and he eagerly followed the brook to search for seasonings in the leather pouch. Observing Feng Yuan's restored cheerfulness, the brook felt a quiet relief wash over her. After all, it was her mention of his late father that had stirred those somber feelings within him, and she felt a pang of guilt in her heart. As the brook unearthed the seasonings, she advised Feng Yuan, "Later, sprinkle whatever you wish upon the roast, but do refrain from using the eggplant-colored one, for it is exceedingly spicy. In the dim light of the fire below, Qing Song noticed Xiaoxi gazing anxiously into the distance and offered his reassurance. Do not be troubled. Chang Feng is a formidable warrior. He shall come to no harm. From afar, Xiaoxi spotted a shadow approaching them and could not help but call out loudly, Chang Feng, bearing his prey. Chang Feng faintly heard Xiaoxi's cries and quickened his pace towards their dwelling in the cave. Upon nearing, he saw Xiaoxi standing at the cave entrance and promptly urged her, hurry inside. Do not linger at the entrance, for the wind is fierce there. He then unfastened the bamboo tube filled with water from his waist and set it aside, intending to boil it for their eventual thirst. Feng Yuan joyfully leaped down. The modest height of the cave proved no challenge for Xiaoxi, as even the young cub, Feng Yuan, could easily hop up and down. With his small hands transformed into claws, Feng Yuan deftly sliced a piece of tender meat from the Dudu beast, skillfully skewering it on a wooden stick as he stood by the fire to roast it. It was during this scorching season, after the demise of his father, that the young Feng Yuan had learned to catch small prey and roast the meat to sustain himself. Qing Song and Chang Feng observed with a sense of wonder as the little cub adeptly handled the tasks of cutting, threading, and roasting meat, for they too had acquired such skills at an even younger age. Inside the cave, Xiaoxi spread a piece of beast hide designated for mealtime on the ground, placing 2 clean bamboo bowls atop it to hold the roasted meat. She then retrieved a clean jar from her medicinal storage space, filled it halfway with rice, and approached the cave entrance. Chang Feng, please wash the rice in the jar and add some water so I can prepare a bit of porridge, she requested. Xiaoxi gently caressed her abdomen and spoke to Chang Feng. This little one has been quite restless these past few days. Chang Feng, with a hint of concern in his gaze, asked, is it very uncomfortable? If there's anything you wish to eat, just let me know. As Xiaoxi rubbed her chest, overwhelmed by the scent of roasted meat, she thought of Xiaohua and how it seemed that whether or not she was carrying beast cubs, her appetite never faltered, and she never felt nauseous. Eventually, Xiaoxi allowed Chang Feng to carry her away from the cave, where she could expel the discomfort from her stomach. Chang Feng supported her, gently patting her back, his pale blue eyes brimming with empathy, unsure of how to alleviate her suffering. Fearing that the aroma of roasted meat would further upset Xiaoxi, he relocated the fire pit far from the cave entrance for roasting, even eating beside the fire rather than inside the cave. He brought a bowl of porridge into the cave, stirring it with a wooden spoon to hasten its cooling. Chang Feng, still unsettled by her earlier reaction, gazed at her helplessly, pondering if her late meal had left her so famished that she felt the urge to vomit. When the porridge had cooled sufficiently, he intended to feed Xiaoxi, but she declined. Xiaoxi took the bowl of thin porridge from Chang Feng, drank a few sips, and felt a significant relief in her stomach, no longer feeling as ill. She then reassured the worried Chang Feng, saying, you've had a long day too. Go eat your meal. Look, I'm fine now. Chang Feng decided to wait until Xiaoxi finished her meal before venturing out, but Xiaoxi urged him out of the cave, saying, go eat. I assure you I am perfectly fine. If you exhaust yourself, how will you care for me and the little one? Upon hearing Xiaoxi's words, Chang Feng felt a jolt in his heart. Indeed, without a strong body, how could he protect and care for them both? This time, without needing Xiaoxi's encouragement, Chang Feng took it upon himself to stride down from the cave, making his way to the fire where he devoured the roasted meat with gusto. That night, Chang Feng, Qing Song, and Feng Yuan all indulged in their meal. Even the young Feng Yuan understood the importance of fortifying his body before the harsh snow season. As dawn broke over the sacred mountain, an unusual tranquility enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the occasional cold breeze that swept into the cave. Xiaoxi, still in a drowsy state, nestled against a warm embrace, her small face gently rubbing against a warm chest, wishing to linger in slumber a little longer. Suddenly, she halted, realizing something was amiss. She had gone to sleep beside Feng Yuan the previous night, and such a broad chest could not belong to the tiny cub. With her sleep-laden eyes, she opened them to find Chang Feng smiling down at her. Good morning, my little rabbit. Xiaoxi shot him a glare and quietly lifted her head from his embrace, only to see the small creature sleeping beside them. Qing Song lay far from their resting place, turned away in slumber, seemingly yet to awaken, with a tall beast skin bag placed between them, providing a barrier that prevented them from seeing one another at a mere turn. As dawn broke, she thought it would not be too late to linger a while longer. Xiaoxi wrapped her arms around Chang Feng's robust waist, her hand gently caressing his firm abdomen, a habit they had formed when they were alone together. The touch ignited a surge of warmth within Chang Feng, causing his breath to quicken. He had long yearned for her presence. Suppressing his ardor, he leaned closer to her ear and murmured, "If you continue to touch me, the consequences may be beyond your current capacity to endure." Upon sensing Chang Feng's arousal, Xiaoxi ceased her exploration, her heart filled with frustration over the habits they had developed during their time together. She timidly nestled deeper into the fur blanket, stammering, "Heh, heh. Chang Feng, shouldn't we get up?" Hearing the sound of Feng Yuan stirring behind them, Chang Feng realized he would soon awaken. He planted a soft kiss on Xiaoxi's forehead and playfully warned her, "For today, I shall let you off the hook. But next time you dare to provoke me." He punctuated his words by gently tapping her lips with his finger. Xiaoxi understood his implication all too well. Her cheeks flushed as she pulled the blanket over her head. When Feng Yuan awoke and noticed the distance between himself and Xiaoxi, he inquired about the unusual separation. Blushing fiercely, she stammered that he had rolled away in his sleep. A fleeting glance from Qing Tsang caused her face to redden to the very roots of her neck. The morning sky was overcast. Although the light snow had ceased, the chill lingered in the air. Fortunately, due to Chang Feng's successful hunt the previous night, there was no need to venture out for food that morning. After finishing breakfast, the weather outside was quite frigid. Concerned for the well-being of the little stream, Chang Feng decided to keep her and Feng Yuan sheltered in the cave while he and Qing Tsang ventured out separately in search of a suitable dwelling. Upon setting off, Chang Feng hastily ran, desperately seeking a cave shielded from the wind, fully aware that the longer they delayed, the fewer caves they would be able to discover. As he searched, he noticed an increasing number of beastmen arriving at the sacred mountain, all in pursuit of a suitable residence. He managed to suppress his growing anxiety and continued his quest, ultimately finding a windbreak cave just before dusk. Although the cave was indeed favorable, it posed a slight inconvenience for females, as the entrance was a significant 5 to 6 meters above the ground, making it rather challenging for his little bunny to navigate on her own. It seemed that the cave had not been claimed by earlier beastmen, likely due to the height of the entrance, which rendered it less accessible. Before the cave lay a spacious platform, likely constructed by the previous inhabitants for the purpose of storing prey. Chang Feng observed that numerous rocky outcroppings above the platform served to prevent melting snow from the warmer seasons from flowing into the cave. Inside, the main cavern featured a stone table, accompanied by 7 or 8 stone stools of various sizes, indicating that the original inhabitants had a considerable number of beastmen residing there. To one side of the main chamber, 2 small niches had been excavated, while a single small niche occupied the opposite side, presumably designated for resting at night. Each of these small cavities was modest in size, intended solely for sleeping, with a stone ledge against the wall for placing belongings and little else. At the deepest recess of the main cave lies a fiery mouth, an essential feature of every cavern. Without this fiery mouth, the excavation of the cave would cease. This fiery mouth does not contain flames, rather, it emanates an intense heat, serving as a place for roasting meat. Chang Feng meticulously surveyed both the interior and exterior of the cave and found himself quite satisfied with it. However, he harbored concerns about the accessibility for Xiaoxi, wishing to bring her along for a first-hand inspection. Should she find it unsatisfactory, he would seek alternatives. Having made up his mind, Chang Feng marked the perimeter of the cave with his scent to deter other beastmen who might covet this dwelling. Generally, caves marked with a scent are less likely to be chosen by others, and if any beastmen dared to intrude, he would be prepared to confront them. Notably, alongside the main cave, only a small sleeping nook had been excavated, suggesting that a solitary male had once resided there. Upon hearing the descriptions of the cave's merits from the two, Xiaoxi resolved to see it for herself. Thus, they gathered their belongings and set off to inspect the cave discovered by Qing Tsang. Upon arrival, they noted the cave's height, which, like most, stood 3 to 4 meters above ground. Cha Feng cradled Xiaoxi and leapt up, while Qing Song attempted to carry Feng Yuan but was met with refusal. Feng Yuan transformed into a great rock, unfurling its wings to ascend. Cha Feng and Qing Song exchanged glances at Feng Yuan's beast form before turning their attention back to accompany Xiaoxi in exploring the cave. Cha Feng was already aware of Feng Yuan's lineage as a divine bird, and thus found nothing remarkable in witnessing his beast form. For Qing Song, it was quite simple. He harbored no curiosity about Feng Yuan's beast form, content merely to know that he was a large bird. However, he paused for a moment, taking a closer look, as he seemed to recall that the bird which had snatched the serpent's pearl bore a striking resemblance to this one. Regardless, Qing Song dismissed the significance of who had taken the pearl and followed Chang Feng and Xiaoxi to explore the cave. Typically, Feng Yuan had never transformed into his beast form during their hunting excursions, so he was taken aback to see his proudly claimed form so casually overlooked by Chang Feng and Qing Song, who were both rather dismissive. Xiaoxi surveyed the area and ultimately resolved to investigate the cave that Chang Feng had mentioned, feeling that this cave was rather too small. Furthermore, Chang Feng had noted that the protruding rocks above the cave were insufficiently long. Once the warm weather arrived and the snow melted, the water would likely seep into the cave. The height of the cave entrance posed a challenge for her. Even if a ladder made of vines were fashioned, the frost would render the vines brittle and prone to breakage, rendering the wooden ladder utterly useless. While it was a bit too high for Xiaoxi, for the powerful males, Chang Feng and Qing Song, it presented no such difficulty. They could effortlessly leap onto the platform in front of the cave using the protruding rocks as footholds. As for Feng Yuan, he faced no obstacle at all. He could soar to even higher caves, a distinct advantage of possessing wings. Xiaoxi gazed sorrowfully at herself as Chang Feng carried her up, once more beseeching the heavens as to why she had not been transformed into a male beast man, for she would have leapt higher than them, showcasing her prowess. Upon entering the cave, Qing Song had to concede that it was indeed more suitable for their habitation. Aside from the relatively high entrance and some minor concerns expressed by the brook, she was quite pleased with the cave. Ultimately, the group reached a consensus to remain in this cave for the snowy season, as it would be challenging to find a more suitable shelter. To prepare for the impending winter, after selecting their dwelling, Qing Song and Chang Feng ventured out to hunt. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky once again, while the brook and Feng Yuan diligently swept away the dust within the cave using a broom fashioned from withered grass that Chang Feng had discovered. The cave was remarkably deep, and the brook found it intriguing that the ground was warm, reminiscent of the heated Kong at her grandmother's home during her childhood. She swept the dust out toward the cliff's edge. Next, she began cleaning the fiery mouth, known for roasting meat. But the surrounding heat was too intense for her to approach directly. Instead, she used a long stick to wipe it down from a distance, binding it clean, damp hide to its end and scrubbing it several times. Even from such a distance, the warmth from the fiery mouth caused her to sweat profusely. She took a clean piece of hide and wiped the perspiration from her body. Then, she poured a bamboo tube of water into a basin and soaked a small piece of hide in it, starting to clean the stone table, stone stools, and the 3 small alcoves against the cave walls where they stored their belongings. Finally, she even wiped the cave's floor with the damp hide several times. After completing the cleaning of one small alcove, the brook sat down on a piece of hide spread out by Feng Yuan, panting heavily from exhaustion. Feng Yuan brought a bamboo tube of cool boiled water and handed it to Xiaoxi. "Sister, take a sip and rest for a moment. I will handle the remaining cave." Xiaoxi pulled Feng Yuan, who was eager to assist, onto the animal hide and said, "Sister is not tired. There is no need for you to help. Just drink some water and take a break." Understanding that her sister was reluctant to impose on him due to his youth, Feng Yuan decided to follow Xiaoxi as she worked, keen to see if there was anything he could do. Noticing Feng Yuan's thoughtful demeanor, Xiaoxi affectionately patted his head and offered him a small piece of animal hide, allowing him to wipe the ground and walls as he pleased. After a brief respite from her labors, Xiaoxi heard sounds coming from the platform at the cave's entrance. She and Feng Yuan stepped outside to find Qing Song ascending with an exceptionally large catch. Prior to enhancing his strength with the serpent's pearl, Feng Yuan had only been able to catch smaller prey to quell his hunger, so witnessing Qing Song's impressive bounty filled him with admiration. When Feng Yuan saw Qing Song leap down from the ledge, carrying an even larger beast, his admiration transcended mere respect. His eyes sparkled with awe. Ultimately, Qing Song delivered 2 well-prepared beasts, placing them on the stone table within the cave. If you are hungry, roast this Dudu beast over the fire first. Feng has hunted many creatures in the forest, and I must make another trip. Outside, the biting cold wind swirled with falling snowflakes as Xiaoxi led Feng Yuan back into the cave, where they found the stone table laden with the substantial meat of the beasts. From the medicinal chamber, she retrieved a fruit knife and proceeded to dissect the entire beast, subsequently placing the pieces into the fire pit to roast, generously sprinkling them with spices. "Feng Yuan," she said, "what kind of knife is that? It's astonishingly sharp, far superior to a stone blade." Upon noticing the glimmer of excitement in Feng Yuan's eyes as he beheld the delectable meat, Xiaoxi handed him the knife. "Here, give it a try, but be careful to hold it steady. We won't want you to cut yourself." With palpable enthusiasm, Feng Yuan accepted the fruit knife from Xiaoxi and began to slice the beast's flesh into manageable pieces. "Sister, this knife is truly remarkable. It feels just like our claws," he exclaimed. Observing his eagerness, she took the opportunity to instruct him on how to properly dismember the meat, advising him on the appropriate size for roasting. Xiaoxi then approached a large hide bag, extracted a bundle of pelts, and unveiled the 2 largest pieces. She located a bone needle and commenced stitching a curtain for the cave entrance. With the curtain affixed, weighed down by stones at the base, she ensured that the snowflakes would not drift into their sanctuary. As twilight enveloped the sky, Xiaoxi illuminated the cave with 2 moonstones, transforming the interior into a warm glow. Not only did she craft an oversized curtain for the main cave, but she also prepared 3 smaller animal hides to serve as curtains for the entrances of the 3 smaller caverns. Despite the warmth emanating from the ground, a chilling breeze swept through the cave entrance, leaving Xiaoxi feeling somewhat cold. Consequently, she retrieved 2 thick garments from the medicinal chamber, one for herself and the other intended for Feng Yuan. "Having butchered so much meat, are your hands sore? Hand me the knife. I will take care of it now." Feng Yuan seemed to have a particular fondness for the sharp fruit knife, reluctant to set it down even after nearly dismantling the meat. He shook his head at Xiaoxi, saying, "Sister, look how quickly I've finished. This little knife is just perfect." Perhaps it was true that boys are drawn to such tools as knives and guns, and even the young cubs of this orc world were no exception. After the beast meat was thoroughly sliced, Feng Yuan admired the sharp little knife before handing it to Xiaoxi. Though he cherished the knife, he understood well that such implements were not mere toys. "Sister, do tell me. Next time we use it, I shall help you cut the meat." Xiaoxi ruffled Feng Yuan's hair and chuckled softly. How can such a little cub be so sensible? She took the fruit knife from Feng Yuan, washed it clean, and stored it away. Recognizing that such tools were indeed unsuitable for children, as they could easily cause harm, she rummaged through the beast's skin pouch, retrieving a packet of spices and crushed dried chili powder, and filled a bamboo basin with beast meat. "Come, sister will take you to roast the meat." Although Xiaoxi wished to prepare dinner for Feng and Qing Song, who had labored throughout the day, she ultimately abandoned the idea. The ambient temperature around the cooking area was too high. Even without approaching, she felt as though her skin was ablaze, making it impossible to near the fiery pit. Observing Xiaoxi's dejected demeanor, Feng Yuan shook her hand gently, saying, "Sister, let us wait at the entrance of the cave for the tall ones." The stream could only set aside what she was holding, retrieving a thick garment from the medicinal space to drape over Feng Yuan, then leading him to the cave entrance to await Feng and Qing Song. Outside, the sky had succumbed to darkness, with the frigid wind howling and heavy snow swirling through the air, chilling faces and causing noses to sting. Upon entering the cave and finding little to occupy herself, the stream produced animal hides and ventured into the sleeping alcove to prepare bedding for the night. She chose a small cave for herself and Feng, laying down the hides, then took a moonstone to illuminate the 2 adjoining caverns, which she also covered with animal skins. Feng Yuan, observing the stream as she arranged the bedding, inquired, "Sister, may I still sleep with you tonight?" He pouted, adding, he wouldn't agree to that. I suspect that during our journey, it wasn't merely my own actions that led me to roll away each night. It must have been him moving me. The stream regarded Feng Yuan, realizing he had finally grasped the truth. Ever since the snowfall, Changfeng had been concerned about her catching cold at night due to a potential pregnancy, which was why he had arranged the animal skins close to them each evening. Once Feng Yuan succumbed to slumber, he would shift to his own sleeping spot, while Changfeng would come over to warm the stream's bed. Feng Yuan, adopting a tone of feigned maturity, sighed. Oh well, what can I say? He is sister's male companion. The stream stifled a smile at Feng Yuan's pretentiousness, biting her lip to suppress her laughter, knowing that to provoke the little one would necessitate soothing him afterward. Just as she completed laying out the animal skins and stepped out of the cave, a resounding thud echoed from the platform outside. The sound of a heavy object striking the ground. The creek stepped forward to brush the snow off him, but was halted by the cold wind. There was still prey below, and it could wait. He raised his hand to touch the creek, but, upon seeing the dirt that marred it, let it fall. The chill outside was biting, so he urged them to enter the cave. Upon seeing them bring the prey inside, the creek, holding a piece of animal hide, approached to dust off the snow that clung to them. Hurry inside and wash up. I've already prepared water for you, placed on the stone table. As the creek followed the two men into the cave, she once thought it spacious, but with the entrance of the towering male beast men, it suddenly felt much less so. After they had cleaned themselves, they noticed the bamboo basin filled with an abundance of beast meat, alongside spices laid out nearby. It was clear that the creek intended to prepare roasted meat, likely driven by the intense heat from the fire pit. Changfeng and Qingtsong arranged the chopped beast meat into the pit, then hurriedly stepped aside. After a while, they observed that one side of the meat had turned a golden hue, prompting them to turn it over for further roasting. Finally, they sprinkled the spices, grabbed the bamboo basin, and used their claw-like hands to lift the roasted meat into it before bringing it out. Despite the greasy roast meat before her, the creek found little appetite. However, not wanting to worry them, she took a piece and nibbled at it slowly. Thankfully, aside from the first night upon arriving at the sacred mountain, her morning sickness had not been severe. Chafeng and Qingtsong, on the other hand, appeared genuinely ravenous, devouring their portions with gusto, their mouths glistening with grease. Even Feng Yuan, nearby, happily gnawed on a roasted beast leg. Today, the little stream is filled with joy. After a month of travel, she has finally settled down. She gently caresses her still flat abdomen, appreciating how considerate this little one has been, not causing much trouble along the journey. Longfeng notices her tender gesture and, with concern, inquires, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well again?" Smiling warmly, she replies, "No. I just feel that this little one is quite sensible, not being mischievous during our travels." Longfeng, hearing her words, beams with happiness, affirming, "Indeed, our offspring is the most intelligent and understanding." Seeing Longfeng's proud demeanor, Qingtsong feels a pang of jealousy, wishing to tease him. If it weren't for the cunning silver wolf, he muses, who knows who truly deserves to feel so triumphant. Longfeng, catching the glint of envy in Qingtsong's eyes, smiles even wider, for no matter the journey's trials, the cherished little rabbit is his, and that is what truly matters. After finishing their meal and tidying up, Xiaoxi retrieves the curtain for the cave entrance. "You too. Please create a few small holes at the top of the cave entrance. I've sewn straps onto the beast hide curtain, simply tie them to the holes you make, and then place some stones at the bottom to hold it down against the wind. In a few days, when we have time, we can craft a wooden door, which will keep us warmer." Under Xiaoxi's guidance, the two adult beast men not only hung the curtain at the cave entrance, but also draped small hides over the entrances of their 3 sleeping alcoves. This ensures that as they move about, they will not intrude upon each other's privacy, safeguarding their personal space. While it may not be soundproof, privacy remains a matter of importance. After a day of exertion, the little stream exhaled heavily, and everyone was fatigued. After washing up, they retreated to their respective little caves. Even Xiao Feng Yuan chose to sleep alone in her own cave. Changfeng, feeling delighted, reclined on the animal hide mat and extended his hand towards the newly arrived Xiaoxi, inviting her over. "Finally, I can hold you openly tonight. without sneaking around in the middle of the night to find you. Every night on the journey. As he moved that little creature, Changfeng felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing she might wake up. Xiaoxi, without pretense, nestled in Changfeng's embrace, yearning for his warmth, which was inconvenient to seek during their travels. As she lay down, Xiaoxi sensed the gentle warmth emanating from the ground, exclaiming, "How comfortable! It's just like the warm Kong at my grandmother's house." Indeed, it was warm. Otherwise, why would so many beast men come to the sacred mountain to spend the snow season? With a contented heart, Changfeng cradled Xiaoxi in his arms, pondering how best to cherish her. He alternated between planting kisses on her forehead and her lips. "Sleepy." Xiaoxi playfully punched him, prompting Changfeng to catch her fist, blowing on it gently. "Stop that. It doesn't hurt me. Be careful not to hurt your own hand." After kissing her hand, he settled down, gently patting her back. Before long, Xiaoxi's breathing became steady and rhythmic. Changfeng adjusted the animal hide to envelop her snugly, listening to her soft snores, and affectionately nuzzled her cheek before finally closing his weary eyes. As Qing Tsang entered the small cave, he found it immaculately tidy, the ground adorned with animal skin mats. A warmth enveloped his heart. For the gentle little female by the stream was the same one he had encountered in the misty forest. He reclined on the warm animal skin, draping himself with another layer, and closed his eyes with a sense of contentment, though he could not be her partner. The mere act of watching her happiness was a source of joy in itself. Feng Yuan, perhaps accustomed to solitary living or simply fatigued from the day's exertions, rolled about on the animal skin before yawning and gradually drifting into slumber. While the entrance to the main cave was shielded from much of the biting wind and snow by a curtain of animal skins, a chill still managed to seep through. However, the additional curtain at the mouth of the small cave ensured that those nestled within felt no discomfort from the cold. The sky was overcast, devoid of snow on this day. Standing on the ledge before the cave, the little stream gazed into the distance where a vast expanse of white lay before her. It had been 7 or 8 days since they arrived at the holy mountain, and upon seeing the platform buried under a mound of snow-laden prey, a profound sense of pride and satisfaction blossomed within her. A gust of cold wind swept through, causing her to shiver. Despite having donned a black down jacket retrieved from the medicinal space, the winter here surpassed her expectations of cold, which explained why even the frost-resistant beastmen chose to endure the snowy season at the holy mountain, not far from where the little stream and her companions resided. Another female stood on a ledge in a cave, casting a resentful gaze towards the direction of the little stream's home. A few days ago, Meiduo found herself feeling rather bored in her cave. Venturing out for a stroll, she stumbled upon a male carrying several fierce beasts, making his way towards another cave. Intrigued by the courage of this male, she was unexpectedly greeted by a female who claimed to be a shaman. This very Meiduo had previously invited Xiaoxi to tend to her male offspring's ailments. Unfortunately, at that time, the young male was on the brink of death, and Xiaoxi, lacking the necessary remedies, could only leave in despair. The demise of that young male was not truly Xiaoxi's fault. It was merely a consequence of Meiduo's inherently volatile nature. Thus, she unjustly attributed part of her offspring's death to Xiaoxi, deeming her incapable of saving her own child while flaunting her title as a shaman. As Meiduo gazed in the direction of Xiaoxi's abode, a peculiar smile crept upon her lips. Just yesterday, she had heard of another cave not far from her own, where a young one was suffering from diarrhea, and its family was frantically seeking a shaman to attend to its needs. The entrance to Meiduo's cave was not particularly high above the ground, about 3 to 4 meters, with several stones placed conveniently for ascent and descent. In this region, the females were generally tall. Grasping onto a protruding stone, Meiduo gradually descended. The sacred mountain, devoid of forests and grassy plains, consisted solely of black stones and soil, rendering it a place where animals seldom ventured for food, thus posing little danger. Arriving beneath the entrance of another cave, Meiduo called out, "Is anyone there?" From within the cave, a voice could be heard calling from outside. A small female, approximately 10 years of age, emerged, regarding the beautiful figure at the cave's entrance with curiosity. "You called for us. Is there something you need?" she inquired. Upon noticing the youthful female, Meiduo asked, "Where are the adults from your family? Please bring them out. I have something to convey. Yu, not wishing to intrude and anxious about her younger brother, replied, just tell me what you need. Seeing that the young female had no intention of calling for her elders, Duo felt a twinge of displeasure and considered departing. Yet, she also wished to embarrass the inept female who claimed to be a healer. Suppressing her irritation, she stated, yesterday, I saw your adults searching for someone who knows where the great healer resides. I happen to know, but if your adults are not interested, then so be it. Feigning an intention to leave, she was suddenly interrupted by Yu, who anxiously stomped her feet and called out, Don't go. I'll fetch my mother right away. With that, she dashed back into the cave. Duo, pretending to depart, smirked to herself, thinking, Now you realize the urgency of the situation since you chose not to summon your elders. Sang Yi, noticing Yu's return to the cave, inquired, Who is calling from outside? Yu responded, Mother, you must come out quickly. A female is here, claiming to know the whereabouts of the great healer. Upon hearing that someone had knowledge of the great healer's location, Sang Yi hastily placed the cub she was holding onto a hide mat and rushed outside. Mido observed a weary woman in her 30s emerge, adorned with a sardonic smile. Wasn't she the one who insisted she would not come out? Yet, upon hearing news of a powerful shaman, she hurriedly appeared. Within the cave remained only Mido and her daughter, Yu. The anxious Sang Yi, who rushed out, cautiously inquired, Do you know if a great shaman resides there? Mido glanced up at Sang Yi, who loomed above her. Were it not for the sake of her daughter's dignity, she would have refrained from divulging the shaman's whereabouts. Not wishing to engage in further conversation, she pointed to a nearby mountain and said, In that cave sheltered from the wind, a shaman resides. You may seek him out yourselves. Meanwhile, Yu sat upon a hide mat, putting the finishing touches on a long straw curtain. Upon hearing the unfamiliar voices from below their cave, she stood and stepped outside, only to find a tall male beast man gazing up at her. Did you just call out? She asked. Standing at the base of the cave, Mu's heart raced with uncertainty. He had traversed this mountain and asked several beast men dwelling in various caves, all of whom claimed ignorance regarding the presence of a great shaman in this vicinity. Could it be that they had been deceived by that woman? Yet, he dismissed the notion. She had not misled them about anything substantial. This was the last household he would inquire of in this area. Should he fail to locate the great shaman now, it would only suggest that the woman had been toying with them, and such behavior would be utterly reprehensible. Wood raised his head and was met with the sight of a young female emerging from the cave, a sense of disappointment washing over him. Typically, great shamans are male. It seemed his family had indeed been the subject of jest this time. As he saw the young female standing on the platform, he turned to enter the cave. Disregarding whether a shaman resided there, he decided to inquire first. Excuse me, do you happen to know if there is a great shaman living on this mountain? Xiaoxi was taken aback. She wondered if this male beast man had arrived here by mere chance, or if there was another reason. What do you seek a shaman for? She asked. This time, Wood was far more cautious. Standing respectfully, he replied, My young one has suffered from diarrhea and a slight fever these past few days. Now, he is so weak that he can hardly stand. Upon hearing that another young one was ill, Xiaoxi felt a surge of urgency. It was no wonder that beast cubs were so scarce in this world, given the high incidence of illness among young ones on this journey. It was hardly surprising that cubs were few on this continent. Yet, despite her concern for the ailing young one, Xiaoxi was not willing to follow a strange male beast man. Who could tell if his words were genuine or fabricated, or how he had even found this place? How do you know that a great shaman resides on this mountain? She inquired. Wood felt a surge of certainty at Xiaoxi's question. He was indeed seeking the great shaman she mentioned. He stood even straighter, his demeanor more respectful, realizing that a female had come to his family's cave to inform him of the shaman's presence. Xiaoxi pondered upon the female beings she knew who possessed medical knowledge. Aside from Xiaohua and Xiaoya, as well as Qi Xiao, who else among the females might be adept in healing? If these few were aware of her residence, they would have sought her out long ago. Even Qi Xiao would likely have urged her male counterpart to bring this individual to her. Since none of the familiar females were present, who could this stranger be? This thought further solidified Xiaoxi's resolve not to accompany the male beast man alone. Now, She needed to find a way to send him away first, allowing her to assess how to proceed. Before she could devise a plan, she saw Qingsong striding toward her, carrying his prey across the snow. Upon noticing Xiaoxi standing on the platform, he perceived her hesitation. He intended to implore her to inform the great shaman, hoping to secure his assistance for his ailing cub. However, before he could voice his request, a cold voice resonated from behind him, inquiring, "Who are you? What brings you to the base of our cave?" Turning to see a male beast man, bearing two fierce creatures on his shoulders, with cold, golden eyes fixed upon him. Mu replied, "My cub is ill. I heard that a great shaman resides here, so I came to seek his help in treating my young beast." Mu felt as if he were invisible, standing there utterly disregarded. Initially, he had intended to gather information before proceeding. Now, with Qingsong by his side, he felt reassured regarding his safety. It seemed that fate had guided him to her medicinal chamber. Healing and saving lives was indeed his responsibility. As Qingsong entered the cave, he observed Xiaoxi tidying up medicinal herbs and placing them into a beast skin satchel. "Are you going to attend to that young beast's ailments?" he inquired. After Xiaoxi secured her satchel, the pair exited the cave. Qingsong supported Xiaoxi under her arm and leaped down. Ever since he realized they could never be companions, he refrained from any intimate gestures towards her. A decision that secretly relieved Xiaoxi. "Let us be on our way," Xiaoxi remarked, noticing Mu hesitating in place. "If your young one is not in urgent need of treatment, then so be it. I am not one to impose my assistance upon those who do not desire it." She turned, ready for Qingsong to escort her upward. "No. Wait. I shall take you to my home right away," Mu finally declared, no longer hesitating as he hastily led Xiaoxi and Qingsong towards his residence. Upon reaching the entrance of Mu's cave, Qingsong guided Xiaoxi inside. Perhaps the noise had alerted those within, for two tall male beast men emerged from the depths of the cave. Mu nodded respectfully, and the pair stepped aside to grant them passage. Inside the cave, Xiaoxi beheld a woman in her 30s and a young girl of about 10 standing with deference. With a warm smile, Xiaoxi greeted them. "Where is the young one? Please take me to see her." Upon witnessing Xiaoxi's gentle demeanor, Sang Yi felt a wave of relief wash over her. The renowned shaman she occasionally encountered often exuded an air of superiority, yet this particular healer was surprisingly amiable. Although uncertain of her medical skills, she is a female, and as long as she is willing to treat her young, gratitude should fill her heart. The little stream was led by the mulberry leaves into a small cave, where a tiny figure lay upon a firm mat. This was my young one, suffering from diarrhea for 3 days and now exhibiting a slight fever. The little stream crouched down, observing the child, who appeared to be around 2 or 3 years old. With a pale complexion and tightly shut eyes, furrowing her delicate brows, she reached out to touch the young one's forehead, and as she did so, the previously closed eyes fluttered open weakly. The child gazed curiously at the unfamiliar little stream, pouting and seemingly on the verge of tears. Shifting her head, she caught sight of the mulberry leaves behind the little stream and called out for her mother, extending her hands, yearning to be held. The mulberry leaves, filled with tears at the sight of her frail offspring, crouched beside her. With the presence of her mother, the young one ceased her cries, prompting the little stream to conduct a simple examination. It revealed that the child was merely suffering from ordinary diarrhea, exacerbated by a lack of treatment over the past few days, resulting in a lowered immunity and fever. Thus, she retrieved some herbs for treating diarrhea from her fur pouch. "Who will take note of how to prepare this herbal remedy?" she inquired. Mu stepped forward, having just emerged from his astonishment. He had never anticipated that this seemingly delicate female was indeed the great shaman. Fortuitously, he had refrained from uttering any imprudent words that might have offended the esteemed healer. Xiaoxi carefully selected the medicinal herbs in her hands while conversing with Mu, who stood before her. "These herbs are effective for treating diarrhea. Boil 3 bowls of water down to 1, and after allowing it to cool, administer it. Additionally, for the next few days, refrain from giving the child any greasy foods. Try to provide him with soft, easily digestible meals." After imparting her advice, Xiaoxi handed the herbs to Mu, suddenly recalling that they might not possess a pot for boiling the medicine. "What do you use to brew the medicine?" she inquired. Mu replied, "What else would we use? We brought a small stone pot from home. It will suffice for brewing the medicine." In a pinch, using a stone pot for this purpose is indeed feasible, although the absence of a lid may diminish the potency of the concoction. As for their unfamiliarity with such a medicinal pot, it was hardly remarkable. After all, she was not a renowned healer. The family of the young one was genuinely taken aback, not expecting this female shaman to be so approachable and willing to lend her belongings. Senji, cradling the young one, continually expressed gratitude, while the three males promptly bowed to Xiaoxi, thanking her for her assistance to their family. Xiaoxi was no stranger to such gestures of respect. Having saved the mother and daughter of the Grass clan, both Xiaoshu and Daju frequently offered her similar bows upon encountering her. Yet, she still felt somewhat unaccustomed to it, prompting her to be the first to exit the cave. Qingtsong followed closely behind her, accompanied by Mu's family. Xiaoxi halted Senji, who was holding the young one. "It's chilly outside. You should stay in with the child to avoid catching a cold from the wind." On a rocky ledge not far from the Mu family, Meiduo coldly observed Xiaoxi and the others. A female devoid of true skill, parading as a high-ranking shaman, was utterly laughable. Xiaoxi was led by Qingtsong to the platform in front of her cave. They did not invite Mu to join them. Xiaoxi entered the cave to retrieve antipyretics and a medicinal jar from the apothecary space. After they left, Qingtsong examined the area, ensuring no other beastmen had visited. If any had, their scent would linger. After a thorough inspection, he detected no trace of other beastmen and thus stood by the cave entrance, awaiting Xiaoxi's return. Mu, stationed at the base of Xiaoxi's cave, curiously regarded Qingtsong. He sensed another male's aura on the petite female shaman, distinct from the scent of the male standing on the stone ledge. Could this be the shaman's half-brother? As Mu pondered these thoughts, Qingtsong approached him, adhering to Xiaoxi's instructions. He carefully produced a small pouch made of beast hide containing a powder and handed it to Mu, stating that it was the antipyretic. He advised Mu to dissolve the medicine in half a bowl of warm water and administer it to the cub. Qingtsong then offered him the medicinal jar, cautioning him to handle it with care to avoid breaking it. Once he had conveyed his instructions, Qingtsong fixed a cold stare upon Mu, having delivered Xiaoxi's message. Why was this individual still lingering? He was eager to venture into the forest to procure game. Qingtsong inquired, "Why have you not yet departed?" It was only then that Mu realized the other party had finished speaking. The cold, piercing gaze was not meant to instill fear in him, causing him to sweat profusely in the frigid weather, nor had he unwittingly offended this formidable male. All right, I shall take my leave now," he stammered. Qingtsong sprinted into the forest, where he spotted Feng Yuan resting beside a prey that loomed like a small mountain. Chang Feng was not present, likely still engaged in the hunt. Since witnessing Chang Feng's prowess in capturing prey, Feng Yuan had successfully transformed from a mere admirer to another devoted follower, aside from Ling. Previously, in his quest for more of Xiaoxi's attention, Feng Yuan had harbored disdain for Chang Feng. However, now, observing his valor during the hunt, the admiration in Feng Yuan's gaze could illuminate the cave. Qingtsong paid no heed to the little fellow, whose head was filled with admiration. Without uttering a word, he hoisted the prey and departed, ignoring the boy's animated complaints trailing behind him. This year, with Xiaoxi expecting offspring, he needed to gather a greater supply of food. He could endure hunger himself, but he could not allow the little rabbit to go without its share. At present, Chang Feng's heart and mind were solely focused on his little rabbit, for every beastman knew that no matter how many provisions one prepared, it would never suffice for the length of the impending snowy season. Once the heavy snow sealed the mountains, the animals would vanish, leaving the hunters unable to capture even a single prey. To avoid starvation during the snow season, the males could only manage to eat a meager half-full meal each day. In families where prey was scarce before the onset of winter, even a half-full meal became a distant luxury. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi sat upon the animal skin mat in the cave, diligently finishing the final touches on the thatched curtain that Mu had interrupted. Contemplating the completion of the thatched curtain, she resolved to delve into her medicinal space and retrieve some old garments she had previously worn, in order to craft a few outfits for the little one nestled within her womb. Xiaoxi gently caressed her abdomen, uncertain whether the offspring inside was a female or male cub, though male cubs are born in their beast form. Having traversed into this Orcish realm necessitated her acceptance of all that it entailed. Regardless of what emerged, it would be her precious treasure, and her affection would remain undiminished. In the midst of the wintry season, the morning air sliced against her face like a blade, the biting cold accompanied by cascading snowflakes that danced like delicate white butterflies. Standing upon the platform at the entrance of the cave, Xiaoxi bid farewell to Changfeng, Qingtsong, and Feng Yuan as they braved the snowstorm to continue their hunt. They planned to pile their catch high and secure it with heavy stones to prevent it from being easily pilfered by famished creatures during the snow season, ensuring that their household would not suffer hunger. Xiaoxi reflected on their time at the sacred mountain, which had surpassed 20 days. The little cub she had once treated now thrived with vitality. Following the recovery of the male cub, the male from the Senji family presented her with a substantial game as a token of gratitude for her healing efforts. Although she had no need for the game, she graciously accepted it, understanding that only through giving would they learn to cherish and subsequently care for their young ones with greater diligence. Over the past 20 days, Orcs had gradually sought her expertise to treat their own cubs or females afflicted with various ailments. To remedy these ailments, Xiaoxi predominantly employs herbal medicine. Although her apothecary possesses a supply of Western pharmaceuticals, which can be replicated and tend to yield quicker results, she refrains from fostering a dependency on such medications among the Orcs. She is acutely aware that one day she will age, and with her, her apothecary will fade into oblivion. Thus, she reserves the use of Western medicine solely for unavoidable circumstances when treating her patients. This world is replete with a plethora of herbal remedies. During her recent excursion to gather herbs with Changfeng and Xiaya, she discovered that many of the local herbs bear a striking resemblance to those from her previous life. In the future, when conditions permit, she intends to impart the knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine to the Orcs endowed with a natural affinity for it, ensuring that they will no longer lack healers to attend to their ailments. Xiaoxi tenderly caressed her slightly protruding abdomen, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she pondered the peculiarities of this world. Just days prior, she had conducted a checkup for a female on the verge of giving birth and learned that gestation in this realm lasts a mere 6.5 months. Turning around, she beheld the cave, now fitted with a wooden door, and parted the long-haired grass curtain to step inside. Unlike other caves, which might only be shielded by a single hide, this one had grown considerably warmer, with the wooden door in place, and the entrance further cloaked by a curtain woven from grass and animal hides. The cave frequently illuminated by moonstones. Xiaoxi found that their dwelling bore a remarkable resemblance to the heated apartments of her former life. Settling onto a hide mat, she retrieved some old garments from her space, fashioning a small swaddle for her unborn cub, along with several unfinished pieces of clothing. The small quilt contained the cotton fluff that she and Changfeng had gathered by the riverside and hillside of the misty great forest. She neatly folded the freshly made quilt and set it aside, then picked up several cut pieces of fabric to begin stitching with a bone needle. Reflecting on the relentless snowfall over the past 10 days, which had now accumulated to their knees, it was no wonder they mentioned that by the end of the snow season, it would reach her chest. Changfeng and Qingtsong traversed the forest, while Feng Yuan soared through the sky, transforming into a majestic rock. This was the reason they had managed to capture such an abundance of game over the past 20 days. Not only were Changfeng and Qingtsong formidable in their beastly forms, displaying exceptional prowess in hunting, but with Feng Yuan as their aerial scout, it became increasingly challenging to find animals on land. Whenever they spotted prey, they had never allowed it to escape. At that moment, Feng Yuan circled in the sky, indicating he had detected a target nearby. Changfeng and Qingtsong swiftly raced in that direction, and indeed, they stumbled upon a massive toothsome beast, which was still clutching a freshly killed Lulu beast in its jaws. The sight of the Lulu beast sparked joy in Changfeng's heart, causing his lips to curve into a smile. This tender meat would provide several meals for his little rabbit, a thought that delighted him immensely. Although they had already captured many Lulu beasts on the cave platform, Feng remained concerned about their food supply during such a prolonged snow season. In his excitement, he did not wait for Song to take action. Instead, he lunged forward. The toothsome beast sensed danger and bolted away, dropping the Lulu beast it had been grasping in its mouth. After all, animals are not foolish creatures, standing idly by for you to catch them. Large and ferocious beasts require the collaboration of several beastmen to capture without sustaining injuries. It is quite remarkable that Long Feng and his companions, consisting of merely 2 adult males and a small one, managed to secure such an abundance of prey each day, a feat not every beastman household can achieve. Song observed that not only was the platform piled high, but the stone walls of the cave, though not completely filled, were also quite brimming with their catch. It seems that despite the males not being fully satiated this snowy season, they should have no trouble enduring the prolonged winter. Once they had stored their prey in the cave, the little stream began to meticulously break down the game they had prepared before leaving, cutting it into pieces. Long Feng, Song, and Feng Yuan exchanged glances, all sporting sly smiles, while the little one made a playful face, just as she picked up a fruit knife to continue slicing the meat. Long Feng deftly intercepted the blade, saying, "You should take a break. I will handle the rest." The little stream conceded without resistance, settling onto a nearby stone stool to observe their efforts. Song placed the cut meat into a bamboo basin and arranged it by the fire pit for roasting. Although the rice was a bit sweet, it made for a delightful porridge. She gently ruffled Feng Yuan's hair beside her, advising, "Make sure to drink plenty this evening, so our little Feng Yuan doesn't suffer from a stomachache due to the greasy food." This concern stemmed from a recent night when Feng Yuan, having overeaten roasted meat, had sought her out in the middle of the night, complaining of a stomachache. The little stream had to offer him a few words of comfort. Since then, every evening, Xiaoxi would allow him to consume some soft food before indulging in roasted meat, ensuring his stomach would not be overly burdened. During dinner, she ladled a bowl of sweet rice porridge with meat and mushrooms for everyone, encouraging them to sip the thin porridge before relishing the roasted meat, thus providing some comfort to their stomachs. Xiaoxi glanced around, and the several males in the household promptly lifted their bowls to drink. It seemed they were silently communicating. "Do not feign pity. You should be grateful. Had there been wild vegetables available, Xiaoxi would have prepared them a dish, alleviating the monotony of their diet, which consisted solely of roasted meat that could lead to heatiness." With a sense of satisfaction, she remarked, "Our little Feng Yuan is quite obedient." Finishing his bowl of porridge so swiftly, Feng Yuan basked in his sister's praise, yet he also received scornful glances from those around him. The little one was adept at winning Xiaoxi's favor, had it not been for his midnight stomachache last time. They would not have been subjected to the nightly ritual of sweet, sticky porridge. The 2 males, frustrated yet silent, had no choice but to finish their bowls of porridge in a few large gulps before hastily stuffing roasted meat into their mouths. For roasted meat remained the most palatable option for those accustomed to a carnivorous diet. Xiaoxi paid them no mind. As long as they consumed a bowl of porridge to warm their stomachs, she secretly hoped they would eat more, ensuring they would possess robust health throughout the snowy season. After the meal, she tidied up and retrieved a dozen rectangular wooden pieces from her cave, which she had asked Song to craft while making the cave door a few days prior. Upon hearing the delightful sounds emanating from Feng Yuan, who was frolicking within the cave after their meal, Song paused, resting his arms upon the stone table, eagerly anticipating the unfolding amusement. He noticed that the object in Xiaoxi's hand was none other than the wooden pieces he had crafted for her a few days prior. It was hard to fathom how they could serve as a source of entertainment. One by one, Xiaoxi flipped the wooden pieces, each adorned with designs made from charred twigs. A rendition echoing the contemporary playing cards, albeit rendered in somber shades of black and gray. As she observed the trio of curious gazes fixed upon her, a triumphant smile graced Xiaoxi's face. It appeared she was poised to reign supreme in this cavernous realm that evening. Thus, she imparted the rules of the card game to them, noting that while Feng Yuan appeared somewhat bewildered, both Chong Feng and Song exhibited a budding eagerness to engage. With that, Xiaoxi shuffled the wooden cards and commenced dealing, the stakes being that the loser would provide for the winner. Initially, Changfeng and Qingtsong struggled to grasp the nuances of the game. Xiaoxi relished in her victories, delightfully playing the role of the dominant contender, reveling in the offerings from her two companions. Beside her stood a cheerleader, who, with every win, would exuberantly exclaim, "Sister, you are truly remarkable. You are the best." Though her triumph over Changfeng and Qingtsong was not due to superior intellect, but rather their novice engagement, Xiaoxi still found immense joy in Feng Yuan's youthful cheers. Observing Xiaoxi's childlike glee brought smiles to the faces of both Changfeng and Qingtsong, as they too felt a sense of ease and contentment. Xiaoxi was well aware that her victories were not guaranteed, yet sometimes people indulge in delightful ignorance. The card games she organized were merely a means to alleviate the evening's monotony. As long as everyone felt a semblance of joy, her efforts were not in vain. She aimed to provide warmth and a sense of home to these male orcs who had never known familial affection. Outside the cave, the biting wind howled, while within, warmth enveloped them. Noticing Feng Yuan yawn, Xiaoxi declared, "Tonight, I shall cease my winning streak here. Tomorrow, I shall continue to triumph over you all." With her head held high, she cast a proud glance at Changfeng and Qingtsong, who merely exchanged amused smiles and shook their heads, disregarding the boastful little rabbit. Xiaoxi assumed their reactions stemmed from envy of her victorious evening and, with her chin up, proceeded to fetch water to wash up before bed. Changfeng lay on the animal hide mat, cradling Xiaoxi as he gently caressed her slightly rounded belly, feeling the small life within, a continuation of his existence. The thought filled him with excitement. Cast out by his family during his infancy, he had strived tirelessly to acquire various skills for survival. Enduring the bullying of powerful orcs, he had transformed. The once cowardly creature who had been preyed upon was now the one who had become a formidable force, reducing those who once tormented him to mere remnants in the jaws of ferocious beasts. Now, with a partner by his side and the prospect of their own offspring on the horizon, the azure depths of his eyes shimmered with emotion. He tightened his embrace around his slumbering beloved, placing a tender kiss upon the crown of Xiaoxi's head. Here, he vowed to protect for a lifetime the ones he cherished most dearly. In another small cave, Qingtsong reclined on a hide mat, listening to the howling cold wind outside. This year's snow season was the most joyful and warmest he had experienced in many years. In the past, he had always ventured alone to the sacred mountain, finding a cave to reside in haphazardly, catching just enough game to sustain himself, with little thought for anything else. No one cared for him, nor did he have anyone to care for, thus he drifted through each winter season in a daze. Now, however, his heart was filled with the presence of a little stream, the young creature Feng Yuan, and that cunning wolf beast man. This was indeed a blessing, for his strength would better protect the little stream, allowing her to thrive in this harsh world of beast men. Qingtsong was thoroughly content with his current life. Although he could not unite with the little stream as a partner, being family was still a cherished bond. He closed his eyes, preparing for slumber, only to be interrupted by what seemed to be the distant shouts of beast men carried by the wind. However, he dismissed it, thinking perhaps he had misheard. It was not until someone forcefully pounded on the wooden door of his cave that he realized there was indeed someone outside calling out. Qingtsong emerged from his small cave, noticing that Changfeng had already stepped outside. The two shared a silent understanding as they walked towards the cave entrance. The person outside was unaware that the inhabitants within had already awakened, continuing to knock desperately. This noise displeased both Changfeng and Qingtsong, as they wished to avoid disturbing the female and the young ones inside. Changfeng swung open the wooden door, his deep-set gaze fixating coldly on the male beast man who had been knocking. His sharp wolf-like eyes narrowed slightly, exuding an air of danger. The cold wind whispered ominously, "You had better have a compelling reason to knock on my door, otherwise." Though the remainder of the statement remained unspoken, the male at the door understood the gravity of the situation. Long Feng, burdened by the weight of his concern, trudged forward, braving the biting cold and the icy snow, with the male orc who had knocked on their door trailing behind. This orc was the mate of the pregnant female he had assisted in checking the fetal position just days prior. Logically, the The female was not due to give birth for some time. However, earlier that evening, she had slipped on the icy platform outside their cave. Initially, she felt only a slight discomfort, and everyone believed the time of her labor was still distant. Yet, as night fell, her pain intensified, prompting a hurried request for Xiaoxi's assistance. Xiaoxi was clad in a black down coat retrieved from the medical supplies, with Longfeng's fur attire draped over it, and a self-crafted fur hat adorning her head. Despite this, the cold wind continued to seep into her collar. She pressed her face closer to Longfeng's back, her hands tucked securely within the sleeves of her coat, clinging tightly to his neck. In truth, their home was not far from the cave of the pregnant female, but the heavy snowfall had obscured the rocky path. Longfeng, cautious of Xiaoxi's footing, maintained a deliberate and steady pace. Upon arriving at the cave, the guiding male orc parted the fur curtain of his home, and they entered, only to be greeted by the sound of the female's agonized moans echoing within the small cave. Xiaoxi stepped inside, while Longfeng remained at the entrance of the main cave, refraining from following her in. The female, lying on a pelt in discomfort, remained silent upon seeing the arrival of Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi approached the expectant mother, crouching down to examine her abdomen. The fetus was still approximately 2 weeks away from its due date, yet due to a recent fall, signs of premature labor had already begun to manifest. As Xiaoxi gently palpated the position of the fetus, she noted that it had not fully descended into the pelvis. Given the intensity of the pain at this stage, it seemed imperative to administer labor-inducing herbs. Rising to her feet, Xiaoxi stepped outside to retrieve a pouch of medicinal herbs from Changfeng. After hearing the details of the female's fall from the beast men who had summoned her, she had prepared the necessary ingredients, including the labor-inducing herbs. Upon extracting the herbs, she turned to the beast man who had accompanied them and inquired, "Where's the medicine jar I asked you to bring?" The beast man promptly grasped a jar set aside and replied, "Here it is, esteemed healer." Aware that the delivery process would likely be prolonged, Xiaoxi requested a pelt from the beast man and laid it down in a suitable area of the main cave, allowing herself a moment to rest and conserve her strength, as she too was with child and needed to be prepared to assist the laboring female. Addressing the beast man carrying the jar of herbs, Xiaoxi advised, "It would be beneficial for your partner to move around a bit. This will facilitate the fetus's descent into the pelvis, making the delivery smoother." However, the female within suddenly began to protest, vehemently refusing to allow Xiaoxi to assist with her delivery for reasons unknown. Unaware of what the male within had uttered, the pregnant female raised her voice in a fervent outcry. I had already heard that the female outside was by no means a healer. She had once treated a male cub suffering from diarrhea on her journey to the sacred mountain, but to no avail. Longfeng, seated upon the stone pedestal in the main cave, had already caught wind of the altercation inside, his expression darkening. However, observing that his beloved little rabbit remained unmoved, he furrowed his brow and lowered his gaze to conceal the penetrating chill emanating from his sharp eyes. Fortunately, the medicine had not been steeped in water. Otherwise, it would have been a true waste. Upon hearing Xiaoxi's words, Longfeng's gloomy countenance finally softened. Although his little rabbit appeared gentle, she was indeed a creature with her own principles. Since they were so disdainful and unwilling, there was no need for them to desperately seek their favor. Having once been a fool who perished for the sake of being overly kind in a past life, it would be sheer folly if she failed to learn to uphold her boundaries in this lifetime. Xiaoxi and Longfeng exited the orc's cave. As Longfeng cradled Xiaoxi, preparing to leap from the platform at the cave's entrance, the male orc who had followed them out spoke softly, "I apologize. This is not what we desired. My partner has a volatile temperament, and if her wishes are not met, I dread to think of the chaos that might ensue." Longfeng regarded the male orc, who appeared troubled and at a loss for words, and, without uttering a reply, he jumped down from the platform, holding Xiaoxi tightly in his embrace as the biting wind and swirling snow assaulted their faces. He hurriedly made his way back to their own cave. The brook nestled her face tightly against Changfeng's chest, the rhythmic thumping of his heart resonating steadily and profoundly, accompanied by a wave of warmth that emanated from him. She gently rubbed her small face against his chest. Changfeng, feeling the movement of the brook in his embrace, experienced a surge of warmth in his heart, dispelling the chill that enveloped the night. Qingtian had not slept since their departure. Hearing commotion outside the cave, he hurriedly emerged and opened the wooden door, only to find that Changfeng and the brook had returned to the shelter. The brook cast a glance at Changfeng, sensing that his petty nature had resurfaced. It was merely a female from another clan who had heard somewhere that she had once treated a male cub suffering from dysentery during their journey. Unaware of the full context, she only knew that the cub had ultimately perished, leading her to mistakenly believe that the brook lacked the necessary skills, insisting instead that her male seek out a more capable shaman. Upon hearing Changfeng's words, Qingtian's expression darkened. If they did not wish for their assistance, so be it. The brook was also carrying a cub and lacked the energy to help. It was best for Changfeng to ensure that the brook rested early. As dawn broke, the biting wind howled, and the heavy snowfall showed no signs of abating. Within the cave, illuminated by the radiant moonstone as bright as day, a female in the throes of labor lay feebly on a firm mat, unable to utter a sound. A charming female shaman urged her to summon her strength, believing that in the next moment, a cub might be born. Yet, despite her fervent cries, she could not rouse the already unconscious female in labor. If Changfeng were present, he would instantly recognize that this female rabbit beast was the one who had drugged him. The male, standing in the main cave with a countenance dark and sinister, was none other than the white dragon beast man, by Han, who had attacked him that fateful day. Huazhu gazed at the unconscious female, a sense of panic rising within her. How could one give birth when in such a state of insensibility? At that moment, she was filled with trepidation and reconsideration. Initially, she had inadvertently discovered the female living next door, named Meiduo. Every time that wretched person, Xiaoxi, passed by her cave on her way to treat the neighboring younglings, she would display a countenance full of ire. Through her deliberate approach and understanding, Huazhu learned the reason behind Meiduo's resentment towards Xiaoxi. It stemmed from the severe diarrhea afflicting her young. Meiduo lamented that no herbs had been prescribed by the healer. Consequently, her young had perished, yet she sought to blame others. It seemed prudent for Huazhu to refrain from offering her services to this family, lest she inadvertently offend them. Nevertheless, upon discovering that Meiduo's animosity was directed towards Xiaoxi, Huazhu felt a spark of delight. Thus, under her subtle instigation, she was surprised to find that this impetuous and thoughtless female actually spread rumors that Xiaoxi was a false healer, responsible for the demise of young ones. In passing, Meiduo also extolled Huazhu's medical skills. To her astonishment, her first endeavor had led her to encounter such a perilous birthing situation. As she observed the female's breathing grow faint, Huazhu, her complexion pale, turned to the male beastman beside her and said, "I have done all I can. Your partner's young is not yet full term. It is simply impossible for her to give birth under these circumstances." After speaking, he picked up the beast's skin bag he had brought and exited the small cave, preparing to depart with by Han from the Orcs' dwelling. Upon seeing their partner in a pitiful state and noticing the two culprits who had just left the cave, the 5 male orcs, their eyes ablaze with fury, rushed out, transforming into their beast forms to block the path of the two orcs residing in nearby caves. Hearing the roars of their enraged kin, emerged from their abodes to ascertain the cause of the commotion. Typically, the orc families in the vicinity were tightly knit, ensuring that their provisions were safeguarded from potential raiders. 2 neighboring male orcs approached the male of the female who had just given birth and inquired about the situation. Among them, an elder male orc shook his head and remarked, "How could you be so foolish? The female shaman residing on our mountain has healed many of our females and young ones. Why do you choose to trust this outsider instead?" The aged male orc sighed in resignation, fully aware of the high standing of the great shaman. It was a perilous move to offend her. Observing the distressed young males before him, the middle-aged orc felt a pang of compassion for their imminent loss, both their partner and their offspring. Thus, he summoned the orc families around them, hoping to invite the great shaman once more to assist the female in her labor. The flower bamboo, ignored by others, was fuming with rage, yet she dared not confront the spirit wolf beast man, Changfeng, whom she both adored and detested. In a fit of anger, she hastily escaped with Bai Han while no one was paying attention, since they all resided on the mountain. Most of the beastmen did not hesitate and followed the elder to the cave beneath Xiaoxi's home. Just as Xiaoxi and her family had risen and completed their morning rituals, preparing to make breakfast, they were startled by the commotion emanating from beneath their cave. What could possibly be happening? Why were there so many beastmen gathered below their abode? They had done nothing to incur the wrath of the crowd. Among the 5 male beastmen from the family with a pregnant female, 3 had come, with 2 remaining in the cave to care for the expectant female. The 3 beastmen knelt before Xiaoxi's cave, while the others bowed deeply. The elder, who appeared somewhat advanced in years, spoke. These young male beastmen acted thoughtlessly and offended the great shaman. We implore the shaman's mercy to save their partner once more. Upon hearing the words of the middle-aged beast man, Xiaoxi finally understood the reason for their presence beneath her cave. She considered that even if she did not intervene, as long as the shaman they had summoned possessed the necessary herbs for childbirth, the female should have been able to deliver her young without issue. Yet, why had she not given birth by now? A sense of foreboding gripped Xiaoxi's heart at the thought. After such a prolonged period, the health of the expectant female was likely deteriorating. The brook did not feign modesty or adopt an air of superiority. Entering the cave, she gathered the necessary items and retrieved a selection of essential medical supplies from her medicinal chamber, placing them into a leather pouch in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. Outside, a throng of orcs awaited with eager gazes fixed upon the entrance of the cave. At last, the curtain was drawn aside once more, and the brook emerged, her leather pouch bulging, while the long wind, with a grim expression, lifted her and leaped down from the cave. Qing Tsang instructed Feng Yuan to keep a vigilant watch over the home, feeling uneasy himself as he followed. The brook addressed the assembly of male orcs, inquiring if anyone had diligent female companions available to assist. She hoped for females akin to the clever, composed, and steady Xiaohua. Shortly after she entered the cave of the birthing females, 3 willing females arrived to lend their aid. As they entered, they were startled to see the seemingly lifeless offspring of a female sprawled upon a leather mat. They wondered how such a birthing female could still deliver a cub under these circumstances. Hearing the commotion, the brook looked up and smiled at them, instructing, "Please step outside for a moment. I shall call for you when your assistance is needed." The visiting females smiled back, affirming, "Of course, we will heed your words. Call upon us whenever you require our help." With that, they exited. The brook then turned her attention back to the unconscious birthing female and retrieved the silver needles she had prepared, proceeding to administer acupuncture at specific points on her body. The small den designated for slumber was scarcely spacious, with only the male orc who had been invited the previous night remaining inside. He observed as the delicate stream held a glimmering long needle, poised to pierce the lips of his unconscious mate, yet he refrained from uttering a word. His lips pressed together in restraint. The obstinate female, who had lapsed into unconsciousness, gradually awakened under the gentle ministrations of the stream's acupuncture. The male, witnessing the revival of his long unconscious partner, cast an admiring glance toward the stream. Upon opening her eyes, the female beheld the very stream she had previously dismissed. Struggling against the situation, she attempted to turn away, but her partner firmly redirected her gaze back to him. This was the first time she had seen her male counterpart regard her with such an intense and stern expression. "If you continue to be willful, I shall compel the shaman to perform a cesarean, extracting the offspring directly, and your survival will rest upon the blessings of the beast god." These words utterly subdued the defiant female and garnered a newfound respect from the stream towards the male orc. It was likely that he feared the effort of summoning help would be rendered futile by his partner's thoughtless behavior. The stream smiled softly, unperturbed by such concerns. Her purpose was to save, and the identity of those she aided mattered little to her. With the awakening of the female, matters became more manageable. She had discerned that the fetus had already descended into the pelvic cavity, and the delay in birth was simply due to the cervix not being fully dilated. Stepping outside, She approached another male orc of the household and inquired, "Have you prepared the medicine as instructed?" The stream nodded affirmatively to the orc. She turned around to glance at Changfeng and Qingtsong, who sat beside her on a stone pedestal with solemn expressions. She smiled faintly at them, aware that the two males were still harboring resentment over the incident where her family had invited her and subsequently sent her away. Choosing to disregard them, she engaged in conversation with the three females across from her who had come to assist. Xiaoxi observed one particularly strong female and said, "In a while, we will enter. You will support her upper body to prevent her from moving erratically, while you two on either side will help stabilize her bent legs to keep her from kicking." The three astute females nodded in agreement. Xiaoxi discerned that the female inside, who was in labor, was exceptionally headstrong, despite the male's harsh words. They could not truly harm her during this vulnerable moment. At that moment, the orc who was brewing medicine approached with a stone bowl filled with a dark concoction. Xiaoxi instructed him to allow it to cool before administering it to his mate. Shortly after consuming the labor-inducing potion, the female's contractions intensified, and her cries grew louder. Xiaoxi retrieved the ginseng she had previously used for Qingqiao from her leather pouch, sliced 2 pieces, and held them in her mouth without swallowing. Once inside the small cave, she approached the laboring female, placing the ginseng slices in her mouth. It remained unclear what the males conversed about after Xiaoxi left, but they seemed to acknowledge her instructions with nods. Xiaoxi paid little attention to their exchange. What mattered was that the female understood she was in labor, and whether she would successfully deliver her offspring depended on her willingness to cooperate. The effects of the inducing potion had taken hold, and the cervix was now ready for delivery. The ginseng placed in her mouth rejuvenated the female's strength during labor. Following her previous plan, Xiaoxi summoned the 3 eagerly awaiting females from outside. Upon witnessing the arrival of these 3 helpers, the male orc felt utterly redundant and retreated to the cave's entrance, observing their diligent efforts. Meanwhile, several male orcs outside anxiously awaited, their tension palpable as they heard the anguished cries emanating from within. Not only were the orcs on edge, but even Changfeng and Qingtsong, who had accompanied them, clenched their fists tightly. Their concern was not solely for the family's female, but also for the fact that Xiaoxi herself was with child. Unable to bear the anxiety any longer, Changfeng stepped outside, followed closely by Qingtsong, who joined him on the platform before the cave. The two exchanged a glance, then averted their eyes in silence. The labor persisted until midday, culminating in the faint cries of a newborn beastling. The female who had given birth fainted once more, and Xiaoxi carefully washed the newborn with warm water she had prepared in advance, wrapping the little beastling in a clean hide before handing it to a nearby male orc. It was a male cub, frail due to its premature birth, and she cautioned them to ensure it stayed warm. Turning back, Xiaoxi proceeded to attend to the unconscious female, managing the remnants of her labor. The 3 females standing aside gazed in astonishment as Xiaoxi meticulously cleared the bodily remnants of the birthing process. Each of them had given birth themselves, but had never realized such care was necessary afterward. Moreover, Xiaoxi had not only revived the near-lifeless mother, but had also facilitated the successful delivery of her offspring. After ensuring everything was in order, Xiaoxi emerged from the small cave. Outside, several male orcs from the household were already aware that their companion had safely given birth. Each of them bowed sincerely to Xiaoxi, and one particularly robust male orc expressed, "Thank you, great shaman, for saving our companion and her young. Should you ever require our assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Xiaoxi nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from discussing any form of recompense, and instead stated, "Your companion has sustained injuries during the birthing process. You must care for her diligently, as neglect may adversely affect her future fertility." Upon hearing that their companion's premature delivery could have such severe repercussions, their expressions turned grave. Yet they nodded in agreement to Xiaoxi's counsel. Pondering for a moment, Xiaoxi recalled that although females in this world do not experience monthly menstruation, they still undergo postpartum discharge. She retrieved a herbal remedy akin to motherwort from her animal skin pouch and handed it to one of the orcs, instructing, "Divide this herb into 3 portions. Brew each portion for 3 meals, and have your companion consume it. This will expedite the expulsion of the retained blood from her body. Though she felt somewhat awkward addressing the males in this manner, her role as a healer necessitated clear communication, opting for the term retained blood that they could comprehend instead of the more specific term for postpartum discharge. In the coming days, if you have any sharp-toothed beasts at home, prepare a broth for her with a modest amount of salt. This will facilitate milk production for your female, ensuring the young ones are well fed. A few male orcs nodded eagerly, for this matter pertained to the sustenance of their own younglings. They were certain to comply. If they lacked provisions, they could always barter their catch for delicacies from others. Qing Tsang seized the beast skin pouch they had brought, while Chang Feng cradled the weary little stream in his arms as they exited the cavern, followed closely by the orc who had accompanied them, expressing words of gratitude. Chang Feng opened his beast skin attire, wrapping the little stream against his chest, shielding the delicate creature from the biting cold wind. He leapt down from the orc's cave and, braving the swirling snowflakes, made his way toward his own dwelling. Upon entering his cave, Feng Yuan rushed towards him, grasping his hand. "Sister, why were you gone for so long?" The little stream nudged Chang Feng, signaling him to set her down, but he paid her no mind, instead gently placing her onto the beast skin mat within the small cave. "Rest for a moment. I shall prepare something for you to eat." He took little Feng Yuan, who wished to stay, along with him as he left. The little stream, having not eaten since morning, felt a pang of hunger. Given that there was a male so attentive to her needs, she decided to embrace his warmth and care. Lying on the beast skin mat, she initially intended to rest briefly, but unexpectedly drifted into slumber. When Chang Feng returned with a bamboo cup of warm water, he found the little stream fast asleep. He placed the water on a stone ledge against the wall and quietly exited the cave, contemplating that the little stream, now with child, had missed breakfast today due to his urgency in assisting the female with her delivery. He had also soaked some dried mushrooms, recalling the last time he made soup by the stream when he had added several slices of that herb known as ginseng. He retrieved it and sliced 4 or 5 pieces, preparing to add them to the broth shortly. As Chang Feng turned around with the freshly brewed meat soup, he noticed that Xiaoxi had just awakened. "Just in time. Come and sit. I've made your favorite soup," he said. Xiaoxi felt a wave of sweetness in her heart. How fortunate she was to encounter such a caring partner in this new life. She obediently sat by the stone table, awaiting the meal. Feng Yuan, seeing Xiaoxi awake, exclaimed, "Sister, come over quickly. The brothers have made so many delicious dishes today." Xiaoxi smiled as she approached and affectionately ruffled Feng Yuan's hair, calling him a little glutton. Feng Yuan, patting his stomach, looked at Xiaoxi with a hint of grievance and said, "I didn't eat breakfast, and now I'm hungry." Xiaoxi replied, "Well then, little one, you can have a bit more later." Qing Song and Chang Feng brought forth the roasted beast meat and the ginseng mushroom soup, and everyone finally gathered around the stone table to begin their meal. It was evident that Feng Yuan was genuinely hungry, as he devoured a large piece of roasted meat ravenously, only to choke on it moments later. Xiaoxi gently patted his back and offered him a bowl of meat soup, saying, "Drink some soup to help it go down." Nevertheless, they adhered to the Orcish custom of consuming only 2 meals a day, with the exception of an additional meal provided for Xiaoxi at noon. Only Feng Yuan would occasionally share lunch with her. Since no one had eaten breakfast, the midday meal was quite substantial for everyone. Originally reluctant to take the little one along due to the inclement weather, Feng Yuan, despite his tender age, understood that only by soaring through the sky amidst this snow-laden forest could he easily spot the creatures concealed below. Determined to ensure that Xiaoxi had enough sustenance throughout the snowy season, he could no longer afford to meander through life as he had in his bachelor days. Embracing Xiaoxi gently, he turned and exited the cave, transforming into his beastly form to pursue Qing Tsang and the others. After their departure, Xiaoxi, having indulged in a hearty midday meal, began to stroll about the cave to aid her digestion. As she meandered, contemplating a return to her cozy nook for a brief slumber, after all, she was a pregnant woman, and such drowsiness was a natural response during this time. She was fortunate that the little one within her had shown remarkable consideration, sparing her from severe morning sickness. However, A sudden knocking at the cave's entrance interrupted her plans. Just as she was preparing to rest, Xiaoxi donned her black down jacket and stepped outside. With a determined pull, she drew back the wooden door and lifted the cave's curtain, revealing the orc she had assisted earlier that morning, now bearing a sizable beast upon the platform before her dwelling. Upon recognizing Xiaoxi, the male orc promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Esteemed healer, we are deeply thankful for your aid in saving our mate and offspring. This is a token of our appreciation." Xiaoxi nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as the orc delivered the offering. As he bent slightly in a gesture of respect, preparing to depart, she called out, "Wait a moment." The orc halted mid-leap from the platform, casting a curious glance back at Xiaoxi, unsure of what she might require. "Please wait here. I shall fetch something," she instructed. Had it not been for the 3 ginseng roots she unexpectedly acquired later, she would have felt a twinge of reluctance. However, the female in that household had suffered complications during childbirth due to her premature delivery, nearly losing her life in the process. Xiaoxi handed the ginseng wrapped in a small animal skin to the beast man, saying, "Your mate has been injured during childbirth. This can help replenish her vitality. Once she has expelled the impurities from her body, simply slice a piece and add it to the broth you prepare daily." The beast man was genuinely grateful to Xiaoxi. Not only had she facilitated the safe delivery of his unconscious mate's offspring, but she also demonstrated great concern for the well-being of the injured female. Unbeknownst to Xiaoxi, her successful assistance to a prematurely delivered and unconscious female had already begun to spread her reputation as a great healer across the sacred mountains. Thus, life continued amidst the long winds. Changfeng, Qingtsong, and Fengyuan ventured out daily to hunt, while Xiaoxi tended to the various beastmen families around her, occasionally treating ailments over the course of 2 months. As the snow on the ground thickened to waist height, Changfeng and the others ceased their hunting efforts, for the forest creatures had hidden away, eluding capture for days. Subsequently, Changfeng and Qingtsong gradually reduced their food intake, and even Fengyuan intentionally consumed less. The only exception was the surplus food they prepared daily for Xiaoxi, who noticed that her appetite had increased and her hunger returned swiftly. As her belly began to grow gradually, for several days, he had worn a sullen expression, ignoring her entirely. Each day, he braved the swirling snow, facing the biting wind, trudging through the deep drifts, all the while venturing far to hunt. Whenever the brook hindered him, Changfeng would cast a despondent gaze at her, as if lamenting his inability to even provide sustenance for himself. The snowy season was both tedious and interminable. Fortunately, he had access to the apothecary's space. Aside from sleeping, the majority of Xiaoxi's time was spent perusing the books from the apothecary, teaching the others how to recognize characters. This explains why a wooden stick for clapping had appeared in their cave. Changfeng and Fengyuan gazed at their reddened palms, raising their heads to look at Xiaoxi with a plaintive expression. "Sister, my name has so many strokes that I must have written it incorrectly." Changfeng Gij's name has fewer strokes, yet he made an error as well. He is even more foolish than I. Why did he receive fewer reprimands? Fengyuan shot her a look of bias. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiaoxi glanced at Changfeng and leaned closer to Fengyuan, whispering, "It's because your brother Changfeng did not make a mistake. I merely wished for him to share in your punishment. If you continue to shout, everyone will know it was you who failed to write your name correctly." Qingtsong's ears perked up, and his golden eyes cast a sympathetic glance at Changfeng, curling his lips into a smirk of schadenfreude. If Qingtsong could hear, then naturally Changfeng could as well, lifting his pale blue eyes in a mournful gaze at Xiaoxi, as if silently questioning how she could treat him so. As the brook gazed at the melancholic eyes of Changfeng, her glance flickered momentarily. She could hardly impose punishment solely upon a mere cub. After all, he was her male. If not him, then whom? Indeed, that was the case. Time slipped by amidst her unreasonable grievances directed at her mate, and over 3 months had elapsed. Despite Changfeng and Qingtsong diligently regulating their food intake each day, the visible stockpile of prey outside dwindled rapidly. At last, the heavy snowfall ceased the following day. Although the sun was not particularly bright, it occasionally peeked from behind the clouds, asserting its presence. The brook stood on the platform before the cave, surveying the land blanketed in silver. In this season of snow, such weather was considered favorable, as the sun was willing to show its face, albeit sporadically. Given the relentless snowfall and strong winds that had persisted for so long, the orcs finally emerged from their caves to relish this rare respite. Changfeng and Qingtsong, upon witnessing their fellow orcs frolicking in the snow, could not resist and leaped into the snowdrifts, delighting in the cleansing embrace of the snow. Unaware of the snow's utility for bathing, the brook adjusted her black down jacket over her fur coat. Observing the two as they splashed snow across their faces and necks, she felt a chill envelop her. While the caves of each family were situated upon the same mountain, they were still quite distant from one another, necessitating loud calls to communicate. Not far from the brook's cave, a more vivacious female orc resided, and since the brook had once cured her cub's fever, she called out cheerfully upon spotting the brook on the platform. "Great shaman, you have emerged as well." On the platform, a diminutive figure was also present, a young male beast, perhaps 6 or 7 years of age, who had been nursed back to health by Xiaoxi. Having been administered medicine by Xiaoxi, his discomfort had swiftly abated, and as such, he held a fondness for her. At that moment, he was animatedly waving his arms and exclaiming, "Great healer! Great healer! I've come out too." Xiaoxi observed the vivacious young beast being gently reprimanded by his mother, though the words of the female were inaudible. Her gesture suggested she was cautioning the cub against reckless frolicking, lest he tumble into the snow below. Witnessing Changfeng and Qingtsong reveling in the snow, Xiaoxi shook her head with a touch of helplessness. She then turned and entered the cave, retrieving 2 pieces of animal hide to dust off the snow from them upon their return. Hearing Feng Yuan's words, Changfeng and Qingtsong bounded onto the platform. Xiaoxi distributed the hides, urging them to quickly wipe themselves off and seek warmth inside the cave to avoid catching a chill. Turning her attention back to Feng Yuan, she inquired, "How did you discern that he was a beast man and not merely a wild animal?" Feng Yuan, with a hint of indignation, retorted, "Elder sister, do you underestimate me? Though I may be young, I can readily distinguish the aura of a beast man from that of a wild beast." As to whether he could be saved, that remained to be seen. Still piqued that Xiaoxi had underestimated him, Feng Yuan puffed out his chest with pride and declared, "I am a beast man capable of slaying giant pythons. How could I possibly be incapable of capturing a mere beast man? In bygone days, might have lacked the strength to subdue a fully grown at such a tender age." However, following the consumption of the giant serpent's core, a period of slumber ensued, after which a fraction of the divine bird's ancestral heritage awakened within him, endowing him with a power surpassing his former capabilities. Spreading his wings, ascended into the heavens and swiftly returned, bearing a winged ensnared in his talons, alighting upon the precipice before his abode. Upon beholding the countenance of the avian humanoid's visage registered profound astonishment. Noting the bewilderment etched upon its features, approached with a hint of perplexity, kneeling to examine the winged male. Despite the frost that veiled his face, recognized him as. She exclaimed, questioning his presence in such frigid weather, and implored them to hasten his conveyance into the cavern, and gingerly bore into the cavern, not due to any inability to lift him individually, but out of concern for exacerbating any potential injuries given his frozen state. Upon assessing his condition, detected a seeming absence of breath, prompting a look of concern towards, given her deep connection and affection. Perceiving the unspoken inquiry in his gaze, surmised the gravity of his plight, and cautiously knelt to ascertain his respiration. After a moment of palpable anxiety, she breathed a sigh of relief, detecting a faint warmth emanating from his chest. Xiaoxi stood up, letting out a sigh of relief, only to discover that beads of cold sweat had formed on her forehead and back. Fortunately, there was still a glimmer of hope for Ling. Otherwise, she would be at a loss on how to convey the news to Xiaohua and his family. After all, Ling was still so young, and the thought of his demise would surely devastate his relatives. If all efforts proved futile, they could only do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. Xiaoxi understood that under the current conditions, with snow reaching waist-high, the chances of capturing prey were nearly non-existent. Allowing them to search was merely an attempt to fulfill their duty while awaiting destiny. She could not bear to witness such a young life extinguished so prematurely. Upon hearing Xiaoxi's orders, Changfeng and the others set to work. Xiaoxi, however, was hesitant to administer any cold remedy to Ling, fearing that even offering him warm water might do more harm than good. Given Ling's condition, he was unlikely to be able to swallow any medication. At noon, Qing Tsang and Feng Yuan set out, with Feng Yuan finding some ease flying above the deep snow, while Qing Tsang struggled through the waist-high drifts. They journeyed far, and by afternoon, they stumbled upon a cave halfway up a mountain, where they encountered a massive black-toothed beast. The creature, in a state of semi-hibernation during the snowy season, was roused by their intrusion and erupted in fury, attacking them relentlessly. As Xiaoxi desired the beast alive, the ferocious creature proved exceptionally challenging. Qing Tsang sustained several injuries, while Feng Yuan circled above, distracting the beast from its assault. Meanwhile, in the cave, Changfeng noticed the sky darkening ominously, fearing that a heavy snowfall would soon follow. He exchanged a brief word with Xiaoxi before following the tracks and scent left by Qing Tsang. Hearing the commotion, the brook donned her thick garments, drew open the wooden door, and lifted the wind-blocking curtain to step outside. Before her stood 3 snowmen on the platform in front of the cave. She quickly retreated into the cave, retrieving a fur pelt to brush off the snow from the shivering little creature, ushering him inside to warm up, and subsequently attending to the remaining 2, removing the snow from their forms. Observing how frozen Changfeng and Qingtsang were, the brook felt a twinge of compassion, reluctant to call upon them in such frigid weather. However, Ling could no longer wait, prompting the brook to allow Changfeng and Qingtsang to bring the giant-toothed beast into the cave. They skinned the beast, wrapping Ling within its warm, blood-scented hide. The warmth wafting from the freshly slain creature made the brook uncomfortable, prompting her to step back a few paces. Ling, ensconced in the still warm flesh of the wild beast, was smeared with blood, yet it was the gentlest means to expel the chill from his body. Feng Yuan, gazing at Ling with only his head peeking out from the wrapping, inquired, "Sister, will this truly save him?" The brook gently caressed the little one's head, remaining silent, harboring the hope that this innocent and lively spirit, akin to a brother, would muster the strength to recover. The cave was imbued with a somber atmosphere, and the brook cast an apologetic glance at the battle-scarred Qingtsang. She retrieved medicinal supplies from the apothecary's space to tend to his wounds, swallowing the words of gratitude, feeling that the debt was too great for mere thanks to suffice. Ling did not regain consciousness until the afternoon of the 2nd day, and by the time he was fully awake, it was already midday on the 3rd day. Thanks to the orc, who possesses a formidable heart and a robust physique, Ling was able to awaken swiftly. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself momentarily disoriented, until he noticed Changfeng crouching beside him, holding a bowl. It was only when he tasted the warm broth being fed to him that he realized he was still alive. Overcome with emotion, Ling exclaimed, "Changfeng, is that really you?" Changfeng, observing the frail Ling who had just awakened, replied, "Yes, it is I. Please refrain from speaking and drink this bowl of soup first." Ling's memories came rushing back to him. He recalled that Sister Xiaohua was nearing her delivery date and her belly was particularly large. Concerned, the mother beast had sent the males of the household to inquire about a shaman. After much inquiry in the vicinity yielded no results, he was dispatched to search farther afield. Being the only one with wings capable of flight, he took on the task. However, during his journey, the weather had turned unexpectedly tumultuous, with fierce winds and snow. As he flew for an extended period, he lost control and fell from the sky. Unbeknownst to him, the snow was too deep, and he tumbled into a snow pit at the base of the slope, losing consciousness. Afterward, he could recall nothing. With Changfeng's concern evident, Ling drank 2 bowls of nourishing soup, feeling warmth spread within him, and gradually regained some strength, allowing him to sit up slowly. Upon hearing that Ling had awakened, Xiaoxi entered the small cave where Feng Yuan had once resided. During Ling's 2 days of unconsciousness, the little creature had moved in with Qingtsang. Ling gazed in astonishment as Xiaoxi entered, his mouth agape. He mechanically turned his head towards Changfeng and stammered, You truly found Xiaoxi." Observing Ling's pallid complexion, Xiaoxi gently advised, "You should lie down and rest a while longer. Let us converse when you have regained your strength. You are running a fever. It would be unwise to be so agitated. We can discuss matters once you feel better." Despite Xiaoxi's words, Ling, still overflowing with excitement, replied, "Xiaoxi, you possess healing skills. Could you please assist me in recovering swiftly? Sister Xiaohua is about to give birth, and I ventured out to summon the shaman. Now that Changfeng has located you, it is truly fortuitous." Upon hearing that Xiaohua was nearing labor, Xiaoxi felt a twinge of urgency as well, yet she recognized that in Ling's current state, departing was not feasible. Thus, she obediently lay down, closed her eyes, and focused on recuperating her strength. After stepping outside, Changfeng observed the deep concern etched on Xiaoxi's face and enveloped her in his embrace, stroking her long hair in a comforting manner. "Are you worried about Xiaohua?" he inquired. Leaning against Changfeng, Xiaoxi nodded, gradually calming her restless spirit. The day of Xiaohua's delivery was fast approaching, and she wondered how she was faring. Deep down, Xiaoxi understood that her worries were futile. Without Ling to guide her, she would be unable to locate Xiaohua and the others. Reluctantly, they agreed to the situation. However, since Ling had ventured out to find the shaman and fortuitously encountered Xiaoxi, enlisting her assistance for Xiaohua's delivery seemed the most prudent choice. Yet, considering Xiaoxi's condition, Changfeng was absolutely unwilling to let her go alone. The snow blanketing the ground is so deep that it renders long-distance travel on foot impossible. The only means of reaching the abode of Xiaohua is by flight. Changfeng disregarded Ling's imploring gaze, for he could never consent to allow Xiaoxi to venture alone. Having already lost her once, he could not bear the thought of her journeying to such a distant place, especially given her current condition. He would not agree to be separated from her. Xiaoxi looked helplessly at both Changfeng and Ling, unable to persuade either, particularly Changfeng. Should she dare to forcefully fly with Ling to find Xiaohua, she could assure that Ling would not even make it out of the cave's entrance. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Xiaoxi felt a gentle tug on her hand. She looked down to see Feng Yuan grasping her hand, gazing up at her. "Sister, how about I carry you to find that Xiaohua? This winged male could surely fly with brother Changfeng." Xiaoxi patted the little fellow's head, shaking her head. "No, you are still too small. The place we need to go is far from here. Although the wind and snow outside have lessened today, it is still not suitable for a young cub like you." Desiring not to dampen Feng Yuan's kind enthusiasm, she refrained from voicing her further thoughts. Upon hearing Feng Yuan's words, Ling's eyes sparkled with hope, yet Xiaoxi's response dimmed that light. Indeed, how could a mere cub of 5 or 6 fiery snow seasons carry someone over such a great distance? He realized he had been too impatient. Throughout the day, everyone observed Xiaoxi's concern for Xiaohua's impending delivery. By calculation, it was time for Xiaohua to reach her due date. Xiaoxi cast several glances at Changfeng, attempting to speak, yet was met with his deep, tranquil azure eyes, which rendered her speechless. The unwavering determination reflected in Changfeng's eyes was evident to all. Ling paced anxiously within the cave, occasionally glancing at Changfeng and Xiaoxi. Ultimately, it was Qingsong who could no longer bear the tension. He approached Changfeng and Xiaoxi and urged, "Why not place your trust in the little one, Changfeng? We have been hunting alongside Feng Yuan for quite some time. I believe you are well aware of his capabilities. Feng Yuan's strength is certainly not inferior to that of an adult flying beast man." Qingsong understood that Changfeng's concern did not stem from doubts about Feng Yuan's ability to carry Xiaoxi over such great distances, but rather from worry about Xiaoxi's frail body enduring the frigid heights of the sky. Changfeng furrowed his brow and cast a sidelong glance at Qingsong, disbelieving that Qingsong could be unaware of his apprehensions. If he understood, why then did he offer such counsel? Turning his gaze towards Xiaoxi, he then grasped the reason for Qingsong's encouragement. Xiaoxi's anxiety was evident in her eyes. It became clear that this little rabbit held profound feelings of gratitude towards her savior, far exceeding Changfeng's expectations. Indeed, Xiaoxi was deeply concerned for Xiaohua. She was the first person in this world to show her care and assistance. Now that Xiaohua was on the verge of giving birth, and Xiaoxi possessed the ability to help, the fact that she could not be there filled her with guilt. rendering her restless. Finally, with a somber expression, Changfeng declared, "If you wish to go, then prepare swiftly. Should you suffer even the slightest harm along the way, do not blame me for forbidding your departure in the future." As they were about to leave, it was unclear what Changfeng and Qingsong discussed. After which Qingsong took Ling aside for a private conversation. The long wind guided the little stream into a small cave, intending to dress her warmly to prevent her from feeling cold on the journey, and brought Feng Yuan along as well. Once inside, Changfeng instructed both of them to keep the secret of the stream's ability to conjure items from reaching more people. He particularly cautioned Feng Yuan, fearing that his youth and naivety might lead him to inadvertently disclose it. Despite his tender age, little Feng Yuan was quite astute, confidently patting his small chest and assuring that he would never reveal such information. Changfeng's words resonated with the thoughts of the stream, who realized that her medicinal space served no purpose beyond healing and saving lives. Before departing, the stream gathered 4 to 5 caddies of slightly sweet rice, 6 fish she had caught in the great river which she dried into jerky, and some cotton fluff to make blankets for the cubs. She wrapped some spices in animal skin, preparing them for the group's feast of roasted meat. She filled a leather pouch with medicinal herbs required for production and even took out a pot for brewing medicine, ensuring that nothing would arouse suspicion later. With everything prepared, the stream, at Changfeng's insistence, donned layer upon layer of clothing until she was finally permitted to mount the great rock that Feng Yuan had transformed into and soar into the sky. Enveloped such that only her eyes remained visible, the stream found herself stung by the biting cold wind as Feng Yuan flew, causing her to instinctively shut her eyes and huddle down to alleviate the discomfort. Changfeng soared above on the back of the transformed eagle. The rush of wind intermingled with falling snowflakes. He tightened his animal skin cloak and lowered his body, minimizing wind resistance to facilitate easier flight for Ling. Though the snowfall today is not particularly heavy, the sky remains quite frigid. Fortunately, the place where Xiaoxi and her companions reside is not far from the sacred mountain where Xiaohua and her group dwell, approximately a 2 to 3 hour flight. Ling Fei let out a prolonged cry as they soared through the sky, bringing them down onto a platform before a cave. Yu, initially eager to say a few words, was rendered speechless upon seeing Changfeng and Xiaoxi, mirroring the astonishment Ling had felt upon first encountering Xiaoxi. She gazed at Changfeng, seemingly seeking his confirmation. "Did you truly find Xiaoxi?" Changfeng nodded in response, prompting you to realize they were still standing at the cave's entrance. She quickly stepped aside, inviting Changfeng and Xiaoxi to enter. Hearing the commotion, Xiaohua emerged from her resting place within a smaller cave. The main chamber was illuminated by the luminous moonlight stones, bright as day, allowing Xiaohua to immediately spot Xiaoxi standing before the males. In disbelief, she rubbed her eyes, and when she looked back at Xiaoxi, tears had already blurred her vision. Despite her large belly, she rushed to embrace Xiaoxi, only to be enveloped by the more agile Xiaoxi. The spacious cave became filled to capacity. Changfeng and Yu approached the 2 expectant females, assisting them as they settled onto stone platforms. "If it weren't for your call, we would have ventured even farther in search of you. Just yesterday, our elder brother and Meng nearly fell into a snow pit while looking for you due to the deep snow." Ling observed the concern and affection in the eyes of her family, feeling a warm sensation blossom in her heart. Thus, I recounted the events that transpired on my journey to seek the shaman, detailing how I was rescued by the stream and nearly succumbed to the bitter cold. Upon hearing my narrative, the family was engulfed in a cold sweat. Upon learning that her brother had risked freezing to death in the pursuit of a healer for her sake, Little Flower's tears, which had just ceased, began to flow once more. Little Elegant approached my side, her heart aching for me. However, I had ventured forth for the sake of my sister, Little Flower. And Little Elegant found herself at a loss for words. Once the emotional turmoil subsided, there was a sense of relief that both I and the stream were still alive. Changfeng was beckoned by the males of Little Flower's family to partake in a barbecue, while Little Flower led the stream and Little Elegant into a cozy cave, where they settled upon warm animal hides and began to converse about the happenings that transpired during their separation. The stream gazed at Little Flower and inquired, Did you experience severe symptoms of pregnancy after we parted? You appear so haggard and emaciated. Casting a glance at little elegant, she continued, and you? Why does your complexion seem so poor? Could it be that the arrival of the snowy season has left you with little to occupy yourself? Or have the males of your family worn you out? Originally, the stream intended to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere, but her words unexpectedly brought forth tears in little elegant's eyes. Startled, the stream asked, "What is it? Did I say something wrong?" Noticing the stream's alarmed expression, little elegant smiled gently, reassuring her. "It is merely the joy of seeing you again." Observing the stream's rounded belly, little elegant chuckled and patted her own midsection, exclaiming, "You too are with child. Look at my belly, which has yielded no news after all these years." Xiaoxi was aware that Xiaoyu was 2 years older than Xiaohua. At that moment, seeing both of them expecting children, she felt a bittersweet twinge in her heart, despite her happiness for them. Thus, Xiaoxi said to Xiaoya, "Please extend your hand. I shall examine your pulse." Noticing the sudden spark of hope in Xiaoya's eyes, she feared that such expectations might lead to greater disappointment, which Xiaoya could hardly bear. So, she cautioned, "As for whether it will yield results, I cannot guarantee. You must maintain a calm disposition, otherwise." The words left unspoken were well understood by Xiaoya. Otherwise, if she were not to conceive, her heartache would be even more profound. Xiaoya replied, "It's all right. Xiaoxi, even if the medicine fails to work and I do not conceive, I can accept that." Xiaoxi gently patted Xiaoya's hand, lamenting, regrettably, "My time learning to take pulses from grandfather was brief, and I am not yet adept at interpreting complex pulse patterns. Therefore, the herbal remedy I prescribe, even if not precisely suited to your condition, will pose no adverse effects on your health." After Xiaoxi's arrival, Xiaohua's spirits lifted significantly. Each day, a few females gathered together, seemingly with endless conversations to share. Observing that Xiaohua had finally let go of her guilt over the incident with Xiaoxi, her demeanor brightened, returning to her former vivacity, and she welcomed Xiaoxi and the others with renewed warmth. Since the day Xiaoxi had fallen into the river below the cliff, Xiaohua had been plagued by regret for not accompanying her to pick mushrooms due to her own laziness. This remorse had left her dispirited, causing her to lose considerable weight. The brook gazed at the little flower, whose belly was round, but whose complexion appeared quite poor. In recent days, she had been striving to prepare meals with limited ingredients, nurturing the body of the little flower, who was nearing her due date. After consuming the nourishing soup made with ginseng and other herbs, the little flower's complexion visibly brightened. However, the brook also noticed that Chongfeng's meals had significantly decreased compared to their time in the cave. That evening, after lulling Feng Yuan, who shared their cave, to sleep, the brook turned onto her side, nestling in Chongfeng's embrace. She caressed his face, which had grown even thinner since their arrival at the sacred mountain, and inquired, "What has been troubling you these past few days? Why are you eating so little? Is the roasted meat here unpalatable to you?" Chongfeng chuckled at her question, aware that she had been diligently caring for her savior while also being mindful of him. The pent-up frustration he had felt due to her previous neglect began to dissipate. He tightened his embrace around the brook, admiring her rosy cheeks and soft, pink lips, gently placing a large hand at the back of her head and drawing her closer, his lips moving toward the enticing target he had long desired. The brook, initially concerned about the child within her, attempted to push him away, but under Chongfeng's passionate advances, she soon melted into a puddle, surrendering to his whims. Just as their fervent connection reached an impasse, Feng Yuan, sleeping nearby, rolled off the animal skin mat, mumbling incoherently before drifting back into slumber. Startled by Feng Yuan's disturbance, the two parted, and the brook, her face flushed, quickly pulled the animal skin over her, seeking refuge within its folds. The long wind, with a hint of crimson at the corners of his eyes, gazed melancholically at the little creature nearby, fast asleep, contemplating the urge to rise and cast it away. After enduring the impulse, he lowered his gaze to the small rabbit nestled within the animal hide. Realizing that tonight's indulgence had slipped away, with a resigned sigh, he reclined back, his exposed chest glistening with beads of sweat. as he sought to calm his breath and quell the tumultuous stirrings within him. After a considerable pause, concerned that Xiaoxi might be suffocating beneath the hide, he tugged at the covering over her head, inquiring whether she still wished to know why he had eaten so little in recent days. Upon hearing a topic that piqued her interest, Xiaoxi finally emerged from her cocoon, her face still adorned with a lingering blush. Her eyes shimmering with remnants of previous excitement, their seductive allure nearly causing Changfeng to lose his composure once more, as if to pull her beneath him. Changfeng closed his pale blue eyes, initially not intending to engage in any untoward actions, especially since they were in someone else's abode. He gently placed his hand on Xiaoxi's rounded abdomen, allowing himself to regain his composure. The reason for my diminished appetite lately is due to the scarcity of prey in Meng's household, which is perplexingly less than what we possess. Logically, they should have a greater stock, having arrived at the sacred mountain earlier than us. Moreover, their males outnumber ours, suggesting that they may struggle considerably as the snow season progresses. In truth, while Changfeng's reasoning was sound, he overlooked the fact that he and Qing Song possessed abilities that far surpassed those of other beastmen. In a typical orc household, capturing 3 to 5 formidable beasts in a single day is considered a remarkable feat. However, he and Qing Song managed to ensnare a dozen or so daily. With the forest blanketed in thick snow, the availability of game has diminished, making it exceedingly difficult for other orcs to find prey. Yet, their family benefits from Feng Yuan, a majestic rock who serves as a scout from the skies, significantly enhancing their hunting success. While Meng, Feng, and their kin also possess Ling, a soaring eagle that aids in locating elusive prey on the ground. The situation changes drastically when the snow reaches thigh-deep. The wild beasts, driven by hunger, become perilous, viewing orcs as potential meals, and their ferocity surpasses the norm. At such times, capturing these fierce creatures without sustaining injuries becomes a formidable challenge. In truth, compared to other orc families, Meng, Feng, and their mother beastian have amassed a considerable stockpile of game, though it pales in comparison to the bounty of the Changfeng household. Today, as heavy snow fell outside, Xiaoyi did not visit, leaving Changfeng and Meng seated on the stone platform within the main cave, engaged in conversation. Suddenly, Xiaoxi recalled the items she had brought and decided to show them how to prepare a dish. Perhaps due to the shared bond with the rabbit beasts, she felt an instant camaraderie with the equally adorable Yu. She called him over and explained the preparation process, while Yu curiously observed the peculiar item in Xiaoxi's hand. She presented to him what she had named sweet rice, instructing, "This is sweet rice. Once Xiaohua gives birth, scoop half a bowl of this rice each time to prepare porridge for her." Upon witnessing the raindrops, the stream once again produced the 5 or 6 pieces of dried fish she had brought along, caught from the great river. At the time, due to the absence of salt, the dried fish lacked seasoning. However, once Xiaohua gives birth, a sprinkle of salt could transform it into a nourishing fish soup for her. Although it may not rival the flavor of fresh fish, it is certainly better than having nothing at all. The stream then presented a handful of cotton fluff to Yu, who had previously observed her sewing skills, far superior to her own. With this cotton fluff, find a piece of soft animal hide to create a small blanket for the little cubs. Wrapped securely, they will not feel the chill when held. Meticulously, the stream explained the uses of the items she had brought. Once she concluded, she noticed everyone was gazing at her. The stream, puzzled, returned their stares, uncertain of what peculiar aspect of herself had drawn such attention. In reality, they were simply moved by the stream's sincerity towards Xiaohua, a rarity among beast folk, revealing a genuine friendship that evoked their admiration.